Chapter 201 Zhu Xuking and Davis with different destinies. The team continued to set off for Wuhan City. As for the incident of Master Yu Xiaogang being kidnapped by bandits, everyone just regarded it as a joke after dinner. Since Yu Xiaogang was labeled a fart master by BBDong, he has become a joke for everyone. It's just that this time he was kidnapped by bandits, which made him more famous, and he really became famous all over the world. Wuhan City, lying at the junction of the two empires of Tianu and Zingluo, is a holy place in the minds of countless soul masters. It is also the third most prosperous giant city besides the two imperial capitals. In addition to the Pope's Palace, Wuhan City also has a worship palace on a high mountain in the deepest part, also known as the Angel Temple. All the titled Douluos there are above level 96, which is also the most powerful force in Wuhan Palace. Of course, the current Pope BBDong is also quite powerful, reaching level 98. He has two titled Douluos of level 95, Giju, under his command. In addition to several other titled Douluos below level 95, the overall strength is second only to the worship palace. Everyone, please follow us. The participating teams came to Wuhan City. As the host, Pope BBDong sent the Knights of Wuhan Palace to arrange for everyone to stay in the hotel. Is this the Spirit City? It's so magnificent. Students from various colleges looked at this magnificent city with amazement. Even Xiaowu from the Shrek team was attracted by such a prosperous city and completely forgot that she was a 100,000-year-old spirit beast in human form. Wuhan Hall. When Yu Xiaogang returned to the city again, his face was extremely gloomy, and he roared in anger and helplessness. What a spirit hall! One day, I will destroy this place and avenge my teacher. Tang San, like Yu Xiaogang, had a bad face and swore in his heart that he would destroy the spirit hall in his lifetime. Everyone, when you come to Wuhan City, don't cause trouble. This is not the Tiandu Empire. You must be careful in everything, otherwise you will die. Especially Mu Bai and Hong Jun, don't go out and make trouble. Flanders told the little monsters to be careful. Flanders saw the expressions of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, and secretly prayed that the master and apprentice would not commit suicide. Zhao Wuji did not come this time. That guy is still a wanted criminal of the Wuhan Hall. He dare not come to Wuhan City to take risks. So only Flanders led the Shrek team. As for Yu Xiaogang, he has become a ghost now, and Flanders did not expect him to do anything. Wuhan Hall, Wuhan Hall. Ning Fengzi looked at this huge city and felt great pressure in his heart. The Wuhan Hall was like a mountain, pressing on the heads of the major sects, making them unable to raise their heads. Jian Douluo had no expression, but looked towards the worship hall, recalling the scene where his father died of depression after being defeated by Qian Renxue, and he was unwilling to give up. Thinking of this, Jian Douluo's eyes showed a hint of fighting spirit, but he also knew that with his current strength to challenge Qian Renxue, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Tang Dachui, who followed the large group of people, did not dare to enter the Wuhan city for the time being, but hid somewhere in the suburbs, secretly observing everything, and waiting for the right opportunity to enter the Wuhan city. If he rushed in now, he might be noticed by the titled Douluo of the Wuhan Hall, especially Qian Renxue I one half old man. Xiao San exposed the clear sky hammer spirit, but BBDong didn't send anyone to intercept him halfway. It's really strange. This is not the style of the spirit hall. This time, Yu Xiaogang didn't get the twin spirit cultivation method from BBDong, but turned himself into that ghost. As the world says, he is just a fart waste. It seems that if we want to solve Xiao San's twin spirits, we have to find a chance to ask Yaoyang Chen, the monster. Maybe the strong man behind him has a way to solve it. Tang Dachui talked to himself, then disappeared into the dark and continued to lurk somewhere. We're here at the Spirit City. Let's go down and take a look. We have to take a good look. This is the Holy Land in the hearts of our spirit masters. Yaoyang Chen, Shui Binger, Shui Yu and others got out of the carriage and prepared to enjoy this prosperous city. As soon as the members of the Tianshui team stepped out of the carriage, they immediately attracted people's attention, especially the soul masters of Wuhan City and the people of Zingluo Empire, who cast curious glances at them. Everyone was extremely envious of Yaoyang Chen, who was surrounded by beauties, and at the same time they admired him very much. This guy fulfilled the dream of all men. Now many high-level soul masters from the two empires have gathered in this city. There are all kinds of people. Everyone, be careful and protect the children. Don't worry. We understand. Shui Langzhen asked Shui Lanyu, Yakalan, Solin, Yasuling, Dugubo, several major titled Douluo, to stay alert at all times. Several powerful men surrounded Yaoyang Chen, Shui Binger and others in the center, fearing that something might happen. Although this place is BBDong's territory, she is now busy worrying about the finals, and Shui Langzhen doesn't want to trouble her for everything. In the evening, a man and a woman came to the hotel where the Tianshui team was staying. The woman looked like Zhu Xuking and had a hot body. The other man looked a bit like Dai Mubai. Behind them were several strong men, probably their guards. These two people were Zhu Xuking and Davis from the Zingluo Empire Royal Academy. After finding out where the Tianshui team was staying, they came to the door. Who are you two? What are you doing here at our Tianshui team's residence? Shui Langzhen looked at the two calmly. From their facial features, she knew they were Zhu Xuking and Davis, so she asked with pretended curiosity. We are Zhu Xuking and Davis from Zingluo Royal Academy. 2 or 3 years ago, there was no news about Zhu Xuking. We all thought she had met with an accident. Now we know that she is in your Tianshui Academy, so we specially came to see her. Please help, Dean Shui. Zhu Xuking and Davis dare not put on airs in front of Shui Langzhen. It is said that the female dean of Tianshui Academy is now a titled Douluo. Oh. It's good that you are not here to cause trouble. Then you can talk. Shui Langzhen looked at the guards behind them, then walked into the hotel and called Zhu Xuking out. Yaoyang Chen and his group learned that a strange man and woman came to see Zhu Xuking, so they followed them out to see who it was. Zhu Xuking. Zhu Xuking greeted her elder sister calmly after seeing her elder sister. At this moment, she also felt sad for Zhu Xuking's fate. Is it you? When Zhu Xuking saw Yaoyang Chen's appearance, she was frightened and stepped back. She will never forget the scene where this peerless evildoer killed her guards in seconds. Hey. Beautiful, we meet again. What are you afraid of? I won't kill you. Yaoyang Chen also greeted Zhu Xuking. After all, she was Zhu Xuking's sister. Zhu Xuking, what do you want to see me for? Zhu Xuking asked calmly. Although she was her eldest sister, she couldn't call her name when she thought of what she did to her second sister and herself, so she called her name directly. Sister, can we talk alone? Zhu Xuking now regretted what she did to this girl. Okay. Let's talk in my room. Zhu Xuking said lightly. Ah, this. When Zhu Xuking heard that her sister was going to take her to the room, she was a little scared. Now this girl is much stronger than herself. Zhu Xuking originally wanted Zhu Xuking to talk with her outside, but she didn't expect the little girl to bring her to the room. This is different from what she imagined. What? You don't dare? Zhu Xuking, you will be afraid one day, right? Don't worry, I am not afraid of my weak sister. Besides, if I want to fight you, I have to defeat you in the finals and make you lose with conviction. Zhu Xuking said to Zhu Xuking domineeringly. Feeling that the other party's soul power has not reached the level of Soul King, she thought, my dear sister, where is the ruthlessness you used to suppress me? Where did it go? Do you think you have won with the Prince of Zingluo? Unfortunately, I have Brother Chen, a peerless demon who is destined to become a god. Davis, who was next to him, was embarrassed when he saw Zhu Xuking so domineering. Hey! Beauty, what are you doing? Is your sister going to kill you? Yaoyang Chen reminded her. That's right. Sister Xuking is so kind, would she attack her own sister? Let's talk about whatever we want to talk about, don't waste everyone's time. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer looked at Zhu Xuking's frightened look and felt a little funny. She was the one who came to talk, but now she is scared again. Zhu Xuking, my good sister, come in. Zhu Xuking stepped forward. He took Zhu Xuking's hand and brought her to his room. Are you the boy that Xuking mentioned? Davis looked at Yaoyang Chen and immediately understood why Zhu Xuking wanted to run away with this guy. This guy has both good looks and strength. According to the information obtained by the Zingluo spy in the Tiandu competition area, this guy is only 14 years old, but his soul power is as high as level 55, and his soul ring combination is incredible. Brother, who are you? Yaoyang Chen looked at Davis and asked deliberately. This guy is actually a talent, but he has a different position and class, and they are not the same kind of people. Zingluo Empire Crown Prince Davis. Davis introduced himself. The Crown Prince of the Zingluo Empire, the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit, the 48th level soul master, the future emperor of Zingluo, has a bright future. Daimyo Bai is only at level 42 now, he is no match for you at all. But I heard that you are 7 years older than Daimyo Bai, and you are only at level 48 now. He used to spend all his time in Soto City, and now he has reached level 42. Davis, you are almost 25 years old now, and you haven't even broken through to become a soul master. You are simply trash. To be honest, you are not as good as Daimyo Bai. Yaoyang Chen looked at Davis's soul power now and felt that it was too inferior. This guy's innate soul power was at least around level 7 or 8. He occupied all the superior resources in the Zingluo Empire, but he only had that little strength. I really don't know how he cultivated. You. Davis's face was embarrassed now. The Crown Prince of the Empire was actually called trash by Yaoyang Chen. It is said that this peerless evildoer is very arrogant. Davis finally saw it today. Puff. Xiao Chen, I am the Prince of Zingluo after all. How can I save my face if you call me trash? Shui Langzhen and others were helpless. This little guy was really infuriating. Mr. Yat, it's not good for you to say that about the eldest prince of our Zingluo Empire, right? The guards behind Davis couldn't stand it anymore. This young man dared to say that the eldest prince of Zingluo Empire was trash. He was really bold. What? Is it wrong to tell the truth? People are afraid of comparison. Compared with Daimyo Bai, your eldest prince's strength is really not that good. Yaoyang Chen spread his hands and thought, I just said it, what can you do? Little brother Yat, you are right. Compared with you, my strength is indeed trash. But as a child of the royal family, I must not only have strength, but also learn other aspects. After Yaoyang Chen's reminder, Davis felt that his strength was indeed trash. This world adheres to the principle of respecting the strong. Without strong power, you can't control the situation. So your Dai family can only marry with the Zhu family for the purpose of maintaining your ruling power for the Nether White Tiger martial soul fusion technique, and the Zhu family also gained wealth and honor in this way. But cats are always a little worse than tigers. In a sense, the Zhu family can only be regarded as your Dai family's tool and vassal. Brother Yet is joking. The Dai family and the Zhu family have been married for generations. They are win-wins and the relationship is equal. We have never regarded them as vassals. Hearing Yaoyang Chen directly tell the true situation of the Zingluo Empire's royal family, Davis was frightened and his scalp numbed. If this word was heard by the Zhu family, it would be troublesome, so Davis immediately expressed his position. Davis's guards were also shocked. They had heard about the horror of this monster a long time ago. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its reputation. Davis, what you said is just to deceive those brainless people in the Zhu family. Don't say it in front of me. What equal relationship is nonsense? If it is really equal, why don't you let the Zhu family be the emperor? Yaoyang Chen could see that Davis was a little scared. Your Highness, let's go. The guards behind Davis immediately reminded him that if he continued to talk to this monster, the Starluo Empire's secrets might be exposed. What's the hurry? Davis stopped his men from urging him. As a prince of the Starluo Empire, he couldn't panic in anything. At the same time, in the hotel room, Zhu Xuking was also stunned by Zhu Xuking's words. Xuking? You are going to rule the entire Starluo Empire in the future? Are you kidding? Zhu Xuking felt that this girl was bragging that her sister was going to rule the entire Starluo kingdom in the future. My dear sister, this is not what I mean. This is what Brother Chen means. He once said that he wants 99 of the whole world, and he has the final say on who will be the emperor. Since we are sisters, I advise you not to hang yourself on Davis, and you must know how to stop in time. Of course, if you are willing to follow Davis to seek death, I can't stop you. I don't want the fate of the Zhu family women to be bound to the Dai family forever. I want to seek justice for my second sister and those women who have died tragically under the unfair competition rules of the royal family in the past dynasties. Therefore, I will destroy the Dai family. Brother Chen is a man destined to become a god. With his help, what does it matter if I take down a small Zingluo empire? Zhu Xuking directly expressed her position to Zhu Zuyun, and also let the other party have a mental preparation. Sister, what should I do now? Zhu Zuyun heard that her sister was so lucky to follow a man who was destined to become a god, so enviable. Have you and Davis done that? Zhu Xuking asked, and then her face turned slightly red. Not yet. He hasn't really become the heir to the royal family yet, how can I commit myself to him so easily? I'm not stupid. Zhu Zuyun is a very realistic person. Before Davis really ascends the throne, she won't give herself up so quickly. There is nothing to hide in front of her sister. Then hang on to him first, don't get yourself involved, and when the Dai family is destroyed, you will be free. Zhu Xuking immediately gave Zhu Zuyun a little trick. Okay. Then I'll listen to you. Zhu Zuyun is a smart woman. Knowing that there is such a powerful force behind Zhu Xuking, she decisively chooses to save her life. That's it. You go back first. After Zhu Xuking finished speaking, she directly ordered him to leave. Sister, I have wronged you before, can you forgive me? Zhu Zuyun hugged Zhu Xuking and begged the girl to forgive her. She wanted to have a good relationship with her and admit that she would be the evil aunt in the future. It was very interesting to think about it. Let's talk about it later. I also know that you can't help yourself. Let's go out and see first. Maybe Davis has been scared silly by Brother Chen. Zhu Xuking pulled Zhu Zuyun's hand away, and then took her out of the room, thinking, if you want me to forgive you, at least you have to wait until I beat you up in the fighting arena. You made me so miserable when I was a child. Beating you up now is not too much, right? When the two sisters came outside, they saw that Davis looked a little uncomfortable, and Zhu Xuking knew that this guy must have talked about something with Yaoyang Chen. Sister Xuking, as a girl of the Zhu family, you have an engagement with my brother, but you don't follow the rules set by the royal family. How can we put our royal family's face when you do this? As a girl of the Zhu family, you should follow the family rules. Davis saw that Zhu Xuking was better than Zhu Zuyun now, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. He also made a small calculation in his mind, so he wanted to use the rules set by the royal family to convince the other party, and then maybe he could have a better future. Davis, you are all planning to kill me, why should I give you face? Am I sick in the brain? What is face? Is it important to stay alive? Zhu Xuking looked at Davis coldly. This guy is more annoying than Dai Mubai. It was because of this guy that the three sisters of her family killed each other. Sister Xuking is right. We support you. What royal rules are bullshit? Shui Binger, Swu, and others waved their fists beside them to support Zhu Xuking. What you are doing at Tianshui Academy is slapping the face of our Zingluo Empire. Aren't you afraid of our empire's army? Davis was so angry at this time. Even a group of girls dared to say that the rules of the Zingluo Empire's royal family were bullshit. It was too presumptuous. Don't be afraid. Xiao Chen has already slapped you in the face, but what can we do? Can Dai Tianfeng come over and bite people? If he dares to come, I will kill him and make sure he leaves without any pain. What's so great about the royal family that doesn't even have a titled Douluo? Can you accept the face I give you? Shui Langzhen spoke coldly to Davis at this time, letting the other party know what it means to kill people and destroy their hearts. Buzz buzz. Face is earned by yourself, not given by others. Without strength, what face can you talk about? Yaoyang saw that Davis dared to threaten Xiao Chen, and she immediately lost her composure, so she directly released yellow, purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings, and the 9 soul rings blinded Davis and his group. 100,000-year soul ring. Davis and his group were dumbfounded. Sister Lan, don't show off your title Douluo strength to scare people. If you scare the future prince of Zingluo, others will say that we are bullying the weak. Yaoyang Chen asked Yaoyang to take back her soul ring. This woman always showed off 9 big circles to scare people. It was speechless. Your Highness, let's go. The guards of Zingluo immediately persuaded Davis to leave quickly. If they continued to make trouble, the title Douluo would get angry directly, which was not something they could resist. Weiss, stop talking, leave quickly. Dean Shui, we are disturbing you. Zhu Xuking immediately pulled Davis away. At this moment, she was very envious of the strength of the people around Yaoyang Chen. She really wanted to join in directly, but the time was not right, so she could only follow Zhu Xuking's arrangement and keep Davis hanging. Chapter 202 Qian Renxue was beaten by BBDong again. How does this Yaoyang Chen know my strength? He even knows some secrets of our Zingluo empire. It's really terrible. After Davis left in disgrace, he became more and more scared. Yaoyang Chen was the Long Chen of the past. He remembered what his father said. This monster is an unpredictable variable for the situation of the entire continent. Today, he finally saw it. Weiss, don't provoke him, otherwise you won't know how you will die. Xuking girl followed him, and it also avoided the fight between us sisters. Daimyo Bai couldn't beat us without Xuking's help. This is a good thing. Zhu Xuking reminded Davis not to think too much. When this guy saw his sister before, he showed a greedy look in his eyes, which happened to be seen by himself. Now that Zhu Xuking is better than himself, Davis wants to take her for himself. Men are really not good things. This guy is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He doesn't even look at how much he weighs. 2. Fortunately, my sister left a way out for me, otherwise I would really hang myself on Davis's tree. Thinking of this, Zhu Xuking also felt that she was quite pathetic, but at the same time she felt very fortunate, and she also regretted and laughed at what she had done before. Zuyun, I'm not stupid. As the eldest prince of Zingluo, Davis is naturally not a fool. He has not yet sat on the throne, so he dare not die, otherwise his younger brother will be lucky. After a busy day of work, Pope BBDong returned to the manor where he lived, exhausted. Teacher, you are back. Teacher, my little sister and I have prepared dinner and are waiting for you. At this time, Hulina and Jin Zaihuzu saw their teacher coming back and immediately came to greet him. Nana, Zaihuzu, let the teacher hug you. BBDong walked up, hugged the 2 soft and cute disciples in her arms, kissed them respectively, and felt very sweet in her heart. The fatigue brought by a day's work disappeared instantly. Teacher, you have worked hard. Since Hulina awakened her martial spirit at the age of 6, she was accepted as a direct disciple by BBDong. They have a very good relationship. Jin Zaihuzu is the little genius that Yaoyang Chen gave to her 2 or 3 years ago. Now her strength has reached the level of a great soul master. BBDong also likes her very much. It's great that the teacher has 2 good disciples like you. The 2 girls are very caring. They often prepare dinner for BBDong to eat when she comes back, which makes her very fond of them. Teacher, let's eat. Okay. After dinner, the teacher will take you 2 to see someone. Teacher, are you going to see Brother Chen? When Jin Zaihuzu heard that BBDong was going to take her to see someone, she immediately guessed that it was the big brother who changed the fate of her family, and she was extremely excited. Yes. It's him, Zaihuzu. You can achieve what you have today thanks to him. BBDong reminded little Zaihuzu that people should not forget their roots. Teacher, I understand. If Brother Chen hadn't passed by Emperor Soul Village, I would have become what Brother Tao called a useless martial soul master. I have always wanted to thank Brother Chen, but I have never had the chance to meet him. Jin Zaihuzu certainly understood what the teacher meant, and she would never forget the big brother who glowed all over, but she just couldn't see him. Little junior sister, how do you want to thank him? How about marrying him when you grow up? Let me tell you. Your brother Chen is only 5 or 6 years older than you. When you grow up, he will be in his prime. You won't lose out by marrying him. Hulina looked at Xiao Zaihuzu and her eyes were full of stars when she talked about that monster, so she couldn't help but teasing the little girl. Senior sister, Jin Zaihuzu's face flushed instantly after being said by Hulina. Nana, what are you thinking about in your head? It's really unreasonable to talk about these things with Xiao Zaihuzu now. Teacher, I just liven up the atmosphere. Nana, I think you can get in touch with Xiao Chen. Teacher, there are so many beauties around him, you are pushing me into the fire pit. Hehe. Nana, do you feel wronged? Think too much, people may not even like you. The young ladies around Xiao Chen are all very good. Sister Shui Binger is less than 17 years old, and her strength has reached the level of Soul King. The 4th soul ring is still 10,000 years old. That big-breasted girl Zhu Xuking is only 14 years old, and her strength has also reached the level of Soul King. The fourth soul ring is also 10,000 years old. Even Suo and Dugayan, the oldest among them, are less than 20 years old. They are all soul kings. Yu Hero, Ye Lingling, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui, Shen Liu and other girls are also soul kings. Their martial souls have been evolved by Xiao Chen using the creation pill. With their current qualifications, you can't compare. BBDong said a lot of things, asking Hulina to compare herself with Shui Binger and the others, so that this girl wouldn't be too proud. Teacher, I am also a soul king. Now I am almost level 56, and I am practicing the Xian Gong you gave me. I am not worse than them. Hulina was a little dissatisfied when she heard the teacher praising Shui Binger and the others. Hehe. Nana, the Xian Gong you are practicing now was also given to me by Xiao Chen. And the foundation building pill you took before was also given by Xiao Chen, otherwise you would be at most level 52 now. It's a pity that Xiao Chen doesn't have the fortune pill now, otherwise I would have to shamelessly ask Xiao Chen for 1 or 2 to help you evolve your martial soul. BBDong felt that her eldest disciple was a little ungrateful. Teacher, the magical Xian Gong was also given by him? Hulina was a little embarrassed when she heard BBDong say that, because she had taken so many benefits from that evildoer. However, she was thinking, after all, she is also the saintess of the spirit hall, with a noble status. Why does the teacher always push her away? Nana, I also hope that you can have a good future. If you don't like it, I won't force you. BBDong could see that this silly girl was proud of her noble status, just like Qian Renxue at the beginning. She also despised others for having a girlfriend, but now she took the initiative to get close to him. Teacher, there is a beautiful sister who is as gentle as water beside Brother Chen. It was she who helped me awaken my spirit. I remember that her spirit is blue silver grass, she is a titled Douluo, and she has a 100,000 year spirit ring. Zhu, that is Ziokin's protector. The 3 masters and apprentices were eating and chatting at the same time, and the scene was very warm. Tap tap tap. At this moment, the sound of high heels sounded, and Qian Renxue, who had returned to her female clothes, walked into the manor. I came at the right time. Nana, little apprentice sister, come and hug me. Qian Renxue saw that Hulina and her mother's little apprentice were also present, and immediately came over, hugged the 2 girls respectively, and kissed them. Senior sister. Hulina was flattered. She had never seen Qian Renxue like this before. In the past, this woman thought that she had taken away her mother's love and had no good eyes for her, but now she was so enthusiastic about her, which was too unexpected. Nana, sister was sorry for you before, please forgive me, okay? Qian Renxue used to be very envious and jealous of Hulina's favor from BBDong, and even had a little resentment. Now thinking back, she felt that she was quite ignorant, so she took the initiative to apologize to Hulina. Sister, you don't have to say that. Hulina was a little embarrassed, but she felt very sweet. Teacher, who is this sister? Jin Zhu didn't know Qian Renxue yet, and was suddenly hugged and kissed by a strange beauty, and her mind was confused. Zhu, this is my daughter, Qian Renxue. Seeing Qian Renxue showed up on her own initiative, BBDong had nothing to hide, so she had to introduce Qian Renxue's identity to her little apprentice. Hello, sister. Little Zhu immediately greeted Qian Renxue sweetly. Hello, little sister. Qian Renxue hugged the soft and cute little girl again and kissed her a few times. Since you are here, then eat with us, this is made by your 2 sisters. BBDong invited Qian Renxue to eat together. Needless to say, I must try the cooking skills of the 2 junior sisters. Senior sister, I will help you serve the food. Thank you Nana. So the 3-person dinner became a 4-person dinner. After dinner, BBDong lay in the bathtub, drinking fine wine and taking a rose bath, feeling extremely comfortable. Kaka, do you mind if I take a bath too? At this time, the bathroom door opened, and Qian Renxue walked in, regardless of whether BBDong agreed or not, then took off her clothes and went directly into the bathtub to take a bath together. Zioxue, you have changed a lot now. BBDong looked at her silly daughter with a happy face, and felt that this girl seemed to have encountered something great. Oh. What has changed? Has she become more beautiful? Qian Renxue looked at BBDong with a smile, thinking, could she have noticed something? You are not right. Tell me. What good thing happened to you? It makes you so excited. BBDong looked at you carefully and found that this silly girl became more feminine, with a rosy face and full of charm, which was completely different from what she saw in Tiandu city some time ago. I said, you are not allowed to be angry. Qian Renxue thought that it was better to tell the matter of the little guy in the secret room. After all, the little guy was the person BBDong cared about most now. It was not a big deal to keep it secret from her. Tell me. I'm listening. BBDong had a bad premonition in her heart. I just accidentally put Xiao Chen brother in the secret room. Qian Renxue came to show off in front of BBDong this time on purpose, wanting to show off her sense of accomplishment in front of her woman, and at the same time prepared to be spanked. Pa. When BBDong heard the word secret room, she was instantly furious, and even the wine glass in her hand fell directly into the water without knowing it. Swish. Qian Renxue. If I don't beat your ass to pieces today, I won't be called BBDong. BBDong dodged and grabbed Qian Renxue, then pressed the girl on her thigh, waved her jade hand, and slapped her ass. Pa 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 pa. You unreliable woman, how old are you? Don't you know what's going on? How dare you attack him? BBDong slapped Qian Renxue, remembering that Qian Sunji was also the secret room herself, and now his daughter is the secret room's own godson. Could this hobby be inherited? Thinking of this, BBDong became even angrier and hit harder. I like Xiao Chen brother, is that not okay? Besides, Xiao Chen brother saved you, which is equivalent to saving the entire Wuhan hall. Such a great favor, let me, as a daughter, repay him. Qian Renxue felt very amused at the moment. Seeing BBDong's angry look, she felt inexplicably refreshed. Although it was a bit sour to be spanked by BBDong, it was worth it to get what she wanted. Pa pa pa. You still said that. You did that to him after only meeting him 2 or 3 times. My dear sister, don't hit me anymore, or I'll break him. After enjoying a loving beating, Qian Renxue couldn't stand it anymore, so she immediately begged BBDong for mercy. Pa. You girl, how can you be so impatient? Have you told Shui Langzhen? After BBDong spanked Qian Renxue's butt dozens of times, the anger in her heart also subsided a lot, so she stopped. No. After you left, I secretly made an appointment with Xiao Chen at Qingfeng Tea House and tricked him into my secret room. Qian Renxue used her soul power to relieve the pain in her buttocks while talking about the little guy in her secret room. Anyway, she didn't care about anything now. But seeing BBDong's jealous look, she felt very refreshed. You are really good. You didn't even say hello to Shui Langzhen and her sister, and you killed the kid they raised. How can you explain to them later? Especially Shui Binger, she is the little guy's real girlfriend. BBDong gave Qian Renxue a charming look. She was helpless about the operation of this naive woman. When she first met the little guy, she used a sword to chop him, but now she took action so quickly. Don't be angry. Xiao Chen is my relative. It's good for us to be a family. I will talk to Binger and the others later. Hey. Forget it. You are really lucky. My dear sister, how can you say that? It should be a good thing for him, okay? Don't you feel sorry for me? You hit me instead. Hehe. Zhu, you are so old, thick-skinned, what's there for me to feel sorry for? He is almost half your age, and you treat him like that, it's really inappropriate. Okay. Don't be angry. I will take good care of him in the future. After playing with Qian Renxue for a while, BBDong's anger disappeared. Although she was a little jealous, she could accept it. Zhu, did you get hit? BBDong asked curiously. I shouldn't. I was safe those days. Hehe. No matter how careful you are, you can't prevent a thief in your own home. After listening to Qian Renxue's description, BBDong felt that this girl was like a pig, who had taken away her own cabbage, and she felt very uncomfortable. In fact, BBDong also knew that this girl would attack the little guy sooner or later, but when this happened so quickly, she felt a little lost, as if her good things were taken away by this girl. Zhu, don't let your grandfather know about this for the time being, otherwise those old guys who are conservative may force Xiao Chen to make some decisions, and I don't want him to suffer any grievances. Since you have made up your mind, you have to accept everything from him, including Binger and the others. BBDong warned Qian Renxue not to act like a big lady. I understand. Doesn't Xiao Chen have a god-level strongman, sister Na? How dare I show my superiority? Besides, Zhukin's fighting power is too strong, and I am no match for him alone. Qian Renxue whispered this, her face flushed instantly, thinking, with that demon's amazing strength, I wish he had a few more girlfriends. Ha ha ha. Zhu, it seems you are very self-aware. When BBDong heard Qian Renxue say this, she immediately felt that her worries were a bit redundant, and at the same time she praised the little guy in her heart. By the way, Zhu, have you seen that loser Yu Xiaogang? At this time, BBDong remembered that the fart master Yu Xiaogang had experienced a painful journey, and she didn't know what he looked like. Puff. That loser has changed a lot. When we met him on the official road before, he was wearing a red robe, with perfume on his body, rouge and powder on his face, pinching his orchid fingers, and walking timidly, almost making everyone laugh to death. Ha ha ha. Hearing Qian Renxue's description of Yu Xiaogang, BBDong burst into laughter like a demon queen. My dear sister, Yu Xiaogang has become like this, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect must be embarrassed. So what? Am I still afraid of that old immortal Yu Yuanzhen? If he dares to jump out and cause trouble, I will directly destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Before, Yu Xiaogang, that waste, took Tang Dachui's token and wanted to ask me for the twin martial spirit cultivation method to train Tang San. Tang San is a member of the Haoshan sect, so of course I can't give him the twin martial spirit cultivation method. After that, Yu Xiaogang got angry and clamored to destroy the spirit hall. He even exposed Zhukin's twin martial spirits and deliberately described Xiao Chen as a genius who looked down on everything. His purpose was to use me to get rid of Xiao Chen, but I exposed him on the spot. This is the first time I have seen such a shameless person. I didn't kill him because of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Yu Xiaogang has lost everything now, and he must hate you to death. Hate it if you want. I like to see him gritting his teeth, but he can't do anything to me. You and Xiao Chen are the nemesis of Yu Xiaogang and his apprentice. Xiao Chen tortured Tang San. In the last game of the promotion match, he shaved off his eyebrows and made him look bad in public. Now you tortured Tang San's teacher and destroyed his dignity. One is more cruel than the other. That's right. I am a big devil, Xiao Chen is a little devil, the two women chatted while taking a bath. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Zioxiu, you should go back. Your current identity is Prince Xueking He. You can't leave for too long. BBDong saw that it was getting late, so she reminded Qian Renxue that it was time to go back. Okay, I'll go back right away. Be careful, don't let it get out of hand. If the Tiandu royal knights find out, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, I've arranged it before. Qian Renxue stood up, hugged BBDong, then changed her clothes and left BBDong's manor happily. Chapter 203 Tang Dachui is going to be in trouble, 2 in 1. After taking a bath, BBDong called 2 good disciples and prepared to leave the Pope's palace. In order to conceal her identity, BBDong specially asked the palace guard knights for 3 sets of female armor to put on and cover herself. As for Qian Renxue, BBDong didn't want her to meet the other members of the Tianshui team for the time being, so she let her go back and continue to play the role of the prince of the Tiandu Empire. Teacher, it feels like we are thieves. Hulina looked at the 3 of them wearing the armor of the knights and covering their faces, and felt a little funny. Nana, I don't plan to let the people of Tiandu Empire know that I know Tianshui College for the time being. That would bring trouble to Ziogan's development of power. Teacher, Brother Chen won't join the Spirit Hall. Zhu, your brother Chen is a genius with ideals. He has many things to do. If he comes to the Spirit Hall, he will be restricted by many rules and regulations. I tell you, the Spirit Hall is not just controlled by me, but also by those old monsters in the worship hall. Once Xiao Chen comes, those old monsters will definitely focus on his various supernatural abilities and seek opportunities for their descendants. Xiao Chen will definitely be very annoyed by then, so I don't want him to be unhappy. So that's it. After the 3 of them finished packing, they played the patrol soldiers of the Spirit Hall and swaggered towards the hotel where Yaoyang Chen was staying. At the same time, in the hotel where the Tianshui team was staying, Yaoyang Chen was in the room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, using his spiritual sense to check the situation around the finals arena. In the original plot, the last few decisive battles of the finals were set in the square in front of the Pope's palace. Now that I have interfered, I don't know if BBDong has made any changes. Yaoyang Chen plans to find a room that can see the fighting spirit arena a few hundred meters away from the arena in the Pope's palace square, and use it as a sniper point. When the time comes, I will talk to BBDong and stay there. When Tang Dachui appears in front of everyone, I will directly use the Barrett sniper rifle to kill him. Yaoyang Chen had already replaced the Barrett Mk22 sniper rifle with the largest caliber barrel and armor-piercing explosive magazine when the preliminaries started. Everything is ready, just waiting for Tang Dachui to appear. Hey! This breath should be Tang Dachui. At this time, Yaoyang Chen's consciousness detected a powerful breath, which was sneaking through the streets and alleys of Wuhan City and coming to the place where the Tiandu Empire team lived. It's this spiritual power again, who is it? Tang Dachui, who was sneaking on the street, was hit by a spiritual power and was startled again. This powerful spiritual power was exactly the same as the one he encountered some time ago, so Tang Dachui immediately and quickly escaped into the darkness. Tang Dachui, today I will play a cat and mouse game with you. Feeling that Tang Dachui began to avoid his spiritual sense, Yaoyang Chen became playful and decided to scare Tang Dachui and continue to track Tang Dachui with his powerful spiritual sense. Here it comes again. Who is the super strong man? Could it be Qian Daoliu? After Tang Dachui left 100 meters away, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the powerful spiritual power caught up again, and he felt his scalp tingling, so he quickly escaped into the darkness again. Tang Dachui. Keep running. Yaoyang Chen's spirit refining art has been cultivated to the 5th level, and he can launch spiritual attacks. His mental power is even more powerful. Tang Hao thought he was being targeted by a super strong man, and he was scared and dodged repeatedly. The hotels arranged by the Spirit Hall for the teams of various colleges are all independent 3-story buildings, and each building is dozens of meters apart. There are all kinds of flowers and trees in the middle, and the environment is very beautiful. BBDong also specially sent the Spirit Hall Knights to form a team to patrol these areas at night, responsible for guarding the safety of the teams of various colleges, to show the sincere attitude of the Spirit Hall. From the Spirit Hall Knights, BBDong found the place where the Tianshui College team lived. The 3 of them came to the outside of the building like patrol soldiers. Buzz. BBDong released a powerful mental force so that Shui Langzhen and others could feel her breath. This breath. Shui Langzhen, Shui Lanyu, Solin, Yakalin, Yasuling, Tugubo and others were meditating in their respective rooms. Suddenly, they felt the arrival of a super strong man. They were shocked and walked out of the room to check the situation. Shui Langzhen, it's me. BBDong said in a low voice, then took off her helmet and walked in with 2 apprentices. Why are you here? And you brought 2 little girls with you. Come in quickly. Shui Langzhen looked at the peerless female pope, who was dressed as a patrol soldier at the moment, and felt very funny. I'm busy with work during the day, so it's not convenient to meet you. I can only come to see you at night. I'm also doing this to hide my tracks. BBDong smiled. We also know that you are busy with work, so we are embarrassed to disturb you. Shui Langzhen welcomed BBDong and her 3 apprentices into the living room and personally poured hot tea for them. Nana, Zhu, this is the dean of Tianshui College, a level 97 titled Douluo, and this is... BBDong introduced Shui Langzhen and others to her 2 apprentices, letting the 2 girls see the strength of Tianshui College. Junior Hulina meets several His Majesties. Junior Jin Zhu meets several His Majesties, sir. The 2 girls saw that Tianshui College actually had 6 titled Douluo, and immediately saluted respectfully to Shui Langzhen and his party. After learning that Shui Langzhen, Dugubo, and Yakalan were all titled Douluo above level 96, and Shui Lanyu, Solin, and Yesuling were all level 94, Hulina felt that the titled Douluo under her teacher could not compare. Good children, get up quickly. No need for this, salute. Shui Langzhen immediately helped the 2 little girls up. Pope, this little girl is the little genius that Xiao Chen recommended to you. It's only been 2 or 3 years since we last met, and now she has grown so beautiful. It seems that her soul power has reached the level of a great soul master. It's really not simple. Yakalan looked at Jin Zhu's current appearance. She has changed a lot. When she grows up, she will be a great beauty who will bring disaster to the country and the people. Big sister, I now have a soul power of level 23. Thank you for awakening my martial soul. Jin Zhu ran to Yakalan and bowed respectfully. Then keep working hard. Yakalan rubbed the little girl's head. She was the one who helped her awaken her martial spirit. She has grown up in the blink of an eye. Zhu's innate spirit power has reached level 9. With the pills Xiao Chen sent, she can practice well. BBDong plans to train this little girl and help manage the martial spirit hall with Hulina in the future. Your Highness, you are here. At this time, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, and a group of girls also came down from the 2nd floor and greeted BBDong. Wow! These sisters are so beautiful. Jin Zhu looked at Shui Binger and other young and lively beauties and couldn't help but marvel in her heart. It's worthy of being Tianshui College with so many beauties. Hulina thought she was also a beauty, but compared with Shui Binger and other beauties with their own merits, she felt that she had no advantage. Nana, we are young geniuses from the Imperial Academy, let's get to know each other. Yes, teacher. At BBDong's signal, Hulina immediately stepped forward and greeted Shui Binger and the others. These beauties were the proud daughters of heaven, so they naturally had to communicate well. Hello, my name is Hulina, my martial soul is Sky Fox, and I am a level 55 Soul King. Hello, Shui Binger, my martial soul is Ice Phoenix, and I am a level 55 Soul King. Shui Yuer. Shui Wu. Zhu Xuking. Ye Lingling. As the saint of the spirit hall, Hulina's strength is similar to that of Shui Binger and her group, and they have common topics, so she quickly became friends with the girls. Pope, your disciple is very strong. Just barely. Although Nana's soul power level is the same as Binger's, she is 3 or 4 years older than Binger. If they really compare, I guess she is not Binger's opponent. You are too kind. BBDong and Shui Langzhen are both strong women. Seeing that the successors they have trained are all excellent, the 2 women come to brag about each other. Teacher, where is Brother Chen? Jin Zhu came with the teacher this time specifically to see the big brother and thank him for his help in the past, but after looking around, she didn't find anyone. Before going to bed, I saw Xiao Chen meditating in the room. I guess he hasn't woken up yet. I'll wake him up and let him come to see you. After Shui Binger finished speaking, she immediately got up and ran to the 3rd floor. Binger, don't disturb him. I feel a strong mental fluctuation coming from Ziokin's room. He should be practicing mental power. At this time, BBDong stopped Shui Binger and told her not to disturb the little guy. I'll go and see. BBDong always felt that Yaoyang Chen's soul seemed to be not in the room at the moment, so she stood up and walked towards the 3rd floor. Teacher, can I go to see Brother Chen? Jin Zhu asked. Hulina also wanted to go and see, purely out of curiosity about what the monster looked like. Okay. BBDong smiled, and then asked the 2 girls to follow. Sisters, there is a charming aura on that saint, I feel that women can be bewitched by her. This woman is a vixen, too charming. Swu, Yu Hero, and others were also amazed at Hulina's strength. If it weren't for Yaoyang Chen's help, they would not be able to compare with Hulina. Her martial soul is a Sky Fox, she should be a control-type soul master, and she is mainly based on mental power. Shui Binger is very smart and quickly judged Hulina's cultivation path. Hulina has charming skills, and I have them too. Shui Yuer said she was not convinced and would definitely compete with the other party. I think Yuer's charm skills should not be a match for Hulina. Soul masters with martial spirits like the Sky Fox are best at charm. Ye Lingling expressed her opinion at this time. Lingling's analysis is good. Yuer, don't think that you have a little strength and you are so proud. There are always stronger people among the strong, and there are always higher mountains. Shui Binger reminded her sister not to be proud. When BBDong came to Yaoyang Chen's room and turned on the light, she found that this guy was sitting motionless on the bed, and powerful mental fluctuations were constantly spreading from him. Brother Chen. Jin Zaihu saw Yaoyang Chen's handsome face and recognized him at a glance, and immediately exclaimed. SHH. Zaihu, don't make a sound. Let's not get close to him. BBDong covered the little girl's mouth, then took the two girls and stood quietly at the door waiting. Is this the evildoer? He looks so handsome. Hu Lai when Hulina saw Yaoyang Chen, she exclaimed in her heart. This guy was completely in line with her aesthetic point and much more handsome than her brother. Hulina is a face control, she likes handsome guys, especially when she sees this kind of handsome guy, she is even more impressed and her heart is moved. Teacher, he is a bit similar to the little boy I met in the Soul Hunter town 8 years ago. Hulina used her soul power to force the sound into a line and transmitted it to BBDong. Nana, that little boy back then was Xiao Chen. Seeing Hulina's face blushing at this moment, BBDong knew that this girl had a good first impression of Xiao Chen. Senior sister, you blush. Jin Zaihu quietly teased Hulina, thinking, I used to dislike Brother Chen for having a girlfriend, but now you are blushing like a bubble teapot? Is Xiao Chen still awake? At this time, Yaoyang also came to the door of Yaoyang Chen and saw that the guy was like a statue, completely motionless. No. Ziokin's soul has left his body and is no longer in the room. Yaoyang used her soul to communicate with Yaoyang Chen, but found that there was no response, so she knew that this little guy must be playing some tricks again. At this moment, Yaoyang Chen's consciousness was chasing Tang Hao, and he was having fun, so he didn't pay any attention to BBDong coming to him. Besides, there were Shui Langzhen and her group protecting the hotel, so there was no need to worry about safety issues, so she didn't care. Kaylin, tell me. What happened to Ziokin's soul leaving his body? BBDong asked curiously. When Xiao Chen was in Tianshui College, he practiced his spiritual power once, and his soul left his body and floated directly to a height of several thousand meters after that. His soul was pulled into a strange space by the goddess of life. That was the time when he passed the divine test, and you all know what happened afterwards. Yaoyang slowly told BBDong about Yaoyang Chen's magical experience when he passed the divine test. Soul floats thousands of meters high? This little guy's soul is so powerful. BBDong thought her soul was already very powerful, but she felt that it seemed a little weak compared to Yaoyang Chen. I really don't know how this little guy did it. Buzz. Just at this moment, Yaoyang Chen woke up and found BBDong and Yaoyang standing at the door of the room, and there were two strange beauties, one big and one small. Godmother, you are here. Yaoyang Chen greeted BBDong. I didn't expect that this woman would wear armor, dress up as a female knight, and secretly come to see me late at night. It's really interesting. It's not easy to see you during the day, so I can only come at night. BBDong came over and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head. She remembered that Qian Renxue took the little guy into the secret room and then tortured him. She couldn't help showing an ant-like smile on her face. Brother Chen. Jin Zaihu came over hopping and looked at Yaoyang Chen with little stars in her eyes. You are the little girl we met in Emperor Soul Village. Seeing that Jin Zaihu has grown up, Yaoyang Chen was surprised. Yes. Thank you Brother Chen for your help. Jin Zaihu smiled sweetly, feeling very happy. Don't worry, you should continue to work hard in the future. Strive to become a titled Douluo one day. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand indifferently, and then encouraged the little girl. Brother Chen, I will work hard. The little girl waved her fist, indicating that she must become a titled Douluo. Are you Yaoyang Chen? Hulina came over and looked at this handsome boy, feeling very excited. I saw you when I was 6 years old. There were 2 people around you at that time, one was red-haired and the other was grey-haired. Yaoyang Chen looked at this beautiful woman with a charming face and knew that she was the little fox Hulina. Puff. BBDong, Yaoyang, and Jin Zaihu were amused by Yaoyang Chen's words. That's my brother and Yan, my partners, but in your eyes they've become red hair and grey hair. Hulina didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard Yaoyang Chen say that. I don't know Xiaowu and Yan, and they're red hair and grey hair, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yaoyang Chen spread his hands, indicating that this was the truth. Nana, don't worry about it. Xiao Chen, where did your soul go just now? BBDong asked, thinking, could this little guy be using his mental power to investigate the worship hall? I just used my mental power to investigate that Tang Hao had sneaked into Wuhan city. When he was locked by my mental power, he was scared and thought I was some super strong man. Then I played cat and mouse with him for a while, and then he might have been scared, and now he's out of Wuhan city. Xiao Chen, Tang Hao is a hidden danger, we have to get rid of him. Hearing Yaoyang Chen say that Tang Hao had sneaked into Wuhan city again, Yaoyang was a little worried. Who is Tang Hao? Hulina asked curiously. It's Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. But he doesn't deserve the title of Haoshan Douluo. He is now called Hammer Douluo. I gave him this title, and he accepted it himself. Hammer Douluo? Tang Hao? Tang Hao? Hulina listened to Yaoyang Chen's words and felt that her brain was confused. Xiao Chen, what are your plans? BBDong asked. If the little guy wanted to get rid of Tang Hao now, she had to help him with all her strength. Godmother, where is the finals arena? Yaoyang Chen remembered that there were 2 arenas in the finals in the original plot. I don't know if there are any changes now. The elimination round of the finals will be held in the Wuhan City Great Fighting Soul Arena, and the last few finals will be held in the Pope Palace Square. Xiao Chen, how? BBDong slowly told the location of the finals. She didn't know what Yaoyang Chen's plan was. Then please help me arrange a room a few hundred meters away from the Pope's Palace Square. I will live there to facilitate the implementation of my plan. I have communicated with the goddess of life. Her husband, the god of destruction, gave me a magic weapon for self-defense. Also, arrange some rookie teams for the Shrek team and let them enter the final decisive battle. I will implement my plan in the last game of the finals. Tang Hao will definitely show up, and then I will use the magic weapon to destroy him. Yaoyang Chen told BBDong about his plan and used the 2 gods of life and destruction to cover it. In this way, his Barrett sniper rifle can be said to be a magic weapon. In fact, in a sense, the Barrett sniper rifle is a magic weapon in the Douluo world, and it can even be said to be a super magic weapon. Xiao Chen, what is the magic weapon? Show us. BBDong and Yaoyang were extremely surprised to hear Yaoyang Chen's plan. They didn't expect that this little guy actually got a magic weapon. Hulina and Jin Zaihuzu were petrified at this moment, especially Hulina. She had wanted to have a good fight with Yaoyang Chen in the finals arena before, but she didn't expect that this guy's target was actually Hammer Douluo Tang Hao. At this moment, Hulina felt that she was a million miles away from this monster, and was not at the same level at all. Buzz. Yaoyang Chen moved his mind, and the Barrett Mk22 sniper rifle appeared in his hand. This is the self-defense magic weapon gun given to me by the god of destruction. It can attack the enemy from 2 or 3 kilometers away. I guess the titled Douluo can't withstand a shot. As for whether the extreme Douluo can withstand it, we have to try it to know, but I guess it may not be able to withstand it. Yaoyang Chen said the Barrett sniper rifle was a divine weapon. They didn't know anyway, so there was nothing wrong with it. This is a divine weapon. BBDong and Yaoyang were stunned, especially when they heard Yaoyang Chen say that he could easily kill a titled Douluo from 2 or 3 kilometers away. They were extremely shocked. With such a divine weapon, he could walk sideways. Buzz. Godmother, remember to help me find a room near the Pope's Palace Square. Yaoyang Chen moved his mind and put the sniper rifle back into the game space. Xiao Chen, you will live in my residence from now on. It is only about 400 meters away from the square. Everything on the Pope's Palace Square can be seen clearly. BBDong decided to take the little guy back to her residence, so that she could protect him more easily. Xiao Chen, I'll go with you. As a bodyguard, Yaoyang was worried about the little guy being alone with BBDong, so she planned to go along. Yaoyang, are you worried that I can't protect Xiao Chen? BBDong tilted her head and looked at Yaoyang. She knew what this woman was worried about. One more person means one more insurance. I am Xiaokin's protector, so I have to protect him at all times. Okay. Then let's go together. Yaoyang insisted on following, and BBDong was of course happy to do so. After all, this woman is now a 96 level titled Douluo. In addition, she also knows the 10,000 leaves flying flower flow and the ice and fire palm, and her combat power is very strong. Several people immediately went downstairs to discuss with Shui Langzhen and her group. After seeing the artifacts displayed by Yaoyang Chen and the plan against Tang Hao, Shui Langzhen and her sister agreed. Sister. Xiao Chen has moved into the residence of the Pope. Will anything happen? Shui Yuer asked Shui Bing'er quietly. Yuer, can you be serious? Xiao Chen wants to implement this plan now, we have to support him. Besides, Sister Yaoyang is still with him, what can go wrong? Shui Bing'er rolled her eyes at Shui Yuer and thought, we 2 sisters have already practiced with that little guy, what else is there to worry about? BBDong took Yaoyang Chen, Yaoyang and her 2 disciples back to her residence. Xiao Chen, what do you think of my place? BBDong wanted to take the little guy to her side a long time ago, but it was not realized until today. At this moment, she was very happy. It's very beautiful. Looking at BBDong's beautiful manner, Yaoyang Chen knew that this woman had good taste. Pope, your place is really beautiful. Yaoyang looked at the manor, which was almost like a garden with lakes, bridges and streams, which was beautiful. At the same time, she also sighed that this woman enjoyed life. As long as you like it, you should come to accompany me often in the future, otherwise I will be too lonely alone. BBDong really hopes that the little guy can live here for a long time, so that she will not be lonely. Godmother, don't worry. We will definitely come to accompany you in the future, as long as you don't find us annoying. Yaoyang Chen also knew that this woman had lived alone for 20 to 30 years before, without anyone to talk to, and was very afraid of loneliness. I am so happy that you can come, how can I be annoyed? BBDong smiled. Teacher, we often come to accompany you too. Hulina and Jin Zaihuzu whispered beside them. The 2 sisters felt that their teacher was a little partial. You 2 still have to study and practice, how can you have time to accompany me often? BBDong said with a smile, thinking, you are far inferior to my godson. He is smart and can help me solve all problems, but you 2 girls make me worry about everything. Chapter 204 The appearance of the peerless female pope. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, before dawn, BBDong got up and prepared breakfast for Yaoyang Chen. Now that the little guy lives in his own manner, he must take care of his daily life. Seeing this, Yaoyang also got up immediately to wash up, and then helped BBDong to make breakfast. Yaoyang, you are a guest. How can I let you do it when you come to my place? Pope, there is no need to be polite between us. Taking care of Xiaogan's life is also my job. Okay then. The two girls were busy and chatting at the same time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Yaoyang Chen also got up. After washing up, he opened the window and looked at the surrounding terrain to find a sniper location. Yaoyang Chen used a telescope to observe that there was a huge angel statue in the distance ahead, with a stand in front and a huge square below. The final stage of the finals should be there. And now the place where he lives is just on the west side of the Pope's palace, 500 or 600 meters away from the square. The whole square is in full view, which is very suitable for ambush. Xiao Chen, what are you looking at? At this time, BBDong opened Yaoyang Chen's door and saw this guy standing by the window, looking quietly in the distance, very curious. Observing the terrain, it will be convenient to fight Tang Hao when the time comes. Yaoyang Chen was thinking that after the last final, he had to find an excuse to quickly return here to facilitate the ambush. However, with BBDong's cooperation, it was also very easy to complete this task. Hehe. Tang Hao was targeted by the little devil of mysterious sand, which is bad luck for him. When BBDong heard about beating Tang Hao, she was in a very good mood, so she came over and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head. This little guy's style of doing things was just what she wanted. Have breakfast first. At 10 o'clock this morning, the opening ceremony of the finals will be held in the Wuhan field. There will be several more games later. I also plan to invite Binger and other girls to perform dance to liven up the opening ceremony. Xiao Chen, what do you think? BBDong really wanted to see the girls of the Tianshui team dancing. After all, that kind of beautiful dance made even she want to dance with them. Godmother. If you like to watch, I will arrange for them to dance a song to cheer for the finals. Xiao Chen, then I will give them 10,000 yuan each for appearance fee, what do you think? No need to pay, I sold some of Tang San's skills to Ning Fengzi some time ago and got 20 million gold soul coins. We are not short of money now. Besides, what else do I need to pay for a dance for you? Hehe. You are really good at making money. But selling Xiantiangong to Ning Fengzi, will it be bad? In this way, the strength of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be enhanced. Don't worry. I didn't sell Xiantiangong and the production methods of those hidden weapons, but only sold those skills in fists and feet. Anyway, we can do what they know, and we can do what they can't do, so don't worry about anything. Yet. So that's the case. It's okay then. After listening to Yaoyang Chen's words, BBDong suddenly felt that her worries were a bit redundant, so she excitedly took the little guy to have breakfast. After breakfast, BBDong put on some light makeup, then changed into the Pope's dress, ready to appear at the opening ceremony. If it were in the past, BBDong would not have appeared in the Wuhan Hall's Great Fighting Soul Arena, but now it is different. Yaoyang Chen is going to play in the game, and she must support him. Xiao Chen, Kailin, what do you think of my outfit? BBDong walked out of the room, walked into the living room with lotus steps, and asked the two with a smile, and turned around lightly to show off her beauty. Wow, godmother! You are so beautiful in this outfit, worthy of being the peerless female pope. Looking at BBDong's outfit at this moment, Yaoyang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. BBDong now wears a purple crown and a silver purple dress, dotted with purple gems, which perfectly sets off her curvy figure. She also holds a silver scepter inlaid with gems in her hand, just like a noble queen. She has a perfect temperament. She is worthy of being one of the most beautiful women in Douluo continent. Xiao Chen is right. You are now a peerless queen. Yaoyang looked at BBDong at this moment and couldn't help but admire her. Hehe. You two just like to say nice things to coax me. How can it be as good as you say? BBDong smiled modestly, but she was very happy in her heart. For a woman, it is very pleasant to be praised for her beauty. We are not lying. You have always been the most beautiful woman in the entire continent, and now you are even more beautiful. Yaoyang and Yaoyang Chen understood, so they praised BBDong fiercely. Okay. Stop praising me. If you keep praising me, I'll feel proud. BBDong was so happy to be praised by the two people in front of her as the most beautiful woman in the whole continent. Come with me to the Pope's palace. BBDong smiled and led the two people to the Pope's palace. Godmother, when you come on stage later, remember to make the scene bigger. For example, you can do this to show your beauty as the Pope, blind the eyes of the world, and let the old guys in the worship hall see that you are the most charming person in the spirit hall. Yaoyang Chen suggested to BBDong, appear in the Great Soul Fighting Arena in the most high-profile way, so that it will be impressive. Okay. I'll listen to you, I will definitely make the scene bigger. BBDong knew that the little guy was helping her establish her prestige, so that she could take full charge of the entire spirit hall in the future, so she had to perform well. After arriving at the Pope's hall, BBDong asked the palace guard knights to summon Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, Hulina, Xiaowu, Yan of the Golden Team, and Ling Yuan Douluo. BBDong also planned to let Ling Yuan and Yaoyang escort Yaoyang Chen back to meet up with Shui Binger and the others. Xiao Chen, I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. You've grown more handsome. At this time, Ling Yuan took the lead in entering the Pope's hall. Seeing Yaoyang Chen become more handsome, she couldn't help but praise him. Auntie Ling Yuan, you've become more beautiful too. It's impolite not to reciprocate, so Yaoyang Chen also praised Ling Yuan. It must be said that the beauty of this female Douluo is second only to BBDong. She seems to be more beautiful than when they met 2 years ago, and her figure is even more hot. Hehe. Xiao Chen, you have a really sweet mouth, I like it. Faced with Yaoyang Chen's praise, Ling Yuan was very happy, so she quickly walked over, gave this guy a hug, and kissed him on the face. Ling Yuan likes Yaoyang Chen very much. This little guy gave her 10 Yahua pills 2 years ago, which made her look at least 10 years younger. Now she rarely uses cosmetics. Ling Yuan, you and Cai Lan will escort Xiao Chen back to the Tianshui team. Take the small road and remember to wear a veil. Seeing Ling Yuan hug her godson and kiss him as soon as she came, BBDong was also helpless, so she directly ordered this woman to be Yaoyang Chen's bodyguard. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. Ling Yuan had no objection to BBDong's order, and she was naturally happy to protect the little guy Yaoyang Chen. Hello, my name is Ling Yuan, a level 94 titled Douluo. Ling Yuan took the initiative to greet Yaoyang. Hello, Yaoyang, a level 96 titled Douluo. Level 96? You are awesome. Thank you. Both of them are female Douluos. After getting to know each other, they also admired each other, so they started chatting. After a while, Guizhu and Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yan from the Spirit Hall's gold team also came to the Pope's hall. When Guizhu Douluo saw Yaoyang, he was immediately distracted, and he had a question in his mind, could it be that the woman was resurrected? Guizhu and Qian Renxue had followed them to hunt down the Blue-Silver Emperor, and had seen each other's appearance. Seeing that Yaoyang was a bit similar to the Blue-Silver Emperor back then, they thought that the Soul Beast woman was resurrected. When Xiaowu and Yan saw Yaoyang Chen, they were also shocked, thinking, this guy should be the peerless evildoer that Nana mentioned. Greetings, His Holiness the Pope. With puzzled thoughts, several people bowed to BBDong first. Hulina was no exception at this moment. In public, she also had to bow to BBDong. Get up. I asked you to come here today because I have something to announce. Ghost, you go to the Great Fighting Soul Arena immediately and inform Bishop Chris to arrange some weak teams first when drawing lots for the Shrek team. In addition, the Spirit Hall Gold team will also start from the elimination round and communicate with the major teams. But you are not allowed to kill people with heavy hands, especially Xiaowu. If you kill people in the Soul Master competition, it will damage the image of our Spirit Hall. Facing BBDong's announcement, Guizhu, Xiaowu, and Yan were still a little confused. Arranging weak teams for the Shrek team, wouldn't that guarantee them to enter the finals? Your Holiness the Pope, I'll do it right away. After receiving BBDong's instructions, Ghost Douluo left the Pope's hall without asking anything and rushed to the Great Fighting Soul Arena in Spirit City to arrange work. Your Excellency the Pope, why do you want to arrange a weak team for the Shrek team? Isn't that sending them to the final? Xiaowu didn't understand. This was not the style of the Spirit Hall. This is what Xiao Chen meant. He wants to play against the Shrek team in the last game of the finals to implement a plan, and then lure out Hammer Douluo Tang Hao to play, so that he has a chance to beat Tang Hao. Beat Tang Hao. After hearing BBDong's plan of Yaoyang Chen, Zhu Douluo, Ling Yuan, Xiaowu and Yan took a breath of cold air. This was too much. Xiaowu and Yan felt that everyone participated in the Soul Master competition for the championship of the Soul Master competition, but Yaoyang Chen, this monster, wanted to beat title Douluo Tang Hao, and they were not on the same level at all. Then we can't win the championship this time. As the gold team of the Spirit Hall, Xiaowu and Yan felt that they couldn't win the championship for the Spirit Hall, which was a bit regretful, especially since they couldn't get 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, which was even more regrettable. Hulina didn't say anything, after all, she had already accepted this reality. Nana, Ziyu, Yan, in fact, as long as Xiao Chen is willing, he can destroy the 3 of you alone. No. He should be able to destroy the entire Spirit Hall Gold team. Even if Nana and Ziyu use the Spirit Fusion technique, they are no match for Xiao Chen. So, don't even think about winning the championship of this competition, and don't think about winning any glory for the Spirit Hall, because it's not necessary at all. BBDong smiled and looked at the 3 members of the gold team. Although these 3 people are the best generation of the Spirit Hall, they are still very powerful. Comparing with Yaoyang Chen, it was found that there was no comparison. May I ask what is Mr. Yi's current strength? Xiaowu felt that the Pope exaggerated Yaoyang Chen. He was a combative man and felt a little unconvinced. Level 59 peak, about to enter level 60. If you want to fight me, you will see it on the field. Yaoyang Chen said calmly, knowing that this grey-haired Xiaowu could not win the championship, and he must be unconvinced in his heart. Since he is unconvinced, I will fight until you are convinced. Level 59? Aren't you level 55? The 3 of them had heard from the Tiandu competition area before that this guy was only level 55. How come he has reached level 59 in a blink of an eye? Of course I am afraid of scaring others, so I collected some soul power when testing the soul power level. Everyone, I will go back to meet the team first, see you later. Yaoyang Chen said goodbye to BBDong and his group, and then left the Pope's palace. Okay. Xiao Chen, see you at the opening ceremony later. Cai Lan, Ling Yuan, protect him well, be careful. BBDong told the two girls to be careful. Although the spirit hall was their territory, they still dared not be careless, especially since Tang Hao was still hiding in a dark corner, so they had to be more careful. Yes, Cai Lan and Ling Yuan immediately understood and took out the veil, put it on their faces, and then followed Yaoyang Chen to leave the Pope's hall. This Mr. Ye is too evil. Isn't it? I heard that he is only 14 years old and has reached level 59. How did he practice? Xiaowu and Yan felt that they were quite bad at the moment. They were already in their 20s and were only a low-level soul king. Compared with others, they were nothing. Your Majesty, the blue-haired woman next to Mr. Ye feels a bit familiar. Zhu Douluo was very curious about Ye Cai Lan's identity. Yuegwen, the reason why you feel a familiar breath is because Kailan's martial soul is also Blue-Silver Emperor, but she is not the woman you think. Kailan is now a 96 level titled Douluo, titled Blue-Silver Douluo. BBDong did not say that Ye Kailan was the reincarnation of Blue-Silver Emperor to avoid unnecessary trouble. His 96 level title Douluo? This is too powerful. When they heard that the stunning woman next to Yaoyang Chen was actually a 96 level title Douluo, Zhu Douluo, Yan, and Xiaowu were stunned. Okay, it's almost time, we should also prepare. BBDong ordered Zhu Douluo and the Golden Team to make preparations and make a high-profile appearance in the Great Soul Fighting Arena. After Yaoyang Chen and Ye Kailan left the Pope's palace, accompanied by Ling Yuan Douluo, they crossed several small alleys and rushed to the place where the Tianshui team lived. Along the way, Yaoyang Chen used his powerful mental power from time to time to investigate everything within a radius of 1 kilometer. Half an hour later, the three finally arrived at the place where the Tianshui team lived. We were just talking, and in the blink of an eye, you are here. At this moment, everyone in the Tianshui team was drinking tea and chatting in the living room. They were surprised to see Yaoyang Chen coming back so early. Ling Yuan Douluo, please send Xiao Chen back. Shui Langzhen hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea for Ling Yuan. Dean Shui, you're welcome. Ling Yuan smiled. Looking at the little beauties of the Tianshui team, Ling Yuan felt dizzy at the moment. It's almost time, we should set off to attend the opening ceremony. Sister Binger, the Pope will ask you to dance at the opening ceremony later, is that okay? Yaoyang Chen told Shui Binger and his group about this matter so that everyone could be prepared. Xiao Chen, it's no problem, you can help us arrange it. Shui Binger, Shui Wu and others were very happy when they heard that they could dance again. Everyone, please follow us. All the teams from various colleges have gathered. The Knights of the Spirit Hall walked in front to lead the participating teams from the two empires to the great fighting soul arena of the Spirit City. So many handsome men and beautiful women. Wherever the team passed, the people of the Spirit City stopped to watch, and exclaimed from time to time. The great fighting soul arena of the Spirit City is also the largest and most luxurious fighting soul arena in the entire continent. It can accommodate 100,000 spectators. At this moment, countless people have gathered, like ants, everywhere. Wow! Here they come. When the participating teams entered the great fighting soul arena, 100,000 spectators cheered like a tsunami. BBDong had already ordered that ordinary civilians be allowed to watch the Soul Master competition. This also led to a large number of people pouring into the great soul arena. 100,000 tickets were sold out directly. Those who couldn't buy tickets could only sigh. The organizers launched standing tickets. Even so, tens of thousands of spectators still gathered outside the great soul arena square. In the end, the organizers still used the Tiandu competition area method to build several huge crystal projectors on the wall of the Soul Arena for the convenience of everyone to watch, and only charged half the ticket price. Wow! Look, the Pope is here too. Really? The Pope is here too. Wow! It's really the Pope. At this time, people cheered from the street ahead. Tap tap tap. I saw a huge open carriage, pulled by 8 horses, slowly coming. Pope BBDong was like a peerless queen, sitting on a tall throne, with the 2 generals of Hung and Ha standing behind her and Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo standing in front of her, and the 11 members of the Spirit Hall Gold team standing in front of her. There was a team of 50 people behind the carriage, consisting of 10 red horses the cardinal and 40 golden knights rode on fine horses to guard BBDong. The scene was extremely cool. Your Holiness, Your Holiness. At this moment, the citizens of Wuhan City went crazy. They stood on both sides of the street, kneeling to greet them, and cheered. All stand up. My subjects. BBDong looked at the citizens kneeling to greet her, and immediately stood up, smiling and announcing that everyone should stand up. At this moment, she was really a peerless queen, and her temperament was perfectly controlled by her. Thank you, Your Majesty, long live Your Majesty. At this moment, these citizens were all impressed by BBDong's aura, and they all called her Your Majesty. Amid the cheers of the citizens, BBDong entered the great fighting soul arena in a high-profile manner. Welcome to the final stage. Please welcome our Pope. When BBDong entered the fighting arena surrounded by the crowd, the host immediately used the Soul Guide loudspeaker to announce the arrival of the Pope to all the audience in the fighting arena. Meet the Pope. When the hundreds of thousands of audiences in the fighting arena saw Pope BBDong coming, they immediately knelt down to greet him. Stand up. BBDong waved her jade hand and announced that everyone should stand up. Then, surrounded by Guizhu and the knights, she ascended the highest VIP seat in the fighting arena. Godmother, it's okay. Your appearance just now was so cool. Everyone regarded you as a real peerless queen. Countless girls saw you and their eyes were full of stars. As soon as BBDong sat down, she heard Yaoyang Chen's voice in her mind. Xiao Chen, thank you. BBDong looked into the distance and saw the little guy closing his eyes and communicating with her through his soul, which immediately made her feel good. She smiled charmingly and immediately communicated with Yaoyang Chen through her soul. What is BBDong doing? Some people in the worship hall were buzzing when they saw BBDong appear in such a high-profile way. What are you doing? Zhu Xuking, played by Qian Renxue, didn't know what BBDong was doing. Uncle Jian, it seems that BBDong has great ambitions. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo looked at each other and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Yu Xiaogang looked at the radiant BBDong, and was so jealous that he was unrecognizable and extremely ferocious. BBDong, are you going to be the queen? You are really overestimating yourself. Humph. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang shouted in his heart with helplessness and rage. His eunuch face became extremely pale because of hatred, without a trace of blood. BBDong, you harmed my teacher. One day, I will avenge my teacher and destroy the spirit hall. Tang San was also very angry. He swore in his heart that he must destroy the spirit hall. Chapter 205 Yu Xiaogang was so angry that he vomited blood. The arrival of Pope BBDong also brought the atmosphere of the entire Duhan arena to a climax. Now, please invite the 33 participating teams to enter the center of the Duhan arena. At this time, the host received BBDong's instructions and announced that all the teams participating in the finals would enter the arena. The young spirit masters who can participate in the finals are all geniuses. BBDong decided to meet them in person to leave a good impression on these young spirit masters. As for whether she can subdue some young spirit masters, she will see them first. This Soul Master competition is the most grand one in history, and the finals are of extraordinary significance, so BBDong directly asked a cardinal to host the entire finals. This person is called Chris, a soul saint with a flying spirit, and his strength has reached level 76. The first to appear is the Spirit Hall Gold Team. The Gold Team is led by 3 geniuses of our Spirit Hall who have won the Purple Record Medal, namely Xiaowu, Yan, and Hulina. The remaining players are Zhongping, Li Kai, Su Yu. For the sake of fairness in this competition, our great Pope will withdraw the Gold Team's guaranteed admission quota and let the players start from the promotion match of the finals and compete with major teams. Applause welcomes them. As Chris's voice sounded, Hulina, Xiaowu, Yan, Zhongping, Li Kai, Su Yu, Sun Chuantao and 4 substitute players walked into the fighting spirit field with their heads held high. The Spirit Hall team actually gave up the admission quota and had to play with the remaining 32 teams. I have to say that His Holiness the Pope's decision this time is very fair. The players of the major teams were extremely surprised when they heard the news this time. What is Pope BBDong doing? Some senior officials of the Tiandu royal family and the Zingluo royal family were also puzzled by BBDong's decision. This is not like the style of the Spirit Hall. Since BBDong was cured by Yaoyang Chen, she is no longer the cold-blooded and ruthless Pope. She is a peerless empress with a dazzling light all over her body. She is so dazzling that Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and others are not used to it. Even the people in the worship hall can't understand the current BBDong. Sometimes they even think that this BBDong is fake. Spirit Hall Team Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall will win. All members of the Gold Team have cultivations above Soul Sect, and Xiaowu, Hulina and Yan have even reached the Soul King level. As soon as they appeared on the stage, they immediately attracted the cheers of countless people in Spirit City, and some people even shouted the slogan that the Spirit Hall team will win, which made Hulina, Xiaowu and Yan laugh and cry. They thought, with Yaoyang Chen, that monster, here, how can we win the championship? We are just acting with him. Next they are the teams of the 2 empires, they are Star Luo Royal Academy Team, Tiandu Royal Team 1, Tiandu Shrek Team, Kamikaze Team, Blazing Team. Chris also announced the appearance of the team members from the 2 empires and major principalities, and when introducing each team, he introduced the names of the team members to give everyone face. Dear guests, the much anticipated Tianshui team is here. This year's Tianshui team has broken the rules. The team members are no longer limited to water-type soul masters. There is also a male student. He is the most outstanding evil genius of today's young generation, young master Yaoyang Chen. Team Tianshui can be said to be the best team this time. It is stronger than our golden team of Wuhan Palace. Captain Shui Binger is already a level 55 soul king at a young age. The remaining team members Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Duguyan, Ye Lingling, Zhu Xuking, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui, and Shen Liuyu are all the most outstanding women of the current generation. His Majesty the Pope has commented that these female members of the Tianshui team all have titles. Luo's Hizi, given a little time, they will definitely become world-famous female Douluo. A round of applause to all members of Team Tianshui. According to BBDong's instructions, Chris deliberately arranged the Tianshui team at the end, allowing Yaoyang Chen and his team to make the final appearance, grandly introducing the team members, and giving Tianshui college face. Team Tianshui, Team Tianshui. Yaoyang Chen, Shui Binger and his entourage appeared on the stage, which immediately aroused cheers from all the audience. Even some of the audience who had previously supported the Wuhandian Golden Team also waved flags and cheers for the Tianshui team. Ba bang bang. When the Tianshui team entered the arena, the Wuhandian team was the first to applaud. When other teams saw this, they also applauded immediately. Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wu, Hua Washuan and others felt that their reaction was too slow, and they wanted to smash their hands. Everyone, it doesn't need to be so grand, right? Yaoyang Chen was speechless as he watched these teams applaud his team one after another, making himself look like a big leader. Mr. Yat, your Tianshui team is the strongest among all participating teams. We admire you very much. Hu Lina said with a smile, this monster is the teacher's godson, so of course she has to show it. Team Tianshui is so eye-catching. A handsome guy and a group of goddess-level beauties are the center of attention wherever they go, and everyone likes them. However, there are also people who don't like Team Tianshui, such as Ning Fengzi and Davis, as well as Team Shrek's Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai joined Tianshui Academy because of Zhu Xuking, and Ma Hongjun was jealous. Yaoyang Chen can get along with so many beauties. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang saw that the better the Tianshui team was, the more uncomfortable the master and the disciple felt, because both of them had been humiliated by Yaoyang Chen. At this moment, the master and the disciple were beyond recognition with jealousy, and their faces were extremely gloomy. Now, I would like to ask His Majesty the Pope to deliver a speech for the finals. Host Chris flew to BBDong and handed over the soul-guiding loudspeaker with both hands. Your Majesty the Pope, long live Your Majesty the Pope. Following the announcement by host Chris, countless viewers frantically waved and cheered for BBDong. The sound was like a tsunami, rising higher and higher. BBDong stood up, took the soul guide loudspeaker, suppressed the cheers of the crowd, and delivered a speech for the opening of the finals. I announce that the finals have officially begun. After BBDong said this, she flew directly, like a peerless fairy, and slowly floated to the center of the ring, looking at all the students from the participating teams with a smile. See Your Majesty the Pope. BBDong arrived at the soul fighting arena, and members of all the major teams knelt on the ground, clasping their fists with their hands, and saluted this extremely youthful female pope. Davis and Zhu Xuking were members of the Luo Empire's royal family. They did not kneel half kneeling, but they still put their right hands on their chests and bowed their heads to salute BBDong. This was a sign of respect for a powerful titled Douluo. Xiao Chen, I've wronged you a little. BBDong felt a little sorry when she saw that Yaoyang Chen was also saluting her at this moment, so she used her soul power to force the sound into a line and transmitted it to the little guy's ears to express her apology. Godmother. Don't worry, this is the moment for you to show your charm. Of course I have to cheer you up. Besides, I am a junior, so it is normal for me to salute you. Yaoyang Chen directly used his soul to transmit messages to BBDong. At this time, he must give her face. Xiao Chen, thank you. I'll prepare something delicious for you when I go back tonight. Hearing the little guy protecting his face like this, BBDong felt extremely sweet. Children, please get flat. BBDong smiled like a spring breeze and waved her jade hand gently to get everyone to get flat. Thank you, His Majesty the Pope. Everyone stood up and thanked each other. Among the 33 teams, the Shrek team seemed particularly strange. In the team, except for Zhu Xiaomei, Yu Tianheng and 3 substitute players who saluted BBDong, the Shrek 6 monsters did not show any sign. The 6 Shrek monsters, who had been taught by Flanders not to fear power, felt that there was no need to salute BBDong. At this moment, they all raised their heads and held their chests high, extremely proud. Especially Tang San, as a disciple of the Tang sect, it was impossible to salute anyone other than his parents and teachers. Xiaowu was a spirit beast, and she remembered that BBDong was her enemy, so she was unwilling to salute her enemy. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong maintained their noble status. They were also unwilling to salute BBDong. As for Ma Hongjun and Oscar, they were taught by Flanders that the Spirit Hall was not a good organization since they were young. In addition, Zhao Wuji had been wanted by the Spirit Hall, so they did not salute. How dare you, Tang San, Xiaowu, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong from the Shrek team, why don't you salute His Holiness the Pope? As a low-level spirit master, you don't salute when you see a strong man. Don't you even know the basic etiquette of a spirit master? Several cardinals asked loudly when they saw that the Shrek 6 monsters didn't salute BBDong. Wow! These people from the Shrek team are so tough that they didn't salute when they saw His Holiness the Pope. It's really an eye-opener. Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wu, and others were amazed by the actions of Tang San and others. The Shrek team has been educated by the fart master Yu Xiaogang and Flanders in the spirit of fearlessness, so they will naturally not salute the Pope. The members of Barrack Academy had been in Soto City and knew the style of Shrek Academy and Flanders, so they directly broke the news in public. Even a demon like Mr. Ye who defies the heavens salutes the Pope. I really don't know what confidence these Shrek people have to maintain their arrogance. Many team members knew that Yaoyang Chen didn't even give face to Emperor Shui yet, but now he saluted BBDong like everyone else. My dear friends, besides being the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Her Excellency the Pope is also a female Douluo who is extremely beautiful and charming. In front of her, we young people are the younger generation. It is normal for us to pay respect to our elders. Many Soul Master friends present may still be receiving Soul Master subsidies, which is also the benefit that this extremely beautiful female pope has fought for everyone. Without her proposal, the high and mighty rulers of the empire would not be able to come up with money to subsidize young Soul Masters, and everyone would not be able to receive Soul Defense Master subsidies. Such a peerless queen deserves everyone's respect. Look at that fart master Yu Xiaogang and classmate Tang San, both of whom received Soul Master subsidies from the Spirit Hall, but when they saw the Pope, their eyes were filled with endless hatred, and they wanted to cut the other party into pieces. Who the hell is this person? So shameless. To be honest, I have never seen such a shameless person. Yaoyang Chen directly advertised BBDong, and disgusted Yu Xiaogang and Tang San by the way. Brother Ye is absolutely right. We young people have received subsidies for Soul Masters. This is the benefit that the Pope has fought for everyone. If we don't know how to be grateful, we will become ungrateful. Master Yu Xiaogang is an ungrateful person. He has received subsidies for Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall for decades, but he still hates the Pope. Now he has taught the Shrek 6 monsters to be ungrateful. He is really not a human being. The students from other major teams immediately stood up to support Yaoyang Chen's point of view and ridiculed the Shrek 6 monsters and Yu Xiaogang. BBDong was so happy when she saw Yaoyang Chen bringing students from various major teams to support her. If there were not so many people watching, she would immediately hug the little guy in her arms and love him well. How unreasonable Yu Xiaogang was in the stands, his face turned purple with anger, and his sissy voice was extremely unpleasant. Wrong, why don't you quickly pay your respects to His Holiness the Pope? Ning Fengzi couldn't hold his face anymore and yelled at Ning Wrong. His daughter was called an ungrateful person by everyone, which made the 7 treasures glazed tile sect lose face. At this moment, Ning Fengzi felt like he had eaten 3 pounds of shit and was extremely disgusted. Fengzi, I advised you not to let Wrong go to Shrek, but you refused to listen. Now you are in trouble. Yu Xiaogang has a wrong outlook on life and has taught his child like this. It's really abominable. Qian Douluo looked at Ning Wrong and felt a little disappointed. This girl had studied at Shrek for a few years and turned into an ungrateful person. This was a fact and there was really no way to refute it. Tang San, Xiaowu, Hongjun, Oscar, you are my dearest son. Flanders also shouted in the audience, how come these little monsters don't understand the ways of the world? Flanders' face was naturally not good when his students were said to be ungrateful, but when he thought about what the little monsters did, it was really the case. For example, Oscar said that he only felt the good of the Spirit Hall when he received the Soul Master subsidy. What kind of monster did I teach? Flanders was a little doubtful at this moment. The reputation of Shrek Academy was completely ruined by this batch of little monsters. See His Holiness the Pope. Dai Mubai, Ning Wrong, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others finally came to their senses and immediately saluted BBDong. Only Tang San and Xiaowu still stood straight. Xiaowu was unwilling to salute her enemy. Tang San was a reborn person from another world and was unwilling to salute other people in this world. Moreover, BBDong had hurt his teacher so badly. She was an enemy, so he could not kneel down. Xiao San, hold on. Don't kneel. Yu Xiaogang stood in the audience, his face gloomy, praying in his heart that Tang San would hold on. Xiao San, as a disciple of the Haoshan sect, you cannot kneel down to the Spirit Hall. Tang Dachui, who was hiding on a rooftop in the distance, was also praying to Tang San not to kneel down to BBDong. Tang San, Xiaowu, you are so brave. Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo flew directly to the front of the Shrek team, pressing Tang San and Xiaowu with powerful soul power. Instant Lithe 2 bent their knees and hit the fighting spirit arena directly. Tang San and Xiaowu's knees hit the granite floor heavily, and they screamed in pain. However, although Tang San was in pain, he roared angrily in his heart, BBDong, Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, you all have the way to die. Yuegwen, Gai Mei, that's enough. I won't bother with a few children. The Shrek 6 monsters have been educated by the fart masters Yu Xiaogang and Flanders since they were young, which has led to the children becoming like this. It's normal. Ah. What a pity. BBDong waved her hand and asked the Shrek 6 monsters to stand up. By the way, she criticized Yu Xiaogang and Flanders for their incorrect teaching philosophy and pretended to sigh for these children. Everyone, we know that Flanders has a famous saying that a spirit master who dares not cause trouble is a mediocre talent. It is under the teaching of his teaching philosophy that the Shrek Academy's students have turned the Shrek 6 monsters into arrogant and domineering people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Especially when they were fighting in the Soto Great Fighting Arena, they always followed the principle that I can beat you, but you can't beat me. The students of the Barrack team dug up some things about Shrek Academy in Soto City, letting the world see Shrek's shameless style of behavior. The Shrek 6 monsters became like this. It turns out that their teacher has a wrong outlook on life. No wonder Shrek Academy was not officially recognized by the Empire before it joined the Tiandu Royal Academy. It turned out to be a garbage academy. I don't know why the Tiandu Royal Academy allowed such a garbage academy to be incorporated. Isn't this a discredit to the royal family? Who knows? The other major teams followed BBDong's words and ridiculed Shrek Academy. It must be said that BBDong's move was really cruel and resonated with people, causing 10,000 critical damage to Yu Xiaogang and Flanders. BBDong, how can you be so vicious? Xiaogang, don't talk. Yu Xiaogang in the stand saw BBDong publicly saying that he was a fart master, and his mentality collapsed. He was ready to curse, but Flanders immediately covered his mouth and stopped him from speaking. At this moment, Flanders wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Since participating in the Soul Master competition, the little monsters have been bringing him all kinds of embarrassing things. Flanders sometimes began to shut himself up. Fart Master Yu Xiaogang, what were you yelling just now? How can you, a waste who can only fart, call the name of the Pope? If it weren't for the fact that you are Yu Yuanzhen's biological son, you would have died long ago. Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo stared at Yu Xiaogang coldly, and the powerful energy directly pressed Yu Xiaogang to the point of suffocation. Your Excellencies, Xiaogang is mentally ill, don't bother with him. Flanders immediately pleaded with Guizhou and the others. Yuegwen, Gaimei, don't bother with a useless person who can only fart, just treat him as a mad dog barking. Yu Yuanzhen was wise all his life, but he gave birth to a useless son who didn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. If he knew that his useless son could do such a thing, he would definitely regret not shooting this useless son against the wall and killing him. As the saying goes, a wise life is ruined by a fart. Yu Yuanzhen can be said to have lost his integrity in his later years. BBDong looked at Yu Xiaogang's incompetent and furious look, and directly made another murderous and heartbreaking ridicule, and even scolded Yu Yuanzhen. It can be said that he was skinning and pulling out tendons, killing without shedding blood. Now BBDong has her godson to support her, and her back is hardened. She can scold the sky, the earth, and the air. She doesn't even take the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan seriously. BBDong Zhuyu puff puff puff. Yu Xiaogang was so angry when he heard BBDong's words that he spat out blood 3 meters high, and then fainted. Xiaogang doctor. Flanders saw Yu Xiaogang fainted and vomited blood, and immediately ran to the infirmary with Yu Xiaogang in his arms. Teacher. Tang San was shocked when he saw his teacher vomiting blood 3 meters high in the fighting spirit arena. At the same time, his hatred for BBDong reached its peak, and he wanted to rush over and cut him into pieces. Ha ha ha. A lifetime of wisdom, ruined by a fart. The Pope's words are so sophisticated. The fart master actually vomited blood 3 meters high, so amazing. You don't understand this. Yu Xiaogang's nickname is the fart master, the fart is loud, and the blood can also be sprayed high. That's right. Whether it's farting or vomiting blood, for Yu Xiaogang, it's the same thing, it's all a matter of one breath. Ha ha ha. When everyone saw Yu Xiaogang vomiting blood because of anger, they all laughed heartily, especially the girls, who covered their mouths and laughed so hard that they fell backwards. The tone of this female Pope's speech feels very similar to Xiaogan's tone. Sisters Shui Langzhen, Yakalin, and Dugubo listened to BBDong's infuriating words and felt that this woman had been led astray by the little guy. Godmother. You are so good at talking. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that he vomited blood. Yaoyang Chen was surprised to see BBDong could make Yu Xiaogang so angry. So he immediately used his soul power to send a message to her and gave her a thumbs up. Hehe. Xiao Chen, I learned this from you. BBDong was also very excited at this moment. Just by moving her lips, she could make Yu Xiaogang almost angry to death. This feeling was really great. Chapter 206 The Ordinary Finals. BBDong's operation made Yu Xiaogang and Shrek became a complete joke, while she herself won praise from many team students. Everyone didn't expect that the high-ranking female pope had such a naughty side. At this moment, everyone felt that this peerless female pope was particularly kind, and some young soul masters had the idea of joining the spirit hall. Pope, you are our idol. Many beautiful soul masters of the team cheered BBDong directly, with little stars in their eyes, expressing their admiration for the female pope. Pope, we love you so much. Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Duguyan, and other cheerful girls shouted the most excitedly. I love you too. BBDong smiled and replied. Seeing these beautiful girls supporting her so much, she felt very sweet in her heart and loved them so much. At this moment, about 20 girls expressed their admiration for her. BBDong was in a good mood and didn't put on airs. So she walked up to these girls and said some encouraging words, expressing her love and care to leave a good impression on them. Why has BBDong become like this now? It shouldn't be like this. Some people in the worship hall felt that BBDong had changed too much now. She was not the BBDong they knew at all. The Pope of the Spirit Hall actually interacted with a group of girls and had no dignity of the Pope at all. Hiss. Pope BBDong is openly soliciting talents. Many people from powerful forces looked at BBDong's operation and took a breath. What's the matter with Yaoyang Chen? Why did he praise BBDong so much before? Could it be? Ning Fengzi and the high-ranking royal figures of the two empires felt very bad. If that monster had a relationship with the Spirit Hall, the future fate of the two empires would be bad. After BBDong finished interacting with the girls, she began to give some speeches. Children, you are excellent. I believe that one day you will reach the height of your predecessors, or even surpass them. The future belongs to you. The Soul Master competition is a stage for young Soul Masters. I hope you can show your talents and fully display your talents. BBDong smiled and said a lot of encouraging words to the young people in a gentle tone, and then flew to the highest VIP seat and sat down. Thank you, Your Majesty. The members of the major teams bowed to BBDong again, and everyone was impressed by the charm of this beautiful female pope. However, the Shrek 6 monsters did not bow to BBDong at this moment. The pride in their bones did not allow them to do so. Anyway, they had already made a fool of themselves once before, so it didn't matter. They just gave up. Thank you for the Pope's speech. Please return to the lounge and prepare for the competition. Before that, please invite the beauties of the Tianshui team to perform a dance to add the brightest brilliance to the opening of the finals. Dear guests, let us welcome the beauties of the Tianshui team with the warmest applause. With Chris's announcement, the major teams left the stage one after another, and the 10 beauties of the Tianshui team stayed on the stage to perform dance. Goddess of Tianshui, Goddess of Tianshui. Goddess, I love you so much. When the audience heard that the beauties of the Tianshui team started to perform dance again, they shouted wildly, and the sound was like a tsunami, one wave after another. Xiao Chen, help us control the music. Shui Binger said to Yaoyang Chen. Don't worry. We have already recorded the music before, I will help you get everything. Yaoyang Chen quickly came to the sound control room of the big fighting spirit field, ready to play music for Shui Binger and others. Mr. Yat, just wait for your pardon. Douluo Beauty and 2 other beautiful staff members had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Yaoyang Chen coming, they directly handed the music arrangement to this guy. Douluo Beauty, leave it to me. Yaoyang Chen found the song Swords and Weapons from the several songs recorded in the morning, and prepared to let Shui Binger and the others dance to the song Swords and Weapons shock the 4 directions. Sister Binger, I'm going to play the song Swords and Weapons. Are you all ready? Yaoyang Chen closed his eyes and used his soul to transmit the sound to Shui Binger's mind. Understood, we are ready. After receiving the message, Shui Binger immediately replied in her mind. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful woman who was nameless. Yaoyang Chen directly pressed the button of the soul guide recorder. In an instant, the beautiful and melodious singing spread throughout the Great Soul Fighting Arena through the soul guide loudspeaker of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Shua Shua. Shui Binger and others took out a long sword and danced to the rhythm of the music. The smooth sword dance blinded everyone's eyes. Is this a dance? How come I see a group of female swordsmen practicing swords? With only a sword, they can actually dance such a beautiful dance. It's amazing. Watching these goddesses dance is simply a kind of enjoyment. It feels more interesting than watching the soul fighting competition. Wow. So beautiful. Many audiences in Wuhan City had never seen the Tianshui women's team perform sword dances, and they all exclaimed. Old Ghost, I feel that these girls are very good at swordsmanship. Yes. Without advanced swordsmanship skills, it is impossible to do this. Guizhu, 2 title Douluo, looked at the sword dance of a group of girls from the Tianshui team and were extremely surprised. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, your feeling is right, these girls are very good at swordsmanship. BBDong looked at Shui Binger and the others performing to her heart's content, which was simply a kind of enjoyment. She thought, I must let that little girl teach me in the future. It would be a pity if I can't learn such a beautiful dance. Zhu Xuking. You are so lucky. In the Zingluo royal team, Zhu Xuking looked at her sister dancing with a sword like a female swordsman at this moment, and she was very envious. Damn it, Zhu Xuking is so outstanding now, but she doesn't belong to our Dai family. At this moment, Davis was just like his brother Dai Mubai, and was very envious and jealous. Since Davis learned that Zhu Xuking had already reached the level of Soul King, he had always wanted this girl to return to the family, and then let his father arrange for Zhu Xuking to be the crown princess. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The little girl now had a backer and did not take the royal rule seriously at all. How could they do this? Hulina and Zhongping from the Spirit Hall Gold team were overwhelmed by the sight, thinking, as genius female soul masters, the gap is a bit big. Hey! Do you know? The dance performed by the Tianshui team was designed by Mr. Yat. At this time, several young people from the Tiandu Empire broke the news to everyone. What? Such a beautiful dance was designed by Mr. Yat? Impossible? Many unaware viewers were stunned. My cousin works at the Great Fighting Soul Arena. She is the most popular beautiful host Douluo. She hosted the 5 Elements Exchange Conference in Blazing Fire City 2 years ago and personally saw Master Yat arrange dance performances for the beauties of the Tianshui team. A pretty girl assured everyone with eloquent words. At this moment, when she talked about Master Yat, her eyes showed little red hearts, and she was obviously very adoring. Wow! Master Yat is not only talented, but I didn't expect him to dance. It's incredible. It's a pity that I didn't see Master Yat dance, otherwise it would be very beautiful. How about we all collect more money and ask Master Yat to dance for us? That must be beautiful. Tisk. You wishful thinking, Master Yat is not short of money. OEI trademark I'm just saying that, ha ha ha. Many young men and women were very surprised to learn that Yaoyang Chen could dance. For a while, everyone was discussing the enchanting young man. Oding ding dong dong. Oerd leaves are the most affectionate, and a dance expresses lovesickness. At this moment, the dance performance of the Tianshui team ended, and Shui Yu ended it with her playful and cute voice. After that, the girls put away their swords, stepped out their slender legs, and left the fighting arena. Ipa Papa. E Goddess Tianshui, one more song. Goddess, I love you so much. The audience stood up and applauded, cheering for the Tianshui team. Thank you for the wonderful performance of the beauties of the Tianshui team. To be honest, I have lived for decades and have never seen such a beautiful dance. Applause to the beauties of the Tianshui team again. Pa pa pa. The host Chris flew into the center of the ring, stirring the audience's emotions and cheering for the Tianshui team. Next, the lottery ceremony will begin. As Chris announced, a beautiful staff member walked into the center of the ring with a tray full of cards in her hand. Shua shua. Chris reached out to grab the cards in the tray and began to draw lots for the major teams. Xinfeng Academy vs Onyx Academy. Wuhandian team vs Fabia Academy. Xiaowu Academy vs Yishao Academy. Tianshui Academy vs Shaxing Academy. Tiandu Royal Team 1 vs Zingluo Empire Royal Academy. OE. The 33 teams participating in the finals first had to go through the elimination rounds, eliminating stragglers one by one, until the last few teams were decided, and then competed for the championship on the stage of the Pope's Palace Square. In the first round of eliminations, almost all the strong teams competed against the weak teams, and there was no suspense at all. Under Chris's special arrangement, the Shrek team had a bye and did not play, which made them feel very happy. For the Tianshui team, Yaoyang Chen casually let Wu, Yu Hero, Dogayan, and others go into battle, and easily solved a team from the Sand Star Academy of the Zingluo Empire. Before meeting the strong team, Yaoyang Chen, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Zhu Xuking would not go on the court, which made those viewers who had always wanted to see the fourth ring of the 10,000 years feel like a cat scratching their hearts. The Wuhan Hall team, seeing that their opponents were too weak, Hu Lina, Xiaowu, and Yan did not play, and only Zhongping, Sun Juantao, and his team took care of the situation with 3 substitutes. The Tiandu Royal Team 1, which had been guaranteed to advance to the finals, only lasted 2 minutes when it met the Zingluo Royal Academy, and was directly defeated. The Tiandu Royal Team 1 lost the 3 geniuses Yu Tianheng, Dugayan, and Ye Lingling, and its combat power was about the same as those of the major principalities, and it was simply vulnerable. The people of the Tiandu Empire believed that Chris did it on purpose, and arranged for the Zingluo Royal Academy to eliminate the Tiandu Royal Team 1 in the first round, which made the Tiandu Empire's royal family lose face. In the first round of competition, 16 weak teams were eliminated. After a day's rest, the second round of competition was held. Except for the Kamikaze team, which met the Zingluo Empire's powerful Longkui Academy, the rest of the teams there were no exciting performances in the game. After 2 rounds of eliminations, there were 9 teams left, namely the Spirit Hall Gold Team, Tianshui Team, Kamikaze Team, Blazing Team, Thunder Team, Zingluo Royal Team, Audiska Team, Shrek Team, and Botanical Academy Team. All members of the Botanical Academy were Control Department, and their record was pretty good before they met several strong teams. Chris followed the arrangement of Pope BBDong and directly arranged 2 buys for Shrek. Suddenly, the Shrek team felt that a pie in the sky had fallen and hit them, and now there was hope again. Seeing that the Shrek team had no game, Yu Xiaogang asked the little monsters to test the 7-in-1 fusion skills he learned from the Kanghui team, intending to make a splash in the finals. In the next game, our Tianshui team will face the Zingluo Royal team. Xuking, you are going to play against your sister. What do you think? That day, the Tianshui team drew the Zingluo Royal team in the 3rd round. Shui Binger asked Zhu Xuking for her opinion. Since I was 6 years old, my sister has been targeting me. I have been worried every day and have never had a good day. This time I want to beat her up and vent my anger. Zhu Xuking wanted to beat Zhu Ziyun a long time ago. Now that the opportunity has come, how can she let it go? Puchi. Sister Xuking, we support you. The girls were amused by Zhu Xuking's idea. It was funny to think of the scene where this girl pressed her sister to the ground and rubbed her. Brother Chen, I want to play in this game. Zhu Xuking said to Yaoyang Chen, who was drinking tea next to him. He had been a spectator in the first 2 rounds, so he had to perform well this time. No problem, I'll let you beat her to your heart's content. Zhu Qing, I have a suggestion for you. When you get to the competition, just push your sister to the ground and spank her hard, so that she can enjoy the beating from her sister. Yaoyang Chen thought of the scene of BBDong spanking Qian Renxue, and the scene was so beautiful, so he decided to let the little cat try it, but he didn't know if this girl would spank her sister in broad daylight. Sister Zhu Qing, this method is good. Shui Binger and others also thought that spanking was a good method. Okay, then I will spank Zhu Ziyun hard, after all, she is my sister after all, and I can't be cruel to her. Hearing the suggestions of everyone, Zhu Xuking's eyes lit up and decided to let her elder sister enjoy the love from her younger sister. In the battle against Zingluo Royal Academy, Yaoyang Chen directly arranged Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, Zhu Xuking, Ye Lingling, Dugayan and himself to appear. Yaoyang Chen knew that the Zingluo Royal team had a soul master who had a soul skill called Xianjing Shuttle, which could help Davis become invisible and launch a sneak attack. Yaoyang Chen decided to go out in person to be on guard. Chapter 207 Scare Golden Crocodile Douluo. Davis was in a bad mood when he learned that his team's opponent was the Tianshui team. He was eliminated so quickly and he failed to compete with Dai Mubai. It meant that Dai Mubai still had a chance to compete with him for the throne. What was even more infuriating was that the little girl Zhu Xuking actually didn't take the Zingluo Empire's royal family rules seriously. This made Davis, the eldest prince of the empire, see for the first time that the imperial power was useless. We are destined to be eliminated when we meet the Tianshui team. The other members of the Zingluo royal team were ready to pack their luggage so that they could leave Wuhan city after the game. Don't be so negative, we still have the martial soul fusion skill, we may not be unable to defeat the Tianshui team. At this time, Davis remembered that he and Zhu Xuking still had a martial soul fusion skill, and immediately saw hope again. Weiss, I have to fight Xuking in this game. This is a battle between us sisters. Zhu Xuking didn't want to use the martial soul fusion skill with Davis now. A prince who was destined to die had nothing worth paying for. From the moment Zhu Xuking told her, Zhu Xuking had already disliked Davis in her heart. Okay then. You can fight Xuking girl first. Davis was not sure whether the martial soul fusion skill could defeat the Tianshui team. Everything had to be done after entering the ring. The match between Tianshui College and Zingluo Royal College soon came, and the players from both sides began to enter the ring. Young Master Ye finally appeared. I heard that he has twin martial spirits and his spirit ring combination is even more amazing. We can finally see him now. Isn't it? I heard that Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Zhu Xuking's spirit ring combination is also the fourth ring of 10,000 years. I wonder how they did it. Many spectators in Wuhan city saw Yaoyang Chen finally fight, and they all cheered up and wanted to see the strength of this peerless monster. This kid finally appeared. I have always heard people outside say how evil this kid is. Today I want to see what evil he has. In a corner of the big fighting spirit field, there were several super Douluo, quietly observing Yaoyang Chen. These people are the three titled Douluo of the worship hall, Golden Crocodile, Lion, and Blue Luan. After Yaoyang Chen came to Wuhan city, the news spread to the worship hall. These old guys had nothing to do, so they came out to take a look. As for Qian Renxue and several other titled Douluo, they did not come out. I heard that someone else sent now this kid has moved directly into the Pope's palace, which is against the rules. In this competition, BBDong actually used 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones as the champion reward. With the strength of the Spirit Hall team, it is very likely that they will not win the championship. It seems that we have all been deceived by BBDong. This matter must be stopped. The more Golden Crocodile Douluo thought about it, the more he felt that BBDong was going to sell the Spirit Hall. Second brother, the eldest brother said, don't make things too big. Qingluan Douluo reminded him not to create enemies for the Spirit Hall. He knew that the Golden Crocodile was interested in the fortune of the young man, especially the rumors outside that the young man also had a way to evolve the spirit. Faced with this ability, few people can bear it. Don't worry. I know my limits. Some people outside say that this kid has a way to evolve the spirit. I have to find a way to let this kid take it out. After learning about this, Golden Crocodile Douluo was particularly interested. His granddaughter Jin Yao was not very talented. If she got the help of that monster, she would have a bright future. The lion and the blue phoenix didn't say anything on the surface, but their thoughts were the same as the Golden Crocodile Douluo. As the saying goes, interests move people's hearts, and no one can resist the evolution of martial spirits. Several people stared at the fighting spirit field, locking the young man with their powerful mental power, as if they had seen through the secrets of the little guy. Buzz. At the same time, Yaoyang Chen, who had just stepped into the center of the ring, felt that he was locked by several powerful auras and was immediately shocked. Fuck. This aura? Could it be a super Douluo? It's really troublesome that I can't even feel at ease playing a game. Yaoyang Chen immediately used his mental power to check many corners of the entire fighting spirit field to see who it was. But there were many titled Douluos in the entire fighting spirit field. In addition to BBDong and several people from Tianshui College, there were Sword Douluo, Ghost Chrysanthemum, Spirit Kite Douluo, and Qian Renxue's 2 bodyguards Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise. In addition, there were 3 unfamiliar titled Douluos hiding in the audience. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be Ghost Leopard, Demon Bear, and Holy Dragon. There were too many people in the fighting arena. It was so noisy and crowded that Yaoyang Chen could not tell who was using his mental power to lock onto him. So he had to sit cross-legged on the ground, close his 4 doors, block his hearing, vision, etc., and directly use his spiritual sense to investigate. What is Mr. Ye doing? Yaoyang Chen's operation stunned the audience, and the people of the Zingluo royal team were even more confused. Aren't they going to play a game? Why did this guy sit on the ground and not move after he came to the ring? Did Xiao Chen find anything? Shui Binger and others felt something was wrong, and immediately surrounded Yaoyang Chen to protect him in the center. Pause the game. Shua Shua. Ye Kailan, Shui Langzhen, Shui Lanyu, Solin, Dugubo, Ye Suling and others immediately flew from the audience to the ring, guarding the surroundings. Chirp. Which senior is spying on our school's children? Please don't joke like that. Shui Langzhen released the Ice Phoenix spirit, flew into the air, and used her mental power to explore the corners of the Great Soul Arena. Ye Kailan, Shui Lanyu, Solin, Dugubo and others knew that the little guy must have been locked by some powerful people hiding in the dark, so they showed their spirits and waited for the battle. 6 titled Douluo. So many 100,000-year spirit rings? Too amazing. When Shui Langzhen and others showed their 100,000-year spirit rings, the audience in the Great Soul Arena was dumbfounded. 5 people actually had the 100,000-year spirit rings that were hard to come by. When did the 100,000-year spirit rings become so easy to get? The members of the Zingluo royal team stood blankly on the side of the arena, not daring to breathe. Davis remembered that he had threatened Tianshui College a few days ago. Now he felt like a clown. How could the Zingluo royal family deal with 5 titled Douluo with 100,000-year spirit rings? So many female Douluo. Zhu Xuyun's beautiful eyes were dazzled. She looked at the 9 big circles on Shui Langzhen and others with a yearning look in her eyes. Damn, how can the titled Douluo around Yaoyang Chen be so powerful? Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were also dumbfounded at this moment. Any titled Douluo had a 100,000-year spirit ring. Hurry up and put away your mental power. Golden Crocodile Douluo saw that the titled Douluo around Yaoyang Chen had even revealed his martial spirit and spirit ring, and immediately knew that his group had leaked their aura and been discovered by others. The people around this little guy are not simple. 6 titled Douluo, such strength is second only to our Wuhan hall. We have stayed in the worship hall for too long, and we didn't know that there were so many female Douluo on the continent. The 3 golden crocodile Douluos looked at the titled Douluos in the Duhun field and were very surprised. Just as the golden crocodile Douluo and the others were talking, Yaoyang Chen's consciousness also detected them. They were in a corner 400 meters away. At this moment, these old guys were still wearing cloaks, as if they were afraid of being seen by others. Are these guys the old guys from the worship hall? In the original plot, BBDong started a war and fought like that. These retired old guys didn't leave the worship hall until BBDong failed one after another. Then these old guys came out and sidelined BBDong. I didn't expect that because of my arrival, these old guys actually came out in advance and locked me with their mental power. What does that mean? Yaoyang Chen also knew that when he came to the spirit hall, he would definitely be targeted by the old guys from the worship hall. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to let BBDong completely control the spirit hall. Sudden change also made the entire Great Soul Arena extremely tense. Guizhu and his buddies, Ling Yuan Douluo, Qian Douluo, and others were also on high alert. The spirit hall's golden knights were on standby at any time, ready to evacuate the crowd. BBDong flew into the air, released the first spirit and 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red spirit rings, and used her powerful mental power to detect suspicious enemies in the Great Soul Arena. Wow! The Pope also has a 100,000-year spirit ring. The Pope's spirit is so beautiful. BBDong showed the strength of a titled Douluo, which also amazed the audience, especially the people of the spirit hall. BBDong's spirit has evolved into a human form? It's not a spider form now. It seems that the boy's methods are really magical. We must get this method in the worship hall. Golden Crocodile saw that BBDong's spirit had evolved, and looked at the young man on the soul arena, with greed in their eyes. The boy could help BBDong evolve his spirit, and he could also help everyone evolve their spirits. Golden Crocodile, if you old guys want to watch the game, then watch it openly. What's the point of hiding? A bunch of old guys who have lived for hundreds of years are shamelessly hiding in the dark to spy on a young man. Is it fun? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? BBDong also found out that several old men from the worship hall had come to the Great Fighting Soul Arena, so she cursed directly and didn't give them any face. If the other party dismissed her position as Pope, she would just leave the spirit hall and follow her godson. I heard that a demon genius appeared on the mainland, so I came to see him. Today, I see that he is indeed extraordinary. Golden Crocodile Douluo was discovered by BBDong at this moment, and he didn't hide it, so he said it openly, which was also a response to BBDong, but he still didn't show up. Since the second priest has seen it, please go back. Don't hide in the dark and spy every day, it will scare these children participating in the Soul Master competition. BBDong flew directly to the hiding place of the priest hall and asked the other party to leave the soul fighting field. BBDong hated these old guys very much, and knew that they must be spying on the little guy's fortune, especially the kind of elixir that can make people's martial souls evolve. Unfortunately, no matter how hard these old guys spy, they can't get it. BBDong, you have changed a lot. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the now radiant BBDong and felt a little unfamiliar. This is not something you, the second priest, should care about. BBDong said coldly. BBDong, what's the matter with the boy named Yaoyang Chen? He didn't join the spirit hall, so how did you let him live in the Pope hall? And you tricked us into taking out 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, what are you? Golden Crocodile Douluo was very dissatisfied with BBDong's current operation, especially the matter of fooling the priest hall into giving away 3 pieces of soul bones. Second priest, shut up. How can you give me advice on what I do? BBDong, don't forget that the temple of worship has the right to dismiss the Pope. Then dismiss him quickly. I am very rare. I have been a tool for you for so many years. I am tired of it. It's just right to leave this damn place. BBDong. What do you mean by you? BBDong got angry when she saw this group of people and started arguing with Golden Crocodile Douluo. Second priest and his friends are here too. Many spirit masters in the spirit hall were extremely surprised when they heard that the old guys in the temple of worship were here too. In everyone's memory, these old guys only came out when the former Pope King Sunji was injured by Tang Hao. Usually, even if the sky fell, these old guys would not leave the temple of worship. It's time to think that they actually left the temple of worship for a little young genius. Teacher, who is Golden Crocodile Douluo? Tang San asked Yu Xiaogang. Golden Crocodile Douluo, the second worshipper of the Spirit Hall, is said to have reached level 98. However, there is another great worshipper named Qian Renxue, who has reached level 99. There are several other titled Douluos in the worship hall, all of whom are super Douluos. They are the most powerful forces in the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang had been in the Spirit Hall in the past, and he also knew some things about the worship hall, so he slowly told Tang San. Level 99? So powerful. When the other members of the Shrek team heard that there was such a legendary strong man in the Spirit Hall, they all took a breath. The relationship between the worship hall and BBDong does not seem to be harmonious. Perhaps the worship hall can be used to make a fuss. When Yu Xiaogang heard BBDong scolding Golden Crocodile Douluo, he knew that there was a conflict within the Spirit Hall, and he had a crooked idea in his mind. Interesting. Ning Fengzi and some strong men from the two empires also heard that the two factions in the Spirit Hall were not united, which was definitely a good thing for the empire and the major sects. Grandpa Golden Crocodile and the others are here too? Didn't I remind them not to cause trouble? They are spying on little brother Xiao Chen, how ridiculous. Qian Renxue was extremely nervous at the moment, fearing that these old guys would cause trouble, and then Sister Na behind the little guy would directly demolish the worship hall. But now he is still playing the role of the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, and it is not convenient for him to show up, so he kept praying in his heart, hoping that nothing will happen. Yaoyang Chen saw BBDong quarreling with Golden Crocodile Douluo, so he decided to help. From the way Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others spied on him, Yaoyang Chen felt their greed, just like when Bone Douluo looked at him. But this is also normal. He is a cheater and helped BBDong evolve her martial soul. The old guys in the worship hall have set their eyes on him, and they are also in love. Buzz. Yaoyang Chen used his spiritual consciousness to transform into an invisible sword and charged into the soul sea of Golden Crocodile Douluo. I used this trick to kill a wild boar before. I don't know if it works on a titled Douluo. Let's try it first. Old man, enjoy it. I step on you, I hit you. Yaoyang Chen's spiritual consciousness transformed into a person and he hit the other person's soul sea randomly. Ah! Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly felt that his brain was about to explode, holding his head and screaming in pain. Second brother. Who? Come out. Only extreme Douluo can attack the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo silently. Lion and Qingluan were extremely nervous. Ha ha ha. Second priest, are you happy now? BBDong knew that it must be Yaoyang Chen who did it. Although she didn't know how the little guy did it, she felt very happy when she saw Golden Crocodile Douluo holding his head and screaming in pain. If Golden Crocodile Douluo knew that it was the boy who attacked him, he would definitely shout, "Young people have no martial ethics and come to attack me, a 150-year-old old man." BBDong, who on earth did you attract? Xiangxi and Qingluan felt their scalps numb when they saw Golden Crocodile Douluo holding his head and screaming in pain. Guess. BBDong smiled, and felt very happy when she saw these people being defeated. Old man, this is a warning. If you dare to use your mental power to spy on that boy again, it will not be as simple as a headache. After Yaoyang Chen attacked Golden Crocodile Douluo with his spiritual sense, he pretended to be a strong man to warn the other party, and then withdrew from the other party's soul sea. Godmother, let's go. It's time to arrange the competition. Then he sent a message to BBDong, and Yaoyang Chen's consciousness returned to his original body. Shua Shua. BBDong followed Yaoyang Chen's arrangement and flew directly back to the fighting spirit arena. The reason why Yaoyang Chen chose to attack Golden Crocodile Douluo was to make these old guys think that his opponent was also an extreme Douluo. Second brother, do you know who the other party is? At this time, Xiangxi and Qingluan helped Golden Crocodile Douluo up and asked curiously. At this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo's forehead was full of cold sweat. The previous move almost made his brain explode. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. No, the other party seems to have disappeared. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't detect the other party's breath at all. He was arguing with BBDong, and suddenly felt a headache. He had never seen such a method before, and it was hard to defend against. That kid has someone behind him. I have to go back and tell my brother first. Golden Crocodile Douluo was really scared now. If he could attack him silently, the opponent must be stronger than him, so he left here quickly with the two of them. Chapter 208 Sister Beats Sister. A bunch of old immortals ruined the fun of the game and made everyone panic. Now they are gone. The game between Tianshui team and Zingluo royal team will continue. BBDong returned to the VIP seat happily and announced that the game would continue. The Pope actually called the elders of the worship hall old immortals. Many people in the spirit hall felt that BBDong was too bold now. Hey! No matter how much you dislike the worship hall, you can't call them old immortals. Can't you save some face for me? Qian Renxue was also helpless at this moment. This woman now has Xiaokin's brother backing her up, and she is becoming more and more unscrupulous. BBDong looked at Qian Renxue's helpless look at this moment and felt funny in her heart. BBDong deliberately exposed the internal problems of the spirit hall to make the worship hall feel pressured, so that she could control the entire spirit hall in the future. Auntie Lan, you guys go back. Yaoyang Chen ordered Shui Langzhen and others to leave the ring. Okay. Then you guys play well. Shua shua. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Shui Langzhen and her group flew back to the audience. Both sides release their spirits, and the game begins. Bishop Chris signaled the two teams to start the game, and then flew away from the ring. Brother Chen, sisters, I'll go first. Zhu Xuking greeted the team members, and took the lead to step forward, ready to have a good fight with Zhu Ziyun. Go. Sister Xuking, this battle belongs to you. Shui Binger and others were behind, cheering and encouraging Zhu Xuking. Zhu Ziyun, my dear sister, let's have a fight. Buzz. After Zhu Xuking finished speaking, she directly released her martial soul and 5 yellow, purple, and black soul rings. Meow. With a cat's cry, a purple-black cat with 2 big wings appeared from behind Zhu Xuking, then attached itself to her, took her to fly a few circles in the air, and slowly landed on the ring, turning into a fierce cat-eared girl. Finally I saw the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years, it's amazing. Yes. Yes. It's simply a miracle. The audience of Wuhan City had never seen a soul master who could absorb 10,000 years in the 4th soul ring, and today they finally learned something new. The gap between me and her is a bit big. Hulina laughed at herself, feeling that her soul ring combination was a bit unimpressive. Xuking, what is your martial soul called now? Zhu Ziyun looked at her sister's strong big martial spirit, very envious in the heart. Flying God Cat. Zhu Xuking said calmly. What a flying God Cat, you are so lucky. Meow. Zhu Ziyun also released the Nether Spirit Cat martial spirit, transformed into a sexy cat-eared girl. This is an inevitable battle, must fight. Crown Princess, we will assist you. 10,000 feet of raging waves. The 2 soul masters of the Zingluo team directly launched auxiliary skills and applied them to Zhu Ziyun. Sister, you don't mind, right? Zhu Ziyun smiled, her soul power is only level 47, without auxiliary blessing, she can't beat the opponent at all. My dear sister, with or without assistance, it's the same to me. First soul skill, Nether Stab. Zhu Xuking said coldly, and directly launched the soul skill to attack the opponent. My dear sister, are you so crazy? Netherworld Thrust. With the assistance of her teammates, Zhu Ziyun's combat power has been greatly improved, which greatly boosted her confidence. So she also activated her soul skills to fight Zhu Xuking. Meow. Shua shua. Zhu Xuking and Zhu Ziyun were both beautiful women. After being possessed by their martial spirits, they turned into sexy cat-eared girls. The battle scene was very hot and could be described as turbulent. Watching 2 beauties fight is simply a kind of enjoyment. I have to say that the women of the Netherworld Spirit Cat family are really top-notch beauties. Needless to say, it can be described in one sentence, a woman who lowers her head and can't see her toes is the most beautiful woman in the world. Haha. That's true. The audience stared at the battle situation on the fighting spirit field, extremely excited, especially the male audience, who were even more excited. Third soul skill, Nether Ghost Blade Slash. Zhu Qing, what soul beast did you get with your soul ring? A 2,000-year-old ghost leopard, my dear sister, we young people must understand change to go further. 2,000-year-old ghost leopard? My dear sister, you are really good. 4th soul skill, Nether Spring Fall. Seeing that Zhu Xuking's 3rd soul skill was so powerful, Zhu Ziyun dodged and directly activated the 4th soul skill. Zhu Qing, it's time for you to go home. As Zhu Ziyun's 4th soul skill was activated, Zhu Xuking immediately fell into an illusion, and her parents' voices appeared. Home? In your eyes, I have long been dead, where is the home? Break. My dear sister, the power of your soul skill illusion is too weak, worse than the soul shock I generated when I absorbed the 10,000-year-old ghost tiger. 4th soul skill, Shadow Clone. Bang bang. Pa pa pa. My dear sister, today I will let you enjoy the love from your sister. After Zhu Xuking easily broke the opponent's nether spring, she directly activated the 4th soul skill, transformed into several clones, and besieged Zhu Ziyun together. She captured her in a few strokes, pressed her to the ground, and then slapped her butt. Zhu Qing, what are you doing? Let me go, don't hit me there. At this moment, Zhu Ziyun was pressed to the ground and spanked by her sister, and her face turned red. This girl actually put on such a show for herself, which was really embarrassing. Just don't let go. I have been targeted by you since I was 6 years old. I live in fear every day. How can you be such a sister? You are so cruel to your sister. I want to vent my anger for myself and my second sister now, and beat you up. Isn't it okay? Pa pa pa. Zhu Xuking spanked Zhu Ziyun's buttocks while telling her about the suffering she had endured, venting the resentment she had hidden in her heart for many years. But the other party was her elder sister, so she couldn't be cruel, so she had to spank her buttocks. After all, there was a lot of flesh, and no matter how she spanked, she wouldn't hurt her. Good sister, sister is wrong, don't spank here, okay? Let me go first, and then find a place where no one is, sister will let you spank enough, you can spank as much as you want, good sister, please. Zhu Ziyun felt the tingling pain coming from behind, and almost couldn't bear it, so she quickly begged Zhu Xuking for mercy. You wish, let me spank you first. Zhu Xuking finally caught the opportunity, so she wouldn't let the other party go so quickly. Well, Then. You can spank me. Sister, I accept it today. Zhu Xuking knew that her sister just wanted to beat her to vent her anger, so she forced herself to endure the tingling and let the little girl vent her anger. Besides, being beaten by her sister was nothing, and it could also enhance their relationship. Xuking, good job. Shui, and others saw Zhu Xuking really pressed Zhu Xuking to the ground and spanked her, and they couldn't help but want to go up and slap her. Wow! This is so beautiful. The most exciting thing today is the battle between the Zhu sisters. I want to go up and let the beauties spank me. Tisk. You're dreaming. The audience watched Zhu Xuking being pressed to the ground and spanked by Zhu Xuking, and they all stood up and cheered, especially the male audience, who were all excited. How did this girl learn this trick? I didn't teach him, could it be? BBDong was almost amused by Zhu Xuking's actions. These two sisters are really good at playing. Qian Renxue, who was in the VIP seat, saw this scene and immediately remembered the scene of BBDong spanking her buttocks. And now Zhu Xuking was even more cruel, spanking Zhu Xuyun's buttocks in the fighting arena. Zuyun Davis watched his Fian copyright being pressed to the ground and spanked, feeling so embarrassed that he was ready to rush over to rescue her. Hey! We are still here. Yaoyang Chen, Shui Binger and others rushed over and stood in front of Davis and his group. Mr. Yat, please give me some face and ask Xuking to stop spanking me. Davis felt that it must be this guy's idea to let Zhu Xuking spank Zhu Xuyun. Hey! The eldest prince is too serious. Zhu Xuking and Zhu Xuyun are sisters. They have a deep sisterly relationship. It's harmless to have a fight. This is called, spanking is love, scolding is love, and love to the extreme is to kick. Yaoyang Chen's serious nonsense was simply infuriating. Beat is love, scolding is love, and love to the extreme is to kick. Haha. Mr. Yi's words make sense. The audience was amused by Yaoyang Chen's twisted logic. My wife also kicked me when we fought. I used to think she didn't love me anymore, but now I realize that it was because my wife loved me to the extreme. A man who had been beaten by his wife for a long time was suddenly enlightened when he heard what Yaoyang Chen said. Hey! This guy is hopeless. Some people who were familiar with the man knew that he was a son-in-law who was often beaten because the woman was too strong. Now he thought it was love to the extreme. Mr. Yat, let me see your strength. As a prince of the empire, Davis was also arrogant, so he challenged Yaoyang Chen directly. Okay. Come on. Davis, let me tell you, I once pressed your brother Daimyo to the ground and rubbed him. I'll beat you up again today, and you two brothers will be together. Yaoyang Chen said with a smile, then hooked his hand to Davis, signaling him to come over. It turns out that the little boy who beat me up that year was Yaoyang Chen. I should have thought of it earlier. Daimyo in the audience suddenly realized what Yaoyang Chen said. Awoo. Davis's martial spirit possessed him and turned into a humanoid white tiger, killing Yaoyang Chen. Prince, we are here to help you. 10,000 feet of raging waves. The two soul masters of the Zingluo Empire immediately summoned their martial spirits to assist Davis. First soul skill, ice falling and snow drifting. First soul skill, beauty smile. Xianling binding. Dragon out of the sea. At this time, Shui Binger and her sister, Xiaowu, Duguyan and others also went out, summoning their martial spirits one after another, and killing the rest of the Zingluo royal team. Yalingling stood on the side of the ring, quietly watching the two sides fighting. Another 10,000 years of the fourth ring. The audience exclaimed again when they saw the exaggerated soul ring combination of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Roar. White tiger fierce light wave. Davis rushed to Yaoyang Chen, spitting out a white light from his mouth and shooting at the opponent. Bang bang. Yaoyang Chen did not dodge, and waved his hand. In an instant, several ice walls blocked in front of him to prevent the opponent's attack wave. Ice wall? What skill is this? Self-created soul skill. Davis was dumbfounded. Yaoyang Chen did not even use his martial soul, but created several ice walls to prevent his attack. Life strangulation. Davis, don't be stunned, take it. Shua. Yaoyang Chen summoned the goddess martial soul, activated the soul skill, and attacked the opponent. Here it comes. Here it comes. Master Ye finally showed his martial spirit. The second ring of 1,000 years, the third ring of 10,000 years, it's just as people say, it's amazing. His martial spirit is too beautiful. Many soul masters in the Wuhan hall felt like they were dreaming when they saw Yaoyang Chen's beautiful martial spirit and exaggerated spirit rings. White Tiger Bodyguard. Master Yat, you are really good. Third soul skill, White Tiger Earthquake. Davis first activated the first soul skill to prevent the opponent's attack, and then activated the third soul skill. White Tiger Earthquake. Davis, I thought your third soul skill was the same as your brother's White Tiger Vajra transformation. Swish swish. A pair of green divine wings appeared behind Yaoyang Chen, and he flew directly into the air to avoid the opponent's third soul skill. It's great to have the ability to fly. Although the first three soul skills inherited by our White Tiger family are the most suitable, it is not necessary to choose those soul skills. Fierce light cutting line. Davis saw that his third soul skill could not shock Yaoyang Chen at all, so he used his own soul skill. He saw a beam of light shooting out from his forehead and killing Yaoyang Chen. Self-created soul skill. Interesting. 10,000 leaves flying flowers. Swish swish. Yaoyang Chen avoided the opponent's fierce light cutting line, put his hands together, and turned into thousands of green leaves to kill Davis. Self-created soul skill again. Davis looked at the green leaves that were killing him, and his head was buzzing. White Tiger destroys God. The green leaves in the sky came towards him with a strong cutting force, and Davis had to use his most powerful fourth soul skill. Roar. Davis turned into a huge white tiger, waving his huge tiger claws to grab Yaoyang Chen. The Thorn of Life. At this moment, Yaoyang Chen the fourth soul skill was also activated, and more than a dozen green long thorns shot at Davis. Bang bang bang. Ah! The green long thorns broke Davis' fourth soul skill and hit the opponent's leg, and blood immediately flowed. Your Highness. The other members of the Zingluo royal team wanted to rush over to rescue, but they couldn't break through the attack circle of Shui Binger and her group. Davis, I just made a light move, which is already your limit. You can't do it. Forget it, I'll treat you so that you don't make the fighting spirit arena dirty. Life Resurrection. Yaoyang Chen's fifth soul ring lit up, and a green light was directly shot out, covering Davis. Buzz. With the influx of green light, the wound on Davis' leg healed in a few strokes, and many flowers and plants appeared around him, which was very beautiful. Wow! Master Yi's fifth soul skill actually has such a heaven-defying healing effect, and many flowers and plants are surging on the ground. It's amazing. Healing the opponent in battle? Is this being willful? Many viewers saw this operation for the first time. Master Yat, I lose to you, I surrender. Davis felt that Yaoyang Chen was just playing around and didn't take him seriously at all. Zhu. Davis saw Zhu Xuking still hitting Zhu Zuyun's butt, so he rushed over and wanted to rescue Zhu Zuyun. 10,000 leaves flying flowers flow. At this time, Ye Lingling, who had been watching the show at the side of the ring, directly launched the 10,000 leaves flying flowers flow and attacked Davis. Shua Shua. What is this? White Tiger body shield. Aren't you a healing soul master? How can you fight? Davis looked at the countless white petals coming towards him, and immediately launched a defensive skill to block Ye Lingling's attack. Davis, times have changed. A soul master who can't fight is not a qualified auxiliary soul master. Yaoyang Chen said calmly, and by the way, he annoyed Ning Fengzi in the VIP seat. What this little guy said is really right. A soul master who can't fight is indeed not a qualified auxiliary soul master. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly, but he had spent 20 million gold soul coins to buy the Ghost Shadow Phantom Step and several boxing and kicking skills from this monster before, and he had to practice them well later. Papa. My dear sister, you lost. I have to say that you are really good. After Zhu Xuking spanked Zhu Zuyun's buttocks, the anger in her heart disappeared, so she let the other party go directly. My dear sister, you are so cruel. You spanked me so hard. Zhu Zuyun gave Zhu Xuking a charming look, then got up from the ground, rubbed the wound on her buttocks, and felt a strange feeling in her heart. Compared to what you did to me, this is nothing. Zhu Xuking looked at Zhu Zuyun's slightly red face, feeling very happy, and then turned and left. Zuyun, come and help me. Davis looked at Zhu Zuyun's escape and immediately asked for help. At this moment, he was entangled by Ye Lingling and Yaoyang Chen's Wanyi Fihualiu, and was extremely embarrassed. He had just been healed by Yaoyang Chen, and now he was injured again. Fourth soul skill, Ice Arrow Rain. Snow Dance Flying. Water Bullet Technique. Bang bang. Ah. At this time, on the other side of the battlefield, Shui Binger and others released their fourth soul skills, and the 5 members of the Zingluo team were defeated one after another. Grand Prince, the last move to help you. Xianjing Shuttle. At the last moment, a member of the Zingluo royal team gave Davis an invisibility skill, and then fell on the ring. Buzz. Breaking Delusion Divine Light. Yaoyang Chen's eyes shone with golden light, and he saw through Davis' hiding place. Shua Shua. At this time, there was a wave in the air ahead, and Davis just appeared from there. Freeze. Yaoyang Chen directly hit the opponent with an ice palm, freezing Davis into a human-shaped popsicle, and immediately made him fall from the air to the ground with a loud noise. Grand Prince. The other eliminated players of the Zingluo team were shocked to see that Davis was still frozen in the ice, like a living dead. Don't worry. He won't die. Buzz. Yaoyang Chen withdrew the power of the ice element and released Davis. Davis, do you still want to fight? You and Zhu Zuyun have a martial soul fusion technique, why don't you try it? Shui Binger and others saw that Davis was shivering with cold at this moment, so they directly asked him to perform the martial soul fusion technique. This is what you said, Zuyun, martial soul fusion technique. Davis immediately rushed towards Zhu Zuyun, ready to perform the martial soul fusion technique with the other party. Weiss, don't hold on, we can't beat her, Zingluo team admits defeat. Zhu Zuyun shook her hand away, letting Davis grab nothing, then shouted to the referee to admit defeat, and walked off the ring directly, thinking, my butt is numb from my sister, how can I still want to compete? Hiss. This damn girl is so cruel. At this moment, Zhu Zuyun felt very sour every step she took. Brother Chen, give her treatment. Zhu Xuking asked Yaoyang Chen. No problem. Life resuscitation. Yet. Liang Chen's fifth soul ring lit up, and in an instant, the green light directly enveloped Zhu Xuking, and soon, she was revived with full health. Buzz. At this time, Ye Lingling also summoned the Holy Heart Begonia, launching a range group treatment to treat the injuries of all members of the Zingluo royal team. Thank you. We are convinced of our defeat. All members of the Zingluo team were revived with full health, and then thanked the Tianshui team, walked out of the ring, and ended their journey to the finals. Chapter 209. The worship hall was frightened to kneel. After the match between the Tianshui team and the Zingluo team, several other teams also started fighting, including the Wuhan Hall Gold team and the Zingluo Country Audiska team, the Shrek team and the Plant team, the Thunder team and the Kamikaze team, and the Blazing team had a bye. Under the special arrangement of Bishop Chris, the Shrek team finally ushered in its first opponent in the finals. All members of the Plant team are control-oriented, but there is still a gap between them and the Shrek team, and they were quickly defeated by Shrek. The Audiska team is about the same strength as the Zingluo Royal Academy team, and Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yan from the Spirit Hall also went to fight. Hey! Hee. As soon as Hulina arrived on the stage, she immediately used her charm power. She was possessed by her spirit and turned into a vixen. She laughed like a silver bell, and the powerful charm power rushed to the Audiska team. In an instant, all the opponent's members were directly hit, and they were lost in the charm illusion and couldn't extricate themselves. Do it! Xiaowu, Yan, Sun Chuantao, and others rushed directly to the opponent, and beat the Audiska team out of the stage in a few seconds. Hulina's charm skill is too powerful. Team Audiska has no power to fight back. Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wushuan, Tang San, and others saw that the Spirit Hall team took less than a minute to defeat Team Audiska, and finally saw the strength of the Spirit Hall team. This Hulina is simply a vixen. Shui Bing'er, Shuiwu, and others were surprised to see the strength of the Saint of the Spirit Hall for the first time. Hulina was very satisfied with her performance. As the Saint of the Spirit Hall, she must have enough strength to control the situation. Mr. Yat, what do you think of my performance just now? When Hulina passed by Yaoyang Chen, she threw a charming eye at him, using her powerful charm to test the determination of this evildoer. Not bad, just like your Sky Fox spirit, it's a vixen. Yaoyang Chen looked at this vixen, who actually wanted to charm him, and was really impressed. Puchi. Master Yat, are you praising me? Or insulting me? Hulina couldn't help laughing when she saw Yaoyang Chen actually said that she was a vixen. Your Highness, you are a vixen, aren't you? Yes. Vixens are very beautiful, Your Highness. Xiao Chen is praising you for your beauty. Shui Yuer, Shuiwu, and others were making a noise nearby. They thought that the saint was seducing Yaoyang Chen. Thank you for your compliments. Everyone, let's see you in the finals. Hulina waved to the Tianshui team and walked back to the lounge with a charming step. Although she couldn't win the championship, she had to create some trouble for the Tianshui team. The match between the Thunder team and the Kamikaze team was very intense. Feng Xiaotian finally demonstrated the fifth soul skill and defeated the Thunder team. The game has been played until now, and only the last 5 are left. The top 5 teams in the finals have been decided. They are Tianshui team, Wuhandian team, Kamikaze team, Blazing team, and Shrek team. Congratulations to them. The next round of competition will be held in the Pope's Palace Square to compete for the final champion. During this period, you have 2 days of rest. I hope you are ready. After the Kamikaze team and the Thunder team finished, Chris flew to the ring and notified the major teams of the venue for the final game. Everyone, the last game of the finals is of great importance, so ordinary people are not allowed to watch. Please forgive me. Because Yaoyang Chen was going to implement the plan to beat Tang Dachui, BBDong ordered in public that only soul masters could watch, and ordinary people were not allowed to step into the Pope's Palace Square, so as to avoid fighting and hurting innocent people. Hey! It's a pity that I can't watch the final game. The people of Wuhan City left the great fighting soul arena one after another. Although they were a little regretful, no one dared to refute the Pope's order. In the evening, BBDong disguised herself and came to the hotel of Yaoyang Chen and his group, bringing a message. Xiao Chen, Qian Renxue brought those old guys to the Pope's palace and wanted to see you. BBDong also knew that Yaoyang Chen had made Golden Crocodile Douluo suffer a loss before, and Qian Renxue and others would definitely be restless. Will the worship hall not have any plans for Xiao Chen? Ye Kailan, Shui Langzhen and others were very worried. During the day, those old guys used their mental power to spy on the little guy, and they must have bad intentions. Don't worry. With me here, they dare not do anything to Xiao Chen. BBDong was not worried about anything. Yaoyang Chen was the inheritor of God, and Qian Renxue should not dare to do anything. If it really didn't work, she would tell Qian Renxue about the little guy in Qian Renxue's secret room and give Qian Renxue a surprise. Then let's go and meet them. Besides, I have a way to deal with those old guys, and I guarantee that they will be obedient. Yaoyang Chen can now activate the divine thoughts of the goddess of life at any time, and can also call the Silver Dragon King, so he is not afraid of Qian Renxue and the others. Xiao Chen, can you please ask the limit Douluo to come out? Dugubo had heard this guy say that there was a limit Douluo behind him to protect him, but he hadn't seen him in the past 2 or 3 years. There's no need for him to come out. I have a way to deal with those old seniors. Yaoyang Chen had already thought of a countermeasure and decided to take advantage of this opportunity to fool Qian Renxue and others and let BBDong completely control the spirit hall. Brother Xiao Chen, will we be a burden if we go? Shui Bing'er felt that her strength was too low and she couldn't help if she went. Sister Bing'er, don't worry. I'm here. I promise everything will be fine. Yaoyang Chen comforted everyone that they didn't have to be afraid of anything. He had a way to make those guys obedient. Don't worry, everyone. I'm here. BBDong assured Shui Bing'er and the others that nothing would happen, and then led everyone through several alleys and streets and stepped onto the Pope Mountain from a small path. When everyone arrived at the Pope's hall, they saw that the titled Douluo of the worship hall and the elder hall were all gathered in the hall, and only Qian Renxue and her 2 bodyguards did not come. Yaoyang, Shui Langzhen, Dugubo and others felt a little nervous when they saw so many titled Douluo of the spirit hall together, especially Shui Bing'er and the others, who were even more scared. Sisters, relax, don't be afraid. Yaoyang Chen saw that Shui Bing'er and the others were a little scared, so he carefully reminded everyone to relax. Why did the great worshipper call everyone here? Are you going to attack the 3 sects? BBDong came forward, protected Yaoyang Chen and his group behind her, and asked coldly at Qian Renxue who was sitting at the top. I was bored staying in the worship hall, so I came out to take a look. Dugubo, you have changed a lot. The aura emanating from you should be no less than level 95 soul power. It really opened my eyes. Qian Renxue first looked at Dugubo. Everyone said that this guy was the weakest titled Douluo, but now he has surpassed many people. The great worshipper has a good eye. Fortunately, I have the help of a noble person. Now I have barely reached level 96 and am named Jiaolong. Ah. Dugubo did not hide anything. He directly released his Jiaolong martial spirit and showed his strength to support Yaoyang Chen. In order to prevent others from always saying that he is the weakest titled Douluo, especially the name of Old Poison, which is the most unpleasant. Level 96. In the Wuhan Hall, except for BBDong and Guizhu, everyone else was surprised. No one dared to underestimate this once weakest titled Douluo. Level 96. Dugubo, are you interested in joining the worship hall? Qian Renxue saw that Dugubo had reached level 96 and had reached the standard for joining the worship hall, so he extended an olive branch and invited him to join the worship hall. Thank you for your kindness, great worshipper. But I am used to being free, so I won't join. Dugubo refused to join. Now he has his own business, so how can he care about the worship hall? Okay then. Seeing that the other party did not join, Qian Renxue did not force him, and it can be seen that Dugubo now seems to have a good relationship with the spirit hall and has no hostility. BBDong, won't you introduce these people to me? I have been in the worship hall for a long time, and I didn't know that there were several female Douluo on the continent. Qian Renxue looked at Shui Langzhen, Yaoyang and others. 5 female Douluo appeared at once, which was incredible. This is the dean of Tianshui College, Shui Langzhen, with a soul power of level 97, Shui Lanyu, level 94, and Solin, also level 94. They are all teachers of Tianshui College. In addition, this is Yasuling, the head of the 9-star Begonia family. I believe you also know her. Now she is the only healing titled Douluo on the continent, with a strength of level 94. This is Yaoyang, with a soul power of level 96, and a titled blue-silver Douluo. BBDong slowly introduced the strength of Shui Langzhen and others to everyone, and also let the old guys in the worship hall understand that they also have allies. The head of the 9-star Begonia family actually broke through the titled Douluo. Blue-silver Douluo? Could it be that his spirit is blue-silver grass? The titled Douluos of the spirit hall saw 5 female Douluos, 2 of whom were even above level 96, and thought, are all the female Douluos so strong now? Cai Lan's martial spirit is the blue-silver emperor, so he is called blue-silver Douluo. Blue-silver emperor. When BBDong mentioned the blue-silver emperor, Qian Renxue and his group looked unhappy. After all, the former Pope Qian Sunji died because of the blue-silver emperor. Blue-silver Douluo, who are you? Qian Renxue walked in front of Yaoyang and stared at her intently, trying to see something, but no matter how he looked, the stunning woman in front of him was a real human being. Hey! Old man, stop looking. You are so old, but you are still staring at Sister Lan. Aren't you ashamed? At this time, Yaoyang Chen interrupted Qian Renxue's observation and shifted his attention to himself. Puff. When BBDong, Shui Langzhen, Dugubo, Yaoyang and others heard Yaoyang Chen calling Qian Renxue an old man, they couldn't help laughing. This little guy is really fearless. Guizhu and Ling Yu and Douluo wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. The same was true for some other title Douluo. Xiao Chen, Shui Bing'er, Wu, and others were worried to death. This little guy was too bold. Bold. Seeing that Yaoyang Chen actually called Qian Renxue an old man, Jin Crocodile Douluo was furious. Are you the evil boy Yaoyang Chen that Shui'er mentioned in the letter? Qian Renxue waved his hand to stop Jin Crocodile's scolding, and then looked at Yaoyang Chen quietly, thinking what secrets can be seen. Qian Renxue was very curious about this mysterious boy who appeared out of nowhere, especially since Golden Crocodile Douluo had been attacked by a suspected extreme Douluo before, which made him feel that the matter was a bit serious. Yes. It's me. What's your name, senior? Yaoyang Chen asked with pretended curiosity. I'm Qian Renxue, the chief worshipper of the spirit hall. Qian Renxue said slowly. Oh. It turns out that you are senior Qian Renxue, one of the 3 legendary peerless Douluos. I'm so sorry. Yaoyang Chen saluted Qian Renxue and pretended to be surprised. Boy, you are so brave. You don't salute us titled Douluos. This is very disrespectful. Golden Crocodile Douluo was very annoyed about the fact that he was attacked by the strong man behind this boy during the day, and this boy didn't salute him when he saw him, a level 98 titled Douluo, which made him lose face. I don't know you, how can I know who you are? And you don't have title Douluo written on your forehead, why should I salute? I'll treat you as ordinary old people. I see a lot of ordinary old people every day. If I have to salute everyone, I won't be busy. If you write I am title Douluo on your forehead, I will salute you immediately. Yaoyang Chen talked nonsense seriously, thinking, during the day, several old guys used their mental power to spy on me, and now they want me to salute you, dream. Yaoyang Chen also knew about the old guy Jin Crocodile Douluo. This old man is not a big villain, but he is a little pretentious and likes to put on airs. In the original plot, he pretended to be a master in front of Tang Hao, but was beaten dizzy by him. But now this old man is eyeing the martial soul evolution method that he has mastered. It seems that the other party wants to break through to level 99. Puff. BBDong, Shui Langzhen, Ling Yuan, Guiju Douluo and the others were once again amused by Yaoyang Chen's twisted logic. Shui Binger and the other girls wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. They covered their mouths and their faces turned red. This little guy is very arrogant. The other titled Douluos in the spirit hall looked at each other. They all said that this young man was very arrogant. Today, they finally saw it. How arrogant! Golden Crocodile Douluo has lived for more than 100 years and has never seen such an arrogant young man. Second priest, you are so arrogant. You shouted loudly right away, which will scare the children. BBDong interrupted Golden Crocodile Douluo's words. The one who had the biggest opinion about BBDong in the priest hall was also this old man Golden Crocodile, so she also hated this old guy. Old man, I know you are the one who locked me with mental power during the day, and there are 2 other old men. From your greedy eyes, I know what you think in your heart, nothing more than coveting my secrets. However, some things are like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water for you old guys, which can be seen but not touched. Golden Crocodile Douluo, Martial Soul Golden Crocodile King, has lived for almost 150 years, 98th level titled Douluo, has a 100,000 year soul ring, strength. In the eyes of others, it feels very strong, but in my eyes, it's just so-so. In my opinion, you are just an old man who likes to put on airs, has a bad temper, and is a little disrespectful. Yaoyang Chen decided to scare these old guys first, so that they wouldn't want to take advantage of him. Boy, how do you know about me? Did BBDong tell you? Golden Crocodile Douluo felt that his background was almost exposed by this little guy, how could it be? Second priest, I didn't tell Xiao Chen anything. BBDong denied it immediately. To be honest, it was the first time she heard about the strength of Golden Crocodile Douluo, and she didn't know how the little guy knew it. Okay, Golden Crocodile old man, don't blame the Pope. When you 3 old men used mental power to spy on me today, I already knew your strength. You are level 98, Xiangxi Douluo is level 97, and Qingluan Douluo is level 97. What can you hide? For your use of mental power to spy on my secrets today, I won't bother with you. If you dare to do it again next time, I guarantee that your head will explode and you will leave without a trace of pain. Yaoyang Chen warned Golden Crocodile Douluo, and then used his spiritual sense to communicate with the goddess of life in his soul sea, preparing to let the goddess come out and scare these old guys again. Brother, this boy is too evil, we can't keep him. Golden Crocodile Douluo had seen all kinds of scenes in his life, but he didn't expect that a little soul king could know the strength of the worship hall and threatened him. How could this be tolerated? Big worship, if you want to touch Xiao Chen, the consequences will be serious. BBDong looked at Qian Renxue and his group with a smile, not nervous at all. Child, what happened to you? After the goddess of life's divine consciousness was activated, she immediately asked curiously. Goddess sister, do me a favor and show up. I want to scare these super Douluos so that they don't always have ideas about me. I tell you, these old guys always want to bully the weak. Okay. No problem. Hearing that the little guy was targeted by these titled Douluos, the goddess of life was naturally unhappy, so she decided to scare these guys. You villains are so bold, you are threatening the inheritor of this god. The incarnation of the goddess of life appeared directly from Yaoyang Chen's forehead and stood in the air. Buzz, in an instant, green divine light emanated from the goddess of life, covering the entire hall of the Pope's palace. The powerful divine power pressed down on Qian Renxue and the old men, making them kneel on the ground. Is this a god? Qian Renxue and his group looked at the stunning woman in green clothes and green hair, and were stunned. The god behind this kid was actually a woman, and it was exactly the same as the little guy's humanoid female martial spirit. Wow! Brother Xiao Chen actually called out the goddess. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and others were stunned by the beautiful appearance of the goddess of life, and their mouths opened into an O. Chapter 210 BBDong completely controls the spirit hall. Yaoyang Chen was surprised to see that as soon as the goddess of life came out, the titled Douluo of the worship hall knelt down directly, and even the titled Douluo of the elder hall could not help but kneel down. Sister goddess, scare them again, let these old guys remember, so that they don't think that they are titled Douluo and they are awesome. Seeing that the effect was good, Yaoyang Chen used soul transmission to the goddess of life, asking her to scare these old guys again, and then it would be much easier for BBDong to control the power of the entire spirit hall. The former angel god dared not breathe in front of this god. Qian Renxue, you are a small servant of the angel god, and you dared to bring people to threaten the inheritor of this god. Who gave you such courage? Does the spirit hall want to perish? The goddess of life received Yaoyang Chen's message, so she showed her power again and made the old guys lie on the ground. Respected goddess, we did not threaten your successor, we just wanted to understand and meet him. Qian Renxue had a lot of complaints in his heart at this moment, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. It was really embarrassing today. It was all because of this guy Jin Crocodile who caused all these things. Qian Renxue, I warned you a long time ago that Xiao Chen is not someone you can covet. Aren't you awesome? Aren't you a demigod? Aren't you known as the invincible in the sky? You are standing up now. BBDong stood beside Yaoyang Chen, watching Qian Renxue being pressed to the ground, and felt very refreshed, so she mocked the old guy. Goddess sister, it's enough. Seeing that it was almost done, Yaoyang Chen used his soul to communicate with the goddess of life. Sister, choke and faint. If you have any evil thoughts towards my people again, there is no need for the angel temple to exist. After leaving a word, the goddess of life returned directly to Yaoyang Chen's soul sea. Goddess, don't worry, I swear on the honor of the angel god that I have absolutely no evil thoughts. Qian Renxue immediately promised that he would not attack Yaoyang Chen. As the goddess of life's divine thoughts returned to Yaoyang Chen's body, the pressure on the titled Douluo of the spirit hall also disappeared, so they all stood up, staring at each other, very embarrassed. Qian Renxue, you should thank Xiao Chen, it was he who helped me dispel the thoughts of the Rakshasa god and cured my heart disease. Otherwise, once I inherited the Rakshasa god, with the hatred between me and your Qian family, the spirit hall will perish, and your Qian family's angel martial spirit will no longer exist. Zioxu has grown up now, and I don't care about the past. I am not interested in the Pope as a tool now. Either you give me power or I leave. There are two ways. You choose one. BBDong struck while the iron was hot and confronted Qian Renxue directly. BBDong, you don't have to be so heartless, right? Qian Renxue smiled bitterly. This woman is now a 98 level titled Douluo, and she has twin spirits. If she leaves the spirit hall, the loss will be great. Brother, you can't agree to her. This woman has no good intentions. Golden Crocodile Douluo directly objected. Hey! Old man, do you think the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall is a good job? In my eyes, this peerless female Pope, although she looks glamorous on the surface, is actually a bird in a cage. She works hard for such a large organization every day, and is as tired as a cow. She also has to guard against you old guys who are disrespectful and secretly trip her up. Only a mentally ill person would take such a thankless position. The Spirit Hall is actually divided into two factions, scheming against each other. If the world sees this, they will laugh at you for biting each other. It's really ridiculous. If such an organization doesn't go bankrupt, it's unjust. Life is precious, love is more precious, if it's for freedom, both can be abandoned. If you can't live freely in this world, then your life will have no meaning. You have made her a tool for so many years, it's time to show some appreciation. Young man, you are right. It's our spirit hall that is sorry for her. Brother, I can't agree. Schwetter hasn't grown up yet. I can't agree. Schwetter hasn't grown up yet. I can't agree. Schwetter hasn't grown up yet. I can't agree. I can't agree to it. Schwetter hasn't grown up yet. I can't agree to it. Golden Crocodile Douluo was anxious when he saw Qian Renxue soften his heart. Old Golden Crocodile, I have tolerated you for a long time. From the beginning, you have been targeting me. Do you want to be beaten? BBDong showed her martial spirit and pressed Golden Crocodile Douluo with her powerful soul power. BBDong, you are so presumptuous. Roar. Golden Crocodile Douluo also released his martial spirit and fought back. Buzz. Blessing of life. Your Holiness, I have already helped you. You can now directly press the old man Golden Crocodile to the ground and beat him to let him see how powerful the young man is. Yaoyang Chen directly summoned his martial soul to help BBDong. Haha. 50% increase in all attributes, this power is really good, old man Golden Crocodile, can you bear it? BBDong was in a good mood. At this moment, let alone fighting Golden Crocodile Douluo, even Qian Renxue, she dared to beat him. What are you doing? At this time, Qian Renxue, who had restored her female clothes, ran in from outside in a panic, followed by Snake Spear and Thorny Pig. Wow! So beautiful! Shui Binger and others looked at Qian Renxue's beautiful face and couldn't help but praise her in their hearts. Schwetter, why are you here? Qian Renxue looked at his granddaughter with a helpless look. Brother Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. Qian Renxue gave Yaoyang Chen an apologetic smile. Sister Shui, it's okay. I'm telling you, your grandfather and the others were frightened by me and knelt on the ground just now. Ah. You still let your grandfather and the others kneel on the ground. Sister Shui, your grandfather is used to kneeling to the angel god, so there's nothing wrong with kneeling to the goddess of life. That's right. The goddess of life is higher than the angel god, so there's nothing wrong with grandpa kneeling. Qian Renxue heard that Yaoyang Chen just asked a bunch of old men in the worship hall to kneel down, and it was not a big problem. She was afraid that Sister Na behind the little guy would take action, and that would be terrible. Ling Yuan, Elder Gui, Elder Zhu, you take Xiaokin's family to my residence first. Cai Lan and Xiao Chen stay. Seeing Qian Renxue coming, BBDong needed to deal with family affairs, so she asked the people from Tianshui College to avoid suspicion first. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. Everyone, please follow us. The three of them took Shui Langzhen and her group and left the Pope's palace. Xiao Chen, don't go too far. Shui Langzhen whispered to Yaoyang Chen when she left. Auntie Lan, don't worry, I will take care of everything. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand, indicating that everything was under his control. What's the situation between the young master and the boy? The titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall were all confused when they saw Qian Renxue calling Yaoyang Chen brother and sister. After a long time, they found out that this little guy was one of their own. Haha. Qian Daoliu, are you surprised? Are you surprised? BBDong was in a good mood when she saw the surprised faces of Qian Daoliu and the others. Zioxiu, I think you should come back to be the Pope. I'm tired and plan to leave here and hang out with Xiao Chen in the future. BBDong looked at Qian Renxue with a smile and threw the question to the girl. Don't make trouble. Qian Renxue gave BBDong a charming look. This woman would play with the little guy without considering my feelings at all. I told you before not to bother brother Xiao Chen, but what you did today really disappointed me. Do you feel that you are old and tired of living? If you are tired of living, just bang your head against the wall. Qian Renxue directly scolded the old guys in the worship hall. If she was slower, the Pope Hall would probably be demolished. Take back your martial spirits. Qian Renxue stood between BBDong and Golden Crocodile Douluo to prevent them from fighting. Sister Shui. Let them fight. I have been assisting the Pope. The old Golden Crocodile thinks that he is awesome with his level 98 strength. It's okay to let him enjoy a beating. Yaoyang Chen was making a fuss nearby. For an old man like Golden Crocodile Douluo with a bad temper, it would not work if he was not beaten into submission. Little brother, stop making trouble. Give your sister some face. Qian Renxue turned around and smiled sweetly at Yaoyang Chen, thinking, you little guy just likes to make trouble. Little Chen. Yaoyang pulled Yaoyang Chen's hand from behind, reminding him not to make trouble. Hey. Senior Qian Daoliu, since your granddaughter is here, it will be easy. From now on, all the titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall are under the control of the Pope, and everyone must listen to her. You must respect and obey her from the bottom of your heart, and you are not allowed to play any tricks. As for Senior Qian Daoliu, you should guard the Angel Temple and not interfere with the work of the Pope, let alone give her instructions. Anyway, you and the Pope don't like each other. You want to kill her and she wants to kill you, so you'll never meet again. I've finished what I said. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Yaoyang Chen felt that the time was ripe and decided to help BBDong subdue the old guys in the worship hall. As soon as these words came out, the old guys in the spirit hall were stunned. Yaoyang supported his forehead and was helpless about the audacity of this little guy. I object. Golden Crocodile Douluo immediately objected. He couldn't stand BBDong's pressure on him. I agree. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, you and Grandpa should retire together. From now on, you are not allowed to interfere in anything in the spirit hall. Besides, the spirit hall doesn't need you to make instructions now. It's time for us young people to manage it. At this time, Qian Renxue directly raised her hand in approval. Only by letting BBDong take charge of the entire Wuhan Hall can it become more powerful. Shuer, have you thought it through? Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Renxue. I have thought it through. I already know everything. Grandpa, you can't treat her like this anymore. Besides, there's no one better than her in the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall will only become more glorious under the management of her mother. Qian Renxue finally got BBDong's love, how could she let her leave? Only by keeping BBDong in the Spirit Hall can she get help from Yaoyang Chen. Well, then. I declare that all the elders of the Spirit Hall listen to my order. From now on, you must obey the orders of the Pope. It has come to this point. If Qian Daoliu doesn't express his opinion, he will become a fool. In this case, I have something to tell you now. I have planned to lure out Hammer Douluo Tang Dachui in the last game of the finals, and then destroy him. Don't show up from your worship hall, otherwise you will scare Tang Dachui away and ruin my series of plans. Yaoyang Chen suggested that the people from the worship hall should not show up, otherwise Tang Dachui would not dare to show off, and he would not be able to shoot him with a gun. Hammer Douluo? Tang Dachui? The titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall were confused. It's Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao. I tell you, Xiao Chen directly called that guy Hammer Douluo Tang Dachui, and he himself thought he was not worthy of the title of Haoshan Douluo, so he called himself Hammer Douluo. BBDong explained the origin of Hammer Douluo to everyone nearby, and she felt funny when she remembered the scene when the little guy fooled Tang Hao. Haha. Hammer Douluo. Tang Hao. This name is really good. The titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall were amused. They didn't expect that the world-famous Haoshan Douluo was played around by a teenager. Chapter 211 The high-level people of the Spirit Hall have problems with their brains. Qian Renxue heard Yaoyang Chen's plan and couldn't understand why this little guy just wanted to destroy Tang Hao. With the titled Douluo around this guy, killing Tang Hao shouldn't be a problem. Friend yet, can you tell me what your real purpose is to destroy Tang Hao? Qian Renxue asked curiously. If possible, he would also like to contribute. Grand Priest, why do you ask so many questions? Just guard your angel temple well. BBDong reminded Qian Renxue not to make trouble. She was afraid that this pedantic old man would ruin Yaoyang Chen's plan. If my plan is told, it may not work, so senior, don't ask. As for what you are worried about, it is nothing more than that your good friend Senior Tang Chen will cause trouble in the future. What? Senior, you are also an extreme Douluo, are you afraid of him? Yaoyang Chen understood Qian Renxue's worries. To be honest, in the original plot, Tang Hao showed up at the end of the finals and smashed the angel statues. Qian Renxue didn't show up. It was probably because of this reason. There was another reason. He felt that he was a demigod and didn't want to participate in the fight of the younger generations. Why would I be afraid of him? Qian Renxue immediately remembered some things in the past when he heard the name Tang Chen. Master Ye said that the great priest and Tang Chen are good friends? What does this mean? Some other titled Douluos were confused. It was the first time they heard the word good friends. Puff. Good friends for life. BBDong couldn't help laughing when she heard the word good friends. Pope, what does good friends mean? Ye Kalen asked BBDong curiously. Kalen, this word was said by Xiao Chen. He said that good friends for life is used to describe the feelings between men, just like Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Ah. So that's the case. But why do I feel a little corny? Kalen, let me tell you, Elder Chrysanthemum sometimes calls Elder Ghost a dead ghost. When I heard it, I got goosebumps all over my body. BBDong and Ye Kalen were discussing the topic of good friends on the side, completely ignoring Qian Renxue's embarrassed face. Other titled Douluos looked at Qian Renxue with gossipy faces, wanting to laugh but embarrassed to laugh, and their faces flushed. Xiao Chen, don't say that about my grandfather. He and Senior Tang Chen are not good friends. Qian Renxue reached out and patted Yaoyang Chen on the back, and said coquettishly in her heart, I have already given this guy to the secret room, and he still said this about my grandfather. It seems that if this little guy wants to recognize his grandfather, he will have to continue to keep him in the secret room in the future. Sister Shuet, I heard that although your grandfather and Senior Tang Chen were from different camps, they had a deep relationship. They even pursued Poseidon Douluo Posiadai together. There is a saying, fight together, pick up girls together. Only good friends can do such things. Yaoyang Chen felt that the mutual appreciation between Qian Renxue and Tang Chen, the masters, was similar to good friends. Grandpa, is what Xiao Chen said true? Qian Renxue looked at Qian Renxue with a gossipy face, and the other's old face blushed. Haha. The titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall could no longer hold back, and turned their heads and laughed. Fight together, pick up girls together? Great priest, I didn't expect you had this hobby back then. BBDong looked at Qian Renxue's embarrassed face and suddenly felt that he was not so annoying. Hey. Yes Xiaowu, although I don't know how you know it. But can you give me some face? Don't tell everything. Qian Renxue was very embarrassed to see Yaoyang Chen almost revealing his past. Senior, this is not something shameful, it should be shared to make the younger generations happy. Yaoyang Chen did this on purpose only by saying it can these old guys not dare to act like masters and put on airs in front of them. The titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall finally understood why this evil boy was able to cause chaos in the military of the Heaven Do Empire. This kid could talk people to death with just one word. Oh, right. I have to remind you about Sister Shue's undercover work to steal the country. When I first met Prince Xuking he at Tiandu Royal Academy, I could tell he was not a man. He had no masculinity, a feminine aura, and better skin than many women. Most importantly, there was a faint fragrance on his body, which only women have. As for whether the people of the Tiandu royal family could see it, I don't know. I don't know if the brains of the high-level people in your spirit hall are sick. They arranged such a stupid undercover mission for Sister Shuet, letting her play tricks every day, thus delaying her cultivation, so that she is now in her 20s and has not even reached the Soul Emperor. If Sister Shuet could practice normally, she would have at least reached the Soul Saint by now, which would be worthy of her high talent. Sister Shue's talent can be said to be the best in the history of the Spirit Hall. Strong, innate level 20 soul power, 6-winged angel god level martial soul, in theory, as long as the physical fitness is well trained, the first soul ring may be thousands of years old, and even if it is not complete, the second soul ring should be at least thousands of years old. But it is a pity that Qian Renxue has become an ordinary genius. Senior Qian Renxue, you are too unreliable as a grandfather. You only know how to guard an angel temple and pray to God every day. You pray and pray, but you get nothing. You don't care about your granddaughter and only send 2 weak title Douluo to protect her. If Sister Shui is discovered by the super Douluo of the upper 3 sects, she will definitely die, and you will have no place to cry at that time. Yaoyang Chen pointed out Qian Renxue's ridiculous undercover plan very seriously. To be honest, none of the high-level figures in the Wuhan Hall have a normal brain. It is estimated that they must be 10 levels of brain dead to send their own super genius to the enemy camp to go undercover. Ah! Is this so serious? Yaoyang Chen's words were like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, hitting the people in the worship hall at once, making Qian Daoliu sweat coldly on his back. Papa. Hey! I ruined Shue'er's future. Qian Daoliu regretted it so much at this moment that he slapped himself a few times. What on earth had he been doing all these years? He had delayed his granddaughter's golden cultivation age. Grandpa Qian Renxue saw Qian Daoliu slapping himself and thought he was crazy. Shue'er, Grandpa is sorry for you, Grandpa is a bastard. Papa. Qian Daoliu reached out and touched Qian Renxue's head, feeling extremely heartbroken, and then slapped himself a few more times. Grandpa, don't be like this, I'm fine. Qian Renxue grabbed Qian Daoliu's hand to prevent him from slapping himself in public, which was too embarrassing. Old dragon, Master Ye is so good at talking that he can even make the chief priest slap himself in the face. Master Ye is telling the truth. We have to accept it. The young master's cultivation has indeed been delayed. When Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo heard Yaoyang Chen say that their strength was lagging behind, they felt very uncomfortable, but they did not dare to refute. Even the chief priest slapped himself in the face because of what this monster said. Central priest, your stupid sons planned to steal the country back then, now it seems that it is really a stupid plan as Xiao Chen said. Xiao Chen is right. All of us in the spirit hall have problems with our brains. It has indeed delayed Zioxu's cultivation. Seeing Qian Daoliu slapping himself in the face, BBDong was in a good mood, so she took the opportunity to mock Qian Sunji. At this moment, BBDong suddenly realized that the high-level people in the spirit hall were all mentally ill, even herself. If she hadn't met the little guy, the fate of herself and the spirit hall would probably be heading for destruction. Little brother, why did you bring this up? It made my grandfather blame himself. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes at Yaoyang Chen, feeling that this little guy did it on purpose. Sister Shui, the reason I said this is to let you see how stupid and unreliable your grandfather is. This is a world where the strong are respected. Without strong strength, you can't realize your so-called dreams. For Qian Renxue, this arrogant and confident girl, Yaoyang Chen had to let her understand some cruel facts. Zioxu, why don't you just give up the mission? Come back and concentrate on practicing. Qian Daoliu realized the seriousness of the matter. Over the years, his granddaughter's practice has been delayed too much, so he persuaded the girl to give up the mission. Grandpa, I've been undercover for so many years, and now I have a certain amount of power. I don't want to give up just like that. Although Xiao Chen said this is a stupid mission, I still don't want to give up halfway, and I will work hard to practice. Qian Renxue has a strong personality and doesn't want to give up just like that. The most important thing is that this plan was proposed by her father, and she wants to prove it. Sister Shui, have you been playing the role of the prince for so long, calling old man Shui your father for so many years, and have you developed feelings for him? Do you really think of yourself as the son of that old man? I think you are mentally ill. Yaoyang Chen has said this, but Qian Renxue is still unwilling to give up. It seems that this woman is a stubborn person. Brother Xiao Chen, don't say that to me. I just want to complete this mission. Qian Renxue stretched out her jade hand and pinched Yaoyang Chen's ear. Although she knew that this little guy was doing this for her, she was still unwilling to give up. It seems that this woman is a stubborn person. Okay, but I just want to fulfill my father's last wish. Zioxu, why don't you listen to Ziokin's advice? BBDong was helpless as she watched her silly daughter fulfill her dead father's plan. I don't want to give up all these years of hard work. Qian Renxue said proudly. The plan to steal the country is her own career, so how could she give up easily? Then let Senior Zhang Mo and Qian Jun stay with Sister Shui. If they encounter a super Douluo, they will have a guarantee. Otherwise, Seniors Shimao and Thorny Pig will not be able to withstand the attack of a super Douluo. You old guys in the worship hall should also come out and move around. Don't guard an angel temple all day long. What's there to guard? The temple won't run away. Seeing Qian Renxue's insistence, Yaoyang Chen suggested letting Qian Jun and Zhang Mo, 2 titled Douluo, protect them. This kid is really arrogant. It feels like he is the boss of the spirit hall. Seeing Yaoyang Chen yelling at the titled Douluo of the worship hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo was very upset, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only stare at Yaoyang Chen with his big eyes to express his dissatisfaction. Why are you staring? Old Golden Crocodile, are you not convinced? Then lower your level and let's have a duel. I won't bully you because you are old. I am now level 59. You can lower your soul power to Soul Emperor. Let's have a fight. Whoever loses is a puppy. You old guys, you only know how to pretend to be masters in front of us young people. What's there to pretend? You are really good at nothing, but you are the best at pretending. If I lived to your age, I would have taken everyone out of Douluo Star to explore other worlds. Yaoyang Chen looked at golden crocodile Douluo staring at him and immediately fought back. In the original plot, these old men in the worship hall had no sense of existence. After the spirit hall was defeated, these old men came late and came out to play soy sauce. They were useless. I have never seen such an arrogant person since I was a child. At this moment, the old men in the worship hall felt that this young man was too arrogant, but he had the protection of the gods behind him, so you really couldn't do anything to him. Puff. BBDong looked at the old men in the worship hall, who were scolded by Yaoyang Chen and had no temper at all. It was really relieved. Little brother Chen, stop talking, otherwise grandpa and the others would like to find a hole to crawl into. Qian Renxue looked at her grandfather and several elders of the worship hall with extremely embarrassed faces, so she reached out and pulled Yaoyang Chen to let the little guy save some face. Young friend Ye is right. Everyone should be more careful in the future. Qianjun, Jiangmo, you two have worked hard. Together with Shimao and Thornfish, protect Shuer. You all have to pretend to be ordinary people, especially Jiangmo, and put away your arrogance. Qian Daoliu directly arranged the two brothers with Panlong staff martial spirit to protect Qian Renxue, just in case. Yes. Big brother. Jiangmo and Qianjun were also happy to take on this task, and they could go out for a walk by the way. You all leave first, I want to talk to young friend Ye about something. Qian Daoliu planned to ask Yaoyang Chen about the god realm and the angel god, so he asked the people from the worship hall and the elder hall to leave. Young friend Ye, how much do you know about the god realm and other worlds? I have prayed in the angel temple for many years, but there was no response. Do you know what the angel god is like? Qian Daoliu felt that his cognition was like that of a child in front of Yaoyang Chen. The goddess of life told me that the god realm manages 108 planets with life, and Douluo star is just one of them. As for the current god realm, after the dragon god war, there is no supreme god. There are only the 5 great god kings of life, destruction, evil, kindness, and Shura. The others are all first-level gods, second-level gods, third-level gods, and countless priests. Those are all small shrimps. Angel god, sea god, and Rakshasa god are all first-level gods. Among the first-level gods, their strength is also considered to be relatively strong. Senior, you have prayed to God in the angel temple for many years, but there is no response. That's because the angel god has been killed long ago. Yaoyang Chen said a lot of things, popularizing the knowledge of the god realm to Qian Daoliu. What? Angel god is dead. When Qian Daoliu heard that the angel god had been killed, he was shocked. Angel god was killed? How is it possible? Qian Renxue even fell to the ground directly, feeling incredible. What's so strange? The god realm is similar to our world. People there will also fight for their own interests. Fighting and killing is normal. Angel god has no strong backers and is arrogant. It is normal for him to be targeted by other gods. For example, Rakshasa god and angel god are opposites, so she will take action. Rakshasa god is a first-level god under the throne of Shura god. Sea god may also be one of the murderers because your spirit hall attacked Sea god island. Of course, this is just my speculation. Although Sea god and angel god are also acquaintances, due to the stupidity and ignorance of your spirit hall, you attacked Sea god island without knowing the sky and the earth. That is Sea god's dojo, and he is watching in the god realm. Although he can't come down to destroy your spirit hall, he can work with other gods to kill angel god. The old bachelor Sea god is at the peak of the first-level god. He is stronger than the angel god, and he is a good friend of the old bachelor Shura god. It is too easy for him to team up with others to kill the angel god. Yaoyang Chen analyzed the cause of the angel god's death, and made Qian Daoliu understand that there is nothing wrong with the god. Xiao Chen is so right. BBDong felt that the death of the angel god was normal. She used to hate people with angel spirits, and now she understands that the main reason was the Rakshasa god's thoughts. BBDong felt that the spirit hall looked very powerful now, but if there was no god to support it, it might collapse. No wonder the angel god statue has not responded. It turns out that the angel god is dead. Qian Daoliu seemed to have lost his energy and spirit at this moment, and felt sad for his ignorance. Brother Xiao Chen, can I still become a god? Qian Renxue heard that the angel god had died, and felt very hopeless about her becoming a god. Theoretically, it is impossible, because without a god to help you start the god test, you can't become a god, unless there is a god to help you start the god test, then you can. Yaoyang Chen knew that Qian Renxue was able to start the god test in the original plot. It was all the work of the sea god, especially the test of the golden liquid, which was deliberately done by the sea god to disgust the angel god. My friend, do you have a way to make Zioxu a god? Qian Daoliu rushed to Yaoyang Chen and asked anxiously. Yes. I will ask the goddess to help Sister Shui start the god test when the time comes. Senior, you must pay attention. Without my permission, don't let Sister Shui start the god test, otherwise the old bachelor of the sea god may intervene and give Sister Shui some strange tests, such as killing parents, killing grandfathers, etc. The purpose is to disgust the angel god. Although Yaoyang Chen had greeted the sea god before, that old bachelor was very shameless and he might interfere. Okay. We will follow your arrangements in everything. Qian Daoliu can only pin his hopes on Yaoyang Chen now. Little brother Chen, I am almost scared out of my mind by you. Qian Renxue saw that this little guy had a way to help her, and said coquettishly in her heart, I knew you would scare me, next time I must take you to the secret room, and then keep you in the secret room for 3 days, so that you can see how powerful I am. Senior, do you have any questions? If not, I will go back to sleep. Yaoyang Chen helped BBDong to completely control the spirit hall, and his goal was achieved. No more. Little friend yet, why don't you just join the spirit hall, you become the holy son, and we all listen to you. At this moment, Qian Renxue really wanted to hand over the entire spirit hall to Yaoyang Chen for management. Great worshipper, Xiaokin's goal is the universe, the sky, and the sea of stars. What does a mere spirit hall saint son count for? BBDong reminded him from the side, thinking, if the little guy is willing, I would have handed over the entire spirit hall to him for management. Not interested, I have a lot of things to do, I'll go back first. Sister Shuet, goodbye, you will be undercover in the Tiandu Empire in the future, be careful. Yaoyang Chen said goodbye to Qian Renxue and Qian Renxue, and then took Yakalin and followed BBDong back to his residence. As soon as the three left the Pope's hall, the titled Douluo of the worship hall and the elder hall walked in immediately. Brother, is it too hasty to hand over all the power of the spirit hall to BBDong? Golden Crocodile Douluo was very unwilling, especially after being humiliated by Yaoyang Chen before, it was too embarrassing. He always felt that the boy was plotting against the entire spirit hall. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, I know you were humiliated by Xiao Chen brother before, but you were also wrong first, you deserve it. The spirit hall is now under the full management of my mother, so that I can get the support of Xiao Chen brother. Everyone remember, don't make plans for Xiao Chen in the future, including the people around him, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Qian Renxue warned all the titled Douluos in the spirit hall not to have any ideas. Shuer, don't worry. Everyone knows their limits. With that kid's methods, it's good enough that he doesn't bully us. Speaking of which, that kid cured BBDong, and he can be regarded as a great benefactor of the spirit hall. Otherwise, once BBDong inherited the Rakshasa god, the consequences would be disastrous. Qian Renxue assured Qian Renxue that no one in the spirit hall dared to attack that little guy, and now everyone simply did not have the strength to provoke him. Shuer, what is your relationship with that kid? Qian Renxue did not know that Qian Renxue had already kept Yaoyang Chen in the secret room. My mother has recognized him as her godson, so he and I are naturally a brother and sister. And the reason why my relationship with my mother can be reconciled is because Xiao Chen dispelled the Rakshasa divine thoughts from my mother, making her mind normal and curing her heart disease. Otherwise, we mother and daughter would still be in a hostile state, and I don't know when it will end. Qian Renxue told everyone about BBDong's recognition of her godson, so that everyone can truly understand the relationship between Yaoyang Chen and the spirit hall, but she did not dare to tell anyone about the little guy in her secret room. Ah! BBDong actually recognized that evildoer as her godson? No wonder she went to the Tiandu Empire in person before the Soul Master competition started. That's it. After hearing Qian Renxue's words, everyone suddenly realized why BBDong had changed so much in the past 2 years. Haha. Now it's good, with this relationship, we can rest assured. Everyone, listen carefully, from now on, the worship hall and the elder hall must obey the Pope's orders and not disobey in secret. For BBDong, Qian Renxue in fact, he felt a little guilty, because that woman was also his disciple. It was all his fault that his brain-sick son did something immoral, and forced her into the secret room, which almost brought disaster to the spirit hall. Now that BBDong was saved, Qian Renxue was also relieved. Chapter 212 Yu Xiaogang was fooled again. Yaoyang Chen returned to BBDong's manor and saw that everyone in the Tianshui team was waiting for him. You stinky boy, you really scared us to death just now, and made a bunch of title Douluo in the spirit hall kneel on the ground. You really have grown up. Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu grabbed Yaoyang Chen's ears on the left and right. The sisters were speechless about the little guy's audacity. Shui Langzhen, don't talk about you, even I was shocked. The old men in the worship hall were bullied by Xiao Chen and lost their temper. It was so refreshing. BBDong now completely controls the spirit hall and is no longer a tool, but all this is brought to her by the little guy in front of her. If there were no one around, she would definitely hold the little guy in her arms and love him well. I told you a long time ago that I have a way to treat those old men obediently. Yaoyang Chen felt that this was just a trivial matter. As a crossover with cheats, this was just a normal operation. Knowing that Xiao Chen has allowed me to completely control the entire spirit hall, I would not have dared to think about such a thing before. BBDong rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head and was very happy. BBDong now completely controls the spirit hall and is in a good mood. She immediately ordered the maid to prepare wine and food, ready to celebrate well, and also called Hulina and Jin Zaihuzu. The maid worked very efficiently, and an hour later, a large table of sumptuous banquets was prepared. Your Holiness, congratulations! Guizhu and Ling Yu and Douluo toasted BBDong. Over the years, BBDong has been targeted by the worship hall, and the three of them know that this woman has not had an easy life. Especially Guizhu and the other two, as elders of 2 dynasties, they watched BBDong grow up, and they felt very distressed about what this woman had experienced back then. Thank you. If it weren't for the support of Elder Gui and Elder Zhu, I might not have survived. Please forgive me for getting angry with you from time to time, Because at that time, I was bewitched by the Rakshasa divine thought, my mind was not normal, and I felt that the whole world was an enemy. BBDong also toasted the three and apologized for what she had done. Your Holiness, there is no need to say that. Guizhu and the other two had assisted Qian Sunji and were often scolded by him. Over the years, they have become accustomed to it. Teacher, we toast you. Hulina and Jin Zaihuzu also raised their glasses to toast BBDong. Nana, Zaihuzu, it's great that the teacher has two of you as his disciples. BBDong loves these two girls as if they were his daughters. Your Holiness, congratulations. The people from Tianshui College also raised their glasses to BBDong. Thank you, it is the happiest thing in my life to meet you. BBDong felt very happy at this moment, as if she owned the whole world. Cheers. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when you meet a bosom friend. Everyone accompanied BBDong to drink until the early morning before the meeting was dismissed. Yaoyang Chen returned to the room with a dizzy head. After taking a hot bath, he refined the alcohol and began to rest. Click. At this time, the door of the room opened, and BBDong came in with a bowl of hot soup. Why are you here? Yaoyang Chen looked at BBDong with a flushed face and asked curiously. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry for asking you to drink so much with me. Here. This is the hangover soup, drink it quickly. BBDong came to the bed and handed the hot soup to Yaoyang Chen. You now have complete control of the spirit hall and have become the true peerless empress. It is a great joy. Of course, we have to celebrate for you. Yaoyang Chen took the bowl and drank the hot soup in one gulp. I can have what I have today, all thanks to your help, otherwise my soul would still be lost in the darkness, thank you. BBDong hugged Yaoyang Chen tightly in her arms and kissed him gently on the forehead. You're welcome, I should help you. Yaoyang Chen was used to being hugged by this enthusiastic female pope, and he didn't feel anything now. Godmother, you drank so much tonight, aren't you drunk at all? I feel dizzy. Yaoyang Chen felt that BBDong's alcohol tolerance was very large. After a few bottles, he was fine. On the other hand, Shui Langzhen, Yakalan, Dugubo, Guizhu, Ling Yuan and other titled Douluo were all a little drunk. As for Shui Binger, Hulina and others, they were almost the same as me and had already been dizzy. Xiao Chen, I used to live alone in such a big pope's palace. There was no one to talk to around me. I was very lonely, so I could only drink alone to numb myself. After a long time, my alcohol tolerance also increased. BBDong sat on the bed, holding Yaoyang Chen's hand, and slowly talked about her boring life, as if complaining. Then you are not lonely now. No, now I have you, everything is fine, especially you, little guy, always bring me all kinds of surprises, and now you have helped me completely control the Wuhan hall. I just relied on the goddess of life's divine thoughts to scare people and fooled the worship hall. Xiao Chen, in my heart, you are omnipotent and can make those old guys like Qian Renxue obedient. You are the first one to post it. BBDong opened up and chatted with Yaoyang Chen under the influence of alcohol. This chat lasted another hour. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry to have you chat with me for so long again. It's okay. There are no competitions these 2 days anyway. Xiao Chen, have a good rest. BBDong didn't want to take up too much of Yaoyang Chen's time, so she let the little guy rest, covered him with the quilt, and then kissed him on the forehead, and walked out of the room happily. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, the Tianshui team left the Pope's palace and returned to the hotel. Xiao Chen, who was the blonde who appeared in the Pope's palace last night? What is her relationship with you? After returning to the hotel, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer came to Yaoyang Chen's room and asked curiously. Women's sixth sense told them that the little guy had a complicated relationship with the beautiful blonde woman. She is the daughter of Godmother, Qian Renxue, granddaughter of Qian Douluo, the chief worshipper of the Spirit Hall, the real young master of the Spirit Hall, and the beauty who helped us get the Hanhai Kyunkan cover. Xiao Chen, the one who asked you to meet in Tiandu City before must be her, right? Yes. It's her. Sister Binger, Sister Yuer, you just need to know, but don't tell anyone. Don't worry. We will be sensible. But I think that woman treats you very well. How far is your relationship? Tell me, she is so beautiful, I don't believe you won't be tempted. When the two sisters saw Qian Renxue's attitude towards Yaoyang Chen in the Pope's palace before, they knew that the relationship between the two was not simple, especially after the promotion match in Tiandu City. Prince Xuking he sent a woman to take the little guy out, and then the guy returned after a day and a night. Something must have happened during this period. Sisters, it's just what you think. Yaoyang Chen admitted directly, anyway, there was nothing to hide. Haha. Xiao Chen brother, you are really good, even the real master of the Spirit Hall was taken down by you. Shui Yuer couldn't help laughing. This little guy's ability to pick up girls is really amazing, and the entire Spirit Hall has completely become the power behind this guy. In the past, the two sisters were worried that the female pope had a story with this guy, but now it was her daughter who had a relationship with this guy, so there was nothing to worry about. It was nothing more than one more sister, and they had already gotten used to it. Maybe I was too handsome and she was fascinated by me. Yaoyang Chen said proudly, but he was embarrassed to tell the two girls about the secret room he was forced into by Qian Renxue, lest they laugh at him. Slippery tongue. Sister. We have to punish him, so that he won't attract peach blossoms everywhere. Okay. We have to punish him well. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er looked at Yaoyang Chen's proud look, and directly pressed this guy on the bed with evil smiles on their faces. Two sisters, it's early in the morning, don't do this. Aren't you going shopping? That's right, let you go first. Shui Bing'er and her sister stopped their actions when they remembered that it was morning. Xiao Chen, watch out. But the next moment, the two sisters directly ravaged the little guy. Two sisters, be gentle. At this moment, Yaoyang Chen was almost suffocated by Shui Yu'er and was very speechless. Xiao Chen, next time there is someone, you must tell us, don't hide it. The two sisters played for a while, and seeing the little guy's face flushed by being suffocated, he felt very refreshed. No problem. Yaoyang Chen was also very surprised to see that the two sisters were not jealous. It is said that since Yu Xiaogang discovered that there was a conflict between the worship hall and BBDong, he planned to use the worship hall to deal with BBDong. What is the relationship between BBDong and Yaoyang Chen? Have they known each other for a long time? After seeing BBDong's spider martial spirit evolve into a human martial spirit, Yu Xiaogang knew that Yaoyang Chen must have a relationship with BBDong. BBDong sent Scar brother and the others to mess with me. Was it because of that kid? Damn it. Yu Xiaogang thought of his series of experiences and was extremely angry. Yaoyang Chen has the supreme recipe for martial soul evolution. If the people from the worship hall come forward, the kid must hand it over. Maybe the worship hall can also get a copy because of the information provided by this master. By the way, you can also say that BBDong colluded with outsiders and betrayed the martial soul hall. I believe Duelio will definitely make trouble for BBDong. He. When Yu Xiaogang thought of this, he laughed evilly and felt that he was very smart. So Yu Xiaogang immediately set off, hired a carriage, and rushed to the sacred mountain where the worship hall was located. Stop, the worship hall is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to enter. When Yu Xiaogang climbed up the sacred mountain of the worship hall, he was immediately blocked by several guards. I am Yu Xiaogang. I have important information about Pope BBDong. I need to inform the chief priest. Yu Xiaogang opened his duck-like voice to explain his purpose, and then directly showed the Pope's order that Tang Hao gave him to show off. Master Fart Yu Xiaogang? Why do you have the Pope's order? You don't need to know this, meeting the Pope's order is like meeting the Pope, you should know this rule of the Spirit Hall. Facing the guard's doubts, Yu Xiaogang domineeringly said the rules of the Pope's order. Although Yu Xiaogang was very angry when he was called a fart master by the guard, he did not dare to get angry in front of him. Okay. Please wait, we will report it immediately. The guard saw that Yu Xiaogang actually had the Pope's order, and did not dare to do anything to him, so he had to inform the worship hall of the matter. Report to the great worshipper, a man named Yu Xiaogang came outside with the Pope's order in his hand. He said he had important information about His Holiness the Pope. Yu Xiaogang, the waste of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It's him. Great worshipper, do you want us to take action? No, I want to see what this waste is planning. Let him in. Qian Renxue was very curious, how could that loser Yu Xiaogang have the Pope's order? BBDong had ruined Yu Xiaogang's reputation a long time ago, and had someone completely destroy that guy. Obviously, the Pope's order was not given by BBDong. Brother, this Yu Xiaogang is very courageous. He actually dared to run to our worship hall. I think we should just kill him. Even Yu Yuan Zhen wouldn't dare to say anything. Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't stand Yu Xiaogang, that loser. It was because of that loser that the Spirit Hall made a big joke. Second brother, don't care about a loser. First see what he has in mind. Qian Renxue stopped Golden Crocodile Douluo. No matter how useless he was still the son of Yu Yuan Zhen. Moreover, BBDong seemed to have tortured Yu Xiaogang even more miserably, which was also a slap in Yu Yuan Zhen's face. It was also an interesting thing for a living useless person to embarrass Yu Yuan Zhen everywhere. Yu Xiaogang looked at the majestic worship hall with envy and jealousy. He hoped that Xiao San would destroy it one day and make the evil organization of Wuhan Hall disappear forever. Yu Xiaogang, the chief worshipper agreed, go in. At this time, the guard came out of the worship hall and let Yu Xiaogang enter the worship hall. Thank you. Yu Xiaogang shook his sleeves, took a pair of bow legs, and stepped into the door of the worship hall. Shua Shua. Just as Yu Xiaogang stepped into the door of the worship hall, Qian Renxue and Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly appeared in front of him. Are you Yu Xiaogang? You have changed a lot. Qian Renxue looked at the pale old man in front of him, his face was like a layer of white powder, just like the eunuchs in the palace, and he almost couldn't help laughing, thinking, BBDong was really cruel. He actually made this guy become like this. Meet the great priest. Yu Xiaogang immediately bowed respectfully to Qian Renxue. Yu Xiaogang, why don't you lead your Shrek team well and run to the priest hall? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked coldly. Report to the two seniors, the evil boy Yaoyang Chen of the Tianshui team has a secret recipe for martial spirit evolution. This person is arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously. I found that Pope BBDong seems to have contacts with this person great priest, aren't you afraid that the spirit hall will fall into the hands of that evildoer in the future? Yu Xiaogang directly exposed that Yaoyang Chen had a method to evolve his spirit, and even exaggerated that guy to be an ambitious man who posed a great threat to the spirit hall. Yu Xiaogang dared to say this because he had learned that BBDong had a conflict with the worship hall. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Oh. The method of evolving the spirit? That's interesting. Brother, the Pope has contacts with this boy, so we have to be on guard. Qian Renxue and Golden Crocodile Douluo thought that Yu Xiaogang would bring some important information, but they didn't expect that this guy wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, so the two pretended to be shocked and acted with Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, the two thought, we were scared to our knees by that boy last night, and you, a waste, actually wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, which is ridiculous. Yu Xiaogang, why do you say that the spirit hall will fall into Yaoyang Chen's hands? We can let him join the spirit hall. Yes. This kind of evil genius is what we want in the spirit hall. Whatever he wants, we will give it to him. Yu Xiaogang, you must have suffered at the hands of the other party, and you can't take revenge on your own. Now you dare to use our worship hall as a gun. You are really brave. Qian Renxue and Golden Crocodile Douluo are old and cunning. They saw through Yu Xiaogang's tricks at once, so they decided to scare this guy. Two seniors, I don't mean that. As far as I know, that Yaoyang Chen will not be subservient to any force. Now that Pope BBDong has dealings with him, it is undoubtedly inviting a wolf into the house. The great worshipper must be on guard. Yu Xiaogang's trick was seen through by the other party at once, and his spine suddenly felt cold, but for revenge, he still endured the scalp and said that Yaoyang Chen was a great threat to the Wuhan hall. Well. I know what to do, you leave first. Qian Renxue calmly ordered Yu Xiaogang to leave, but he was laughing in his heart, that young man saved the spirit hall, and now he is BBDong's godson, and Schwetter's brother, so he is my family. It's ridiculous that you, a waste, want me to take action against my family. Well. BBDong sent someone to make Yu Xiaogang like this before, so I have to punish Yu Xiaogang anyway. Qian Renxue immediately thought of a way at this moment, and planned to have someone throw Yu Xiaogang into prison and let those prisoners treat him well. Great worshipper, I'll take my leave first. Yu Xiaogang left the worship hall trembling with fear, and at this moment he was in a state of anxiety, and he didn't know whether Qian Renxue would take action against BBDong. Just when Yu Xiaogang walked halfway up the mountain, suddenly, several members of the law enforcement team appeared and stopped him. It is a serious crime to trespass into the sacred mountain of the Temple of Worship. Arrest him. Several people directly captured Yu Xiaogang and rushed to the prison. Everyone, I have the Pope's order in my hand. You can't arrest me. Yu Xiaogang panicked, so he immediately took out the Pope's order and wanted to order the other party. The Pope's order cannot order the people in the Temple of Worship. The guards who failed to do their job before have been punished. Several law enforcement team members talked nonsense seriously and ignored the Pope's order. They were specially arranged by Qian Renxue. The purpose was to arrest Yu Xiaogang and put him in prison and let those prisoners serve Yu Xiaogang well for 2 days. Wait a minute, I also met the chief worshipper. You can't arrest me. Yu Xiaogang mentioned Qian Renxue again. Are you kidding me? You are just a little great spirit master, how can you have the qualifications to see the great worshipper? Trespassing into the godly mountain of worshippers is an unforgivable crime. You will be locked up for 2 days. The men ignored Yu Xiaogang's excuses and continued to lead him to the outskirts of Wuhan city. Soon they came to a prison. No, you can't do this. I am Master Yu Xiaogang. Seeing the prison, Yu Xiaogang's scalp suddenly numbed. Go in. Trespassing into the godly mountain of worshippers, you still have the right. The men stuffed Yu Xiaogang into a cell, then found the prison leader and arranged the task. Let those people serve Yu Xiaogang well, and let him leave tomorrow afternoon. Remember, don't take the things on him. Don't worry, my lords. I will arrange it. After receiving the order from the law enforcement team, the prison leader immediately went to arrange the work. Qian Renxue. Damn it. Yu Xiaogang was locked in a sealed cell at this moment, and finally realized that he was fooled by Qian Renxue. Kaka. At this moment, the door opened and a group of burly men walked in. Hey. New here, what crime did you commit? The leading man asked Yu Xiaogang. I'm not guilty. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. Hee. Everyone who comes here says they are not guilty. New here, come here, let everyone get to know you. The leading man ordered Yu Xiaogang to come over and greet everyone. Yu Xiaogang was very tough at the moment and just didn't move. Hey. He's still putting on airs for me, brothers, give him a good beating. The leading man directly ordered the others to start. Pa. I told you to put on airs. Everyone immediately walked over and punched and kicked Yu Xiaogang. Ah. Yu Xiaogang was beaten up by a group of people at this moment, and the screams of slaughtering pigs suddenly rang out. Oh. So this new guy is such a person, brothers, what an unexpected harvest. It's so unexpected. Soon the prisoners discovered Yu Xiaogang's abnormality, and everyone was like a chicken blood. Ah. No. Yu Xiaogang's screams rang out again in the cell. Newcomer, you can go now. The next afternoon, the prison boss opened the door and let Yu Xiaogang out of prison. Thank you, sir. After hearing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately got up from the ground and limped out of the prison. After leaving the prison, Yu Xiaogang found a small river in the suburbs and simply washed the stains on his body. Looking at the bruises on his body, Yu Xiaogang felt extremely resentful and his face was hideous, like a man-eating devil. Qian Renxue, you are so cruel. This time in prison, Yu Xiaogang suffered a lot, and now even walking is a little difficult. If he was not a soul master, he would probably have collapsed long ago. It's time to go back to Xiaosan and the others. After packing up briefly, Yu Xiaogang bought a few sesame cakes at a roadside stall to replenish his energy, then hired a car and rushed to the hotel where the Shrek team was staying. Chapter 213 Soul Bone Rewards are heart-touching. 2 days of rest have passed, and the final championship battle has begun. The Tianshui team, the Kamikaze team, the Blazing Fire team, and the Shrek team all went to the Pope Mountain for the final battle. Everyone is here, let's go to the Pope Mountain together. That morning, Yaoyang Chen saw Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan leading their respective teams to the foot of the Pope Mountain, so he invited the two teams to go together. The last championship finals was in the capital of Zingluo country, and this time it is in the square in front of the Pope's palace. I have grown up so much, and today I can finally see the Pope's palace. Feng Xiaotian said with a smile, and then led the team to follow. Let's go. I heard that the Pope's palace is very majestic. We have to take a good look today. Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu also excitedly led their team members to set foot on the road to Pope Mountain. Shui Langzhen and his team, along with the team leaders of the other two elemental academies, followed Yaoyang Chen and his team, chatting and laughing, and headed to Pope Mountain. After all, everyone is now in the same camp. This is Pope Mountain, it's so high. Soon, the Shrek team also arrived at the foot of Pope Mountain. Daimyo Bai, Oscar, Ma Angsha and others looked at the densely packed steps and exclaimed. Little monsters, after participating in the finals, everyone has graduated. No matter how you perform, I am proud of you. I hope you can make your own mark in the future. Flanders gave a few graduation speeches to Tang San and his party, and did not ask the little monsters to win any championships. Although the Shrek team performed well in the Soul Master competition, its reputation was also bad, which made Flanders lose face and exhausted. He thought, after these little monsters finish the finals, I should retire and stop struggling. Teacher. Dean. Ma Hongjun, Daimyo Bai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong looked at Flanders' old appearance and felt a little sad. They also knew that the reputation of Shrek Academy was ruined by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, and now Flanders was also discouraged. Xiao San, the champion of this competition will be rewarded with 3 soul bones. You must go all out and win the championship. Yu Xiaogang gave orders to the Shrek team in an unquestionable tone, and his pale dead face made him look a little ferocious. Win the championship? How is it possible? Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Fatima, Daimyo Bai, Oscar, and others thought that Yu Xiaogang was either stupid or crazy. Although Yu Xiaogang taught everyone the 7-in-1 fusion technique, they didn't think that the unreliable fusion technique could defeat the Tianshui team led by Yaoyang Chen. The strength of that monster has always been a mystery, and no team has ever pushed him to the limit. Yu Tianheng, Zhu Xiaomei, and the 3 substitutes didn't say anything. Everyone knew that Yu Xiaogang was mentally ill, so they didn't take it seriously. Xiaogang, don't put pressure on the children. Flanders thought Yu Xiaogang was daydreaming. Flanders, you have to believe me, believe in the little monsters. Yu Xiaogang was confident in his own tactics, especially the 7-in-1 fusion skills he learned from the Kanghui team, which would definitely defeat other teams unexpectedly. Yu Xiaogang planned to let the Shrek team make a splash and win the championship, so that he could slap everyone in the face. BBDong, you wait. Yu Xiaogang thought to himself that he must make the Spirit Hall lose 3 10,000-year soul bones, so that he could justify the torture BBDong and Qian Renxue had put on him. Yu Xiaogang shuddered when he thought of the torture Qian Renxue had put him through in prison. It was like a chrysanthemum withered, wounded all over the ground, and a broken heart. Now he even had some problems walking. Teacher, don't worry. We will definitely live up to your expectations. Tang San said confidently. This time he not only wanted to win the championship and get the soul bone, but also to vent his anger for his teacher. Tang San knew that his teacher had been missing for a day and a night. After returning, he was covered in wounds and had to go to the toilet several times a day. He must have been tortured by some kind of pain, and it must have been done by the Spirit Hall. He hated it very much. Spirit Hall. Thinking of this, Tang San's hatred for the Spirit Hall reached its peak. His face was extremely gloomy, and a trace of black hair emerged from his head. Coupled with his ugly face, he looked extremely hideous. Xiao San, just do your best, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Flanders looked at Tang San's hideous face and felt that this kid was mentally ill. He was so young but was overwhelmed by hatred. There was no hope. Let's go. Let's go to the Pope Mountain. Flanders invited everyone to climb the steps of the Pope Mountain, praying in his heart that nothing would happen this time. Ordinary people were not allowed to watch the last few games of the finals. All the people who came were soul masters. Except for a small number of people from the 2 empires, the others were soul masters from the Spirit Hall. When Yaoyang Chen and his party arrived at the Pope Palace Square, they saw that thousands of soul masters had gathered on the stands of the square. The rows of seats in front of the angel statue were empty. BBDong and the big guys had not yet appeared. Now there were some young soul masters on the side of the stands of the square. Shui Langzhen and his party and the teachers of the two academies also stood on the stands and did not follow the team into the fighting spirit arena. At this time, the Spirit Hall Gold team came over from the other side of the square. Xiaowu and Yan looked at Yaoyang Chen, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Red hair, grey hair, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy? Yaoyang Chen said to the two. Puff. Yaoyang Chen's words about red hair and grey hair made everyone laugh, including Hulina, Sun Juantao, Zhangping, and others in the Spirit Hall team. Hiss. This Mr. Ye is so arrogant. The Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall in the stands exclaimed at the same time. Mr. Ye, you are so arrogant, aren't you afraid of being beaten? Xiaowu and Yan looked a little embarrassed. They all knew that this monster was very arrogant, and now they finally saw it, but they knew that this monster had a very good relationship with the Pope, so they didn't dare to get angry. Don't be afraid. Anyway, you can't beat me. Young people have to be aggressive. If they are not aggressive, how can they still be called young people? Yaoyang Chen talked nonsense seriously, causing everyone to roll their eyes. Mr. Ye, we know that the beauty is very arrogant, so let's see the truth on the ring. Xiaowu and Yan did not expect that they had just released their fighting spirit to Yaoyang Chen, and thought that the other party would also release their fighting spirit to fight back, but the other party did not play by the rules and directly started to fight. Hey! Brother Tao, I didn't expect you to come too. At this time, Yaoyang Chen was sharp-eyed and found that the blind Douluo Su Yuntao also came to the stands, so he directly used his soul power to force the sound into a line and greeted the other party. Su Yuntao is living a good life now. It seems that he has been promoted. There is also a beautiful woman with good looks around him, probably his wife. Master Ye, you still remember me? Su Yuntao was very excited. Everything he has is brought by this evil young master. At the beginning of this Soul Master competition, he went to Tiandu Empire to watch this young master's game, and then came to Wuhan Hall to watch the game. Now he has become a real fan of Yaoyang Chen. Remember. Especially your sentence that useless Wuhan has no future, which is impressive. Seeing that you are so proud now, you should have been promoted, made a fortune, and married a wife, and you have reached the peak of your life. Yaoyang Chen teased. Hey. I'm sorry to make you laugh, young master Ye, everything is thanks to you. But now I am seriously studying Soul Master knowledge and doing my best to discover talents for Wuhan Hall. I won't make the same mistakes as before. Su Yuntao remembered that he was careless in his work and almost missed a genius. If it weren't for this young master reminding him, he wouldn't have everything he has now. After a while, the Shrek team also stepped onto the Pope's Palace Square, and the top 5 teams in the finals were all there. Is this the Pope's Palace? Looking at the huge palace in front of the square, and a huge 6-winged angel statue in front of it, Daimyo Bai and others exclaimed in amazement. Boom! At this moment, the door of the Pope's palace slowly opened, and the peerless BBDong appeared, followed by Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi followed closely behind, followed by a team of golden knights and several cardinals. BBDong walked to the high platform in front of the angel statue and slowly sat on the throne, with Ghost Chrysanthemum and the other 2 Douluo standing behind her. At this moment, BBDong was wearing a gorgeous Pope's dress, wearing a papal crown on her head, and holding a Pope's scepter. She was a noble and peerless queen. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo also sat on the chairs next to BBDong. As people of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, they had status and position, so the Spirit Hall naturally had to arrange seats for them. Shua Shua. Welcome everyone to the final match of the finals. Now, please invite His Holiness the Pope to speak. At this time, the host Chris flew into the ring and announced the start of the finals. BBDong stood up and looked at the 5 teams below with a smile. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope. The members of several teams bowed to BBDong one after another. This is etiquette. In the Shrek team, except Tang San and Xiaowu, everyone else also bowed. After all, everyone had made a fool of themselves some time ago and could not make the same mistake again. Tang San, Xiaowu, you are so bold that you don't bow to the Pope. Several cardinals shouted at the 2 ignorant juniors. Okay. Don't bother with 2 ignorant juniors. They are students of the Fart Master Yu Xiaogang, and their character is naturally as shameless and uneducated as the Fart Master. BBDong waved her hand indifferently, and disgusted Yu Xiaogang again. Haha. BBDong kept saying Fart Master and made everyone laugh. BBDong, you. Xiaogang, don't talk. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that his head exploded and he was ready to curse, but Flanders immediately covered his mouth, otherwise he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Flanders was also annoyed by Tang San and Xiaowu's actions. These 2 kids are really not afraid of death. They think they can sit back and relax with a hammer Douluo behind them. Forget it. Let them do whatever they want. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Flanders sighed and ignored Tang San and Xiaowu. Anyway, they are grown up now and adults have to be responsible for their own actions. Stand up. BBDong smiled and waved to let the team members stand up. She also glanced at Yaoyang Chen and felt very sweet when she saw the quiet look of the little guy. Xiao Chen, how do you think the last few games should be arranged? BBDong used her soul power to force the sound into a line and passed it to Yaoyang Chen, asking about the event arrangement. The Shrek team will be directly given a bye until the end. As for our 4 teams, we are all our own people, so we can arrange it at will. Yaoyang Chen proposed to BBDong. Okay. I'll listen to you. BBDong smiled knowingly, took out 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, and then announced the rules of the game. I see hope from you, but there is only one winner, and the same is true for the champion. The game between your 5 teams will still be eliminated in a group battle to enter the final championship competition. The one who laughs last will receive the soul bone reward from the Spirit Hall. BBDong took out 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, and the purpose was also to stimulate the fighting spirit of these little guys. These 3 soul bones were originally prepared for Yaoyang Chen, but BBDong thought the little guy didn't like them. Previously, this guy directly gave 2 soul bones of more than 30,000 years to Qian Renxue, which made BBDong feel so poor. 10,000 years soul bone. As soon as the soul bone came out, countless soul masters present showed eager eyes, even Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were the same. Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yan in the Wuhan Hall team were also very eager for the 3 soul bones, but when they thought of Yaoyang Chen, the monster, their hearts suddenly turned cold. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San's eyes were about to pop out at this moment, and they wanted to rush up and grab it. The people from Tianshui College were extremely calm, and no one showed a surprised look. After all, everyone had a soul bone set. These 3 10,000-year soul bones are the left leg bone of extreme speed chasing wind, the right arm bone of bursting burning flame, and the spiritual skull of condensed wisdom. They are all 10,000 years old, and the spiritual skull is as high as 50,000 years old. At this time, Ghost Douluo introduced the age and properties of the 3 10,000-year soul bones to everyone, which made everyone extremely excited. The Pope took out the soul bone, and Mr. Ye from the Tianshui team didn't even look at it. It's really strange. Yes. Yes. Don't Mr. Ye and his friends like soul bones? At this time, some people noticed Yaoyang Chen's abnormality and cast strange eyes. Why are you all looking at me? Do I have to shout out loud, wow? A 10,000-year soul bone. The soul bone is in the hands of His Holiness the Pope. No matter how wide you stare, the soul bone will not fly into your hands. It's like a flower in the water and a moon in the mirror. You can see it but you can't touch it. Yaoyang Chen looked at the way everyone treated him as a monster, so he made a few murderous and heartbreaking complaints. Although Mr. Yi's words are a bit murderous, they are also the truth. Yes. Everyone is just enjoying the sight. Flowers in the water, moon in the mirror. Mr. Yi's words are so right. Everyone was awakened by Yaoyang Chen's words and came back to their senses. This little guy is really a man who never stops talking until he stuns the world. BBDong was also at a loss for words at this moment. This little guy must look down on the prize she prepared for him. It's a pity that she can only take out such a prize now, and she can't even get a 100,000-year soul bone. Thinking of this, BBDong felt a little embarrassed. This little guy helped her so much, but she couldn't give him any good treasure to repay him. Chapter 214 Feng Xiaoshan's highlight moment. BBDong showed the soul bone to let everyone enjoy it, and then put it away. Under BBDong's secret instruction, the host Chris pretended to draw lots and arranged opponents for the major teams. Tianshui College vs Blazing College. Wuhan Hall vs Shenfeng College. Shrek team's luck bursts, and they are given a bye again. It's so unexpected. Bishop Chris announced the result of the draw. When Shrek team got a bye, he pretended to be shocked. Wow! Shrek team got a bye again? What kind of luck is this? So far in the finals, Shrek team has only played 1 game with Botanical Academy. Is it because the word Shrek contains the word she that they are so lucky? It's possible. The audience was amazed by the good luck of Shrek team, and even Tang San and his group felt that God was taking care of Shrek team. Now we can enter the finals without any effort. Dai Mubai, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar and others were very happy, and they imagined that other teams would fight to the death, and Shrek team would be the last to appear and easily win the championship. Flander, I said Xiao San and his team would definitely win the championship. Yu Xiaogang said to Flander excitedly, as if he saw the 3 soul bones flying towards Tang San and his group, and even felt that BBDong was taking special care of Shrek team. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang instantly felt that the torture he had endured was worth it. As long as his disciple Tang San could win the championship, he would be willing to go to prison to compete with thousands of people in the fighting spirit competition. Xiaogang, don't be too happy too early. Flanders always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Too weird. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo couldn't understand what was going on. This year's finals were getting more and more confusing. Logically, the Spirit Hall discovered that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, so they should have taken some action, but BBDong didn't take any action, which was really incredible. Even Tang Dachui, who was hiding in a corner in the distance, was confused, but he thought this was Tang San's chance to win the championship. Tianshui team and Blazing Fire team started the fight first. Due to Yaoyang Chen's interference, Blazing Fire and Divine Wind were not combined now. Brother Yat, it's worth losing to meet you in the finals. On the stage, Hua Wushuan said to Yaoyang Chen with a smile. Then have a good fight, I will assist you. Second soul skill, blessing of life. Yaoyang Chen directly showed the goddess spirit, and increased all attributes of all members of the blazing fire team by 50%. Mr. Ye actually assisted the opponent? Is this being willful because of strength? The soul masters of the spirit hall were stunned. They had never seen such an operation. 50% increase in all attributes, it's so cool. Brother Ye, I will fight you in this battle. Fire Dragon Fist. Hua Wushuan took the lead in attacking Yaoyang Chen. The 50% increase in all attributes greatly increased his strength, and he decided to have a good fight with his immediate boss. Facing Hua Wushuan's Fire Dragon Fist, Yaoyang Chen naturally had to use ice to deal with it. Mysterious Ice Dragon Flying. So Yaoyang Chen immediately mobilized the power of the ice element and condensed an ice dragon under his feet. Coupled with the flying skill, it was really similar to the Ice Emperor BBDong's trick. Bang bang. ZZ. Brother Ye, this skill of yours is really amazing. It's just so-so. The collision of ice and fire skills made a sound like water extinguishing fire. Wow. An ice dragon appeared under Master Yi's feet? This move should be a self-created soul skill. Too cool. All the soul masters of the spirit hall were stunned by the ice dragon under Yaoyang Chen's feet. Why? Does he have so many self-created soul skills? When the members of the Wuhan Hall team saw Yaoyang Chen's new ice skills, they all thought about how to deal with them, especially Yan, whose soul was the Lord of Fire. Shui Binger, let's have a fight too. Okay. Fire bomb technique. Ice falling, snow drifting. At this time, Hua Wu and Shui Binger also started fighting. Both women were the pride of their respective teams. When they met, they naturally had to have a good fight. Everyone find your own opponents, don't just stand there. Yaoyang Chen shouted to the players on both sides. Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Chu Ruo Shui, Gu Qingbo and others also found other members of the Blazing Fire team and started the duel. Water bullet technique. Raining sparks. Dancing snow. Fire crane assault. Rippling blue waves. Fire leopard out of the mountain. Bang bang. For a moment, various soul skills flew on the stage, and the battle between ice and fire was very lively. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang in the stand stared at the soul skills of each member of the Tianshui team, trying to find out what weaknesses they had in order to come up with a way to deal with them. Your Holiness, what is Mr. Ye doing? Are you not afraid of losing the game by assisting the opponent? Guizhu and the others couldn't understand why Yaoyang Chen was assisting the opponent, so they used their soul power to force Yan Chengxian to ask BBDong. Xiao Chen has already subdued Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan, and they are all his own people. They are just sparring normally, just for fun. Hua Wu, the most powerful member of the Blazing team, is only level 46. Even if all her attributes are increased by 50%, she can't beat Shui Binger. So that's how it is. This Master Ye is really good. At such a young age, he has subdued the most outstanding talents of the two academies of Shenfeng and Blazing. They are the future rulers of the two elemental cities. Master Ye is equivalent to subduing the two elemental cities. Hearing BBDong's voice transmission, Guizhu and the others suddenly realized and admired Yaoyang Chen's methods. Bang bang. 10 minutes later, the auxiliary skills applied by Yaoyang Chen had expired, and the strength of the Blazing team immediately dropped a lot. The Blazing team admits defeat. Seeing this, Hua Wushuan directly admitted defeat, and at the same time ended the Blazing team's journey to the finals. Tianshui team wins. The host Chris saw Hua Wushuan admit defeat and directly announced the end of the game. Brother Ye, we, the Xiaowu team, are convinced that we lost to your Tianshui team. I wish you victory in advance. Brother Wushuan, it's too early to say that. There are still several other teams. We believe that your Tianshui team will definitely have the last laugh. The members of the two teams walked off the stage talking and laughing. Thank you for the wonderful game of the two teams. Their spirit of putting competition second and friendship first is worth learning from. The next game will be held by the Wuhandian team and the Shenfeng team. Please invite the players of both teams to come on stage. The host Chris came on stage and announced the next game. Tap tap tap. As the footsteps sounded, the members of the Shenfeng and Wuhandian teams came to the stage one after another. This game will be a battle of the strong. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Let's wait and see. Both sides release their spirits, and the game begins. With Chris's announcement, members of the Spirit Hall and the Kamikaze teams released their spirits one after another. Hulina stepped forward and summoned the Sky Fox spirit, intending to take the lead. Woo woo. Chuck chuckle. A fox cry came, followed by a silver bell-like laugh. Hulina turned into a fox spirit, exuding a powerful charm, pressing towards the Kamikaze team. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Windblade array. Feng Xiaotian had seen Hulina's charm skills before, and immediately shouted to keep himself awake, while activating the first soul skill to counterattack Hulina. Woo woo hoo hoo, Windblade swept towards the Spirit Hall team like a tornado. Nana, be careful. When seeing Feng Xiaoshan's attack was so fierce, Xiaowu immediately summoned the Moonblade Martial Soul to block the Windblade. Feng Xiaotian is also a Soul King. It seems that Hulina's charm skill can't have much impact on him. Bishop Chris stood on the high platform and began to explain the game situation of both sides. Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Storm. Awoo. At this time, Feng Xiaotian activated the fourth soul skill, and the powerful tornado directly made Hulina's charm skill ineffective. Wind sweeping the clouds. Round blade slash. Wind rising. Explosive flame fist. At the same time, the other people on both sides of the kamikaze team and the spirit hall team also immediately activated their soul skills and fought in a group. Feng Xiaotian, I heard that you have a self-created soul skill, and I have one too. Let's compete. At this time, Xiaowu dissolved Feng Xiaoshan's fourth soul skill and directly proposed to compete with the other party in self-created soul skills. I couldn't ask for more. Come on. Xiaowu. Seeing that Xiaowu also had a self-created soul skill, Feng Xiaotian immediately became interested. Both of them are soul kings with similar strengths. If they meet, they will naturally have a good fight. Double wolf possession. Wind wings. Feng. Xiaoshan's second and third soul rings lit up in succession, and a pair of blue and hard wings appeared behind him, taking him directly to a height of dozens of meters. Wind wolf 36 consecutive slashes. First slash. Feng Xiaotian dived down, using his big wings as a weapon, and slashed at Xiaowu. Feng Xiaotian, after Yaoyang Chen's instruction, accelerated his turning speed in the air, and the self-created soul skills he used now were much more powerful than before. Full moon. Xiaowu also used his self-created soul skills at this time, and saw two moon blades spinning rapidly, like a spinning top, spinning rapidly in circles. Dang dang dang. Second slash third slash. The two skills collided, constantly making metal collision sounds, and the battlefield became larger and larger. Players on both sides retreat and leave the battlefield to the two of them. Hulina shouted, and players on both sides stopped fighting, withdrew from the central battlefield, and quietly watched the competition between Feng Xiaotian and Xiaowu. The competition of the two geniuses' self-created soul skills is so exciting. Bishop Chris held the soul guide loudspeaker and loudly explained the battle between Feng Xiaotian and Xiaowu. Dang dang dang. Feng Xiaoshan's power is getting stronger and stronger. When Xiaowu blocked Feng Xiao's 20th consecutive slash, his hands were numb and he almost couldn't hold the Moonblade martial spirit. Dang. When Xiaowu blocked Feng Xiaoshan's 30th consecutive slash, the Moonblade flew out of his hand. Xiaowu, if you are not good enough, then let's have a team battle. Feng Xiaotian also stopped the Windwolf slash at this time, and was embarrassed to take the opportunity to injure the opponent. Xiaowu, Hulina, and Yan in the Golden Team are geniuses created by the Pope himself, so Feng Xiaotian naturally had to give some face to this peerless female Pope. Your self-created soul skill has the ability to fly, while mine can only be used on the ground, so it cannot pose a threat to you. In this round, you are ahead. In the duel of self-created soul skills, Xiaowu felt inferior to Feng Xiaotian. Xiaowu, you are right. I do have the advantage in the air. Your full moon seems to have no flaws on land. Feng Xiaotian was not proud. After all, the opponent's self-created soul skill was also very strong, but he believed that Yaoyang Chen could definitely crack Xiaoyu's full moon skill. Soon, the team battle between the two sides began again. This kind of game was the first time they had seen it. Flying Sand Flame Stone. Demon Wolf Storm. Bang bang. In this round, Yan faced Feng Xiaotian. This guy's martial soul has both fire and earth attributes, and his attack power is still quite strong. At this time, 5 members of the kamikaze team were defeated by Xiaowu and his team, and were eliminated one after another, leaving only Feng Xiaotian and Feng Yun. Whirlwind Slash. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian jumped directly into the air, the 5th soul ring lit up, and transformed into 5 1-meter-long wind blade wheels, attacking the Spirit Hall team. Whoosh. This is a powerful 10,000-year-old group attack soul skill, all gathered together. Yan, defend quickly. Xiaowu immediately shouted, waving the moon blade quickly, blocking in front of Hulina to prevent her sister from being hit. Lava Split Earth Rush. Yan immediately rushed towards Sun Chuantao, Zhongping, Su Yu, Li Kai, and others, activated the 5th soul skill, and prepared to help teammates block the knife. But Yan was still a step too late. Feng Xiaoshan's wind blade wheel was too fast. Sun Chuantao, Su Yu, Li Kai, Zhongping, and others in the Spirit Hall team were hit and eliminated directly. The kamikaze team admits defeat. At this time, Feng Xiaoshan's 5th soul skill disappeared. Seeing that his soul power was almost exhausted, he did not plan to use soul bone skills, so he admitted defeat directly. The Spirit Hall team won. Bishop Chris immediately announced the result of the game. Feng Xiaotian, you are so amazing. You can beat us like this. Any one of the 3 of us will definitely not be able to beat you in a one-on-one fight. Xiaowu admired Feng Xiaoshan's strength very much. This guy almost defeated his entire team by himself. Xiaowu, our overall strength is worse than yours. If I have 1 or 2 more Soul King teammates, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Feng Xiaotian felt that if he had another Soul King teammate, he would definitely be able to defeat the opponent. It's just a fight between dragons and tigers. It's so exciting. I didn't expect Feng Xiaotian of the kamikaze team to be so powerful. The 2 teams played a wonderful game, which feasted the eyes of the people in the stands. Buzz. Life resuscitation. Seeing that the players on both sides were seriously injured, Yaoyang Chen flew directly into the ring and released his fifth soul skill to heal the wounded on both sides. Shua Shua. Seeing this, Yelingling also flew to Yaoyang Chen's side and released her sacred heart begonia to help heal the wounded. Buzz. Under the treatment of the two super healing spirits, the wounded of the Spirit Hall and the Kamikaze team were fully revived in less than a minute. Mr. Ye and Miss Yelingling's healing abilities are too strong. Mr. Ye can fight, assist, and heal. He is simply an all-rounder. The audience looked at the operation of this pair of handsome men and beautiful women and gave thumbs up. Thank you. After all the members of the Kamikaze and Spirit Hall teams were fully revived, they bowed their heads to Yaoyang Chen and Yelingling. You're welcome. Yaoyang Chen put away his spirit, took Yelingling's hand, and flew away from the ring, leaving two beautiful backs for everyone. Chapter 215 Tianshui Team vs Spirit Hall Team. After being eliminated, the two teams of Shenfeng and Xiaowu did not rush to leave. Instead of leaving Wuhan City, they stayed to see how Yaoyang Chen won the championship. After the game, Bishop Chris still pretended to arrange the draw ceremony for the remaining three teams. The next round of the match will be between Tianshui Team and Wuhan Hall Team. Shrek Team got a bye again. I have to say that their luck is really good. When the draw results came out, Chris shouted in his exaggerated tone to express his surprise, especially when Shrek Team got a bye, he shouted even more exaggeratedly. The game will be held the day after tomorrow. I hope both Tianshui Team and Wuhan Hall Team will be well prepared. Chris announced the schedule, and the purpose was to allow the two teams to have a good rest. After all, Wuhan Hall Team had just fought a tough battle with Kamikaze Team, and the players needed to sum up their experience. Wow! The Shrek Team went straight into the final battle. They must be covered in shit, right? They're so lucky. I've said it before, the word Shrek contains the word she, so they have shit luck. That's right. Especially the shit green color on their clothes, that's shit. When everyone learned that the Shrek Team was given a bye again, they all felt incredible. Yet. Now we're directly in the championship battle. Maybe we can really win the championship. The Shrek Team was jubilant, thinking that the goddess of luck was on their side, and they completely ignored people's ridicule. Flanders thought, although the Shrek Team has a bad reputation, it doesn't matter as long as they can win the championship. Teacher, our chance has come. Xiao-san, the chance for the Shrek Team to redeem itself has come, you must seize it. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San also showed a long-lost smile, but because they were so ugly, their smiles were uglier than crying. Only Zhu Xiaomei remained rational in the Shrek Team. She felt that the current situation of the Shrek Team was exactly the same as the situation they encountered in the Tiandu competition area before. In the end, they were defeated by several powerful teams and their reputation was completely ruined. However, Zhu Xiaomei and the Shrek Team were not the same kind of people. After completing the task, she left, so she didn't care whether Shrek was dead or alive. Finally, we met the Spirit Hall Team. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu and others were very much looking forward to it. The Spirit Hall Team was the strongest opponent that the Tianshui Team encountered in the Soul Master competition. Yaoyang Chen knew that Hulina and Xiaowu had a spirit fusion skill called Demon Charm, which had not been used yet. In this duel, the two would definitely use it. However, the current Tianshui Team already has several martial soul fusion skills, including two Trinity martial soul fusion skills, which are Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo and Chu Ruo Shui. Hulina, Xiaowu and Yan know that the Wuhan Hall Team cannot win the championship, but they still want to have a good fight. Teacher, do you have any plans for our match with the Tianshui Team? Hulina brought Xiaowu and Yan to the hall of the Pope's Hall and asked BBDong for advice. Nana, I don't have any plans for you. You can fight however you want. Anyway, you can't beat Xiao Chen. BBDong said with a smile. Your Highness, Nana and I have another martial soul fusion skill. Can Master Ye resist it? Xiaowu felt that Pope BBDong underestimated him. Hehe. Xiaowu, when we fight the day after tomorrow, you will see how strong the Tianshui Team is. BBDong kept it a secret, not saying that the martial soul fusion skills of the Tianshui Team were already common, for fear of scaring Hulina and the other two. To be honest, BBDong now doesn't know how many martial soul fusion skills Yaoyang Chen has developed for the Tianshui Team. For example, any two of Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Shui Wu can fuse their martial souls, and the three can form a Trinity martial soul fusion skill, not to mention the other girls. Time soon came to the confrontation between the Tianshui Team and the Spirit Hall Team. On this day, tens of thousands of soul masters gathered in the stands of the Pope's Palace Square, twice as many as before. These were all soul masters of the Spirit Hall. The match between the two super teams naturally aroused greater interest among people. Qian Renxue and his group, as well as the titled Douluo of the Elder Hall, were also interested in this match. They all disguised themselves, restrained their auras, hid in the audience, and watched the match. BBDong had no opinion on this, but secretly told everyone not to reveal their auras. Welcome to the most shocking duel in the finals. Now, please welcome the Spirit Hall Gold Team and the Tianshui Team to the stage. The host Chris solemnly introduced the match. Tap tap tap. With Chris's announcement, the two teams made their debut in the spotlight. The Spirit Hall Gold Team is still composed of Hulina, Xiaowu, Yan, Sun Chuantao, Li Kai, Su Yu, and Zhang Ping. The lineup of the Tianshui team has changed, and it consists of Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Yu Hero, Shen Liuyu, Duguyan, Zhu Xuking, and the most evil master yet. Welcome them with applause. Because there were many new spectators in this match, all Chris solemnly introduced the information of the players of both teams. Pa pa pa. Wow. Wuhan Hall team. Tianshui team. The audience applauded and cheered for the two teams. Shui Bing'er, is this your strongest lineup? Hulina felt a little pressured as she saw three powerful attackers, Duguyan, Zhu Xuking, and Shen Liuyu, all appeared. Hulina, I dare not say the strongest, but I am very good at fighting. Shui Bing'er smiled and thought, we also sent out this lineup with super strong attack power to respect you. Both sides release their martial spirits, and the game begins. With the host's order, everyone released their martial spirits. Chirp. Giggle. Meow. Woo. Ang. Roar. For a while, the stage was filled with the sounds of phoenixes, mermaids, cats, foxes, and other sounds. Li Kai from the Spirit Hall team had a black horned boar as his spirit. When his spirit came out, the pig's cry almost made Yaoyang Chen laugh. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Hey. Giggle. Hulina activated her second skill and took the lead. In an instant, a silver bell-like laugh sounded, and a powerful charm force pressed towards the Tianshui team. At this moment, Hulina exuded a powerful charm force all over her body, like a real vixen. Yaoyang Chen felt Hulina's charm power, and it felt similar to Shui Yu'er's beautiful smile. At this time, as long as he activated the delusion-breaking divine light, he could break Hulina's skills. Beauty smiles. Hee. When Hulina attacked, Shui Yu'er also activated her charm skill, using charm to counter charm. Buzz. Shui Yu'er had absorbed a 50,000-year-old spiritual head soul bone 2 years ago, so she had no problem competing with Hulina in charm. Shua Shua. A minute later, Shui Yu'er and Hulina retreated, and their charm skills disappeared. Nana. Seeing this, Xiaowu rushed over and grabbed Hulina's hand. Fusion. Shua Shua. Su Yu, the auxiliary soul master of the Wuhan Hall team, quickly activated his auxiliary skill, and his golden scepter lit up with a golden light, which shot into Xiaowu and Hulina, helping the two to quickly complete the Wuhan fusion skill. Soul fusion skill, charm. Buzz. When Hulina and Xiaowu performed their soul fusion skills, a confusing red mist instantly emanated. Anyone covered by the red mist would have their perception and soul power reduced by half. The rest of the Soul Hall team stepped aside and temporarily handed the battlefield to Hulina and Xiaowu, fearing that they would be covered by the red mist. Hulina and Xiaowu performed their soul fusion skills, charm. How should the Tianshui team respond? Chris stood on the high platform, explaining the situation of the game with great emotion. I didn't expect that the Soul Hall team had another soul fusion skill. The kamikaze team in the stands was very surprised. The charm soul fusion skill is mainly used for control, and is led by Hulina. When the two perform their soul fusion skills, a huge human figure will appear, holding 2 moon blades in his hands, which can also attack. Mr. Yat, are you satisfied with our move? A mixed voice of men and women sounded in the center of the red fog, revealing a proud look in the words. Not bad. Shua Shua. Yaoyang Chen said calmly, and directly summoned the Chunjun sword, intending to meet the opponent's martial soul fusion technique. Here it comes. Here it comes. Mr. Yi's sword martial soul finally appeared. Twin martial souls, the first martial soul ring combination is so amazing, this is called a real peerless monster. The soul master of the Spirit Hall heard that Yaoyang Chen had twin martial souls, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Today, he finally saw it. Xiao Chen, should we perform a fusion technique? Compete with them. Shui Bing'er and others looked at the red fog that kept floating over and asked Yaoyang Chen. No need, please be gentle, I will deal with the opponent's martial soul fusion skills. Yaoyang Chen felt that the Tianshui team did not need to use martial soul fusion skills to compete with Hulina and the others, so he directly arranged Shui Bing'er and the others to fight with other members of the Spirit Hall. Okay, then you be careful. Shui Bing'er and her group immediately rushed towards Yan, Sun Juan Tao, and others. Violent Flame Fist. Yan saw a group of beauties from the Tianshui team coming over, and immediately used his soul skills to fight. Ice Falling Snow Piao. Bang bang. The battle was about to break out, and the players on both sides fought back and forth. Shua Shua. Yaoyang Chen stepped on the 5 elements phantom step and rushed directly into the red fog. His eyes shot out golden light, and he immediately saw the appearance of Xiaowu and Hulina after the martial souls merged. I saw a tall human figure, it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, with a fox mask on his face, and a tail behind him, holding 2 moon blades in his hands, which were formed by the fusion of the 2 martial spirits. In the center of the tall human figure, Hulina and Xiaowu were staring at Yaoyang Chen in amazement. Under his own delusion-breaking divine light, the two had nowhere to hide, and the scene was too beautiful. How did you find us? What is the golden light in your eyes? A mixed voice of men and women sounded, with a surprised tone. I can see clearly how many hairs you have on your body. This red mist is what? Also, I would like to remind you that under my delusion-breaking divine light, the two of you are now equivalent to having no clothes on. Yaoyang Chen felt a little embarrassed. Under his delusion-breaking divine light, he could see everything clearly, so he closed his eyes, opened his divine sense, and displayed the sword domain to prevent the opponent from attacking. Ah! Master Yat, don't look. When Hulina heard that the golden light emitted from Yaoyang Chen's eyes had the ability to see through, she felt extremely shy. This was impossible to fight, so she immediately cancelled the martial soul fusion skill. I didn't see it. I closed my eyes. Yaoyang Chen smiled and thought, when I close my eyes and open my divine sense, it's like an infrared scan, and you will be even more invisible in front of me. As soon as the demon martial soul fusion skill was cancelled, the red mist disappeared without a trace, and Yaoyang Chen also retracted his delusion-breaking divine light. Wow! How did Master Ye break Hulina and Xiaoyu's martial soul fusion technique? I don't know. We can't see it in the red fog. The audience didn't hear the sound of fighting, but saw Yaoyang Chen rushing into the red fog and taking care of his opponent in a few moves. Everyone thought it was because of Yaoyang Chen's strong strength. How did he do it? Yan, Sun Chuantao, and others who were fighting with Shui Binger and his group were also amazed to see Yaoyang Chen easily break the martial soul fusion technique. Master Yat, I am convinced. Xiaowu finally understood what Pope BBDong said, no matter how hard he fought, he could not win against this monster. Could he really see through me? At this moment, Hulina's face was flushed, and she felt shy and excited at the same time. She didn't feel at a disadvantage when she was seen by this monster handsome guy. Hey! Why is this little guy's eyes so calm? Is this saint girl not in good shape? Is she not beautiful enough? Hulina looked at Yaoyang Chen's calm and composed look, and immediately doubted herself again. Why is Nana blushing? She seems very shy. What happened to her inside? BBDong was a little curious. A woman's sixth sense told her that her naive disciple might fall. Hulina, come and fight with me. Just then, Shui Yuer took the initiative to challenge Hulina. Oh. Okay. Shua Shua. Hulina immediately rushed towards Shui Yuer and started fighting with her, using the game to cover up her embarrassment. Master Yat, I want to experience your strength alone. No problem, come on. Facing Xiaoyu's challenge, Yaoyang Chen waved the Chunjun sword in his hand, signaling the other party to come forward. Shua Shua. Xiaoyu's two moon blades came towards him one after another. Yaoyang Chen stepped on the five elements mysterious steps and used the Wanmi I Ying Feng sword technique to deal with Xiaoyu's attack. Dang dang dang. In Yaoyang Chen's hand, the Chunjun sword was full of sword flowers, easily dissolving Xiaoyu's soul skills one after another. The two people's martial souls collided, constantly making metal collision sounds. Full moon. Shua Shua. Xiaoyu felt that the other party was fighting with him, just like playing. The mysterious and wonderful body skills made him unable to see through them, so he directly used his own soul skills. My self-created soul skills have no flaws, Master Yat, how do you deal with it? Xiaoyu was spinning quickly at this moment, coming towards Yaoyang Chen. No flaws? Xiaoyu, are you too confident? Yaoyang Chen jumped directly into the air, and then used a sword technique that fell from the sky to kill the opponent's head. At this moment, Xiaoyu has been spinning in circles, like a spinning top. The killing range of the two moon blades is only in the middle. The lower three roads and the head are weak points. He still has the nerve to say that there is no flaw. It must be said that these soul masters in the Douluo world are too confident. This. Actually attacking my head from the air? Xiaoyu turned around for many times and found that the opponent's figure had disappeared. However, he did not expect that Yaoyang Chen did not fight him head-on, but directly attacked his head from the air. Shua Shua. Faced with the fierce attack, Xiaoyu quickly retreated, otherwise his head would be in danger, and his self-created soul skills also disappeared. Shua Shua Shua. 10,000 plums facing the wind. At this time, Yaoyang Chen mobilized the power of the ice element in his body and decided to use a big move. Hoo hoo hoo. In an instant, countless plum blossom-like snowflakes floated all over the space of the fighting spirit arena, and then they directly turned into ice, and soon covered the entire arena. The sudden change also stopped the fight between the two sides. You retreat quickly. Shui Binger asked all the sisters to leave the ring directly, and she stayed to help Yaoyang Chen. Chirp. Extremely cold field. Shui Binger's spirit possessed her, and she stood in the air, exerting her own extreme cold field. This girl actually has a field. Sword Douluo and the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall were very surprised. The young people of the Tianshui team were too amazing. Buzz. Under the cover of Shui Binger's extreme cold field, Xiaoyu, Hulina, Zhongping, Li Kai, Sun Chuantao, and Su Yu of the Spirit Hall team were instantly frozen into human popsicles. Only Yan, who had a fire spirit, was still struggling. Yaoyang Chen with powerful mental and soul power, the extreme ice power was controlled, and the entire ring was directly frozen, leaving the Wuhan Hall team without resistance. The entire Pope Palace Square ring was frozen. It was too scary. This is the first time I have seen such a scene. The host, Bishop Chris, held the Soul Guide loudspeaker and shouted loudly, extremely excited. The Wuhan Hall team admits defeat. Yan was also surrounded by layers of ice at this moment, and the chill almost extinguished his flame, so he admitted defeat directly. The Tianshui team won. Bishop Chris immediately announced the end of the game, fearing that if he was a step late, the Wuhan Hall team members would be frozen to death. Buzz. Life resurrection. Yaoyang Chen released the power of the ice element, released the Wuhan Hall team members, and summoned the goddess spirit, activated the fifth soul skill, and restored them. How is it? How do you feel? Yaoyang Chen asked the Wuhan Hall team members. When I was frozen just now, I felt that the blood in my body had stopped flowing, and my brain was blank. I thought I was dead. Hulina, Xiaowu, Zhongping, Su Yu, and others only felt that they were still alive at this moment. Master Yat, why is your ice skill so powerful? Hulina asked curiously. This is the power of extreme ice. Shui Binger smiled faintly. It was her first time to use the extreme cold field, and she felt pretty good. The power of extreme ice. We are convinced that we lost to your Tianshui team. Xiaowu, Hulina, Yan, and others also understood at this moment that the gap between the Wuhan Hall team and the Tianshui team was too big. Chapter 216 Stop Hulina from breaking into the slaughter city. Yaoyang Chen used a move of Wanmi I Yingfeng to wipe out the Wuhan Hall gold team, blinding everyone again. The final championship match of this final will be between Tianshui team and Shrek team. The match will be held in 2 days. I hope Tianshui team and Shrek team will be well prepared. After the match between Wuhan Hall and Tianshui team, Bishop Chris stood up and flew over the square to announce the schedule of the championship match. BBDong pretended to look at the members of Wuhan Hall's gold team with a look of disappointment, making people think that she looked very angry. Then she stood up, walked with her long legs, and returned to the Pope's palace. The match between Wuhan Hall and Tianshui team was so exciting. Although it was not a championship match, it was definitely more exciting than the championship match. Yes. Shrek, that rubbish team that relied on dog shit luck, entered the championship match lying all the way. When they met Tianshui team, they would definitely be abused. As the spirit masters of Wuhan Hall left the square, they discussed the match and mocked the Shrek team. Shui Binger and Yaoyang Chen wiped out the Spirit Hall team with one big move. They are too strong. How can we fight? It seems that our luck has ended here. On the Shrek team, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others felt that there was no hope. Although the Shrek team had made it to the finals, the championship was like a flower in the water and a moon in the mirror for everyone, visible but untouchable. Damn. No members of the Tianshui team were injured. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San's faces were extremely gloomy. They thought that the two teams would fight to exhaustion, and it would be best if some members of the Tianshui team were seriously injured, so that the Shrek team could take advantage of it. But things did not develop as Yu Xiaogang thought. In this way, the Shrek team's chances of winning the championship were a bit uncertain. No. We have to do something. After returning to the hotel, Yu Xiaogang rushed to the residence of Prince Xueqing to discuss it with Ning Fengzi. Master, what do you want to talk to me about? Ning Fengzi looked at Yu Xiaogang and asked curiously. Master Ning, if Rong and the others can win the championship, are you willing to help? In order to let his disciple Tang San win the soul bone reward, Yu Xiaogang decided to take a risk and wanted Ning Fengzi to help. However, in front of Ning Fengzi, Yu Xiaogang did not mention the Shrek team or Tang San, but directly mentioned Ning Rong, making the other party think that he was thinking about the little girl. Master, what can you do? If Rong and the others can win the championship, I will definitely be willing to help. Ning Fengzi dreamed that the Shrek team could win the championship. With Ning Rong's identity, at least a soul bone should be allocated. My plan is to let Senior Qian Douluo secretly take action to solve. Yu Xiaogang believed that with Qian Douluo's strength as a 96 level titled Douluo, it should be easy to solve some problems. Yu Xiaogang, do you want me to do such a despicable thing? Shua. At this moment, Qian Douluo's voice came from outside, and then a shadow flashed by, and Qian Douluo himself appeared in front of the two. Yu Xiaogang, you are so brave. Qian Douluo stared at Yu Xiaogang with a sword-like gaze, thinking, I have lived an upright life, how could I do such a despicable thing? If you were not Yu Yuanzhen's son, I would have killed you, a guy who doesn't know the height of the world. Master, for the sake of everyone belonging to the upper three sects, I advise you not to commit suicide. Ning Fengzi thought Yu Xiaogang had some wonderful method, but he didn't expect that he would ask Qian Douluo to assassinate that evildoer, which was simply a fantasy. Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo did it once in Tiandu city, but it didn't succeed. Since then, he didn't dare to make plans for Yaoyang Chen, unless there must be a more powerful helper, otherwise Ning Fengzi would not dare to easily provoke that monster. Master Ning, excuse me, I'll take my leave first. Yu Xiaogang left Ning Fengzi's residence in disgrace, feeling as sick as if he had eaten 3 pounds of shit. Yu Yuanzhen is also a figure, how could he give birth to such a rubbish? Qian Douluo looked at Yu Xiaogang who was leaving and felt very funny. Yes. Since Yu Xiaogang was labeled a fart master by BBDong, Yu Xiaogang has become more and more abnormal, and now he has become a eunuch, which is even more abnormal. Before Yu Xiaogang became a fart master, Ning Fengzi had a good impression of him. After all, Ning Rong was also studying at Shrek Academy. At that time, Ning Fengzi thought that the other party was better than himself in martial arts research. Until Yu Xiaogang was labeled a fart master by BBDong, Ning Fengzi was dumbfounded, so much so that he was ridiculed by Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo for his poor vision of people. Yu Xiaogang wanted to kill Yaoyang Chen, the monster, for Tang San's victory. Tang Dachui, who was hiding in a dark corner, had the same idea, but the boy was protected by 6 title Douluo. With his injured body, he would definitely die if he went up. When BBDong showed the 3 10,000-year soul bones in the Pope's Palace Square, Tang Dachui was hiding on a rooftop a few hundred meters away and watched. At that time, he almost couldn't help but rush up to snatch them. In the evening, BBDong came to the hotel where the Tianshui team was in disguise and took Yaoyang Chen away. When Yaoyang Chen came to BBDong's residence, he found Hulina coming in from outside. When Hulina saw Yaoyang Chen, she remembered the scene of the daytime competition and felt a little uncomfortable. Her face turned red like an apple. Hulina's abnormal behavior made Yakalin and BBDong very strange. They thought in their hearts, could this girl fall? But she and the little guy didn't have any intersection. Hey! Hulina, why are you blushing like a bubble teapot? Yaoyang Chen teased, thinking, didn't I just accidentally see it? Why react so strongly? Nana, what happened when you competed with Xiao Chen during the day? BBDong asked curiously. Godmother. She must have been easily broken by me in the martial soul fusion technique, and she felt very embarrassed. In order to avoid Hulina's embarrassment, Yaoyang Chen answered first. Yes. That's it. Teacher, I feel that my actual combat ability is so weak that I can't even beat Feng Xiaotian, so I want to go to the slaughter city for training. Hulina immediately followed Yaoyang Chen's words and directly proposed to BBDong to go to the slaughter city for a try. She felt that if the teacher could do it, she could definitely do it too. Nana, what did you say? BBDong was shocked by Hulina's words. Teacher, I want to go to the slaughter city for training. Hulina said to BBDong very seriously. You are not allowed to go. BBDong saw that this girl was ignorant of the world and was courting death, so she refused directly. Hulina, you are a dreamer. If you think your life is too long, just hit your head against the wall. Yaoyang Chen wanted to prevent Hulina from meeting Tang San in the slaughter city in the future, so he also reminded this ignorant and stupid woman. Xiao Chen is right. Nana, if you really don't want to live, then take a sword and cut your own throat, so that when I go to the slaughter city, I won't even find your body. That ghost place is not a place for people to stay. BBDong thought of her difficult journey to the slaughter city. Every day, she killed people, otherwise she would die. It was hatred that gave her the motivation to support herself. Yaoyang Chen, what right do you have to say that to me? Hulina felt that Yaoyang Chen underestimated her. Hulina, I'll give you a chance. Everyone stop using martial spirits. If you can last 10 moves in my hands, then you can go. Yaoyang Chen took out a long sword from his soul guide, and then signaled Hulina to challenge him. Yaoyang Chen, you underestimate me too much. Shua shua. Hulina immediately took out 2 short swords and stabbed at Yaoyang Chen. Dang dang. Too slow, not enough power. Yaoyang Chen quickly turned sideways, and the long sword in his hand was like a venomous snake, going straight to the opponent's wrist. Hulina hurriedly blocked with a short sword. Shua shua. Dang dang dang. Yaoyang Chen made 3 consecutive moves, attacking the opponent's throat. Hulina was in a hurry to block with a short sword, but Yaoyang Chen's attack speed was too fast, and he was directly forced to retreat. Bang. Seeing the opponent's middle door wide open, Yaoyang Chen kicked out quickly, hitting Hulina's stomach and kicking her 3 meters away. Slow reaction speed, too slow defensive awareness. Hulina, remember, the martial arts in the world are indestructible, only speed can't be broken. You are a spiritual soul master, fighting is not your strong point, with your actual combat power, you can't go to the killing city. Yaoyang Chen commented on Hulina's fighting skills very seriously, letting the other party understand what the gap is. Yaoyang Chen, how can you be so powerful? Hulina only lasted 4 moves in Yaoyang Chen's hands before she was defeated. Nana, Xiao Chen is a master of swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I'm afraid that even Douluo can't compare to him. You can last 4 moves, which is considered acceptable. BBDong reminded from the side. The city of slaughter is the inheritance place of the Shura god. The people inside are all beasts. Only your teacher and Tang Dachui can pass through the road of hell. They have also experienced life and death to do it. Before passing through the road of hell, you must first win 100 games in a row in the life and death duel arena to be qualified. In the city of slaughter, you cannot use soul skills. Sometimes your opponent may be a soul Douluo level strongman. Another important point is that to enter the city of slaughter, you have to drink a liquid called Huangchuandu. It is human blood with toxins. Once you drink that kind of thing, it is easy to lose your mind. Over time, you may become a fallen person. Hulina, do you think you can come out alive with your 3-legged cat's actual combat ability? And if you fail, those beasts inside will not even let go of your corpse. If you die in there, your teacher will be sad for a while at most, and will forget about you after a long time, while your brother will cry for years and even die of depression due to excessive sadness. Hulina, you are an adult and should understand the importance of things. You want to learn everything from your teacher, but in the end, you can't learn anything. People should learn to walk their own way and not blindly learn from others. Yaoyang Chen told Hulina, the naive, the real situation of the slaughter city. If she still wants to die in this way, there is no way. In the original plot, if it weren't for Tang San, Hulina, the naive, would have died in the slaughter city long ago. Xiao Chen, that Shura god must not be a good thing. After listening to Yaoyang Chen's description, Yaoyang remembered that the little guy said that Shura god was an old bachelor, so she felt that he was not a good god. Shura god is an evil god, and he is a god who proves his way by killing. He is not a good person. After Yaoyang Chen finished speaking, Hulina felt a little numb on her scalp. Xiao Chen, how do you know so much about the city of slaughter? I feel that you know more about it than me who has been to the city of slaughter. BBDong asked Yaoyang Chen curiously. Of course, it was the god-level strong woman behind me, Sister Na, who told me. Yaoyang Chen couldn't say that he knew everything, so he had to use the Silver Dragon King Guyuina to cover up. Nana, Xiao Chen is right. The hell place of the city of slaughter is not a place you can stay, so don't go there. If you want to become stronger, go to the Death Canyon for training, and you can also become stronger. There is no need to die. BBDong didn't want her disciple, whom she had raised with great effort, to die. She didn't expect this girl to help her at all. Anyway, now that she had a godson, any problem could be solved. Okay. I won't go. Yaoyang Chen has already explained the situation in the slaughter city to this extent, and Hulina dare not take risks. Chapter 217 Tang San's dream of becoming a champion is shattered. Yaoyang Chen stopped Hulina from entering the slaughter city, which can be regarded as changing her fate. Due to his interference, Tang San no longer has the original opportunity, can't become handsome, and can't have any intersection with Hulina. Even if he meets Tang San, Hulina probably won't fall in love with that guy. But now Tang San's hatred for the Spirit Hall is second only to the fart master Yu Xiaogang. If Hulina meets Tang San in the slaughter city, she will probably be killed by the other party. Xiao Chen, I plan to let Nana, Ziyu, and Yan join your Tenglong pavilion in another identity. If you have time, you can guide them a little, so that they can improve their combat effectiveness a little. That Feng Xiaotian was only guided by you. His current combat ability is much stronger than Nana and the others. Is it okay for you to guide Nana and the others? BBDong thought that instead of letting Hulina and the other two go to other places for training, it would be better to let Yaoyang Chen come to guide them, and the effect would be better. No problem, in a few years I plan to let Sister Yu inherit the Sea God, and then let them go to the Sea God Island with me to upgrade. Yaoyang Chen has already thought about letting Shui Yu inherit the Sea God, and then go to the far north to find the Ice God inheritance for Shui Binger. But at that time, he will have to ask Guyuina for help. After all, the Ice God's godhood seems to be incomplete at present, and if he wants to repair it, he must have a god-level strongman to take action. You let Yu inherit the Sea God? What about Binger? How to arrange it? Her talent is higher than Yu. BBDong and Yaoyang asked curiously. Sister Binger is naturally the Ice God, and her martial soul is the Ice Phoenix, which is the most suitable. There are relics of the Ice God in the far north, and we will look for them when the time comes. For the Tianshui girl group, Yaoyang Chen gave priority to Shui Binger and Shui Yu to inherit the godhood. As for the others, everything would be fine once he became a god. When Hulina heard that this guy could actually get the godhood inheritance for Shui Binger and her sister, she was very envious and thought, it's so happy to be the girlfriend of this little guy. The far north is very dangerous. It's a forbidden area for humans. Yaoyang was once a 100,000-year-old soul beast and had heard about some things in the far north. She only knew that the place was a forbidden area for humans. Don't worry, I'll ask Sister Na to help. Of course, Yaoyang Chen knew the dangers of the far north. Like the Lake of Life, it was also one of the most dangerous forbidden areas. Xiao Chen, are there any other godhood inheritances on the continent? BBDong also wanted to find a godhood for her apprentice Hulina. As for her daughter Qian Renxue, there was no need to worry. That girl had a ready-made angel god. I don't know. I'll find out later when I have time. Look for it. But after I become a god, all this will not be a problem. Yaoyang Chen plans to upgrade Douluo star to god star directly after he becomes strong. At that time, people who want to cultivate to become gods will rely on their own strength and talent, and they don't need to look for those messy god positions. 2 days later, the much-anticipated championship competition officially started. On this day, countless soul masters gathered on the stands of the Pope's Palace Square as usual. Qian Renxue and his party did not appear in the square, but hid in the Pope's Palace with the titled Douluo of the Elder's Palace. Everyone wanted to see how Yaoyang Chen beat Tang Dachui. BBDong didn't know Yaoyang Chen's real plan. When she asked before, the little guy just said to act according to the situation, which made BBDong's heart feel like a cat scratching. Welcome to the championship competition. Next, please welcome the Tianshui team and the Shrek team to the stage. Since the Soul Master competition began, the Tianshui team has swept all opponents with its powerful strength and has never lost. And the Shrek team was extremely lucky, which lasted until the final championship match. We will wait and see who is stronger between the two teams. The host Chris announced the championship match and began to mobilize the audience's emotions. The players of the Shrek team were Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng, Tang San, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Heng-jun. This was specially arranged by Flanders and Yu Xiaogang, with the purpose of making the little monsters famous. As for Zhu Xiaomei, Tai Long, Lin Xiaofeng and other substitute players, they were not the main players of Shrek and were not qualified to play. The players of the Tianshui team were Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Suoyu, Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui, and Yaoyang Chen. The Tianshui team will definitely be the champion. With Mr. Ye and the goddesses here, what can they use to compete with the rubbish team of Shrek? Yes. That shitty team, lying all the way to the finals, has no ability at all, and relies on dog shit luck. The Shrek team's bad luck will end in the last game, and it will be like a pile of shit in the end. All the spirit masters in the spirit hall are optimistic about the Tianshui team, and they are disdainful of the Shrek team, and their words are full of ridicule. These people are too poisonous. Hearing that their team was called a shitty team, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others felt like they had eaten shit in their hearts and were very uncomfortable. Ning Fengzi, who was sitting on the high platform, also looked a little embarrassed. His daughter was also in the Shrek team, which made him lose face. Both sides release their spirits and the game begins. Chris announced the start of the game and flew away from the ring. Buzz. On the Shrek team side, Ning Rongrong first showed her spirit, and then performed the ring fusion skill. Her 4 spirit rings slowly floated out and condensed into a colorful light ball in her hand. Ning Rongrong also knows the ring fusion skill? Huowu in the stands was surprised. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed sect, it's not surprising that Ning Rongrong knows the ring fusion skill. We should not underestimate other soul masters, especially the disciples of the big sects, who all have family heirlooms. Huo Wushuan and Feng Xiaotian said beside them, and also reminded Huowu not to be proud. Change. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had completed the ring fusion, Tang San immediately ordered his teammates to stand behind him, forming a straight line, while he stood in front, ready to perform the 7-in-1 fusion skill. Ha! Oscar took the lead in injecting his soul power into Ning Rongrong's back, and then Ning Rongrong injected the 7-colored light ball in her hand into Ma Hongjun's back, and then passed it down one by one. This is the 7-in-1 fusion skill. It seems that Yu Xiaogang found a way from the 7-in-1 fusion skill of the Kanghui team, and with Ning Rongrong's ring fusion skill, the effect is slightly more advanced than that of the Kanghui Academy. BBDong had seen Kanghui team use the 7-in-1 fusion skill before, and she could tell at a glance that it was a new trick that Yu Xiaogang had come up with. Without Ning Rongrong's fusion ring skill, this trick would not work at all. Chirp. Shua shua. Roar. On the Tianshui team side, according to Yaoyang Chen's instructions, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu formed a triangle formation, and Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, and Chu Ruo Shui also formed a triangle formation and began to perform the 3-in-1 martial soul fusion skill. Buzz. Yaoyang Chen was alone and directly summoned his 2 martial souls, ready to perform his own martial soul fusion skill at any time. What are the 2 teams doing? Master Ye actually summoned 2 martial souls? What is he doing? Countless spectators in the stands were confused by such a scene. Oshua shua. On the Shrek 7 Devil's side, when the colorful light ball was transmitted from Dai Mubai to Tang San's body, he immediately summoned the hammer spirit. Ibuzz ZZ after the 7 people's soul power blessing, Tang San's hammer spirit appeared and suddenly became as big as a water tank. Erethes is the weapon spirit true body. Ning Fengzi stared, and was very surprised to see Tang San's hammer grow bigger. Tang San felt that his soul power was at least level 70 at this moment, which was very powerful. So he swung the sledgehammer directly towards the Tianshui team, trying to smash the opponent to death. Chirp. E-bang. At this moment, a dozens of meters big ice phoenix made a phoenix cry and directly hit the hammer, making a huge explosion, which immediately made Tang San's mind blank. Swish. Yaoyang Chen flew directly into the air at this moment, intending to perform his own martial soul fusion skills later. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu successfully performed the Trinity martial soul fusion skill. With Shui Binger as the leader, the blessing of 15 soul rings made the ice phoenix suddenly grow to dozens of meters in size. The powerful aura made many soul saints in the stands feel terrified. The Tianshui team actually performed the Trinity martial soul fusion skill. The host Chris held the soul guide loudspeaker and shouted in disbelief. Too shocking. The goddess is mighty, the goddess is invincible. The audience went crazy, shouting like a tsunami, one wave higher than the other. Roar. Bang bang. Before everyone could recover, they saw a sky-swallowing fish dragon hundreds of meters long, rushing towards Tang San's hammer spirit, knocking Tang San's hammer spirit out of his hand, and the powerful pressure made the Shrek 7 devils fall to the ground one after another. Ah! What is this? When the 7 monsters fell, without the blessing of soul power, the 7-in-1 fusion skill also disappeared instantly. Tang San's brain almost exploded at this moment, and he was in great pain. The previous weapon soul body almost drained his soul. So he immediately sat cross-legged on the ring with great effort, running the Xiantian Gong, and began to regulate his breath. Damn it! Tang Dachui, who was hiding on a rooftop in the distance, found that Shrek had been defeated before he could send a message to Tang San to retrieve his spirit. The spirit fusion skills performed by Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, and Chu Ruo Shui were almost as powerful as those performed by Shui Binger and the other 2. Oh my god! Another Trinity fusion skill. Goddess Tianshui, Goddess Tianshui. The Tianshui team performed 2 spirit fusion skills in a row, blinding the eyes of many spirit masters in the spirit hall, and everyone shouted wildly. It's incredible. Lian Ningfengzi, Jian Douluo, Guizhu Douluo and others all stood up from their seats, looking at the two Trinity fusion skills on the stage with surprise. This little guy always brings surprises to people. BBDong was also very surprised at this moment. She did not expect that Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, and Chu Ruo Shui could also perform martial soul fusion skills. The other people in Tianshui College were very calm. After all, the Trinity martial soul fusion skill had been tested in school 2 years ago. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fake. Fake. All fake. Fart Master Yu Xiaogang roared crazily. The Tianshui team performed 2 Trinity martial soul fusion skills in a row, breaking Tang San's weapon soul true body and Yu Xiaogang's dream, causing him to collapse directly. Hehe. Trinity martial soul fusion skill. Flanders saw that the girls from the Tianshui team could also perform this kind of martial soul fusion skill, and immediately thought of the former golden iron triangle, with a bit of bitterness in his heart. Windflowers is now Moon. At this moment, Yaoyang Chen, who flew into the air, also performed his own martial soul fusion skill, wind, flowers, snow, and moon. Who? Flowers of white and green intersecting with powerful wind force shot towards the Shrek 7 devils. Ah. Tang San and his party were hit by the flowers transformed by Yaoyang Chen, and they were all injured. One of the petals happened to hit the blue pearl hairpin on Xiaowu's head, breaking it directly. At this moment, Xiaowu's head was still buzzing, and she didn't realize that her soul beast aura had been exposed. Is this a self-martial soul fusion skill? Except for BBDong and Shui Langzhen, all the other big guys were shocked. Even when all the members of the Shrek team were injured, no one paid attention. A pair of green divine clothes appeared behind Yaoyang Chen at this moment. He held a sword in his right hand. After being possessed by the goddess's martial spirit, he became more handsome and more solemn, just like a god. Daimyo Bai, can you still fight? Yaoyang Chen shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the ring. What the hell? Facing a monster like you, we have no ability to fight. The Shrek team admits defeat. Daimyo Bai and Yu Tianheng watched the Tianshui team perform 2 Trinity martial spirit fusion skills at this moment, and Yaoyang Chen performed his own martial spirit fusion skills. The Shrek team had no power to fight back, so they admitted defeat directly. The champion of this pan-continental soul master competition is the Tianshui team. Congratulations to the Tianshui team. Host Chris saw Shrek admit defeat and immediately announced the result of the game. 7 treasures true body. Ning Fengzi immediately released his martial spirit, and the 6th floor pagoda showed the healing light, covering the Shrek team members and restoring their injuries. Shua. At this time, Shui Langzhen, Dugubo, Jian Douluo, Guizhu, and others were attracted by Xiaowu's aura. What is this? The titled Douluos immediately locked onto Xiaowu with their mental power, making the little girl feel cold all over, and she was so scared that she hid behind Tang San and trembled. Cai Lan, the little rabbit's aura was exposed. The pearl hairpin on her head was broken in the battle just now. Since the little rabbit came to me herself, don't blame me. BBDong and Yakalan secretly communicated with each other using their soul power and prepared to take action. Chapter 218 Xiaowu was captured. Just as Yaoyang Chen led after the Tianshui team won the championship, the goddess of life, who was far away in the god realm, was also using her own means to check on Yaoyang Chen with a smile, while communicating with her divine thoughts left in the little guy's soul sea, giving him rewards and passing on information. The first test of the god of life is completed, the age of all soul rings is increased by 1000 years, the soul power is increased by 1 level, and the affinity of the god of life is completed by 10%. The next test, go to the sea god island, arrange the time yourself. The voice of the goddess of life sounded in Yaoyang Chen's mind, which made him stunned for a moment. At this time, a green divine light lit up on his forehead, covering his whole body. What happened to Mr. Yet? The audience was very curious about the sudden strange phenomenon. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, and others immediately surrounded Yaoyang Chen in the middle. Everyone knew that the strange phenomenon of this little guy must be related to the divine test. Shui Langzhen and others in the stands also stood up and paid attention to the changes in Yaoyang Chen. Thank you, goddess. Yaoyang Chen closed his eyes and looked into his soul sea with his spiritual consciousness. He saw the goddess of life put her hands together and the green divine light poured into his body. Yaoyang Chen was very grateful for the reward from the goddess. You're welcome, kid. Come on, I'll continue to pay attention to you. The goddess of life smiled sweetly, and then sat quietly in the corner of Yaoyang Chen's soul sea. Shua. At this time, Yaoyang Chen's soul power directly broke through to level 60, and a strong breath burst out directly. Did Mr. Ye break through? The people in the stands knew that Yaoyang Chen registered a soul power of level 55 in the Soul Master competition, and now everyone thought he had broken through to level 56. The 7 members of the Shrek team recovered quickly under the treatment of Ning Fengzi's healing light. Tang San's mind was clearer now. He had never expected that the Tianshui team had 2 Trinity martial soul fusion skills, and Yaoyang Chen even used his own martial soul fusion skills. Tang San didn't even dare to think about this kind of operation. The Shrek team had entered the finals lying down all the way, and used the 7-in-1 fusion skills in the final battle. When they were about to win the championship, they were kicked off the platform by their opponents. The dream of winning the championship was shattered, which made Tang San a little bit unacceptable. At this moment, his ugly face was as ugly as charcoal. Xiaowu, are you okay? Tang San looked at Xiaowu with her head down, standing behind him, and felt a little strange. Brother, I'm fine. Xiaowu was very scared at this moment, and hoped that the hammer Douluo could come to protect her in time. Now, please invite His Holiness the Pope to present awards to the top 3 teams in the finals. The host Chris stood on the high platform and announced the award ceremony. The top 3 in the finals will all receive rewards. In addition to the first place winner receiving a soul bone reward, the second and third place winners will also receive gold soul coins. This time, BBDong was very generous and directly gave out 500,000 gold soul coins to reward the Shrek team and the Spirit Hall team. The Shrek team received 300,000 and the Spirit Hall team received 200,000. Godmother, I'll go and prepare first. My spiritual power has sensed that Tang Dachui is hiding on a rooftop a few hundred meters away. When you catch the little rabbit later, he will definitely appear. I will knock off his right arm and left leg at that time. You must act quickly and snatch his 2 soul bones directly. I estimate that the 2 soul bones may be the inherited soul bones of the Hammer sect. When I leave now, you have to pretend to ask me and cooperate with me in acting. Sister Binger, we don't want the soul bone reward. You can tell the Pope later that the soul bone age is too low, 100,000 years is about right. If Godmother wants to give money, just give it as a token of your appreciation and take some gold soul coins. Auntie Lan, after Tang Dachui appears, you protect Sister Binger and the others. Yaoyang Chen used soul transmission to tell BBDong, Shui Langzhen and Shui Binger, and then left the square directly. Yaoyang understood and followed Yaoyang Chen to leave. Yaoyang Chen's departure shocked the others. This guy ran away at the most glorious moment of the championship award ceremony. Everyone was puzzled. It's the award ceremony now. Where are you going? BBDong asked with pretended curiosity. I ate too much this morning. I have to go to the toilet. Your Excellency the Pope, you continue to give out awards and ignore me. Yaoyang Chen found an excuse and perfunctorily dealt with it. Then he and Yaoyang quickly flew to their residence. Puff. The audience in the stands were amused by Yaoyang Chen's words. The championship award ceremony was the most glorious moment. This evil boy had to go to the toilet. It was so interesting. I don't know if he did it on purpose. Or on purpose. Xiao Chen, are you going to make me laugh to death? BBDong laughed so hard in her heart that she almost lost her cool image. Sister Lan, help me guard the room and don't let anyone get close. Yaoyang Chen returned to the room that BBDong had arranged for him, opened the window directly, and then with a thought, he took out the Barrett Mk22 sniper rifle from the game backpack, set it on the windowsill, aimed at the Pope's palace square, and waited for Tang Dachui to appear. Xiao Chen, don't worry. I will guard this place. Seeing the little guy on guard, Yaoyang also used her powerful mental power to guard everything around the entire palace. The award ceremony continues. Seeing that the little guy had returned to his residence, BBDong flew directly into the ring and came to the 3 teams. First, she took out 2 gold soul coin cards and awarded them to the Shrek team and the Wuhan Hall team. Shui Binger, the captain of Tianshui College, please come forward receive the champion reward. BBDong took out 3 pieces of radiant 10,000-year soul bones and asked Shui Binger to receive the award. Thank you, Pope. Shui Binger walked in front of BBDong and bowed respectfully. Xiao Chen said that the soul bone age is too low, 100,000 years is about right, so we don't want the soul bone reward. Shui Binger followed Yaoyang Chen's instructions and directly refused to take the soul bone. What? Not even 10,000-year soul bones? Still complaining about the low age. What Shui Binger said was also told by Mr. Yet. He is indeed a peerless evildoer. I, old Li, swear that from now on, Mr. Yet is my idol. So do I, old Zhao. So do I, old Zhang. As soon as Shui Binger said this, the audience was shocked. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Tang San screamed wildly in his heart, his eyes almost popped out, and his saliva almost dried up. Soul bones, this is a rare treasure, is the Tianshui team crazy? They don't want it. Yu Xiaogang in the stands, the mood at the moment is the same as Tang San. You don't want soul bones, then I will give you 10 million gold soul coins as a reward. BBDong also knew that the little guy would not want his soul bones, but such domineering words, coming from the gentle and quiet Shui Binger, also made herself stunned. After coming to her senses, BBDong put away the 3 soul bones, and then directly took out 10 gold soul coin cards with a limit of 1 million and handed them to Shui Binger, which was used to support the little guy's Tenglong city construction. Your Excellency the Pope, you don't need so much. Thank you, Your Excellency the Pope. Shui Binger only took a gold soul coin card from BBDong, then bowed to the other party, and then turned and left, returning to the team, intending to distribute 1 million to the sisters as pocket money. This girl is really likable. I really want to hold her in my arms and kiss her hard at this moment. BBDong looked at Shui Binger who only took 1 million gold soul coins symbolically. This girl is more considerate than Nana and Zioxiu, which makes her feel very sweet. The rewards have been issued. Yuegwen, Gai Mei, take down Xiaowu from the Shrek team. Others leave the ring. Buzz. BBDong showed her humanoid spirit and 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. The Spirit Hall team and the Tianshui team left the ring immediately. Everyone knew that something big must have happened. Shua Shua. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo came to the front of the Shrek team in an instant, grabbed the little rabbit and sealed the little girl's spirit power. It's over. Xiaowu's head exploded with a bang. She was caught by the Spirit Hall. The rabbit head was in danger. She shouted in her heart, why hasn't Uncle Hammer come yet? The little rabbit is going to die. The suddenness made everyone in the Shrek team confused. No. Xiaowu. Tang San saw that Ghost and Chrysanthemum had caught Xiaowu, and directly summoned the hammer spirit to smash it. Buzz. Don't know whether to live or die. BBDong waved her hand lightly, and directly used her soul power to knock Tang San away several meters. Uncle Jian, take Rong away. I understand. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo also understood that if the Spirit Hall wanted to hunt down a 100,000-year spirit beast, it would be impossible for others to stop it. Shua Shua. Jian Douluo flew to the front of the Shrek team, startling BBDong and Guizhu. Chen Xian, are you, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, ready to be enemies with the Spirit Hall? BBDong asked domineeringly, and at the same time pressed Jian Douluo with her 98th level soul power. I just took Rong and her companions away. Feeling BBDong's powerful soul power, Jian Douluo immediately stated his position. It's better to do so. BBDong sneered. Wait a minute, why do you want to capture my students? Flanders rushed into the ring, trying to find out the truth. Logically, if the Spirit Hall wanted to arrest someone, it would be Tang San, after all, that kid was Tang Hao's son. But now the Spirit Hall actually arrested Xiaowu, who had nothing to do with him. It was too unexpected. Your Holiness, please give me a reason why you want to arrest Xiaowu. Yu Xiaogang also rushed into the ring, showing the Pope's order, and questioned BBDong. Master Fart Yu Xiaogang, I have tolerated you for a long time. This sign was given to you by Tang Dachui, right? I have taken it back now. The Pope's order was actually given to Yu Xiaogang by Tang Dachui, allowing this waste who can only fart to show off everywhere. I declare that the Hammer sect is no longer worthy of the Pope's order. Yu Xiaogang, you are a small soul master, and you are showing off with the Pope's order. Who gave you the courage? Get out of here. BBDong dodged and snatched the Pope's order from Yu Xiaogang, and slapped him a few meters away. Bang. Ah. After enjoying a period of flying in the air, Yu Xiaogang crashed to the ground, and his whole body almost fell apart. Flanders, what are you going to do with your Shrek team and a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast? What is your purpose in colluding with the soul beast? BBDong directly revealed Xiaowu's soul beast identity, letting everyone know the truth, and also put a big hat on Shrek. Your Holiness, I don't know either. Flanders felt very aggrieved at this moment. How could he know that Xiaowu was not a human? That girl named Xiaowu is actually a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. Countless viewers below the titled Douluo were stunned. It was the first time for everyone to see a 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed into a human. Xiaowu. Ning Rong, Dai Mubai and others couldn't believe that the cute girl who had been with them for 3 years was actually a soul beast. Xiaowu, is this true? Tang San doubted his life at this moment. The girl who had slept with him for 6 years in Notting College and called him for so many years was actually not a human. Brother, I'm sorry. Xiaowu looked at Tang San with a sullen face. She didn't have time to be sentimental. She was always looking forward to Hammer Douluo coming to save her. Tang Dachui, who was far away, was also hoping that Xiaowu could be sacrificed to Tang San. He knew that if a 100,000-year soul beast was willing to sacrifice itself, even if it did not have the cultivation of a titled Douluo, it could still bear it, and at the same time, Tang San would get a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. You are the fish that slipped through the net, right? BBDong directly took Xiaowu aside, and then looked at her calmly. Not to mention, this little rabbit looked quite cute. Yes. I am the fish that slipped through the net. Xiaowu stared at BBDong with red eyes, full of anger and unwillingness. From the red soul ring on BBDong, she also felt the breath of her mother. Unfortunately, she could not take revenge now. Your anger is useless. This world is like this. You can only blame your bad luck. And you are too stupid to come to the Spirit Hall to die. A rabbit is a rabbit. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it has lived for countless years and has no brains at all. It's ridiculous. BBDong felt very funny. This little rabbit was simply a master of committing suicide. BBDong knew that Yaoyang Chen had reminded the little rabbit in Tiandu city some time ago, hoping that the girl could escape in time, but the little girl didn't take it seriously. Instead, she followed Tang San to the Spirit Hall. Since she was delivered to the door, she would not be polite. Let go of Xiaowu, ah. Tang San's anger value was full at this time, and he rushed over with a hammer, trying to save Xiaowu. Brother, don't come over. The little rabbit immediately shouted at Tang San. Xiaowu, I said I would protect you. Anyone who wants to hurt you must step over my body first. Whether Tang San can save Xiaowu or not, he must show his attitude first. Although this girl is not a human, she looks like a human. In his heart, she is his sister. What can you save? You can't even protect yourself. Xiaowu looked at Tang San's brainless appearance and almost laughed. She was shouting in her heart, why hasn't Hammer Douluo appeared yet? What a touching picture. BBDong was also waiting for Tang Dachui to appear. Seeing that the guy didn't appear, she signaled Guizhu and the others to catch Tang San and fish out Tang Dachui. Shua shua. Guizhu and the others immediately grabbed Tang San, and they were also looking forward to Tang Dachui appearing. Chapter 219 Tang Hao is disabled, Xiaowu sacrifices. Bang. Just as Guizhu and the others grabbed Tang San, a red glowing hammer fell from the sky and hit between Guizhu and Tang San, directly smashing a big pit. A chrysanthemum, a little devil, also want to hurt my son. Get out of here. At the same time, a voice sounded above the Pope's palace square, and then a man in a tattered black robe appeared in the sky. Martial Soul Palace, I'm back. This man was Tang Dachui, who stood in the air and spoke to the spirit palace in a domineering manner. Tang Hao is finally here. In the Pope's palace, Qian Renxue and his group and a group of titled Douluo from the Elder's palace immediately came to the window and quietly watched Tang Hao in the sky above the Pope's palace square. Everyone wanted to see how the young man Yaoyang Chen crippled Tang Hao. Tang Dachui, Tang Dachui. You are the first titled Douluo to enjoy the attack of an anti-material sniper rifle. Let's see if you can withstand it. On the other side, Yaoyang Chen saw Tang Dachui appear, and immediately opened the safety of the Barrett sniper rifle and aimed at Tang Dachui. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. Daddy. Uncle Hammer. Tang San and Xiaowu saw Tang Dachui finally appeared, and they shouted excitedly. It's His Majesty Hammer. Flender, Yu Xiaogang, Daimyo Bai and others were also surprised. Brother San's daddy is too fierce. Ma Hongjun was extremely excited at this moment. Tang Dachui. BBDong pretended to be shocked, and immediately handed the little rabbit to Zhu Douluo for care, and prepared to snatch Tang Dachui's soul bone. BBDong, do you want to avenge your teacher? With you still. Tang Dachui said domineering words to BBDong, and didn't take the other party seriously at all. Although he was injured now, he couldn't lose in momentum. Bang. Yaoyang Chen, who had been waiting for a long time a few hundred meters away, pulled the trigger of the Barrett sniper rifle before Tang Dachui finished speaking, and shot Tang Dachui's right shoulder joint. Bang. Ah. Who is it? Come out. The armor-piercing explosive bomb hit Tang Dachui's right shoulder joint, causing his entire right arm to explode at the shoulder. Tang Dachui screamed in pain. Bang. Ah. Bang. Before Tang Dachui could react, his left thigh exploded again, causing him to fall from the air. Tang Dachui was hit by 2 bullets in a row, with an interval of less than 3 seconds. The audience was also stunned. How could the Hammer Douluo, who was just domineering, fall down all of a sudden? Shua shua. BBDong flew over at the first time, quickly grabbed the 2 soul bones that fell from Tang Dachui's right arm and left leg, and then put them into the soul guide. Ha ha ha. Tang Dachui, thank you for sending me 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old top-grade soul bones. These 2 soul bones should be the inherited soul bones of your Hammer sect. BBDong got 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old top-grade soul bones, and she was very excited. She wanted to go back to her residence directly and hug the little guy in her arms and kiss him enough. A divine weapon is a divine weapon. This power is too powerful. BBDong admired the little guy's means very much. He could not even think about it that Tang Dachui was disabled in just 2 hits. Tang Dachui, are you satisfied with my gift? Yaoyang Chen broke Tang Dachui's right arm and left leg, and was in a good mood, so he immediately put the 2 armor-piercing shells and the Barrett sniper rifle into the game backpack, and then walked out of the room. Xiao Chen, did you get it? Yaoyang looked at Yaoyang Chen walking out of the room with a smile on her face and asked curiously. Sister Lan, this is a divine weapon, how can Tang Dachui withstand it? His right arm and left leg have been knocked off by me. Wow. Tang Dachui is disabled. Xiao Chen, let's go and see. Yaoyang was very excited when she heard that Tang Dachui was disabled, so she immediately pulled Yaoyang Chen to the Pope's palace square. After easily dealing with Tang Dachui, Yaoyang Chen has now determined that even a god may not be able to withstand the attack of an anti-material sniper rifle. However, when I think of Tang San being able to hurt a god with a hidden weapon and using an anti-material sniper rifle to hit a titled Douluo, it is simply like using an anti-aircraft gun to hit a mosquito. How did Ye Xiaowu do it? In the Pope's palace, Qian Renxue and a group of titled Douluo were also confused at this moment. They directly beat a super Douluo to death. This magical method was simply unimaginable. That was a close call. Golden Crocodile, Lion, and Blue Luan sighed in their hearts, thinking of using mental power to spy on the boy before. If he had used this method to deal with everyone at that time, it would be over. Old Dragon, what happened to us in the Sunset Forest 2 or 3 years ago, couldn't it be the method of Mr. Yet? Is there any doubt about this? It must be Mr. Yet. Hiss. We were just walking through the gates of hell at that time. When Snake Spear and Thorny Pig thought of this, cold sweat broke out on their backs, especially Snake Spear, whose lungs were pierced at that time and he almost died. Dad. Uncle Hammer. The sudden change made Tang San and Xiaowu dumbfounded. The two were captured by Guizhu and the others and were in despair. Who did it? Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Flanders, Yu Xiaogang, and others couldn't believe that the world-famous Haoshan Douluo had ended up like this. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others in the Shrek team had been taken away from the square by Flanders long ago, and there was no scene of the 7 monsters living and dying together. In front of BBDong, Guizhu, and the 3 super Douluos, these guys didn't even dare to breathe. Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu really wanted to rush over and kill Tang Dachui directly, but the sisters saw that Yaoyang Chen deliberately disabled Tang Dachui and didn't kill him. They must have some other plans, so they suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Tang Dachui, are you surprised? Are you surprised? BBDong looked at Tang Dachui lying on the ground. His right arm was broken at the shoulder and his left leg was blown off from the thigh. Blood was all over the ground. It was so miserable. Moreover, the opponent's soul power seemed to be only at the soul saint level, which made BBDong feel very happy. BBDong. You deliberately arranged for the Shrek team to enter the championship competition lying down. It was a trap for me, right? Tang Hao finally understood that everything was a trap. There was no hope of revenge on the spirit hall in this life. Tang Hao was desperate at this moment. Haha. Tang Dachui, you guessed right. All this was a trap for you. Your son was used as bait. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult to make you, a stinky rat who would hide in the dark corners all year round, show up. BBDong took everything on herself, but it couldn't be said that it was the little guy's plan. As a godmother, she had to protect him. BBDong, I want to find out who attacked me just now? Qian Renxue definitely doesn't have such means. Tang Hao was puzzled by the attack he had suffered before. That kind of attack had no soul power and was extremely fast. It was obviously not a soul master's means. Jian Douluo, Ning Fengzi, and others were also very curious. The means of attacking Tang Hao just now were really amazing. You don't need to know this. BBDong refused to answer. The fewer people knew that her godson had a magic weapon, the better. Spirit Hall, what a spirit hall, ha ha ha. Kaka. Big Samurai hammer. Tang Dachui laughed wildly, and suddenly several soul rings lit up on his body, and then the rings exploded directly. He swung the hammer with his left hand and began to accumulate power. This is the secret technique of Haoshan Sect's ring explosion. Throw Tang San to him immediately and see how he can explode. Godmother, let them go. It will be useful for my future plans. At this time, rushing back Yaoyang Chen, who was in the square of the Pope's palace, saw Tang Dachui's operation and immediately used soul transmission to BBDong and Guizhu to let them act according to their plan. Beiji. Ghost Douluo heard Yaoyang Chen's transmission and immediately threw Tang San to Tang Dachui. Bang. Tang Dachui was shocked to see Ghost Douluo throwing Tang San to him, so he immediately forced to change the direction of the hammer, otherwise his son would become the ghost under his hammer. Puff. Spirit Hall, I will come to collect this blood debt sooner or later. As soon as the ring blasting secret technique came out, Tang Hao gushed out a mouthful of old blood. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He grabbed Tang San and rushed out of the Pope Mountain frantically. Brother. Xiaowu was dumbfounded. Tang Dachui only saved Tang San, and she was dead now. No. Xiaowu. Tang San was caught by Tang Dachui and could do nothing but shout desperately. Seeing Xiaowu's desperate eyes, he himself was also desperate. BBDong followed Yaoyang Chen's arrangement and did not send anyone to chase Tang Dachui, letting him leave Wuhan city. Shua Shua. Tang Hao relied on his willpower to hold on and took Tang San to a forest outside Wuhan city. Puff. At this moment, Tang Hao finally couldn't help it, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then fell down a cliff more than 10 meters high with Tang San, both of them fainted. Tang Hao lost his right arm and left leg this time, his soul power dropped by 20 levels, and most of his blood was lost. In addition, he had used the explosive ring before, which made his already injured body more injured. It was unknown whether he could survive. In the Wuhan Hall Square, countless viewers recalled Tang Dachui's domineering appearance just now, and then he inexplicably broke his hands and feet, feeling that all this was like a dream. Xiaowu, who was held in BBDong's hand, was really desperate. She cried to the sky and the earth but nothing worked. Yaoyang Chen. At this moment, Xiaowu saw Yaoyang Chen returning to the square, and immediately remembered what this guy said to her in Tiandu city, so she shouted to Yaoyang Chen. Isn't this little rabbit? How did you get caught? Why didn't Hammer Douluo save you? Why didn't Yu Sangage take you with you? Yaoyang Chen heard someone calling him, turned around and found that it was Little Rabbit. At this moment, he remembered that Tang Dachui had broken his right hand and left leg by himself, and he had no ability to save Little Rabbit. Your Holiness, before I die, can I say a few words to him? Xiaowu asked BBDong for advice. Sure, ask whatever you want. BBDong directly unlocked the soul seal of Little Rabbit. Anyway, this girl couldn't escape from her. Yaoyang Chen, how did you know my identity when you were in Tiandu city? Do you know Daming and Erming? Xiaowu's mind was clear at this time, and she remembered what Erming said to her, asking her to get along well with a handsome boy, and said that the boy would change the fate of the soul beast family in the future. At that time, She didn't take it seriously, but now she remembered that the boy must be Yaoyang Chen. Little rabbit, why are you asking these questions? Yaoyang Chen was stunned, thinking, little rabbit doesn't think she knows the 200,000-year soul beasts? What does she want to do? I'm going to die, can't you let me know the truth? Please tell me. In this way, I will die with peace of mind. Xiaowu begged bitterly, and she must find out before she died. Others were also listening attentively, and everyone was also curious about Yaoyang Chen's knowledge of this 100,000-year shape-shifting soul beast. Well, I'll tell you because you are about to die. I met two peerless masters in Zingluo forest a few years ago. At that time, they told me that a little rabbit who didn't know whether to live or die ran to Notting College and was targeted by a titled Douluo named Tang. And you have a rabbit martial spirit, and the two ears on your head are a sign that your transformation is not complete. I knew it was you at first sight. As for the Daming and Erming you mentioned, they should be the bull-headed worm and the silly big monkey. Yaoyang Chen said a few words casually to perfunctory the little rabbit. Yaoyang Chen, they are Daming and Erming, not some bull-headed worm and big monkey. Xiaowu was very upset when she saw Yaoyang Chen talking about her two younger brothers like this. Bull-headed worm? Big monkey? It should be the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. BBDong, Guizhou Douluo, Qian Douluo, Flanders, Yu Xiaogang, and others immediately guessed that the bull-headed worm and the big monkey mentioned by Yaoyang Chen were the 200,000-year soul beasts in the Star Forest. Yaoyang Chen, since those two strong men told you about me, you must be very familiar with them, so why don't you let them catch me? Xiaowu looked at the handsome boy in front of her. When she saw that she was a 100,000-year soul beast incarnation, her eyes were clear and there was no greed. It was really strange. Little rabbit, I don't like your rubbish soul ring and soul bone. Yaoyang Chen was not interested in the soul ring and soul bone of the little rabbit at all. Besides, he had the help of the Silver Dragon King Guyuina now, so he didn't lack soul rings at all. Puff. Yaoyang Chen's words made Shui Langzhen, Yakalan, Shui Binger, BBDong and others laugh. As expected of Mr. Yat, he looked down on the 10,000-year soul bone, and now he even looked down on the 100,000-year soul beast. Others thought Yaoyang Chen was pretending, but they had no evidence. Yaoyang Chen, don't look down on others. Xiaowu was shocked when she heard that the other party actually called her soul ring and soul bone rubbish. This is unbearable. You are just a rabbit, not a human. Yaoyang Chen teased. I am a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I will face a terrible heavenly tribulation in 1,000 years, and I may die under the heavenly tribulation. I just want to survive, so I choose to transform into a human form. Is that wrong? Xiaowu felt that the world was too unfair to soul beasts at this moment. That's right, but you have no brains. After you transformed, wouldn't you choose a remote mountain village? There are humans in those places too. You insisted on entering the Soul Master Academy and followed Tang San to Tiandu City. Do you think your life is too long? Little rabbit, you have been targeted by Tang Dachui since you entered Notting Academy. The reason you are still alive is that you acted cute and adorable in front of Tang San, and won Tang San's favor, so Tang Dachui didn't touch you. If you didn't like Tang San at that time, Tang Dachui would immediately catch you and keep you in captivity. When Tang San's strength reached, he would kill you and let him get your 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. I believe Tang Dachui must have said these things to you before. Tang Dachui's former wife was also a 100,000-year transformed soul beast, so he didn't object to Tang San's liking for transformed soul beasts. But you don't know that Tang Dachui brought his soul beast the old woman swaggered around the spirit city. Not long after, the former Pope King Sunji led people to hunt down the transformed spirit beast, and then Tang Dachui obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring, which was sacrificed by his spirit beast wife. Little rabbit, this time Tang Dachui did not stop you and Tang San from coming to the spirit city to participate in the finals. It is very likely that he also wanted to use the same method to let you sacrifice to Tang San. Anyway, in his eyes, you are just a moving 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. I reminded you before in Tiandu City, and I also saw that it was not easy for you to practice. Now you have transformed into a human, and I hope you can escape and return to the Star Do Forest. But you ignored it and foolishly followed Tang San to the spirit city. You really despise your long life. Little rabbit, I have to say that your life is a failure. No, it should be a failure of rabbit life. Yaoyang Chen said a murderous and heartbreaking words to Xiaowu, which immediately made the other party lose spirit, and a pair of rabbit ears drooped down. Yaoyang Chen, you are right, I am just a silly rabbit. Xiaowu smiled bitterly and laughed at herself. Recalling what Tang Hao said when he saw her, she realized that she had long been in the palm of his hand. Little rabbit, be smarter in your next life. After Yaoyang Chen finished speaking, he directly called on everyone in Tianshui College to prepare to leave the Pope's Palace Square. As for whether the little rabbit was dead or alive, it was none of his business. Yaoyang Chen, will you change the fate of soul beasts in the future? Xiaowu asked. Little rabbit, what are you kidding? I am just a little soul king now, what can I change? Yaoyang Chen didn't know where this little rabbit heard it from. Did the big monkey tell her? Before I die, Can you say another jingle that you said to me in the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena City before? I want to hear it again, even if I die, I will be in peace. Xiaowu really wanted to hear that jingle at this moment, and found it very interesting. That's just something I made up. What's so good about it? Yaoyang Chen was speechless about Xiaowu's request. That jingle was a children's song. How could he say it in public? Xiao Chen, what jingle? Tell us. Shui Langzhen and her group tilted their heads and asked Yaoyang Chen curiously. Xiao Chen, the little rabbit is dying. It's okay if you satisfy her. BBDong used her soul power to force the sound into a line and passed it to Yaoyang Chen. She thought that the words were quite funny. Well, okay. I said, you guys are not allowed to laugh. Since everyone wanted to listen, Yaoyang Chen didn't care. Mr. Yat, tell us. We will never laugh. Other audiences pricked up their ears to hear what the jingle was. Little white rabbit, white and white, 2 ears stand up, love to eat radish and vegetables, jumping around so cute. Little white rabbit, white and white, 2 ears lifted up, peeled, made into a dish, turned into a spicy rabbit head so cute. After Yaoyang Chen finished the first part, he added a funny part he saw on the internet in his previous life. Haha. Peeled and made into a dish, it turned into a spicy rabbit head so cute. Mr. Yi's words are so funny. The audience listened to the first part normally, but the second part immediately made everyone laugh. Yaoyang Chen, you big bastard. Xiaowu was very happy when she heard Yaoyang Chen's first part of the jingle, but when she heard the next sentence, she was so angry that her hair stood up. Little rabbit, you only need to listen to the first part, you don't have to listen to the second part. Yaoyang Chen smiled and ignored the other party's anger. At this moment, Xiaowu screamed and sacrificed herself to Yaoyang Chen. A red light burst out from Xiaowu and turned into a powerful magnetic field, enveloping Yaoyang Chen, making him unable to move and preventing others from approaching. Xiaowu didn't want to die in BBDong's hands, so she was willing to sacrifice herself to Yaoyang Chen. Although this guy's words were very irritating, what he said to her before was right. Besides, he was the one who would change the fate of soul beasts in Er Ming's mouth in the future. It was not a loss to sacrifice to this guy. She actually sacrificed herself. The sudden change shocked everyone. The little rabbit was still very angry with Yaoyang Chen in the previous second, but sacrificed herself to the other party in the next second. This operation was really incomprehensible. Xiaowu, Flanders, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and others could not bear to watch. Although the other party was a soul beast, they had lived with them for 2 or 3 years. Seeing the other party sacrificed and died, they felt bad. Seeing that the person Xiaowu sacrificed was not one of the Shrek 7 devils, they felt unbalanced. Damn it! Yu Xiaogang was very angry at the moment, roaring in his heart, why didn't this little rabbit sacrifice to Xiao San before? It had to be sacrificed to Xiao San's enemy. Your Holiness! The cardinals around BBDong were furious, and a 100,000 year soul ring just slipped away from the spirit hall. Don't move, watch carefully. BBDong suppressed the unwillingness of the cardinals and thought, the little rabbit sacrificed to my godson, I can't even be happy. Your Holiness, we owe you a favor, how about it? Shui Langzhen ordered everyone to surround Yaoyang Chen and the little rabbit in the middle to prevent any accidents, and apologized to BBDong at the same time. Okay. No problem. BBDong said calmly, cooperating with Shui Langzhen in acting. Wow. What are you doing? Sacrificing to me? I said that your spirit ring is not suitable for me. Or do you plan to use the sacrifice method to plot against me? First of all, you can't hurt me at all with this method. Yaoyang Chen had already made the little rabbit so angry that the other party actually sacrificed to herself. Could it be that this rabbit wanted to use its soul to attack herself? Then she made a wrong calculation. Yaoyang Chen, you said before that my spirit ring and spirit bone are garbage, now you have to accept me as garbage. Xiaowu was a little upset that Yaoyang Chen called her trash, so she sacrificed herself to him, which was also a small revenge. I have no choice now. Hope BBDong is my enemy. Instead of dying in her hands, I might as well sacrifice myself to you. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Let me be the first soul ring of your sword martial soul. Starting from a 100,000 year soul ring, you won't lose anything. Okay then. First of all, let me make it clear. I won't thank you. I won't help you get revenge or anything. Hearing what Xiaowu said, Yaoyang Chen had to summon the Chunjun sword martial soul with his mind and accept the sacrifice of this little rabbit with peace of mind. My business has nothing to do with you, you don't need to do those things. It's too difficult to be a human being. I'd better be a soul ring quietly. Buzz. Xiaowu smiled bitterly, burning her life force with all her strength, sacrificing all her cultivation and soul. After a while, the red light turned into a big red circle, covering Yaoyang Chen's sword martial soul. And Xiaowu's human form also dissipated, leaving only a right arm soul bone and a soft bone charm rabbit corpse. What a silly rabbit. Yaoyang Chen complained in his heart, then put away the 100,000 year soul bone and the rabbit corpse, and found a place to bury it later. Chapter 220 Shrek Academy becomes history. Yaoyang Chen felt the 100,000-year soul skills brought to him by the little rabbit. One is the invincible golden body, and the other is the nothingness skill, called split light and cut shadow. Once this skill is used, he becomes illusory, and the sword martial soul becomes transparent, just like the Cheng Ying sword, making it invisible. Yaoyang Chen is very glad that Xiaowu did not give him the charm skill, otherwise it would be so embarrassing for a grown man to use the charm skill. Xiaowu sacrificed herself to Yaoyang Chen in front of BBDong, which also made Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Yu Xiaogang, and others feel that something was a bit strange. Although Shui Langzhen apologized to BBDong, everyone felt incredible about BBDong's magnanimity. Your Highness, the little rabbit sacrificed to me, and I also robbed your 100,000-year soul ring. But don't worry, I have information about another 100,000-year soul beast. I'll give it to you, so we won't owe each other anything. Yaoyang Chen saw the expressions of Ning Fengzi and others, so he immediately pretended to promise BBDong that he would help her find a 100,000-year soul beast. Why don't you join our Wuhan Hall? I will directly make you the Holy Sun, so we won't owe each other anything. BBDong also cooperated with Yaoyang Chen in acting. It's impossible to join, not in this life. I like freedom and don't like being controlled by others, so I won't join. Yaoyang Chen publicly stated that he refused to join the Wuhan Hall. Mr. Ye, the Holy Son of the Wuhan Hall has power second only to the Pope, which is what countless people dream of. Guizhu and the others also persuaded him. Fame and fortune are like clouds in the sky to me. They are all floating clouds and will be scattered by the wind. Everyone is chasing fame and fortune, but they don't know that these two things are like poison, making people lost in them and unable to extricate themselves. It's really pitiful. Yaoyang Chen said calmly that he was not interested in fame and fortune. Puff. I feel that Mr. Ye is pretending, but I have no evidence. Everyone looked at Yaoyang Chen's serious nonsense, and he was simply a charlatan. Stinky boy, you are talking about your crooked ideas again. Your Holiness, this little guy likes to brag since he was a child, don't mind it. Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu grabbed Yaoyang Chen's ears and stopped him from continuing to talk, lest this guy brag to the sky. He is right, fame and fortune are indeed all poison. BBDong almost couldn't help laughing. What the little guy said seemed like bragging, but it contained the truth. Since you don't want to join the Spirit Hall, I won't force you. Besides, you have 6 titled Douluo around you, and no one in this world dares to force you. BBDong saw the expressions of Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and others, and felt very funny. She knew that the two empires were most afraid of Yaoyang Chen, the evil genius, joining the Spirit Hall. You have news about the 100,000-year soul beast, so come back to the Pope's palace to talk. BBDong used the information of the 100,000-year soul beast to openly invite Yaoyang Chen to the Pope's palace, so that people who didn't know the truth would think that she and the little guy were just doing a normal transaction. Your Majesty, the Pope has invited us so kindly, so we will be disrespectful to refuse. Yaoyang Chen immediately called everyone from Tianshui College and followed BBDong into the Pope's palace. When Yaoyang Chen and his party followed BBDong to the Pope's palace, they found Jian Daoliu and a group of titled Douluo gathered there. All the seniors are here. Yaoyang Chen greeted Jian Daoliu and his party. Young friend, Yi's methods really broadened our horizons. Not only did you cripple Tang Hao, but you also made a 100,000-year-old soul beast willingly sacrifice to you. But I'm very curious, what methods did you use to cripple a super Douluo like Tang Hao? Jian Daoliu himself was not sure if he could withstand Yaoyang Chen's magical attack methods. Senior, you are too kind. I also used a magic weapon to cripple Tang Hao. The goddess of life waited for tens of thousands of years for a successor like me. For my life safety, she asked her husband to get me a super artifact to save my life. Yaoyang Chen was talking nonsense seriously to perfunctorily deal with these old guys. Anyway, no one knew whether it was true or false. Super artifact? What is it? Can I take a look? Jian Daoliu was stunned. He only knew artifacts, such as the angel sword, but had never heard of super artifacts. Great worshipper, don't ask so many questions. Since it is a super artifact, how can it be taken out easily? Xiaokin's plan this time was very successful. Tang Hao, the number 1 enemy of the Spirit Hall, was considered useless. I also snatched 2 inherited soul bones from Tang Hao. This is a great event. I am going to hold a celebration banquet. Elder Ghost and Elder Chrysanthemum, please arrange the banquet. After BBDong finished speaking, she took Yaoyang Chen and his party back to her palace, settled them down, and let them stay in the Pope's palace for a few more days. Yes, Your Holiness. Guizhu and the other 2 immediately began to gather people and prepare for the banquet. We don't have anything to do, so let's help. The other titled Douluo in the Elder Hall also helped to arrange the work. Everyone knew that BBDong was going to host a banquet for everyone from Tianshui College this time, so it had to be grand. The Soul Master competition was over, and the people from the 2 empires left Wuhan city one after another. Xuking He, played by Qian Renxue, also returned to Tiandu Empire under the escort of the guards to continue his plan to steal the country. Jian Mo, Jian Jun, Shi Mao and Sai Tun were afraid of being discovered by Jian Douluo, so they did not go with the large group of people, but disguised themselves and secretly protected Qian Renxue. Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wushuan, and Hua Wu asked the teachers and team members of their respective colleges to return to the two elemental cities. The three of them stayed in Wuhan city temporarily, waiting for Yaoyang Chen to see what arrangements were made later. The news about the 100,000-year soul beast that Yaoyang Chen mentioned should be the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Yu Xiaogang was very upset that Yaoyang Chen told BBDong about the information of the 100,000-year soul beast, and was jealous beyond recognition. Xiaogang, don't worry about those things. Even if it's the two 100,000-year soul beasts, we don't have a share. Let's leave as soon as possible. Flanders advised Yu Xiaogang not to meddle in other people's business, and then called the Shrek 4 monsters to leave Wuhan city. As for Yu Tianheng, Zhu Xiaomei, Lin Xiaofeng, and Tailong, they had already left the Shrek team. Tang Hao's disability is a big deal. Tailong rushed back to Tiandu city as soon as possible to tell his grandfather about it. Zhu Xiaomei stayed in Wuhan city, waiting for Zhu Xuking, and didn't plan to return to the Zhu family. She followed Zhu Xuking afterwards. After leaving Wuhan city, the Shrek group met Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and others. This soul competition is really too bizarre. The dignified Haoshan Douluo was actually disabled by an unknown strong man. I don't know who did it. Pope BBDong said that the finals was a trap for Tang Hao. I think it might be Qian Renxue's trick, but I don't know why he didn't kill Tang Hao. And BBDong let Tang Hao escape with Tang San, which is too bizarre. And that Yaoyang Chen, he actually made Xiaowu willing to sacrifice to him, which is incredible. Everyone talked about what happened in this finals, and it felt like a dream. Xiaowu sacrificed to Yaoyang Chen and became the first soul ring of his sword martial soul. BBDong must have told him about the practice method of twin martial souls. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth and said this, feeling very uncomfortable. The method of cultivating twin martial souls that he had always dreamed of was easily obtained by others. Xiaogang, you said that BBDong's martial soul before was only a spider martial soul, but this time the martial soul she showed was a human martial soul. Obviously, she has obtained Yaoyang Chen's martial soul evolution method, so it is reasonable for her to give the method of cultivating twin martial souls to Yaoyang Chen. Flanders thought it was normal. He also knew that Yu Xiaogang was not able to obtain the method of practicing twin martial souls, and he felt unbalanced. Twin martial souls, the soul ring combination of the first martial soul is so amazing, and the second martial soul starts at 100,000 years. That guy is indeed the most evil genius. Everyone felt that Yaoyang Chen was destined to stand at the top of this world in the future. Little monsters, now that you have learned a lot, it is time to graduate. I hope you can all make your own way in life. Master Ning, take Rongrong back. Flanders directly announced the graduation speech to the Shrek 4 monsters, and then handed Ning Rongrong to Ning Fengzi. Thank you, Dean Flanders, for taking care of Rongrong. Although the Shrek team has a bad reputation, it was caused by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Ning Fengzi still respects Flanders. Dean. Teacher. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and others looked at Flanders' lonely figure, feeling a little sad. They wanted to say something, but couldn't. Well, all good things must come to an end. You should have your own life. Flanders waved goodbye to them, and then left with Yu Xiaogang, who looked unhappy. Flanders is old now and has no drive. If Tiandu Royal Academy doesn't despise him, he will just eat and drink in the academy. Teacher, I'm only level 38, and I haven't reached the standard for graduating from Shrek Academy yet. Ma Hongjun caught up with Flanders, unwilling to leave. This guy hasn't broken through the soul sect yet, and feels that he can't make a name for himself on the mainland, so it's better for him to stay with his teacher. Hongjun, then you come back to Tiandu Royal Academy with me first and see what's going on. Flanders also had no solution to the evil fire problem brought by Ma Hongjun's martial soul. Are you too interested in visiting the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Ning Fengzi looked at Dai Mubai and Oscar and thought they were pretty good, so he wanted to invite them to join his sect. Ning Fengzi didn't like the lecherous guy Ma Pengzi at all. If he let that guy enter the sect, when his evil fire got to his head, the female disciples of the sect would suffer. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Ning. I've been away from the Zingluo Empire for so long. I'll go home first. Dai Mubai, as the Prince of Zingluo, naturally cannot join another sect. Ning Fengzi's rejection of Dai Mubai was also expected, so he had to look at Oscar. Oscar, what about you? Ning Fengzi was not optimistic about this guy who liked his daughter. Both of them were auxiliary spirit masters and could not be together at all, but this guy was also a genius food spirit master after all, and he did not want to miss such a genius. Oscar, just come back with us to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Rongrong also spoke at this time, inviting Oscar to join the sect, which was also considered recruiting talents for the sect. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, I am willing to join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. With Ning Rongrong's invitation, Oscar joined immediately. Ning Rongrong had not rejected his pursuit in the past 2 years, nor had she expressed her feelings, which had kept Oscar hanging, making him feel uneasy. Now that Ning Rongrong had personally invited him, Oscar felt that his spring had come, but this was just his wishful thinking. Boss Dai, goodbye. Oscar waved to Dai Mubai, feeling very happy. See you. Dai Mubai really wanted to invite Oscar to help him, after all, The relationship between the two was not bad, but he was not sure that he could beat Davis, and he was embarrassed to invite these partners. I don't know if there will be a chance to see you again? Dai Mubai sighed as he watched Oscar and Ning Rongrong go away, then headed towards Zingluo country. His fian copyrightee Zhu Xuking did not return to Zingluo Empire either, and Zhu Xiaomei left immediately after the finals. Dai Mubai was not sure what the attitude of his family and the Zhu family was, so he went back to take a look. Among the Shrek 6 monsters, Xiaowu died in sacrifice, Tang San was taken away by the disabled Tang Hao and his whereabouts were unknown, Oscar joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and Ma Hongjun had not graduated yet. This team did not win the Soul Master competition, but because of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, it completely ruined its reputation, which made Flanders disheartened, and Shrek Academy will eventually disappear in history. Under a cliff outside Wuhan City, Tang Hao and Tang San finally woke up slowly after being unconscious for several hours. Puff. After Tang Hao woke up, another mouthful of blood gushed out. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be falling apart, and he was in great pain. He had lost his right arm and left leg, which greatly reduced his strength and made it even more inconvenient for him to move. It was really killing him. Dad. Tang San saw his father vomiting blood again, and regardless of his injuries, he immediately crawled over to check Tang Hao's injuries. Boom. When Tang San checked, he was immediately shocked by the injuries in Tang Hao's body, and his head seemed to explode. Dad, how come you have such serious internal injuries? At this moment, Tang San found that his father's meridians were all disordered, and there were blood clots everywhere. In addition, he had lost his right arm and left leg. He lost too much blood. If he was not treated, he would die at any time. Buzz. Tang San immediately sat cross-legged behind Tang Hao, activated Xian Tiangong, and injected soul power into Tang Hao's body to heal him. Xiao San, don't worry, this is an old injury for many years, it can't be cured. Let's leave here first and send you back to Haoshan sect first. I'm useless now and can't help you. Tang Hao was desperate at this moment, so he advised Tang San not to heal himself. He wanted to send Tang San back to Haoshan sect while he was still breathing, and ask his brother Tang Xiao to train his son. As for himself, he would die in front of his father's grave to apologize. Dad, don't talk first, let me heal you first. If you don't treat your injury, you will probably die. You are my only relative in this world. If you die, I will not live either. Tang San didn't dare to let Tang Hao move now, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang San practiced the Xian Tiangong of Tang sect, and he was sure to heal his father's internal injuries. Puff. An hour later, Tang San's treatment took effect. Tang Hao vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and felt much better. Xiao San, what kind of cultivation method is this? Tang Hao felt that the soul power running route that Tang San input into his body made him feel very comfortable, so he asked curiously. Dad, this is the soul power running method I have figured out over the years. Tang San finished his work and did not tell Tang Hao about the Xian Tiangong. He did not dare to tell Tang Hao, otherwise the fact that he was a reborn person in another world would be revealed. Tang San is a sect slave. He regards everything in the Tang sect as more important than his life. He will never reveal the Tang sect's skills to the outside world, even if the other party is his father in this world. So that's it. Seeing that his son did not tell the truth, Tang Hao was too lazy to ask, thinking, forget it, no matter what, this kid is always his son. Dad, Xiaowu. Tang San was very distressed that he could not save Xiaowu. Xiao San, Xiaowu is a 100,000 year soul beast incarnation. If she falls into the hands of the spirit hall, she will definitely not survive. I was careless. If I had known this, I should not have let her come to the spirit hall. Tang Hao regretted it very much at this moment. A 100,000 year soul ring and a 100,000 year soul bone slipped away from his hands. Dad, who hurt you? I didn't see anyone attack. Tang San was very angry, his face was gloomy, and a trace of black air came out of his head, like a man-eating demon. I don't know, I didn't feel any soul power, I only heard 2 explosions, and my hands and feet were broken, and the 2 inherited soul bones of the sect were also taken away by BBDong. Tang Hao didn't care about his broken hands and feet. The key was that the 2 inherited soul bones of the sect were taken away by BBDong. Now he was even more ashamed to face the sect. Dad, do you think it was Yaoyang Chen who did it? I always feel that he is the one who is targeting you this time. Team Tianshui didn't even take the spirit bone reward from the spirit hall this time. It is very likely that Yaoyang Chen and BBDong have joined forces to target us. After defeating Team Shrek, Yaoyang Chen immediately excused himself to go to the bathroom, which made Tang San feel too incredible. Xiao San, if this is the case, it means that the strong man behind him is too scary. After Tang San's reminder, Tang Hao suddenly felt his scalp tingling. At this moment, he felt that Yaoyang Chen was more terrifying than the spirit hall. Dad, I will definitely avenge you. I will also destroy the spirit hall and avenge Xiaowu. Tang San swore in his heart, no matter whether it is Yaoyang Chen or the spirit hall, they have already found a way to die. If they are not destroyed in this life, the whole family and the teacher will die. Xiao San, let's talk about revenge after we have the strength. Tang Hao comforted Tang San, don't be impatient, otherwise you will be looking for death. Let's leave first, this is the territory of the spirit hall, it's not safe. Kaka. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he stood up and cut a stick to use as a crutch, and then took Tang San to the direction of the Heaven Do Empire. The two did not dare to take the main road, fearing that they would be discovered by the people of the spirit hall, so they could only walk through the wilderness. Chapter 221 Prepare for a rainy day and deal with future wars. Just as Tang Hao and Tang San rushed to the Heaven Do Empire, Yaoyang Chen and his party were happily having a feast in the spirit hall. In a huge hall in the Pope's palace, there were more than 20 tables of banquets. All the Seoul Douluo level strongmen in the spirit city attended this banquet. In addition, there were some cardinals and young geniuses, such as all members of the Golden Team, the descendants of the titled Douluo in the worship hall and the elder hall. BBDong learned that Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wushuan, and Zhu Xiaomei were waiting for news about Yaoyang Chen and his party in Wuhan City, so she sent people to invite them to the banquet, which made Feng Xiaotian and his party feel extremely honored. Shui Langzhen, thank you so much for this time. Pope, you are too polite. BBDong was in a good mood and toasted with Shui Langzhen and others to celebrate this moment. BBDong completely controlled the Wuhan hall this time. The 3 soul bones that she carefully prepared were not given away. She also successfully snatched 2 inherited soul bones from the Haoshan sect. She can be said to be the biggest winner of this soul master competition. Mr. Yat, I toast you. Mr. Yat, let's have a drink. Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yan led a group of young men and women to the Tianshui team and toasted Yaoyang Chen. The purpose was also to let other young people in the Wuhan hall get to know the young generation of today. The most evil genius. Brother Chen, I can't drink alcohol, so I'll drink tea instead. Even BBDong's apprentice Jin Zaihuzuo came over to toast with Yaoyang Chen. I'll drink first, you guys can do whatever you want. Yaoyang Chen looked at more than 40 young men and women who came to drink with him, and suddenly his head was big. Mr. Yat, 1 cup is not enough. Hulina smiled brightly, raised her glass, and clinked it with Yaoyang Chen's glass, like a vixen. There are so many of you, come one by one, I will drink to death. Yaoyang Chen felt that these people just wanted to get him drunk on purpose. What are you worried about? Don't we still have us? As teammates, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Zhu Xuking, Shui Wu, and others naturally had to help Yaoyang Chen share the pressure. Brother Yat, we are here. How can you bear it alone? Xiaowu, Yan, let's have a toast. Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan also stood up and clinked glasses with Hulina, Xiaowu, and others to help Yaoyang Chen block the wine. Mr. Yat, my name is Jin Yaoer. I have seen your game, you are so amazing, I toast you, drink first. At this time, a beautiful blonde woman came over to introduce herself, raised her glass and clinked it with Yaoyang Chen, and then drank it all. Jin Yaoer? Granddaughter of old man Jin Yu. Yaoyang Chen looked at this blonde beauty who was about the same age as Shui Binger, and thought, that old man actually has such a beautiful granddaughter, very unexpected. It is said that Jin Yaoer's father was a Seoul Douluo, who followed King Sunji to capture the Blue Silver Emperor, but was beaten to death by Tang Dachui. Yes. It's the old man named Golden Crocodile that you mentioned. Jin Yaoer followed her grandfather's arrangement and came to meet Yaoyang Chen on purpose. She had no objection to this guy calling her grandfather the old man Golden Crocodile. After all, she sometimes called her grandfather the old man. Young Master Yat, my name is Qing Ming, and my grandfather is Qing Luan Douluo. Young Master Yat, my name is Qiang Xiao, and my grandfather is Qian Zhen Douluo. Young Master Yat, my name is Qian Gumming, and my grandfather is Jiang Mo Douluo. The characters in the Wuhan Hall who had never appeared in the original plot revealed their identities one after another and became familiar with Yaoyang Chen. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the banquet was about to end. Yaoyang Chen was also drunk and dizzy, so he returned to his residence and began to rest. In the evening, BBDong called Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yan to her palace and decided to let them join Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion so that they could learn more. Nana, Xiaowu, Yan, you 3 will join Xiaokin's Tenglong Pavilion with fake identities. I originally prepared these 3 soul bones for Xiao Chen, but he didn't want them, so I decided to give them to you. After BBDong finished speaking, she directly gave the condensed wisdom spirit skull to Hulina, the speedy forward chasing wind left leg soul bone to Xiaowu, and the explosive burning right arm bone to Yan. Teacher, we haven't made any contribution yet, how can we be qualified to get soul bones? Although Hulina needed soul bones very much, this was given by her teacher as a championship reward, and she didn't lead the team to win the championship, so she was embarrassed to take soul bones. Just take it, don't be fussy. BBDong gave soul bones to the 3 people, and also wanted them to help Yaoyang Chen well in the future. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, His Holiness the Pope. Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yan put away their soul bones and bowed respectfully to BBDong. This happiness came too suddenly. You should thank Xiao Chen. He gave you the soul bone reward. BBDong laughed. Your Holiness the Pope, please rest assured. We swear by our martial spirits that we will definitely follow Mr. Yi's arrangements in the future. Xiaowu and Yan heard from Hulina that Yaoyang Chen would take everyone to the Sea God Island to participate in the God examination. This opportunity is like a pie in the sky. If you don't grasp it, you will be a fool. Teacher, let's go find Mr. Ye first. Okay. Let's go. Hulina said goodbye to BBDong and took Xiaowu and Yan to Yaoyang Chen's residence. Tap tap. The sound of a voice is heard. When Hulina and the other two came to Yaoyang Chen's residence, Yaoyang came out of a room next to them and looked at them. Your Excellency Lan Yin, our teacher asked us to join Master Yi's Tenglong Pavilion. Hulina stated her intention directly. Oh. So that's the case, then come in. Yaoyang brought Hulina and the other two to the room where Yaoyang Chen lived, and then woke him up. Hulina, you are the saint of the spirit hall, you are of noble status, joining my forces, won't you suffer any loss? Yaoyang Chen asked Hulina. Master Yat, didn't you say that? Fame and wealth are like the clouds in the sky, they are all floating clouds. Besides, you have such a good relationship with my teacher, we are all family, and we are willing to work for you. Yes. We swear by our spirits that we will obey Master Yi's arrangements in everything. If you tell us to go east, we will never dare to go west. Although we are from the spirit hall, it is not a conflict for us to join Mr. Yi's forces at the same time. Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yan immediately expressed their loyalty to Yaoyang Chen. They must hold on to this super thigh tightly to have a future. Then welcome you to join us. After that, you can communicate with Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wushuan, and their siblings. You are also my subordinates. Let Feng Xiaotian write down the cultivation techniques and skills in Xiantian Baila for you, and say that it was me who said it. Hulina and the other two are willing to join his forces, which is equivalent to having 3 more subordinates. Yaoyang Chen certainly welcomes them. Thank you, Pavilion Master. The teacher has passed on the techniques and skills in Xiantian Baila to me. I will pass the techniques to my brother and Yan. Hulina was extremely excited when she heard that Yaoyang Chen was so generous. What is Xiantian Baila? Xiaowu and Yan were confused when they heard it. It is a cultivation technique from another world that I accidentally got. There is a cultivation technique called Xiantian Gong in it. You can understand it as a more advanced one than meditation. Besides our Douluo star, there are other worlds. The cultivation techniques in those worlds are more advanced than our ordinary meditation cultivation methods. You should practice well, but it is best not to spread it out, otherwise it will create other strong people. Yaoyang Chen explained to Xiaowu and Yan that since these people were willing to be his subordinates, there was nothing wrong with letting them practice Xiantian Gong, because they also learned it from Tang San. Hulina, you practiced the skills and techniques in Xiantian Baila, so why is your actual combat ability so poor? I didn't even see you use the Ghost Shadow Misty Step in the competition. Yaoyang Chen was not surprised to hear that Hulina practiced Tang San's skills, and BBDong must have passed them to her. The teacher passed them to me after returning from Tiandu City. I just figured out Xiantian Gong, and I haven't had time to learn other skills. Hulina was a little embarrassed when Yaoyang Chen said that her strength was poor. That's it for now. I'm going to sleep first. After Yaoyang Chen finished speaking, he went to sleep again. Pavilion Master, you take your time to rest. Hulina and the other two left Yaoyang Chen's room and went to meet Shui Binger and the others. After all, they had joined Yaoyang Chen's forces and had to get to know him formally. Xiao Chen, your team is getting bigger and bigger. Yaoyang poured a cup of hot water, sat on the bed, and handed it to Yaoyang Chen. Sister Lan, these are all small things, not worth mentioning. Yaoyang Chen drank the hot water handed over by Yaoyang, and then went to sleep again. The next day, Yaoyang Chen drew the parts needed for Zhu's divine crossbow, sleeve arrows, and flying claws, and then found BBDong. Godmother, please ask someone to go to the blacksmith shop in Wuhan City to make the parts needed for Zhu's divine crossbow, flying claws, and sleeve arrows. After that, I will give you the assembly method to facilitate the construction of the army in the future. In the future, you will go to the Zhengzhen City Blacksmith Association to subdue the god General Lu Gao. The old man is very interested in some strange weapons. The profession of blacksmiths has a low status. As long as the spirit hall does not discriminate against them, treats them with an equal attitude, and appropriately improves their treatment, it can easily win over a large number of excellent blacksmiths, so that the weapons needed by the army can be made. In addition to the spirit masters, the spirit hall also needs to form an ordinary army, with a number of about 100,000. In the future, I will use the most rigorous training methods to strengthen the individual combat capabilities of the soldiers, and then equip them with these hidden weapons. In the future wars with the two empires, 12 people will be a small combat unit, using surprise attacks, ambushes, traps, and other combat methods, instead of swarming and confronting the opponent. In this way, it can achieve the combat effect of 1 against 10, or even 1 against 100. Yaoyang Chen proposed his special operations concept to BBDong. With the current strength of the Spirit Hall, it is completely possible to build an army of 100,000. When he needs it in the future, he can directly borrow troops from the Spirit Hall. Having read countless training methods for special forces in his previous life, Yaoyang Chen plans to build a special force in this alien world to lead the 100,000 troops. In this way, the combat effectiveness will definitely crush those armies of the empire. The way of war in this world is the rigid combat mode of two armies facing each other, and they don't understand what is called the art of war. In the original plot, Tang San's simple plan to burn food and grass was called a stroke of genius by everyone, which was too ridiculous. If Tang San builds the Tang clan Tang family army in the future and encounters the Spirit Hall army equipped with the same Zhuge divine crossbow, the scene must be very exciting. Xiao Chen, your idea is really great. It is impossible for the Spirit Hall to raise 1,000,000 troops like the Heaven Do Empire. It will cost too much money. It is no problem to raise 100,000 elite soldiers. When the time comes, with the cooperation of the Soul Masters, the combat power will be absolutely powerful. After listening to Yaoyang Chen's plan, BBDong suddenly became enlightened and excitedly hugged this guy in her arms. If it were not for the influence of status and seniority, BBDong really wanted to pull the little guy into her secret room at this moment, and then happily be a secret room Douluo. Godmother, don't be happy too early. It is not an easy task to build a 100,000 strong army with super combat capabilities. Yaoyang Chen reminded BBDong not to think too simply. Yaoyang Chen has become accustomed to this passionate female pope who hugs him at every turn. Xiao Chen, don't worry. With the current strength of the Spirit Hall, it is completely possible. After BBDong finished speaking, she took the hidden weapon drawings drawn by Yaoyang Chen and walked out of the palace, find Ghost Douluo, and ask him to make arrangements. Then BBDong summoned all the titled Douluo from the worship hall and the elder hall, and then called the Shui Langzhen sisters to the Pope Hall for a meeting, conveyed Yaoyang Chen's special operations concept to everyone, and asked everyone to cooperate with the work. Young Master Yi's idea completely exceeds our cognition. In this way, when there is a war with the two empires in the future, we can easily defeat the other side. Yes. In the past, we always thought that soul masters were supreme and ignored ordinary people. Now it seems that we have to change this thinking. After listening to BBDong's plan conveyed by Yaoyang Chen, the titled Douluo of the Wuhan Hall seemed to have opened up a new world. Compared with Ye Xiao's method, Shui's undercover plan feels insignificant. Ye Xiao also said before that the royal family of the Tiandu Empire has already suspected Shui. In this way, she will hardly have a chance to succeed. Brother, why don't you let Shui come back? Golden Crocodile Douluo used his soul power to force the sound into a line and reminded Qian. Let Shui try again. If she fails, she will give up. Qian now feels that the plan to steal the country is difficult to implement. He thought too simply when he first proposed this method. BBDong's plan to build a 100,000 man army was supported by all the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, and the preparation work began immediately. Ghost Douluo was very efficient. It only took 3 days to build the parts needed for Zhu's divine crossbow, flying claws and sleeve arrows. Xiao Chen, please start your performance. BBDong, Shui Langzhen and others watched Yaoyang Chen quietly to see how he assembled these hidden weapons. Click click, there is a self-destruct cover in these 3 weapons. When assembling these weapons, be careful not to damage that part, otherwise you won't be able to fire the crossbow. Yaoyang Chen picked up the parts and introduced the operation methods of these 3 weapons to everyone while assembling them. This design is too ingenious. Everyone was very surprised at what Tang San brought from another world. Crack crack. BBDong then began to disassemble the 3 weapons under Yaoyang Chen's guidance, and then reassembled them. After trying several times, she was already familiar with them. Not bad, let's get familiar with them too. Everyone from Tianshui College and Feng Xiaotian and others also began to practice disassembling and assembling the 3 weapons. After Shui Langzhen became familiar with the 3 weapons, she decided to build an army, equip them with these weapons, and arm Tianshui city, so that when there was friction with the Tiandu Empire, it would be easier to deal with it. Chapter 222 Tang Hao and Tang San's Big Surprise. These weapons are extremely lethal. Even ordinary people can easily kill soul masters below the soul sect. So every time we make one, we have to number it. Once it is lost, we must strictly trace it and cannot sell it casually. If these weapons fall into the hands of ordinary civilians, it will cause a large number of injuries. Yaoyang Chen reminded everyone that if ordinary people had such lethal weapons, the world might be in chaos. Xiao Chen, don't worry. I will tell them to keep it under strict control. As the Pope, BBDong naturally understood the importance of the matter. These weapons can only be controlled by the army. The Flying God Claw is actually a tool. The key is that it can be used to climb and escape at any time. It is very suitable for low-level soul masters and ordinary soldiers who do not have the ability to fly. Click. Yaoyang Chen picked up the Flying God Claw, pressed the button, and shot it towards a big tree 10 meters away. Then he pressed another button and took himself to the big tree with the help of the force of the wire shrinking back, showing everyone another function of the Flying God Claw. It turns out that there is such a function. We thought it was just a simple weapon before. This is a necessary tool for traveling as a monk. If you encounter any desperate moments, you can use it to escape. Everyone was very surprised to see Yaoyang Chen demonstrate another function of the Flying God Claw. It is difficult to forge the Flying God Claw. It is a bit difficult to equip the army with large-scale equipment. At present, we should forge Zhu's God crossbow and sleeve arrow. Yaoyang Chen proposed to BBDong so that she could arrange resources reasonably. Xiao Chen, don't worry. I will arrange it according to your plan. BBDong nodded. Xiao Chen, when do you plan to help His Holiness the Pope get the last 100,000 year soul ring? If you start now, I will go with you and help you. Shui Langzhen asked Yaoyang Chen. The time is not ripe yet. Let's wait for 2 or 3 years. Anyway, the 100,000 year soul beast can't run away. Yaoyang Chen also wanted the old bat to continue to corrode the body of the strong man, so that it would be easier to take action at that time. Shui Bing'er, Feng Xiaotian and others were very curious about what kind of soul beast Yaoyang Chen was talking about, but they didn't ask anything. With their current strength, they couldn't help. In that case, let's go back first. Your Holiness, I've disturbed you for so many days. We should go back and get busy with the establishment of the section. Shui Langzhen saw that Yaoyang Chen had arranged everything and could not stay in Wuhan City any longer, so she decided to take everyone back to the academy. Shui Langzhen, there is no need to say such polite words between us. When your sect is launched, I will bring people to support you. BBDong felt that Tianshui sect would definitely become the world's #1 in the future sect. Goodbye, Your Holiness. Everyone said goodbye to BBDong and left Pope Mountain. Goodbye, take care of yourself. BBDong waved goodbye to Yaoyang Chen and his party. After leaving Pope Mountain, Yaoyang Chen and his party hired 2 luxury carriages in Wuhan City and set off to return to the academy. Wuhan City is at least several thousand kilometers away from Tianshui City, and it is impossible to reach it in a short time, so everyone hurried on the road while enjoying the scenery, just like traveling, extremely comfortable. Our 3 element academies won the top 5 in this Soul Master competition. Emperor Shuiye said before that he would confer the title of Viscount to the captain and vice-captain of the top 5 teams. I wonder if it is true. At this time, Feng Xiaotian brought up this topic to everyone. Feng Xiaotian, stop dreaming. Our 3 elemental academies are independent forces and do not belong to the royal family. Do you think the Tiandu royal family will give us a title? Unless you join the royal family and work for them, that's another matter. Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu reminded Feng Xiaotian not to care about those empty things. Feng Xiaotian, what's a mere viscount? Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu and others teased. Hey! I just said that, and I didn't care about the big cake painted by Emperor Shui yet. Feng Xiaotian has now joined Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion and has a brighter future. He doesn't care about those titles. Brother Chen, my cousin wants to join Tenglong Pavilion. Do you think it's okay? Because of me, if she returns to the family, she may be forced to join the royal power competition game, which will be life-threatening, so I want her to stay. At this time, Zhu Xuking took Zhu Xiaomei's hand and asked Yaoyang Chen. Sister Xuking, of course we welcome your cousin to join us. Besides, she is also a beauty. We welcome all beauties. Miss Zhu, welcome to join us. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Shui Wu and others welcomed Zhu Xiaomei with a smile. Thank you. Zhu Xiaomei immediately saluted Yaoyang Chen and his party. Welcome to join us, Miss Zhu. Don't worry. Joining our organization will not let Miss Zhu suffer. Of course, Yaoyang Chen welcomes the Soul Master to join his forces. Thank you, Pavilion Master. I will do my best to serve you. Zhu Xiaomei dare not return to Zingluo country now, and she is also afraid that Emperor Dai Tianfeng will put pressure on the head of the Zhu family and force her to combine with Dai Mubai to fight against Davis together. At that time, she will be dead. More than 10 days later, Yaoyang Chen and his party finally returned to Tianshui College. Seeing the triumphant return of the Tianshui team, the whole college was jubilant. It was simply a great joy. Xiao Chen, there are rumors that Tang Hao is now disabled. Is it true? In the evening, at the banquet of Minjiao Villa, Shui Lingfeng asked Yaoyang Chen. Dean Grandma, Tang Hao is indeed disabled. I used a magic weapon to knock off his right arm and left leg, which directly made him fall from a level 95 titled Douluo to a level 75 Soul Saint. In addition, he originally had serious internal injuries. Now he is in a miserable state. Hehe. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to do such a big thing this time. It's really amazing. Grandma is proud of you. When Shui Lingfeng heard that Yaoyang Chen actually used a magic weapon to disable Tang Hao, she was extremely shocked. Grandma Dean, this year's Soul Master competition is so exciting. There is a girl named Xiaowu in the Shrek team. She is actually a 100,000-year-old rabbit in human form. After being captured by the Pope, she chose to sacrifice herself to Xiao Chen. Swu, Yu Hero and others described what happened in the finals, which shocked Shui Lingfeng again. After a brief celebration, everyone started to work again. After all, Tianshui sect and Tenglong Pavilion are still under construction. The Tianshui women's team is now all Soul King level, so the girls graduated directly and devoted themselves to work. Big Hammer 80, Small Hammer 40, Big Hammer 80. Ho ho. In a deep mountain in Fasno province, a slightly ugly man with a gloomy face, shirtless, under a waterfall, swung a wooden hammer and smashed it at the rushing water curtain on the cliff, making a constant ho-ha sound in his mouth, extremely excited. This man was Tang San, who followed his disabled father and wandered for a long time before arriving at this place. Xiao San, take a break. At this moment, Tang Hao, who was leaning on a cane and holding a roasted rabbit in his hand, came here from outside and asked Tang San to stop. After Tang San's Xian Gong treatment, Tang Dachui's old injuries have improved a lot. He is alive, but he has not fully recovered. The reason is that after breaking his hands and feet in the finals, he lost so much blood and forcibly used the ring blasting secret technique, which hurt his foundation. It is very difficult to fully recover. Dad. Tang San was very excited to see that his father, who had gone out to inquire about the news, finally came back. Moreover, the other party actually brought back a roasted rabbit, which made Tang San's saliva almost flow out. This is the delicacy that I love most in my past and present lives. When Xiaowu was around, she always didn't let him eat it. Now that she is gone, no one cares. Tang San was alone in the valley during this period. Every day, he practiced the hammer. At night, when he went to bed, he wanted to practice the Kailan arm alone while his father was out to kill time. Tang San was very depressed to find that he couldn't practice. He felt so lonely and miserable. Xiao San, eat something first. Tang Dachui handed the roasted rabbit to Tang San with a complicated expression, then took out a pot of inferior beer and drank a few gulps. Dad, you eat too. Tang San tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Tang Dachui. Xiao San, your soul power should have reached level 50. Tang Hao ate the rabbit leg while feeling Tang San's soul power. Dad, I have practiced the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique to level 81. Tang San showed off his achievements in the past few months to Tang Hao. Let's stop practicing the hammer technique here. Next, we have to solve the problem of your blue-silver grass martial soul. Tang Hao glanced at the stone wall behind the waterfall in the distance, and his turbid eyes revealed a complex look that only he could understand. Dad, what news did you get out of there? Tang San asked. Xiao San, I heard from Yu Xiaogang that Xiaowu talked a lot with Yaoyang Chen not long after we left, and then offered herself to that guy. Tang Hao told Tang San about this, hoping that this guy could turn his grief and anger into strength. Pa. When Tang San heard that Xiaowu offered herself to Yaoyang Chen, his mentality collapsed, and the roasted rabbit meat in his hand fell directly to the ground. Ah. No. Xiaowu. Why? Why did you offer yourself to him? No. Tang San screamed in pain, unable to accept such a reality. Even if Xiaowu died in BBDong's hands, he would feel better. After all, that was the enemy. Now hearing that Xiaowu offered herself to Yaoyang Chen, Tang San felt that his sincerity was exchanged for Xiaowu's betrayal. Xiao San, look at it calmly. Xiaowu is a 100,000-year soul beast. Now she is dead. Don't think about it. I heard from Yu Xiaogang that Yaoyang Chen seemed to know that Xiaowu was a soul beast when she entered Notting College. Tang Dachui originally thought that he was the first person to discover Xiaowu's identity, but he didn't expect that the monster was earlier than him. He really miscalculated. Yaoyang Chen, you clearly know that Xiaowu is a 100,000-year soul beast incarnation, why didn't you remind her? I, Tang San, swear not to be a human if I don't kill you in this life. Tang San blamed Yaoyang Chen for Xiao Tu's death at this moment. The resentment in his heart reached its peak. He exuded a trace of black air. The hatred of the sky made Tang Dachui next to him feel a little cold. Tang Dachui had a sentence in his heart at this moment, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. His son was too paranoid. Xiao San, calm down. If you want revenge, you must have strength. You must turn grief and anger into strength. Tang Dachui reminded beside him. He. This hatred is good, really good, keep it up. The descendant of the goddess of life is right, the most evil person is about to appear. Just when Tang San burst out with overwhelming hatred, in an unknown space, Luosha's mind felt a strong negative emotion and felt that his chance had come. Rakshasa just wanted to find a successor to take his place, pass down the throne, and then run away. As for whether this successor lives or dies in the future, it is none of his business. Dad, I want to become stronger, I want revenge. Tang San looked at Tang Hao and said with a firm look. Xiao San, follow me to a place. Tang Hao got up, leaned on a cane, and walked towards the depths of the forest. Tang San immediately followed. A few days later, the father and son came to the outskirts of the blue-silver forest. Xiao San, sit down, release your blue-silver grass martial soul, and use your mental power to feel it. Tang Hao didn't know whether Tang San could awaken the blue-silver emperor bloodline, so he had to give it a try and let Tang San try. Buzz. Tang San followed his father's arrangement, sat cross-legged on the ground, released the blue-silver emperor martial soul, and tried to sense it with mental power. Xiao San, what's the reaction? After more than 10 minutes, Tang Hao asked Tang San. Dad, there is no reaction. Tang San answered with a confused face. How could this happen? Ye Kailan had told Tang Hao before that Tang San's blue-silver emperor bloodline had been almost consumed in order to reconcile the poison soul ring he absorbed. At that time, he was still half believing and half doubting. Now that it is true, Tang Hao can't accept it for a while. Xiao San, follow me. Tang Hao called Tang San and walked into the dense forest. Something is wrong. When he went deeper into the forest, Tang Hao did not find a blue-silver grass with a cultivation base of more than 100 years. You know, this is the kingdom of blue-silver grass, which is too bizarre. How could this happen? When he came to the deepest part of the forest, Tang Hao found that the former blue-silver king was gone, and even several other blue-silver grass soul beasts that were 10,000 years old had disappeared collectively. This was a big headache. Without the blue-silver king, Tang San could not awaken the blue-silver emperor bloodline at all. Dad, what are we doing here? Tang San only saw many tall trees and nothing else. Xiao San, this is the blue-silver forest, the kingdom of blue-silver grass. There used to be several 10,000-year-old blue-silver grass here, and a blue-silver king, who had a cultivation base of at least 70,000 to 80,000 years. Now they are all gone. I brought you here to let the blue-silver king help you awaken the blue-silver emperor bloodline and condense the fifth soul ring of the blue-silver grass. Now that you cannot awaken the blue-silver emperor bloodline, the blue-silver grass martial soul can only be a useless martial soul forever. Tang Hao said the reason for coming here, and at the same time he did not understand why these blue-silver grass soul beasts with a cultivation base of more than 100 years disappeared collectively. Dad, the teacher said that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Tang San remembered Yu Xiaogong's wise words. Even if it was a useless martial soul, he could still become stronger. Besides, he still had Tang Sec's skills and hidden weapons, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Bullshit. Yu Xiaogang himself is a waste. What he said was bullshit. Even BBDong put the bullshit master on his head. Now he can only be a waste and a joke for the rest of his life. If he hadn't used you to test some invincible theory, how could your blue-silver grass martial soul become like this? As soon as Tang San mentioned Yu Xiaogang, Tang Hao immediately got angry and wanted to kill the bullshit master. Dad. Xiao San, stop talking. Tang San wanted to defend his teacher's reputation, but was interrupted by Tang Hao. Come with me to another place. Tang Hao decided to go to his wife's grave and let Tang San absorb the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul bone to see if a miracle would happen. A few days later, Tang Hao brought Tang San to the waterfall valley again and stopped. Dad, do you want me to practice hammer skills again? Looking at the waterfall pouring down from the cliff, Tang San asked his father. Xiao San, go cut a few vines of more than 10 meters and connect them into a length of about 40 meters. Tang Hao looked at the cliff behind the waterfall in the distance, his expression was very complicated, and he felt a little painful, as if he didn't dare to face it. Okay, Dad. Shua Shua. Tang San didn't ask why, he used the ghost shadow step and rushed towards the forest. Tang San was always obedient to his father's arrangement, even if the other party wanted him to eat shit, he would have to eat 2 mouthfuls. Yin, I brought my son to see you, I wonder how you are now. Looking at the cliff behind the waterfall in the distance, Tang Hao muttered to himself, he had planted the blue-silver emperor seeds in that cave that year, and he never came to see it, wondering how the blue-silver emperor is now. Shua Shua. Dad, the vines are cut. After a while, Tang San came back with a bundle of long vines, pulling Tang Hao back to his thoughts. Xiao San, tie one end of the long vine around my waist first. Tang Hao was worried that Tang San couldn't climb up the cliff behind the waterfall, so he would wait until he got up and then pull the kid up. Shua Shua. It's tied, Dad. Tang San was confused at the moment, not knowing what his father was going to do. You grab the other end and climb up the cliff behind the waterfall with me. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he jumped directly towards the waterfall. Bang. After arriving at a large rock below the waterfall, Tang Hao summoned his hammer spirit, held the hammer in his left hand, and swung it towards the waterfall. Voila! The powerful spirit force caused the waterfall to split directly in the middle, revealing 2 protruding rocks at a height of 20 meters. Shua! At this time, Tang Hao took a deep breath, bent his right leg, and then jumped onto the protruding rock on the cliff, and then pressed the other protruding rock with his left hand. Boom! A sound was heard, a large rock disappeared, and then a cave appeared. Xiao San, hold on, I'll pull you up. Tang Hao hammered the waterfall, split the turbulent water curtain, and then quickly pulled Tang San up. Dad, there is actually a cave here. Tang San looked at the cave entrance and was very surprised. He thought there must be treasures here. Tang Hao did not speak, but took out a glowing gem to make the light in the cave brighter, and then walked inside. Tang San also showed curiosity and followed behind him. Looking at the traces of artificial excavation in this stone chamber, it was obviously specially built by his father. What is this? When Tang Hao saw the ordinary blue-silver grass in the middle of the stone chamber, he felt a little strange and thought, could it be that Yin has become an ordinary blue-silver grass after rebirth? Yin, I brought my son to see you. Xiao San, come and kneel down. However, since the blue-silver emperor has been reborn, even if it has become an ordinary blue-silver grass, Tang Hao has accepted it, and he feels better, so he asked Tang San to come and kneel down to this blue-silver grass. Dad, isn't this a blue-silver grass? At this moment, Tang San felt that his father was out of his mind, and actually asked him to kneel down to a grass. Pa! Xiao San, this is your mother, kneel down quickly. Seeing that his son was still hesitating, Tang Hao slapped him in the face, making Tang San's eyes full of stars. Beiji! Dad, my mother is actually a blue-silver grass? What's going on? Seeing Tang Hao's painful expression, Tang San had to kneel in front of the blue-silver grass, but he was very curious. Xiao San, your mother is a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul beast incarnated. Now your mother is reborn, but the golden lines on her leaves have disappeared, and she has become an ordinary blue-silver grass. Tang Hao babbled to Tang San about his story with blue-silver emperor, especially the sacrifice of blue-silver emperor, which makes Tang San extremely heartbroken and angry. Mother! Martial Soul Hall. Tang San cried sadly and kowtowed to blue silver grass, and his hatred for the spirit hall reached its peak. Bang crack. After a while, Tang Hao calmed down, punched the stone wall next to him, and then took out a lead box. Xiao San, this is the 100,000 year right leg soul bone your mother left for you. Absorb it. Maybe it can help you awaken the blue silver emperor bloodline. Tang Hao handed the lead box to Tang San, wanting to see if his son would be able to perform miracles by absorbing the blue silver emperor soul bone. Yes. Dad. Tang San wiped his tears and opened the lead box. In an instant, he was dumbfounded by the situation inside. Dad, there's nothing. Tang San even suspected that his father was joking with him. What did he mean by giving him an empty box? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I clearly put it here back then, how could it disappear? No one knows about this place except me. Tang Hao doubted his life at this moment. After the blue silver emperor was reborn, he became a blue grass, which he could accept, but the 100,000 year soul bone disappeared, which directly broke his mentality. Ah! Who is it? Tang Hao was extremely angry at this moment, and the killing god domain was released involuntarily. He was glowing red and emitting cold killing aura, like a killing god from hell. The blue silver grass on the ground was broken into several pieces under the strong killing aura. Dad, you killed Mom. Tang San felt that his blood was about to freeze at this moment, and he shouted to Tang Hao. No. Yin. After Tang San's reminder, Tang Hao woke up and immediately put away his killing aura. When he saw the blue silver grass on the ground was broken into several pieces, he collapsed and fell to the ground. Mother. Yin. The father and son held the blue silver grass branches on the ground with trembling hands and cried loudly. Chapter 223 Tang Yuehua is a little disappointed with Tang Hao and his son. Tang Hao had originally fantasized that after Tang San absorbed the soul bone left by the blue silver emperor, he might be able to activate the blue silver emperor's bloodline, but now the soul bone has disappeared, directly breaking the last ray of fantasy. Ah! Tang Dachui was desperate and couldn't help but howl to the sky, lamenting why the heaven was so cruel to him. Puff! Tang Hao's cry immediately triggered the old wound in his body, and a mouthful of old blood gushed out, splashing on Tang San's face opposite, and then he fell straight back and fell unconscious. Dad! Tang San was immediately startled and rushed over, running Xian Gong to open up Tang Hao's blood, then pinched his Ren Zhong, and performed artificial respiration, and carried out a series of rescue. Ah! Puff! Half an hour later, under Tang San's operation, Tang Dachui finally woke up slowly, and then another mouthful of blood spurted out. Dad, you're awake. Seeing Tang Hao wake up, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao San, Dad can't protect your mother, nor can he help you solve the problem of twin martial spirit cultivation. I am a useless waste. Tang Hao took a deep breath and looked at Tang San. He felt a little guilty about his son. His wish to revenge the spirit hall would never come to fruition. This blow was too heavy. Dad, don't we still have the Haoshan sect? How is the sect now? Tang San mentioned the Haoshan sect to his father. Every time he wanted to know about the sect, his father would put on a dead face, exuding a strong sense of unwillingness and hatred. Your mother sacrificed herself to me, which made me a titled Douluo. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, I seriously injured Qiangsunji, but he died not long after returning to the spirit hall. The spirit hall blamed me for Qiangsunji's death and directly declared war on the Haoshan sect. The sect was almost crippled under the attack of the spirit hall. Master Qunmi died of a heart attack. In the end, the Haoshan sect had to close the mountain and swear never to come out again, and I was expelled from the Haoshan sect. Qian Renxue of the spirit hall also spared our Haoshan sect because of your great-grandfather's reputation. As for the current situation of the sect, I don't know, because I don't have the face to go back, and I dare not go back. Tang Hao tearfully told Tang San how the Haoshan sect was crippled by the spirit hall, and he felt very painful and unwilling. What about my great-grandfather? Tang San was very curious about his great-grandfather. How powerful must he be to make the peerless Douluo Qian Renxue give face? Xiao San, your great-grandfather's name is Tang Chen. His cultivation is the same as Qian Renxue's. When he was here, our Haoshan sect was on par with the Wuhan hall, but he disappeared later. Now it has been decades, otherwise how could our Haoshan sect end up like this? When Tang Hao talked about his grandfather's reputation, his face was full of pride and admiration, but when he thought of what Yaoyang Chen said, Tang Hao was immediately ashamed. Wu Soul Hall, it's too much. After Tang San heard his father's story about the Haoshan sect being crippled, his hatred burst out, and coupled with his ugly face, he looked extremely hideous. Xiao San, it's useless to hate here, let's leave here first. Tang Hao looked at the blue-silver grass on the ground, only a 3-finger-high rhizome was left, and there were no leaves. He felt very sad, and then he dug out the blue-silver grass rhizome with the soil and took it with him. Now your blue-silver grass martial soul is completely useless, so you don't need to practice, specializing in hammer spirit. He planned to help Tang San add the 5th spirit ring first, then take this guy back to the sect and ask his elder brother for help. As for himself, he would go to his father's grave to die and apologize. Dad, the spirit bone left by Mom must have been taken away by the spirit hall. Tang San was filled with resentment and unwillingness when he thought that the 100,000-year spirit bone left by his mother was stolen. Xiao San, it doesn't matter who took the spirit bone. Even his 2 sect inheritance soul bones were snatched away by BBDong. Tang Hao had become numb to the disappearance of Blue Silver Emperor's soul bones. After leaving the mountain, the father and son disguised themselves and headed directly to Tiandu city, intending to find a 10,000-year soul beast in the Sunset Forest. Bang! Roar! It took almost a month for the two to finally find a 12,000-year-old demon bear. The father and son worked together to kill the 10,000-year demon bear. After Tang San absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, he officially became a soul king. Looking at the 5 purple, and black soul rings on his son's hammer, Tang Hao felt pretty good. Now his son is only 15 years old, and his soul power has reached level 51, which is much better than he was back then. But the next moment, thinking of the strength of Yaoyang Chen, the monster, Tang Hao's heart suddenly became unbalanced again. Xiao San, let's go to Tiandu city. Tang Hao decided to take Tang San to see his sister Tang Yuehua first, and then let her take him back to the sect. In this way, Tang San would have a better chance of returning to his ancestral home. Tang Hao originally wanted Tang San to enter the slaughter city to experience the Hell Road, but Tang San's current temperament and strength did not meet his requirements. Tang Hao did not dare to take the risk and planned to wait until Tang San reached level 60 before letting him go to the slaughter city. Tang Hao now had his right arm and left leg broken, and he had old injuries in his body. Once he exerted his full strength, he would vomit blood again. It was a bit difficult to help Tang San kill a 10,000-year-old demon bear. In the future, Tang San would need the 6th and 7th soul rings. I might not be able to help, so I can only ask my eldest brother to help train Tang San, and let Tang San recognize his ancestors and redeem himself. It is only natural for a son to pay his father's debt. Tiandu City, Yuexuan's master Tang Yuehua was extremely sad and cried from time to time since she knew that her second brother had broken his hands and feet in the Soul Master Finals. Now she has no mood to teach music lessons to the children of the nobles, and can only ask several female teachers to help, so that Yuexuan can operate normally. Master Xian, 2 men came to the door of Yuexuan and said they wanted to see you. One of them had his right hand and left leg broken. That day, Tang Yuehua sat on the balcony of the top floor of Yuexuan in a daze as usual. Suddenly, a female student ran up and brought a piece of news, which instantly woke Tang Yuehua up. Tap tap. When Tang Yuehua heard that the person had broken hands and feet, it must be her second brother Tang Dachui, so she immediately ran downstairs. Second brother. When she saw the old man with a cane, Tang Yuehua collapsed, and tears flowed down. Yuehua. Tang Hao called softly, his throat was a little dry. Second brother, come in first. Tang Yuehua immediately called the two to enter Yuexuan and walked up to the top floor. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San and felt that her nephew was uglier than a few months ago. What on earth did he go through? This woman calls my father second brother, so she is my aunt. Tang San was confused at the moment. His father was so ugly, but his sister was so beautiful. The contrast was too great. Second brother, how did you become like this? Woo woo woo. When they came to the top floor, Tang Yuehua couldn't help it anymore, and threw herself into Tang Hao's arms and cried loudly, not disdaining the sour smell on the other person. Tang San looked at Tang Yuehua and cried in her father's arms. He was stunned for a moment, thinking, Aunt is so beautiful, and her taste is the same as mine. She doesn't dislike the smell of my father. We are indeed a family. Yuehua, don't cry, I'm fine, I miscalculated this time. Xiao San, this is my sister Tang Yuehua, and also your aunt. Tang Hao comforted his sister, and then introduced Tang Yuehua to Tang San. Meetings, aunt. Tang San immediately bowed respectfully to Tang Yuehua. Looking at this beautiful woman, Tang San even suspected that his aunt and his father were not siblings from the same mother. One was as beautiful as a fairy, and the other was so ugly. It was hard to imagine that they were siblings. Are all the men of Haoshan sect as ugly as his father? Second brother, he looks like you. Tang Yuehua smiled. This child was as ugly as his second brother. It was obvious that he was his biological child. However, Tang Yuehua did not see any trace of Ayan in Tang San. It was really strange. You know, although Ayan was a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, she was also a great beauty. Xiao San, I'll call you that. Tang Yuehua smiled and reached out her bare hands to touch Tang San's face. No matter how ugly he looked, he was still the second brother's child and his nephew. Aunt. Tang San felt the warmth in Tang Yuehua's hands and was very moved. This was motherly care. He had never enjoyed it in his past life. He didn't expect to feel it from his aunt. Xiao San, in fact, I have known you for a long time. During the Soul Master competition, I went to the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena to watch your game. Tang Yuehua said with a smile. To be honest, Tang San's performance in the Soul Master competition made her feel a little disappointed, especially the match against Kanghui Academy. This little guy violated the rules and injured people in the game. It was so disappointing. I heard that in the final promotion match, Tang San had his eyebrows cut off by that monster Yaoyang Chen, and even all his clothes were cut off, leaving only a pair of red shorts. Tang Yuehua felt that Tang San was too bad and brought shame to Haoshan sect. Yuehua, I came to you this time because I hope you can go back to Haoshan sect with me and ask Big Brother to let Xiao San recognize his ancestors. I'm useless now, and there's no way I can help Xiao San anymore. Tang Hao directly told Tang Yuehua his purpose. Without Tang Yuehua accompanying him, Tang Hao didn't have the face to go back to see his big brother. Second brother, I advised you to come back to the sect with me 2 years ago, but you refused to listen. Now you have made yourself like this, and BBDong has robbed the 2 inherited soul bones of the sect. If the eldest brother and the elders knew, they would definitely be furious. Tang Yuehua didn't know how to describe her second brother. After such a painful lesson, he actually let the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast named Xiaowu go to the spirit hall with Tang San, which resulted in a tragedy. It is said that after Xiaowu was captured by Pope BBDong, Yaoyang Chen once told Xiaowu that Tang Hao discovered Xiaowu's true identity when Xiaowu entered Notting College, and then let Xiaowu follow Tang San to the spirit city. It is very likely that he wanted Xiaowu to sacrifice to Tang San at the most desperate moment. After hearing what Yaoyang Chen said, Xiaowu sacrificed herself to the other party without hesitation, probably because she was desperate. When Tang Yuehua heard the news, she naturally didn't believe that her second brother was that kind of person, but she recalled that Tang Hao had taken pregnant Ayin to Wuhan city, and then a series of tragic experiences happened, and Ayin finally sacrificed herself to Tang Hao. There are also rumors that Yaoyang Chen gave his second brother the title of Hammer Douluo, saying that he was not worthy of the title of Haoshan Douluo at all, and that title only belonged to his grandfather Tang Chen, and his second brother actually admitted the title of Hammer Douluo without refuting it. These rumors combined made Tang Yuehua feel that her second brother was very strange for the first time. This was not the high-spirited Haoshan Douluo of the past. Once people become suspicious, they can always find something, but because Tang Hao is her second brother, Tang Yuehua can't say anything, but she is very disappointed. Yuehua, I will take responsibility for my mistakes. Let Xiao San recognize his ancestors first. He is innocent. Faced with his sister's blame, Tang Hao felt very ashamed and took all the responsibility on himself. Xiao San, I heard that Yaoyang Chen made you lose face in the promotion match. Did you have any conflicts with him? Tang Yuehua couldn't understand why Yaoyang Chen targeted Tang San. Logically speaking, these 2 young people had no grudges at all. Yaoyang Chen, the evil boy, was powerful, handsome, and fearless. He dared to fight Xuexing and Xuebian. In the fighting spirit competition, he also treated his opponent's injuries. The most important thing was that he also knew music, which made Tang Yuehua admire him very much. But it was such an evil boy who made his nephew Tang San lose face. It was really unbelievable. Tang Yuehua suspected that Tang San must have offended that evil boy. And, that guy is not a good person. This finals is a plan against my father. I suspect it is very likely a conspiracy of Yaoyang Chen and BBDong. When Tang Yuehua mentioned Yaoyang Chen, Tang San's face immediately became gloomy and hideous, and the overwhelming hatred emanated from his body, like a man-eating demon, which scared Tang Yuehua next to him. Tang San was embarrassed to talk about the various grievances between him and Yaoyang Chen, from his teacher asking the other party for the method of martial soul evolution, to his revenge for Xiaowu in the fighting spirit field. A series of things were caused by him first, and the other party seemed to have no fault. But Tang San would not admit that he had done anything wrong. He could only blame the other party for being too good and stealing his limelight, and he felt uncomfortable. When Tang Hao heard about Yaoyang Chen, his face was also gloomy and very resentful. Second brother, we still have a great enemy like the spirit hall, but you just let Xiao San and Yaoyang Chen fall out. I heard that Yaoyang Chen has 6 titled Douluo behind him. What a great power. If we can make friends with them, we can have a powerful ally when we face the spirit hall one day. Tang Yuehua looked at the gloomy faces of the father and son and didn't know how to describe it. With this brain, they still want to take revenge on the spirit hall. Dream on. Chapter 224 Tang San disdained by Haoshan sect. After experiencing a series of encounters, Tang Hao has agreed with Tang San's speculation that Yaoyang Chen, the boy, must be the mastermind behind him, so when Tang Yuehua mentioned that boy, Tang Hao couldn't help but get angry. Yuehua, that boy's identity is very mysterious, and the power behind him is even more powerful. Tang Hao had a conflict with that evil boy a long time ago, and now there is no regret medicine. Brother, after much investigation, I found that Yaoyang Chen has a close relationship with the Shui family in Tianshui city. He is very likely the child of the immortal couple. Tang Yuehua told Tang Hao her speculation, and she was very envious of the immortal couple. What? That kid is actually their child? How is it possible? Bang. When Tang Hao heard what Tang Yuehua said, he was shocked and even dropped his crutches on the ground. If that was the case, it was reasonable for that kid to attack me and Xiao San. I had killed that kid's parents and they were the real enemy. Thinking of this, Tang Hao felt that the future was dark. Even the Haoshan sect might be destroyed. There was no chance of winning against that evildoer. Second brother, why are you so scared? Tang Yuehua was very curious when she saw that her second brother was shocked. And, who are the immortal couple? Tang San asked curiously. He had never heard of the immortal couple in all these years. Xiao San, the immortal couple is unfortunately, they died inexplicably later. Yaoyang Chen is very likely their child. Tang Yuehua vividly explained to Tang San the legend of Ye Feng and his wife, and at the same time imagined in her heart how great it would be if she met a man who loved her. Yuehua, let's not talk about those things for now. Let Xiaosan return to his ancestral home first. Tang Hao didn't dare to say that he had killed the immortal couple back then, and now he and Yaoyang Chen were enemies, so he changed the subject directly. Okay. Then let's go back first. Tang Yuehua shook her head helplessly. It was conceivable that the father and son would be in turmoil after returning to the sect. After a simple packing, Tang Yuehua handed Yuexuan over to her subordinates for temporary management, and then disguised herself and Tang Hao and his son, and then took the two of them secretly and headed northeast of Tiandu city. A few days later, the three of them came to a small mountain village hundreds of miles northeast of Tiandu city. The sect actually lives in seclusion here. Tang Hao was confused at the moment. Since being expelled from the sect, Tang Hao has been living a life of escape. He didn't know that Haoshan sect had moved and was no longer at the original address. And, is this Haoshan sect? Tang San was also very surprised at this moment. The world's #1 sect was actually just a small mountain village. This is just an outpost outside the section. Tang Yuehua said lightly, feeling uncomfortable. Please leave, we don't welcome outsiders here. At this time, two young men in their 20s came over and drove Tang Yuehua and the other two away with a cold tone. Tang Yuehua was wearing a bamboo hat now, and the two men couldn't see her face at all, so they treated her as a stranger. Tang Xing, Tang Yu, I am Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua took off the bamboo hat, revealing her beautiful face, and summoned her Ruyi Ring martial spirit that was mutated from the hammer, and shouted to the two young men. Aunt Yuehua. The two men were stunned. They didn't expect that the black-robed woman in front of them was actually their aunt. This is the real princess of Haoshan sect. Aunt Yuehua, what about the two of them? It was natural for the two brothers to bring Tang Yuehua back to the sect, but they dared not bring strangers back to the sect, otherwise they would lose their heads. This is my second brother Tang Hao, and this is his son Tang San. Second brother, third brother, show your clear sky hammer spirits. Tang Yuehua introduced the identities of Tang Hao and his son to the two, and asked them to summon their spirits to prove their identities. Buzz. Tang Hao and Tang San took off their bamboo hats and summoned the hammer spirits and spirit rings. Tang Hao's spirit power has dropped by 20 levels now, and only the last 7 spirit rings are bright. The first 2 yellow spirit rings have turned into a light grey, without luster, and can't use spirit skills. A red 100,000 year spirit ring? 4 purple and 1 black? What kind of combination is this? Tang Xing and Tang Yu were shocked by the spirit rings of Tang Hao and his son. Are you Tang Hao's uncle? Are you sure you're not going to be with him? After Tang Xing and Tang Yu recovered, they felt a little gloating and resentful when they saw Tang Hao's broken hands and feet. The father of the two brothers died in the battle with the spirit hall, and it was Tang Hao who brought all these disasters. The Haoshan sect suffered heavy losses because of the trouble caused by Tang Hao. Now some people in the sect hate Tang Hao more than the spirit hall. Yuehua, why don't you take Xiao San back first? I won't go back for the time being. Tang Hao could feel the resentment of the Tang Xing brothers towards him. He felt very uncomfortable and had no face to face the people in the sect. No, Xiao San wants to recognize his ancestors and return to his clan. How can you, as a father, not be there? Tang Yuehua was very upset and disappointed when she saw Tang Hao evading responsibility again. He only knew how to cause trouble every day and hide when something happened. What kind of man is he? Tang Xing, Tang Yu, go back and inform the leader immediately, don't worry about any responsibility. Yes. Aunt Yuehua. According to Tang Yuehua's order, Tang Xing had to walk into the village and quickly return to the sect. Aunt Yuehua, please come this way. Tang Yu led Tang Yuehua and the other two to a house in the village and waited for news with them. As the princess of Haoshan sect, Tang Yuehua's arrival naturally attracted the attention of several other people in the village, so they all came over. Aunt Yuehua. These people were all young people sent by Haoshan sect to guard the outpost. Everyone knew Tang Yuehua, so they all came over to say hello. Although Haoshan sect was secluded, it still had to live. All disciples over the age of 16 had to come out to buy supplies and find out the news of the mainland. However, everyone didn't like Tang Hao and Tang San very much, especially since these two were so ugly, but they followed the beautiful Aunt Yuehua, which made people even more disgusted. This group during the conversation with Tang Yu, the young people learned that the two men were actually Tang Hao and his son, and they all showed resentment. Tang Yu, this man is the son of the second uncle? Why is he so ugly? A young man deliberately asked Tang Yu curiously, with a mocking tone in his words. How should I know? Tang Yu spread his hands, indicating that he didn't understand. When the second uncle was young, he wasn't that ugly, but his son is uglier than him. Yes, yes. The young people began to sneer and completely ignored the feelings of Tang Hao and Tang San. Stop talking. Tang Yuehua looked at these people, all of whom were her nephews, and they actually mocked her second brother, and she was speechless. But she also understood, after all, the second brother's impulse brought too much disaster to the sect. Although Tang Hao was very angry, he couldn't get angry, and he didn't have the face to see these nephews, so he went into another room alone to drink wine to numb himself. Tang San sat quietly beside Tang Yuehua, feeling that these people did not welcome him and his father, so he did not say anything, but he was roaring in his heart, "We are all from the sect, but you treat me and my father like this, you all have a way to die. Aunt Yuehua, how did my second uncle's hands and feet get broken?" When these young people saw that the old man with broken hands and feet, who looked like a beggar, was actually Tang Hao, they were all stunned. This was too different from their childhood impression. "I don't know either. I heard that he was attacked by a mysterious strong man." Faced with the questions of these young people, Tang Yuehua thought, "You ask me, who should I ask?" An hour later, Haoshan sect master Tang Xiao came to this small mountain village, accompanied by two men in their 30s. When Tang Xiao learned that Tang Hao had lost his right arm and left leg, his head seemed to explode, so he came down to see it himself. "Yuehua, where is brother Hao?" When Tang Xiao saw Tang Yuehua, he did not find Tang Hao. He was extremely anxious and did not care about Tang San beside Tang Yuehua at all. "Brother." At this time, Tang Hao came out of another room with a cane, looking at his elder brother with red eyes. "Brother Hao, how did you become like this?" Tang Xiao was stunned when he saw the old man who looked like a beggar. At this time, Tang Hao's hair was like a chicken coop, his beard was like weeds, he was wearing a tattered robe, and he exuded an unpleasant sour smell. In addition, he lost his left leg and right arm, which made him look even older, with a sallow face and dull eyes, like an old man in his twilight years. Tang Xiao could hardly believe that the old man in front of him, who looked at least 20 years older than himself, was actually his younger brother Tang Hao. "Brother, everything is my fault." Tang Hao felt very sad when he saw the tall figure of his elder brother. Everything in the sect was on him, and he could not help at all. "Xiao San, this is your uncle Tang Xiao, named Xiao Tian." Tang Hao introduced Tang Xiao's identity to Tang San. "Tang San greets uncle." Tang San immediately came over and knelt down to Tang Xiao. "Brother, this is her and my second brother's child." Tang Yuehua came over, pulled Tang San up from the ground, and introduced him to Tang Xiao. "Ayan's child? Why is there no trace of her?" Looking at the young man in front of him with a gloomy look, he looked uglier than his second brother. Tang Xiao even suspected that Tang Hao had a child with another woman. Ayan was such a beautiful woman, it was impossible for her to give birth to such an ugly son. "Brother, Xiao San is indeed the son of Ayan and me." Seeing that his elder brother disliked his son's ugliness, Tang Hao felt uncomfortable, and felt that his elder brother was scolding him for being ugly. However, Tang Hao felt that Tang San's ugliness must be the reason why he could not awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline. "Brother, Xiao San looks similar to my second brother, and it can be seen that he is his biological son." Tang Yuehua teased beside him. "That's not bad, he's as ugly as brother Hao." Tang Xiao also complained, and at the same time he was wondering if Tang San was so ugly because his brother had combined with a soul beast. In that case, he was lucky to have withdrawn voluntarily that year. Haha. At this time, other young people were amused by Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua's words. Tang San had a complaint in his mind at this moment, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. He was ugly because of his parents, how could he blame himself? If his father hadn't combined with a blue-silver grass soul beast, would he be so ugly? Some time ago, his father told him how gentle and beautiful his mother was. Tang San now felt that his father was bragging. If his mother was so beautiful, how could he, as a son, be so ugly? Okay. Everyone stop laughing. "Xiao San, don't mind it, your uncle was just joking." Tang Yuehua saw that Tang San looked a little ugly, so she stopped the others from laughing and comforted Tang San. "And, it's okay." Tang San pretended to be indifferent and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Ha. It's better if he doesn't laugh, but he's uglier when he laughs." "Yet. Is he crying or laughing? I'm confused." Tang San's smile made the other young people in Haoshan sect unable to hold back and laughed at this guy for being ugly. "Okay. Be serious, stop laughing." Tang Xiao stopped everyone's laughter at this time. Although Tang San was ugly, he was still his nephew after all. Son. Chapter 225 Tang San becomes a monster. Tang Xiao saw Tang Hao lost his right arm and left leg, and his heart skipped a beat, wondering if the two soul bones inherited by the sect were also lost. "Brother Hao, who made you like this?" Tang Xiao looked at his brother's decadent appearance, feeling a little disappointed. "Brother, I don't know who did it, at that time." Tang Hao had to tell the situation he encountered after his brilliant appearance in front of the Pope's palace. Xiao San had already revealed his clear sky hammer spirit in the match against Tianshui College in the Tiandu City Great Soul Arena. At that time, I thought that the Spirit Hall would attack Xiao San, but the Spirit Hall didn't care at all, as if they didn't see it. And they let Xiao San's team lie down and enter the finals. I thought this was a great opportunity for Xiao San to win the championship, but I didn't expect that all this was a trap set by BBDong against me. Even the two inherited spirit bones of the sect were taken away by her. "Brother, I am a sinner of the sect. Everything is my fault." But Xiao San still has hope. Although his blue-silver grass spirit can't be cultivated now, his clear sky hammer spirit already has 5 spirit rings. The first 4 spirit rings are more than 8,000 years old. As long as Xiao San can grow up, our sect still has a chance to rise. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he knelt down to Tang Xiao and begged for mercy, allowing Tang San to return to the sect. Dad. Tang San saw his father kneeling on one leg, which was too miserable, so he quickly supported Tang Hao. The sect's inherited soul bone was robbed by the spirit hall. Second uncle is too. The other young people in the Haoshan sect were stunned, and everyone cursed Tang Hao's ancestors 180 times in their hearts. Tang San looked at the young people in the sect blaming his father, his face was very gloomy, and his heart was full of resentment. He thought, my father is not wrong, everything is the fault of the spirit hall, and if my father had not been expelled from the sect, he would not have suffered, and the Haoshan sect was also wrong. However, Tang San hated it, but he dared not say it in public. He could only roar in his heart and speak up for his father. Okay. Everyone, stop talking. Tang Yuehua stopped others from speaking. Hey. Tang Xiao sighed, the thing he was most worried about happened, and at this moment he didn't know how to say to his brother who loved to make trouble. He is really good at nothing, and he is the first to make trouble. Tang Xiao could already imagine the scene of the elders of the sect getting angry at Tang Hao. Losing 2 soul bones inherited from the sect is an unforgivable crime, and the elders will never let Tang Hao go. Brother, let the second brother and the third brother go back to the sect first. We can discuss other things slowly. Tang Yuehua saw a flash of disappointment in Tang Xiao's eyes, so she persuaded him that no matter how unreliable Tang Hao was, he was still a family member. Then go back first. Tang Xiao pulled Tang Hao up. He was helpless to have such a troublemaking brother. Brother, I can go. I will give an explanation to the section. Tang Hao shook his hand away, not wanting his brother to pull him. Why are you still showing off? Your hands and feet are broken. Do you think you are still Haoshan Douluo now? Tang Xiao showed the majesty of the eldest brother and shouted loudly, turning the arrogant Tang Hao into a docile little brother. Xiao San, take good care of Xiao San. The road ahead is a bit difficult. Tang Long, Tang Tian, Tang Yu, I will take your aunt back to make preparations first. The 3 of you will follow with your second uncle and Xiao San to take care of her on the way. Tang Xiao gave a few instructions, then took Tang Yuehua and rushed to the mountain ahead. He disappeared in a few breaths. Second uncle, cousin, let's go. Tang Long called a few people and set off for the high mountain ahead. The mountain road leading to Haoshan sect is very rugged. In Tang San's eyes, it is not a road at all. Some places are cliffs. It is difficult to climb these cliffs if you don't have the cultivation level of soul sect. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and limped up the cliff with Tang Long and his 3 brothers. He didn't let anyone help him. Even if he broke a hand or a foot, he had to maintain his pride. After a period of difficult climbing, everyone finally reached the top of the mountain. There was a cliff several hundred meters high in front of them. There was no way to go. There were only 2 large iron chains connected to the opposite cliff, and the distance between them was several hundred meters. Tang Hao looked at the iron chain as thick as his arm, gritted his teeth, and prepared to jump up. Second uncle, I'll take you over. Tang Long directly grabbed Tang Hao, then carried him on his back, jumped on the iron chain, and walked steadily to the opposite cliff. In order to prevent Tang Hao from falling when he stepped on the iron chain, the feast was started in advance. After all, the opponent only had 1 leg and 1 hand left, and his strength had declined, making it even more inconvenient to move. As the eldest brother of the younger generation of Haoshan sect and a sole emperor, Tang Long had to lead by example. He did not hate Tang Hao like those cousins, but he did not have a good impression of him. Thank you, brother Tang Long. Tang San wanted to carry his father across the iron chain, but was beaten by Tang Long. Cousin, let's go. Tang Tian and Tang Yu reminded Tang San, then jumped onto the iron chain and walked towards the opposite mountain. Thank you, brothers. Tang San looked at the big iron chain between the 2 mountains and remembered the big iron chain of the Tang sect in his previous life. This scene is too different from the Tang sect in his previous life. Tang San felt that this trip to the Haoshan sect would definitely make things difficult for him and his father. Shua after coming back to his senses, Tang San also jumped onto the iron chain and ran towards the mountain in front. Although the iron chain was a little shaky, it was no problem for Tang San. Tang San and his party passed through the iron chain and crossed several peaks, and finally came to the top of the last big snow mountain. They saw that the cliffs in front were shrouded in white mist, and they could not see the big iron chain connecting the opposite mountain. At this moment, snowflakes were still falling in the sky, and the cold wind was blowing on people, and they felt biting cold. This natural barrier is the last line of defense of our sect. From the top of this snow mountain to the top of the opposite mountain, the span is 1,000 meters, and the cliff below is also 2,000 meters high. Tang Long introduced the last natural danger to Tang Hao and his son. He took out a rope, tied Tang Hao to his body, tied the other end to a large iron chain, then jumped onto the large iron chain and quickly rushed to the opposite mountain. Cousin, be careful not to slip. Tang Tian and Tang Yu reminded Tang San lightly, put the rope on the large iron chain, jumped onto the iron chain, and disappeared into the mist. Tang San looked into the abyss with the purple demon eye and took a breath of cold air. The large iron chain between the 2 peaks was frozen. If he slipped and fell into the abyss, the whole village would have to have a feast. Shua Shua. At this moment, Tang San had no way to retreat, so he had to jump down. Fortunately, he had the purple demon eye, which could see the large iron chain through the mist, and finally arrived safely. The end. When Tang San came to the cliff here, he saw a huge mountain gate with the 3 characters Haoshan sect carved on a large stone wall, which looked very majestic. At this moment, Tang Hao stood in front of the mountain gate of Haoshan sect, with a look of shame on his face. The 3 Tang Long brothers were discussing something in a low voice with the 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate, and the 2 men looked at Tang Hao from time to time with disgust on their faces. Dong dong. At this time, Tang Hao bent his left knee, knelt directly on the ground, and kowtowed heavily. The sound was like beating a drum, and even his forehead was broken and blood was flowing. Tang Long and his group did not stop him, but looked at Tang Hao with cold eyes. At this moment, everyone was thinking, what's the point of kowtowing now? Those dead elders will not come back to life. Dad. Seeing his father hurt himself like this, Tang San rushed forward and wanted to help him up. To be honest, Tang San did not have a good impression of the people of Haoshan sect. Except for his aunt Tang Yuehua, who made him feel a little warm, almost everyone else was dislike for himself. Tang San was a killer of the Tang sect in his previous life, and an orphan. He had no feelings. He was reborn in this world with great difficulty, and had a father and a little sister. He was loved, but a soul master competition made him lose everything. Tang San's heart was very cold now. Xiao San, don't stop me, let me kowtow, I am a sinner of the sect. Tang Hao pulled Tang San's hand away and continued to kowtow. Boom. Tang Hao, you are a sinner of the sect, and you still have the face to come back? You brought a beast back with you. Do you plan to continue to harm the sect? You two, father and son, kneel in front of the mountain gate for 3 days and 3 nights. Kowtow 3,000 times to repent. At this moment, the mountain gate opened, and an angry voice came from inside, cursing at Tang Hao. Tang Long, you guys come in. Let Tang Hao and that beast kneel down to guard the mountain gate for the next few days. The person who made the sound was the 7th elder of Haoshan sect, and one of the people who hated Tang Hao the most, because his son was killed by the Spirit Hall people while purchasing food, but he felt that all this was caused by Tang Hao. Second uncle, cousin, you guys should bear it for now. The sect master and several elders are probably arguing at the moment. After Tang Long said something to Tang Hao's father and his friends, he called several brothers to enter the sect directly. Boom. As Tang Long and his party entered, the heavy mountain gate closed directly. The heavy snow falling from the sky fell on the black stone wall, making Tang Hao and Tang San feel extremely cold. The north wind is blowing. The snowflakes are floating. No matter how cold the snowflakes are, they are not as cold as the heart. At this moment, Tang San and Tang Hao have the same feeling in their hearts, but Tang Hao has no dissatisfaction and is still knocking his head. Dong dong. Dad, we are not going back to the sect. Leave here and never come back. Anyway, you have been expelled from the sect a long time ago. In their eyes, you are no longer a member of the section. Tang San was not going to do it. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights and kowtowed 3,000 times. He must have gone crazy. So he directly persuaded his father to give up returning to the sect. Xiao San, shut up. I made a mistake and I have to bear it. You also kneel down and kowtow. This is a test for us from the sect. Tang Hao shouted at Tang San, then pulled him down with his left hand, pressed the boy's head, and knocked it heavily on the cold stone slab. Tang Hao was a sect slave, and at this moment, let alone kowtow 3,000 times, he would be willing to commit suicide. Dong dong. Hiss. Tang San's head hit the stone slab heavily, and he suddenly saw stars. He shouted in dissatisfaction, am I still your son? Is it necessary to be so cruel? Fortunately, Tang Hao only let Tang San kowtow 10 times, and then let go of his hand, and then he started to kowtow again. Dong dong, the sound of the father and son kowtowed continuously, and the sound of the cold wind formed a rhythm with melody. At the same time, the meeting hall in the Haoshan sect was already noisy. We must not let Tang Hao and his son return. This Tang Hao is a disaster. He may have run back to the sect shamelessly because he got into big trouble. If we let them return, it will definitely bring big trouble to the Haoshan sect. He has the face to come back after losing the 2 inherited soul bones of the sect. He should have died to apologize long ago. Because of the matter between Tang Hao and the evil spirit beast, so many people in our Haoshan sect died. If we let him return to the sect, I am afraid that the dead clansmen will not agree. That's it. Except Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua, most of the other elders were opposed. The main reason was that Tang Hao let BBDong snatch the 2 inherited soul bones of the Haoshan sect, which was an unforgivable sin. The 2 inherited soul bones are very old, one is 70,000 years old, and the other is 80,000 years old. They are both the treasures of the sect. In everyone's eyes, people can die, but soul bones cannot be lost. If it weren't for Tang Xiao, several elders would have wanted to kill Tang Hao directly at this moment. Among all the elders, only the oldest 2nd elder did not speak, but was quietly thinking about some explosive news that Tang Yuehua had brought back before. Now Tang San does not have the opportunities in the original plot. He has no blue-silver emperor bloodline, is ugly, and has a useless blue-silver grass martial soul. In addition, Xiaowu died, his father was useless, and his teacher became a farting eunuch who was ridiculed by the world. A series of bad experiences made him very angry and had a gloomy face all day long, which made people think he was not a good person at first glance. All the people in Haoshan sect who have seen Tang San, without exception, hate him from the bottom of their hearts. Even Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao are a little disgusted, but as elders, they did not show it. Several elders, how do you think we should deal with Brother Hao? Tang Xiao asked everyone at this time. As the leader of the sect, he could not be too partial to Tang Hao, otherwise it would make the clan members feel disappointed, but Tang Hao was his own brother, so he could not stand by and watch him die. Ah! My head hurts. Tang Xiao was almost in a big headache at this moment, and he couldn't think of any way to solve it. Of course, let him repent in front of the old sect leader, and then die to apologize. He still has a few soul bones on his body, which must be peeled off and compensated to the section. Sect leader, your father Tang Zhan was angered to death by your brother. I will never forget that scene. The seventh elder told Tang Xiao his method coldly, and also brought up the matter of Tang Hao angering the old sect leader to death, mobilized everyone's emotions, and aroused everyone's resentment towards Tang Hao. In a word, Tang Hao must not be let go. Uncles, do we really have to kill our second brother? We are all from the same clan, how can we do it? Woo woo. Tang Yuehua heard outside that Tang Hao was going to be killed and his soul bones were peeled off, and she immediately ran in and burst into tears. Yuehua, you go out first. Tang Xiao saw his sister running in and crying, and he was very troubled. Yuehua, why are you crying? The person who Tang Hao was angry to death is your brother and sister's father, don't you hate him? You are still speaking for that sinner, what kind of person is that? The other elders looked at Tang Yuehua one after another, as if they were scolding a child. Woo woo. Although Tang Yuehua was also over 40 years old, she had no strength. In front of these elders, she had no right to speak at all, and could only cry and walk back to her room. Okay, don't say anything, let them kneel down for 3 days and 3 nights, and then see what happens. At this time, the second elder who had not spoken spoke up and stopped the quarrel. The second elder was the oldest and most prestigious. No one dared to argue after he spoke. A day passed. Tang Hao and Tang San, who were kneeling outside the gate of Haoshan sect, had been kneeling for a day. Their feet were numb, especially Tang Hao, who had only one leg. It was even more uncomfortable. Dad, stop kneeling. Let's leave. Tang San couldn't stand it anymore and sat on the ground, persuading Tang Hao to give up. After knocking their heads for a day, their foreheads were swollen. It was too uncomfortable. During this period, the sect only sent people to deliver 2 bowls of porridge and 2 steamed buns. The disciple who delivered the food also said, because the sect was suppressed by the spirit hall, they couldn't make money and could only eat these. When Tang Hao heard what the person who delivered the food said, he stopped eating and even let the person who delivered the food take away Tang San's portion. Xiao San, hold on for 2 more days. Tang Hao was also very aggrieved at the moment, but he still pulled Tang San and gritted his teeth to persist. The next day, the disciples who were delivering food came out and started to play the victim as usual, saying that the sect was poor. Tang Hao refused to eat as usual, dragging Tang San to starve together. Seeing Tang Hao so stubborn, the disciples who were delivering food simply stopped delivering food. After all, a soul master would not die if he starved for 3 or 2 days. Dad, you should be more clear-headed. The sect just wants us to die. On the 3rd day, Tang San finally couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, his hatred for Haoshanzong was second only to Wuhan Hall and Yaoyang Chen. The extreme resentment also made his soul begin to blacken. Boom. 3 days have passed. Tang Hao, bring your evil son in and accept another test. At this time, the mountain gate opened and a voice came from inside. A domineering voice, exactly the same as the voice 3 days ago, obviously the same person. Tang Hao stood up and moved to warm up his body. He was numb from kneeling and kowtowing for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao San, follow me into the section. Tang Hao pulled up the gloomy Tang San and walked into the mountain gate. Buzz. When the two entered the sect hall, they saw Tang Xiao and the 5 elders sitting in front, looking at them quietly. The oppressive breath came to their faces, making them feel a little difficult to breathe. The sinner Tang Hao and his son Tang San pay homage to the sect master and the elders. Seeing this, Tang Hao immediately pulled Tang San to kneel down together. Anyway, they were used to kneeling for the past 3 days, so it was okay to kneel again. Tang Hao, you sinner, traitor, if you still have a conscience, go to your father's grave and die to apologize for your sins. The 7th elder Liang Douluo was irritable. Seeing Tang Hao's ghostly appearance, he couldn't help cursing. Uncle Qi, you don't need to say it. I will die to apologize. I will take responsibility for the mistakes I made. But Xiao San is innocent. I beg the sect master and the elders to consider that he is a disciple of the Haoshan sect. Xiao San's Haoshan hammer martial spirit has obtained 5 spirit rings. Tang Hao decided to use his own death to exchange for Tang San's joining the sect. Anyway, he was already useless and had to die sooner or later. What a joke. How can you, the evil beast born from you and that evil soul beast, have the qualifications to join our Haoshan sect? His Haoshan hammer martial spirit should be disabled and he should never step into the sect for life. The seventh elder and several other elders looked down on Tang San's gloomy and ugly face and thought that this kid was not a good thing. Brother Hao Tang Xiao was shocked when he saw Tang Hao was going to commit suicide. Dad, no, let's leave. Tang San saw that his father wanted to commit suicide and immediately quit. Xiao San, shut up. As a man, you must bear the consequences of your mistakes. Shua shua. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he took out a dagger and stabbed his right leg a few times, directly peeling off a piece of 10,000-year soul bone. Buzz, the soul bone appeared, and the colorful light made the elder's eyes bright. Dad, no. Brother Hao, why are you doing this? Tang Hao's self-mutilation made Tang San and Tang Xiao dumbfounded. Tang Xiao rushed over and wanted to put the soul bone back on. Brother, stop talking. This is my crime and I must bear it. Tang Hao stopped Tang Xiao forcefully. Although it hurt a lot at the moment, he didn't even blink. Second brother, Weivia Tang Yuehua walked in from outside and cried directly at Tang Hao's miserable appearance. Uncle Qi, please help me. I only have one hand now, and I can't peel off the soul bone from my left hand. Tang Hao signaled to Liang Douluo to do it. Okay. The seventh elder stood up and came directly to Tang Hao. He used his dagger hand to slash Tang Hao's left hand a few times and peeled off the soul bone directly. Don't do it again, Tang Yuehua cried heartbreakingly beside him. Ah! Tang San finally broke out at this moment, and his hatred for the Haoshan sect reached its extreme. Black air emanated from his body, like a demon from hell. He. The most evil person is finally born. Young man, do you want revenge? As long as you become the inheritor of the great Rakshasa god, you can do it, and you can also get what you want. At this moment, a hee voice sounded in Tang San's mind, tempting him to accept the inheritance. I do. When Tang San heard the word god, he agreed without thinking. As long as he could get revenge, he would be willing to sell his soul and body. Congratulations on making the right choice. The first test of Luosha god is to go to the city of slaughter and do evil things. This god will control your body first, otherwise you can't escape from Haoshan sect. The Luosha god's mind has been observing Tang San for a while, and finally waited until this kid became evil, so he took action decisively. Anyway, he just found someone to take the place so that he could run away. As for what happened in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Originally, Luosha god wanted to arrange for Tang San to kill Yaoyang Chen. After all, the kid had scared him before, but the kid's means were against this guy. With Tang San's ability, he couldn't fight him at all, and the other party was also the goddess of life. If the goddess of life got angry and directly let the god of destruction cut him, he would be finished. So they arranged Tang San to go to the Azura god's dojo, arranged some evil tasks for Tang San, and asked him to do evil things with those fallen people, anyway, just for fun. Xiao San. Tang San's change made Tang Hao and Tang Xiao dumbfounded. This is the rhythm of blackening. He. Tang Hao, you have been too cowardly in this life, it is better to die as soon as possible. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Tang San looked at Tang Hao's miserable appearance, showed an evil smile, and then quickly rushed out of the mountain gate. Catch him quickly. Everyone found that Tang San had become like this at the moment, and he was still emitting endless evil aura. He must have been possessed by something, so they wanted to capture him to prevent him from causing endless harm. Bang. He. At this moment, Tang San was controlled by the Rakshasa god's mind. That power was not something that others could resist. He shook off the others at once, rushed out of the mountain gate directly, and came to the edge of the cliff. He. Haoshan sect, what a Haoshan sect. If I don't die, I will definitely destroy you. I, Tang San, swear that if I don't destroy your Haoshan sect, my whole family will die. Shua. Rakshasa's divine mind found that Tang San's hatred for Haoshan sect was so great, so he deliberately shouted loudly to disgust Haoshan sect, and then jumped off the cliff directly. Xiao San. Tang Hao watched his son jump off the cliff, and suddenly collapsed, and fell to the ground. Are you satisfied now? Woo. Tang Yuehua burst into tears when she heard what Tang San said when he jumped off the cliff. Chapter 226 Tang San and his disciples enter the city of slaughter. Rakshasa's divine mind controlled Tang San to jump off the cliff, and only released control when he was a few meters above the ground, giving Tang San the initiative of his body. Tang San came back to his senses, watching himself falling down quickly, and immediately felt that he was dead. Beiji. I'm not dead. Tang San fell to the ground, and the intense pain made him feel that he was still alive. He. Tang San, with this god here, it's hard for you to die, but you have to leave here quickly, otherwise the titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect will come to find you. At this moment, the voice of Luosha god rang in Tang San's mind, reminding him to leave quickly. Shua. Hearing Luosha god's reminder, Tang San immediately fled from this place. Lord Luosha god, can you tell me about God? Tang San was very curious about what God said, and the power that Luosha god had brought to him before was too great. With the power of God, he could destroy Wuhan Hall, Yaoyang Chen, Haoshan sect and those people in the future. He. Tang San, God is equivalent to the realm of the soul master in this world after breaking through the 100th level. Tang San, Luoxia God is the god in charge of negative emotions. If you want to become stronger, you have to do evil things and create killings. You have to go to the slaughter city now and do evil things, he. Luoxia God finally found such a successor, and was in a good mood, so he chattered and popularized some knowledge about God to Tang San, and tried hard to persuade Tang San to go to the slaughter city. Let this guy go to the slaughter city for a while, and then open the Luoxia secret realm for him. He. Lord Luoxia God, what is the slaughter city? When Tang San heard the name of the slaughter city, he knew it was definitely not a good place. He had to learn about it before going there. The slaughter city is the dojo of the Shura god, and it is also the mortal enemy of this god, but it has long been polluted by this god with the power of the Rakshasa god. Now all the people in it are fallen. Your first test of the Rakshasa god is to do evil things with those fallen people. The Rakshasa god popularized the rules of the slaughter city to Tang San, and then arranged the content of the first test of the Rakshasa god for him, but now he explained what evil things Tang San had to do, and wait until he arrived at the slaughter city, and then give this guy a surprise. Lord Rakshasa god, you can't use soul skills in the slaughter city, so I have to make some weapons first to survive in the slaughter city. When Tang San heard that the slaughter city was so dangerous, he had to make hidden weapons first and armed himself, so he quickly left the valley and escaped from the scope of the Haoshan sect. Whatever you want. If you have anything, just call me in your mind. Rakshasa said lightly, and then fell asleep. Tang San had violated the rules and killed people in the Soul Master competition before, and all his hidden weapons were confiscated by Sarath. Now he has no hidden weapons on him, which makes him feel insecure. He must forge hidden weapons before he dares to venture out alone. Not long after Tang San left the valley, Tang Xiao and several elders of Haoshan sect also went down to the valley to check whether Tang San was dead or alive. After searching for a while, no trace of Tang San was found, and everyone felt that something was wrong. Several elders, we forced a demon out, and Haoshan sect is in danger now. Tang Xiao looked at the elders, and remembered the harsh words Tang San said when he jumped off the cliff, and worried that day would really come. Master, what are you worried about? That evil beast is just a little soul king. What ability does he have to destroy our Haoshan sect? The seventh elder, Liang Douluo, disagreed. As a titled Douluo, he was not afraid of anything. Seventh elder, we went too far this time. Tang San may have received the inheritance of God, otherwise he would not have been able to break out of our encirclement at that time. The second elder reprimanded Liang Douluo. Liang Douluo was one of the main driving forces behind Tang San's blackening this time. He punished Tang Hao and his son Tennille and kowtow for 3 days, and stripped Tang Hao's left arm soul bone in front of Tang San. This series of operations made Tang San extremely hate the Haoshan sect, which led to the other party's blackening. Hatred is opposite. Since Tang San came to the sect, all of us have shown disgust and dislike for him. We treat him like this, and he also hates us in his heart. When the seventh elder attacked Brother Hao, it was the main factor that caused him to fall. Tang Xiao regretted it very much at this moment. This was simply shooting himself in the foot. According to Tang Hao, although Tang San's other blue-silver grass martial soul could not be cultivated, the first 4 soul rings of the clear sky hammer martial soul were all about 8,000 years old. This combination was better than anyone else in the sect. However, the sect watched such a genius become an enemy. What kind of thing is this? Sect master, everything is Tang Hao's fault. I suggest that Tang Hao be killed to commemorate those who died in the sect. Liang Douluo did not admit that he had done anything wrong. He targeted Tang Hao, just to get some justice. Seventh brother, shut up, don't you think the matter is not big enough? That kid jumped from a 2,000 meter high cliff and didn't die. He must have been blessed by God. If we kill Tang Hao now, Tang San will find out in the future and will definitely come to kill us. At that time, no one in Haoshan sect will be spared. The second elder felt that not only could he not kill Tang Hao now, but he had to worship him. If Tang San came to kill him in the future, he might be able to use Tang Hao to restrain Tang San. The 2 soul bones that Brother Hao peeled off should be put on him. The Haoshan sect now has the enemy of the spirit hall in the open, and Tang San in the dark. It is really attacked from both sides. I hope the Haoshan sect can escape this disaster. Otherwise, we will not be able to see our ancestors after we die. Tang Xiao sighed and then returned to the sect. At this moment, he felt that he was too cowardly as the sect leader. Brother, how is Xiao San? When Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua saw Tang Xiao and his group return to the sect, they immediately came forward and asked anxiously. Xiao San is missing. He should have obtained the inheritance of God. With his current hatred for the sect will be in danger in the future and may be destroyed. Tang Xiao calmly expressed his concerns, praying in his heart that that day would never come. How could this happen? Tang Hao fell to the ground all of a sudden, regretting bringing Tang San back to the sect. You forced a genius to become an enemy, are you satisfied now? Wu. Tang Yuehua looked at the people of Haoshan sect with tears in her eyes. Thinking of the cruel words Tang San said when he jumped off the cliff, she knew how much hatred the child had for the sect. Haoshan sect probably couldn't escape this disaster. Forcing a genius of the sect to become an enemy, Haoshan sect's operation was also amazing. At this moment, everyone lowered their proud heads, thinking of the power that Tang San burst out when he escaped from the sect, even the titled Douluo could not stop it. In front of God, everyone is just a mortal. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought Xiao San back to the section. Shua shua. Tang Hao took out a knife and prepared to commit suicide to apologize. Bang. Tang Hao, you can't die. Tang San fell into evil because of you. If you die, he will think that we killed you. When he comes to kill us, no one in the Haoshan sect will be spared. The second elder was quick and knocked the knife out of Tang Hao's hand. Tang Hao was the trump card to restrain Tang San in the future, so he couldn't get into trouble. Yes. Tang Hao, you can't die now. Several other elders also came forward to persuade him immediately, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Brother Hao, reabsorb the soul bone you peeled off before and take good care of your injuries. Tang Xiao took out the soul bone that Tang Hao peeled off before and asked him to put it on again. Woo woo woo. Tang Yuehua looked at the elders who hated her second brother to the core before, and now they became dogs and licked her second brother's face and begged him to live. She felt extremely sad and returned to her room crying. Tang Yuehua then packed up her things and asked Tang Xiao to take her down the mountain and returned to Yuexuan to get information. After Tang San escaped from the influence of Haoshan sect, he disguised himself and spent more than 10 days to come to the capital of the Principality of Norin in the east of Tiandu Empire. He found a large blacksmith shop and spent 2 months to forge Zhuzh's magic crossbow, sleeve arrows, flying claws, and killing shadows again. However, the top hidden weapons such as the Rain of Pear Blossoms, the Buddha's Anger Tanglian, and the Peacock Feather could not be forged, which made Tang San a little regretful. Lord Rakshasa, can you help me now? I want to kill BBDong and Yaoyang Chen. After Tang San equipped his hidden weapon, he called upon Rakshasa's divine thoughts in his mind, wanting to use the power of God to kill BBDong and Yaoyang Chen to avenge Xiaowu and her father. As for the Haoshan sect, he would have to become stronger before killing them. He. Tang San, I forgot to tell you that Yaoyang Chen is also a successor of God. This God cannot help you deal with him, otherwise the God behind him will cause trouble for me. As for BBDong, don't think about it now. Her soul power is already level 98, and there is another demigod in the spirit hall. If you go there now, you will die. The spirit hall also has an angel god successor. Angels and Rakshasas are opposites. When you become stronger, kill them yourself. Don't rely on this god for everything. What I left in your body now is just a divine thought. It is bound by the rules of the god realm. I can't take action casually. Let me tell you the rules now. You have to become stronger yourself to compete with other gods' successors, otherwise this god will choose a new successor. Do you understand? Rakshasa god solemnly warned Tang San not to have wild thoughts. Although this kid is evil enough, his character is not very good. If he didn't want to run away, he would not have found this guy. Yaoyang Chen is also the successor of God. Tang San now understood why he lost so badly against Yaoyang Chen in the Spirit Master competition. There are angel gods in the Spirit Hall, so he can't go now. It seems that he has to wait until he becomes stronger. Lord Luosha God, who is more powerful, the god behind Yaoyang Chen or you? Tang San asked Luosha God. They are all successors of God, and they will definitely face each other in the future. Now let's find out the truth first. He. Of course this god is awesome. Rakshasa god had something to say in his mind at this moment, but he didn't know whether to say it or not, but he couldn't tell the truth, so he had to lie to Tang San and say that he was more powerful than the god behind Yaoyang Chen. Lord Rakshasa god, my blue silver grass martial soul is useless, can you help me evolve it? How should I cultivate the twin martial souls? Hey! How did the blue silver grass become like this now? Tang San wanted Rakshasa god to help him evolve the blue silver grass martial soul, but when he summoned the martial soul, he found that the blue silver grass martial soul had changed. It was no longer soft and snappy. The color turned black, and the leaves were covered with magic patterns, which looked very powerful. He. Tang San, your blue silver grass martial soul should now be called magic pattern vine, which is a top level plant martial soul. Look at your hammer martial soul, which is covered with black magic patterns. Now you have to call it Rakshasa hammer. Tang San, to cultivate twin martial souls, you must have divine power to reconcile. With this god here, you don't have to worry about any problems. Now you can boldly cultivate the magic pattern vine martial soul. Work hard. This god is optimistic about you, he. Rakshasa's divine thoughts can solve the problem of Tang San's twin martial souls by using divine power at will. Shua. It's so cool. Tang San tried the magic pattern vine martial soul and found that it could also devour vitality to increase his cultivation. This made him feel very happy, so he immediately rushed to the sunset forest and found a 10,000-year black vine soul beast. After hunting it, he used it as the 5th soul ring of the magic pattern vine and raised his soul power to level 53. He. This feels really good. Feeling the powerful power brought by the 10,000-year soul ring, Tang San showed an evil smile. Lord Rakshasa, can you help my teacher evolve the martial soul? Tang San saw that Luosha God had helped him solve the problem of twin martial spirit cultivation so easily, so he wanted Luosha God to help his teacher. Tang San, just bring your teacher to the slaughter city to cultivate with you, that's all, he. Seeing that Tang San cared so much about his teacher, Luosha God arranged it for him, and Yu Xiaogong's soul was also corrupted now, so let the master and apprentice fall together. Luosha God had already formulated a series of evil tests for Tang San in his mind. It's just for fun anyway. He. Thank you, Lord Luosha God. With Luosha God's permission, Tang San quickly rushed to Tiandu city and found out that Flanders, Yu Xiaogang, and others were still in Tiandu Royal Academy, so he directly asked the guard to notify Yu Xiaogang. As for Flanders and Xiaowu, Tang San didn't want to see them, for fear that they would ask questions. Xiao San, where have you been during this time? After Yu Xiaogang left the academy, he learned that Tang San had become a soul king, and his heart seemed to be full of hope again. Teacher, I have received the inheritance of God. You come with me to a place, and I can help you break through level 30. Tang San used his soul power to force the sound into a line, and transmitted it to Yu Xiaogang, telling him about his adventure and painting a big pie for Yu Xiaogang. Okay. I will leave with you immediately. With such an opportunity, Yu Xiaogang did not think about it and left immediately, so as not to be pointed at behind his back. Third brother. When Yu Xiaogang and Tang San left, they happened to meet Ma Hongjun, who returned to the academy from outside. Fatty. Tang San saw Ma Hongjun's current appearance and shook his head helplessly. This guy was even fatter, estimated to be 300 pounds. Because of the influence of the evil fire, the cultivation speed was very slow, and he had only reached level 39 so far. He. Tang San, take Fatty with you. Let him practice with you. It will help you in the future. At this moment, Luosha's thoughts rang in Tang San's mind. When he found that Ma Hongjun's martial soul actually had evil fire, he twisted his mouth and immediately arranged for Tang San to take Fatty with him. Fatty, I have received the inheritance of God. I have a way to help you solve the evil fire problem. Come with me, but you are not allowed to tell anyone else, not even the dean. Tang San was very obedient to Luosha's arrangement, so he immediately sent a message to Fatty Ma and invited him to join his camp. Ah. Third brother, is this true? Ma Hongjun felt like a pie in the sky fell and hit him. Absolutely true. Tang San nodded. Third brother, thank you, I'll go talk to the teacher. Ma Hongjun excitedly found Flanders and said that he wanted to go out and make a living, and then applied for graduation from Tianduhuang Academy. Hongjun, then you should be careful. Flanders saw that Fatty Ma wanted to go out and explore, and thought it was a good thing. He didn't ask Fatty Ma where he was going. Anyway, the boy had grown up and it was time for him to have his own life. Under the guidance of the Rakshasa god, Tang San secretly sneaked towards the northeast of Tiandu city with Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun. After more than 10 days, they came to a desolate town. Tang San bought 3 cups of Huang Chuandu in a store according to the instructions of the Rakshasa god, and then asked the waiter to open the entrance to the slaughter city, and took Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun entered. With the Rakshasa god's reminder, Tang San did not conflict with the fallen in the shop. Ma Hongjun was as fat as a ball and wretched. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were ugly and gloomy. They were not good people at first glance. Those fallen also regarded them as colleagues. Shua. The 3 jumped down the dark cave, walked through a long passage, and soon came to an underground world where red and purple intertwined. Welcome to the city of slaughter, in this you can get everything you want here, but the price is your life. This is your number plate. Go straight to the capital and someone will come to pick you up. At this moment, the Terror Night Law Enforcement team came to the 3 people with a team of people and threw a few signs. Tang San's number is 9438, Yu Xiaogong's is 9437, and Ma Hongjun's is 9436. Since Tang San and his friends entered the slaughter city according to normal rules, the Terror Night Law Enforcement team did not stop them, but welcomed the 3 people. Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun were confused and very curious about this underground world. Tang San was better, after all, he had learned some things about the slaughter city from the Rakshasa god. Wow! Beautiful girl! When the 3 of them came to the outskirts of a black city, a young woman with dark makeup suddenly appeared, which made Ma Hongjun's evil fire run wild. Shua. The woman glared at Fatty Ma coldly, and the strong murderous aura immediately made Fatty Ma's evil fire retreat. Hongjun, be careful. Yu Xiaogang reminded Fatty Ma not to cause trouble. Welcome to join us, please follow me. The woman made a gesture of invitation to the 3 of them. Dear lady, how was the city of slaughter formed? Yu Xiaogang asked curiously. The city of slaughter has been formed for thousands of years. Legend has it that it was a dojo left behind by a strong man who became a god. The woman in black explained a series of rules of the city of slaughter to the 3 of them. Can't get out? Then won't we stay here forever? Yu Xiaogang and Fatty Ma were stunned when they heard that the slaughter city was so dangerous and they couldn't get out. They felt that they had been tricked by Tang San. Rakshasa god, are we unable to get out? Tang San asked Rakshasa god in his mind. He. Tang San, I'm here, what are you worried about? Rakshasa god said with disdain. Fatty, teacher, we can only become stronger in here, don't worry about other things. Tang San reminded the 2 not to worry about getting out. Since they were already here, they had to see the world of Slaughter City. Chapter 227 The Weird Test of Rakshasa God. Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Fatty Ma followed the woman in black and walked forward, looking around curiously along the way, while the woman in black patiently explained the survival rules of Slaughter City to the three. To live in the outer city of Slaughter City, you have to contribute 2 cups of blood every month to survive. Third brother, the yellow spring dew we drank in the town before was actually blood. Third brother, did you know it before? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ugh. When the black-clothed woman said that Huang Chuandu was blood, Fatima couldn't help but vomit. Yu Xiaogang felt better. He had eaten all kinds of disgusting things when he was practicing with Scar Brother and the others. Later, in the prison of the Spirit Hall, he ate more. He even ate shit. He had long been accustomed to all kinds of disgusting things. Fatty, you can't stand this. How can you become stronger? Do you still want to solve your spirit problem? Since Tang San turned evil, he didn't feel that Huang Chuandu was disgusting. Instead, he felt it was very delicious. Third brother, of course I thought about it. Although Fatima regretted it a little, it was too late now. The outer city of the Slaughter City was very quiet. There was no killing. From time to time, some skinny fallen people showed curious eyes and looked at Tang San and the others. He. There are new people again. Fresh Huang Chuandu must be very delicious. At this moment, 2 fallen ones came out from the dark corner, saw Tang San and the others, laughed evilly, their eyes full of greed and bloodthirstiness. Shua shua. Suddenly, the black-clothed woman looked at the 2 fallen ones coldly, and the 2 of them immediately ran away as if they had seen a ghost. Can you take us into the inner city to take a look? Tang San asked the black-clothed woman. Yes, from the moment you enter the Slaughter City, there are 12 hours belonging to the Novice Protection Zone. I will protect your safety. If you exceed the time, it all depends on your luck. The black-clothed woman said lightly, and then took the 3 people into the inner city. As soon as they entered the inner city, the 3 immediately felt the strong murderous aura, and all kinds of chaos and unbearableness were staged. Ah! At this time, a wonderful drama was staged in the distance. A woman and a man were fighting in the street. The scene was extremely exciting. Just when the man was fighting vigorously, he relaxed his vigilance. The woman killed the man with a knife and then collected the yellow spring dew with a bottle. Ah! He. Immediately afterwards, 2 men were fencing in front of them. The scene was even more exciting. Then a man also attacked and killed the other man. He was extremely excited to collect the opponent's yellow spring dew and then left. Hiss. The inner city is so exciting. Ma Hongjun was stunned. He had never tried such a training scene. Yu Xiaogang seemed extremely excited at the moment. He had already thought of how to use his advantages to obtain the yellow spring dew. When you come to the city of slaughter, you have to adapt to the living conditions here, you have no choice. The black-clothed woman said to the 3 people calmly, without any expression on her face, because this kind of thing happens every day in the city of slaughter, and it is no longer surprising. He. The first test of the Rakshasa God's test officially begins, and the content is as follows. Practice with Yu Xiaogang. Since you are already useless, this God will temporarily help you to be a traitor to the master. To solve the problem of the martial soul evil fire for good brothers, practice with Ma Hongjun. Finally, find 10 fallen people to practice together, and fight back against them one by one. Once the test begins, it must be carried out every day without interruption. The time limit for the first test is 1 year. Just when Tang San was stunned, the real content of the first test of the Rakshasa God sounded in his mind. Ah, this. Rakshasa God, what kind of test is this? The test content arranged by Luosha God, like a thunder, exploded directly in Tang San's mind. At this moment, Tang San felt that Luosha God was deliberately playing a trick on him. He. Tang San, do you want to kill BBDong? Don't you want to kill Yaoyang Chen? Don't you want to destroy Haoshan sect? Then do evil things. Only in this way can you pass the test and become stronger. Don't care about those things. Tang San, the first God test is the most important to you. It is also the beginning of your godhood. Once the God test is descended, you must complete it, otherwise your life will be in danger. This God is optimistic about you, come on. He. Raksha God bewitched Tang San and led him to do evil things. Done. The radish is pulled out, but the pit is still there. In order to become stronger, for revenge, nothing else matters, he. Tang San thought about it and decided to go all out. Anyway, the kick from Xiaowu left a shadow on him, and he seemed to be useless. Now he couldn't even practice the Kailan arm. Now Rakshasa God could actually let him recover, so he could experience it. Tang San remembered that Rakshasa God said that he would do evil things, and the content of the divine test arranged for him was indeed evil enough. He. The 3 of them entered the inner city and immediately attracted the attention of other fallen people. They all showed greedy and bloodthirsty expressions, but when they saw the woman in black, they all suppressed their impulses. You just came to the slaughter city. I suggest you stay in the outer city for a while, and then enter the inner city after you adapt. The woman in black felt that Yu Xiaogang and Ma Pengzi were not very strong, so she suggested that they should not go to die and temporarily withdraw from the inner city. Xiao San, let's stay in the outer city for a while. The outer city is safer than the inner city. Yu Xiaogang is now just a weakling at level 29. He has no fighting ability except farting. If he enters the inner city, he will surely die once he enters the life and death competition. First, he will find out the situation in the outer city, and then take the initiative to practice with those fallen ones, and then kill them and get the yellow spring dew in exchange for a chance to survive. Yu Xiaogang has practiced with Scar Brother and others thousands of times before, and has long been accustomed to it. Now he can only pray to the god behind Tang San to help him solve the problem of martial spirit as soon as possible. Third brother, I also agree with the master's opinion. Although Fatima also wanted to practice spirit skills with those female fallen ones, he didn't dare to take too much risk. Then we will live in the outer city for a while. After seeing the chaos and blood in the inner city, Tang San didn't dare to be careless, so he could only temporarily withdraw from the inner city, planning to practice with Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaogang first, adapt to it, and then find an opportunity to practice with those fallen ones. Then I wish you good luck. The woman in black said calmly, and left the three of them, disappearing in a few seconds. Xiao San, tell me. What should we do now? Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San. The long-awaited divine test had not yet appeared, which made him a little anxious. The first test of the Rakshasa god is to practice with Tang San and Ma Hongjun. As a teacher, you have to guide students to practice for 1 year. Once the divine test is given, you must complete it, otherwise your life will be in danger. He. The first test of the Rakshasa god is to practice with Tang San and Yu Xiaogang for 1 year. Once the divine test is given, you must complete it. He. At this time, a black mark appeared on the foreheads of Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaogang, and a voice sounded in their minds, which stunned them. In fact, with Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun's qualifications and strength, the Rakshasa god would not care about them at all. The reason why he casually gave them the Rakshasa god test was purely for fun and to trick them. Yu Xiaogang obtained the 6th test of the Rakshasa god, and Fatima also obtained the 6th test of the Rakshasa god. Divine test. Master, we got the divine test? Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other at the same time, showing excitement. Teacher, Fatty, this is a test given to you by God, you must complete it. Tang San reminded the two seriously beside them not to give up. But the content of this God's test is too strange, isn't it? Ma Hongjun was shocked when he thought that the content of the God's test was to practice with Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. He had never tried this kind of practice before. Hongjun, if you want to become a strong man, you must be able to endure suffering. Yu Xiaogang was extremely excited when he heard that the content of the God's test was to practice with Xiao San. As a teacher, helping his apprentice become stronger is also the responsibility of a teacher. Third brother, what is the content of your God's test? Ma Hongjun asked curiously. Same as you. Tang San calmly said that now he has fallen and doesn't care about anything. Besides, this is a test arranged by God, so he has to listen. Xiao San, let's find a house and complete the God's test as soon as possible. As a teacher, Yu Xiaogang has to take the lead, so he urged Tang San to act quickly. Okay. Teacher. Tang San took the two and walked towards a low house in the distance. Oh my god. When the three walked outside the house and opened the door, they happened to meet two fallen people fighting spirits. The scene directly shocked Ma Hongjun. Yu Xiaogang didn't feel anything. After all, he had experienced it countless times in the former Wuhan city prison. He. You look unfamiliar, you should be new here. The killing city is a paradise for fallen people. How do you feel, three of you? He. The two fallen people did not stop fighting spirits because of the arrival of Tang San and his friends. Instead, they increased their attack strength and showed off their fancy skills. Killing is prohibited in the outer city, and the two fallen ones are not worried that Tang San and his men will take action. Puff puff. Tang San's hand trembled, and the sleeve arrows in his hand shot out 2 crossbow arrows, hitting the temples of the two fallen ones at once, killing them directly. Teacher, Fatty, collect the yellow spring dew, which is the guarantee for our survival in the killing city. Tang San closed the door, moved 2 tables to hold the door, and then took out the bottle and threw it to Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun, asking them to collect the yellow spring dew. Although killing is not allowed in the outer city, Tang San is not a rule-abiding person. Besides, he is still in the house, and the people of the Terror Night Law Enforcement team can't see him, so he is not worried about anything. Hongjun, do it. Yu Xiaogang reminded Ma Fatty, who was still in a daze, then took out the dagger, walked to the two fallen ones, and began to collect the yellow spring dew. Oh. Ma Hongjun also endured the strong discomfort, walked forward, and started to move. There was no way back when he came to this ghost place. After the three collected the yellow spring dew of the two fallen people, they simply packed up and prepared to start the god test. Xiao San, start. You attack, I will cooperate with you in sparring. Yu Xiaogang reminded Tang San that he had to start the god test. In order to help his apprentice, Yu Xiaogang asked Tang San to attack him, and he took on the defense. Master, Ma Hongjun was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that this fart master was so impatient to take the god test. Tang San knew that his teacher had suffered in Wuhan city. Now it seemed that the other party had fallen. To be honest, he really couldn't do it at this moment. He. Tang San, act quickly. This god will help you. At this time, the voice of Luosh's divine thought sounded in Tang San's mind, and then directly controlled this guy's body to take the god test. He he he. Demonic pattern vine, come out. After being possessed by the Rakshasa god, Tang San let out a hee-hee smile, and then directly summoned his martial soul to practice the god test. 3 minutes later, the Rakshasa god gave up control and let Tang San take back control of his body. A feeling of refreshment came over him, and Tang San finished the first step of the Rakshasa god test. Hung Jun, don't dawdle. Yu Xiaogang felt that Tang San's attack power was not very good, so he asked Fatima to start the god test again. Okay, master. Ma Hung Jun couldn't wait any longer, this is a god test. The god test lasted intermittently for a day, and the three of them were already exhausted. It was simply a chrysanthemum withered, the ground was full of wounds, and the flowers fell and people were heartbroken. 10 days later, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Ma Hung Jun changed many places to take the god test. Now the three of them have completely adapted. Except for getting food every day, they are taking the god test the rest of the time. They live a very good life. After Ma Hung Jun and Tang San experienced the divine test brought down by the Rakshasa god, it was as if a new world had opened up, and they were unstoppable. He he he. Third brother, when you go out in the future, you must call Dai Lauda and Oscar to participate in the divine test together. That morning, Fatima finished the divine test training with Tang San, and felt extremely refreshed, so he decided to pull Dai Mubai and Oscar into the group. We are brothers. We must participate in the divine test together. It will take a long time for our first divine test to be completed. Let's talk about it after we go out, he he he. Of course, Tang San also wanted to pull those two guys in and build his own team. He he he. Xiao San, Hung Jun's suggestion is not bad. By participating in the Rakshasa divine test, Yu Xiaogang enjoyed the fun brought by the divine test, which was simply endless aftertaste. After 10 days of the divine test, the three of them have now completely fallen and have all become hee-hee monsters. Teacher, Fatty, let's go to the inner city. I want to participate in a life and death competition. Take your hidden weapons to protect yourself. Tang San planned to win the next game, so that he could live for a year, which would be convenient for him to find other fallen people and then take the god test. 3 new guys, after hiding for so many days, finally dare to come to the inner city. After all, they are newcomers, so they have to adapt. He he he. As soon as the 3 entered the inner city, they immediately attracted the interest of other fallen people, just like a group of wolves staring at lambs. Tang San ignored those fallen people and came to the registration office of the life and death competition. He handed over his number plate directly to participate in the competition. 9438, are you sure you want to participate in the hell competition? A man in black asked Tang San. Confirmed. Tang San nodded. Let's match your opponent first. The result is out. Player number 9438, versus player no 8438. The host arranged a player for Tang San, and then announced the Hell Arena tournament. He he he. Player number 9438, I can't wait to get your yellow spring dew. A fallen with a mace spirit excitedly walked into the arena and challenged Tang San. Too much nonsense. Tang San said lightly, summoned the hammer spirit, and killed him directly. Shua shua. Bang bang. Ah. A few minutes later, the fallen was directly smashed by Tang San's hammer. Player number 9438 wins. The host saw that the fallen had been killed, and immediately announced that Tang San won. I didn't expect that contestant number 9438 is quite powerful. His martial spirit is actually a hammer. The other fallen ones saw that Tang San won the first game, and they all looked at him with admiration. After winning the first game, Tang San won 3 games in a row, and finally won a reputation. He finally didn't have to hand in the yellow spring dew, and he also found a good house in the inner city to live in peace. Yu Xiaogang and Fatima were weak, and after seeing the cruelty of the hell life and death arena, they didn't have the courage to sign up for it, but with Tang San's help, it was not a problem to get the yellow spring dew from other fallen ones. He he he. I want you to help me practice. Ah. After Tang San gained a foothold in the inner city, he began to constantly look for other male fallen ones, used strong drugs to make them fall, and then took them to his residence to start the divine test. As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San always carried various poisons and drugs, so it was not a problem to deal with these fallen ones. Tang San's operation soon spread in the inner city. Some female fallen ones said that he was an expert and that this method was more powerful than theirs. Respected King of Slaughter, the new contestant number 9438 has a special hobby. He has been looking for fallen ones to practice these days. 8 fallen ones have already been defeated by him. His 2 companions also use this method to obtain the yellow spring dew of other fallen ones. That day, the messenger of the King of Slaughter told the King of Slaughter about Tang San's operation. He he he. Interesting, call them here and let me see it. When the King of Slaughter heard this, he immediately became interested, so he ordered the messenger to bring Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Ma Pengzi back. He decided to experience it himself. Yes. Respected King of Slaughter. The messenger respectfully left the palace and rushed to where Tang San and his friends lived. The King of Slaughter wants to see us. When the messenger told Tang San, he was stunned. Yes, the great king of slaughter is very interested in you. The messenger said calmly. He. Tang San, don't worry, the king of slaughter will definitely have something good to say when he sees you. At this moment, the evil voice of Luosha Shennian sounded in Tang San's mind, giving Tang San a reassurance. Please lead the way. Hearing Luosha Shen's words, Tang San immediately felt relieved. Three of you, please come this way. The messenger made a gesture of invitation, then stepped forward with his slender legs. When Tang San and his companions followed the messenger to a palace, they saw a powerful man with long red horns on his head and shoulders, red magic patterns all over his face, and a red glow all over his body, staring at the three people with interest. You should leave first. The king of slaughter ordered the messenger to leave. As you command. The messenger respectfully left the palace, thinking, the king of slaughter called these three people here, could it be that he wanted to? He. I heard that you three like to practice with other fallen people, and I am also interested. After the king of slaughter finished speaking, he directly used his soul power to imprison the three people, and then started practicing. Ah! Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Ma Hongjun were shocked to see that the king of slaughter actually attacked them. At this moment, facing such a peerless strongman, the three of them had no power to resist at all, and thought they were dead today. The current king of slaughter is controlled by a 100,000-year-old soul beast, a blood-red 9-headed bat. This soul beast was originally controlled by the Rakshasa god and used to plot against the inheritor of the Shura god. At this moment, this 100,000-year-old bat was also controlled by the Rakshasa god's thoughts, so it attacked Tang San and others. He. From now on, the three of you must come to this king's place every month. Now this king grants you free access to the slaughter city, no one dares to hurt you. 2 hours later, the slaughter king let Tang San and the others leave. Thank you, slaughter king. Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Ma Hongjun did not expect that the slaughter king not only did not kill them, but also saved their lives. This trip was worth it. The three of them happily left the slaughter king's palace and continued to carry out the god test. Chapter 228 Tianshui sect and Tenglong Pavilion came into being. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect had been built. Yaoyang Chen and his party chose an auspicious day and officially moved into Tenglong Pavilion. Hard work pays off. It took so long to finally build our Tenglong Pavilion. Yes. It must be said that Senior Niu Gao and his Yu clan are really good at building. Everyone looked at this luxurious manor covering an area of 3 square kilometers, and they were filled with emotion. Senior Niu Gao, thank you very much, this is the final payment. Yaoyang Chen handed the last payment to Niu Gao, the patriarch of the Yu clan. Mr. Ye is too polite. If you have a big project in the future, feel free to come to us. In terms of construction, our Yu clan is absolutely professional. Niu Gao excitedly accepted the gold soul card. In the past 2 or 3 years, the Yu clan has contracted the construction projects of Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect, and has earned millions of gold soul coins, which can make the clan members worry-free for the rest of their lives. After the construction of Tenglong Pavilion, Yaoyang Chen began to operate it, launching elixirs and various boxing and kicking skills in Xiantian Bailu, and asked Santos, the bishop of Tianshui City Wuhan Hall, to send people to spread the news. As for the Xiantian Gong, the internal power mental method, Yaoyang Chen is not going to auction it for the time being. After all, this is a method that allows ordinary people to cultivate soul power. When there are astronomical numbers of soul masters, soul beasts may be killed to extinction. That Mr. Ye has actually established a force called Tenglong Pavilion. Let's go and take a look. I heard that Tenglong Pavilion has launched elixirs and various martial arts, which can be bought. I heard that ordinary people can practice those martial arts. This news spread from Tianshui City to the entire continent like a bomb. For a time, those soul masters and rich people who needed cultivation resources rushed to Tenglong Pavilion. Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yan also brought a group of young geniuses from the Spirit Hall to support Yaoyang Chen and buy some elixirs. Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan were originally members of Tenglong Pavilion. They brought students from their respective colleges to Tenglong Pavilion to help arrange various tasks. Anyway, there was nothing to hide now. Now we have something to do. Those who came are all gold soul coins. Everyone cheer up. Looking at the rich people who came to Tenglong Pavilion in an endless stream, Yaoyang Chen, Dugubo, Yesuling, Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and others seemed to see piles of gold soul coins rolling over. Duobao building is a building that Yaoyang Chen uses to trade elixirs, martial arts, and other treasures. It is similar to the auction house in Tiandu City. Elixirs are operated regularly in the form of auctions. As for the martial arts in Xiantian Gong, the price is marked, and each price is different. For example, the ghost shadow is more expensive. The skills of these skills in Xiantian Bailu, once a large number of them are sold, the price will definitely be cheaper, so Yaoyang Chen set the first auction price of these skills high, and he would make as much money as he could, just as a one-time deal. Since a large number of soul masters came, Yesuling and Yakalin directly presided over the entire auction as titled Douluo to prevent some soul masters with ill intentions from causing trouble. Sisters Shui Langzhen, Shui Lingfeng, Yaoyang Chen, and Dugubo were observing the operation of Duobao Tower behind the scenes. Welcome to Duobao Tower, this pill auction has officially begun. With Yaoyang's announcement, the first pill auction officially began. 1,000. 2,000. 10,000. 20,000. As long as Yaoyang Chen launched the Soul Power Pill and the Jade Flower Pill, he would definitely not have trouble selling them, especially the Jade Flower Pill, which has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin, which made those wealthy ladies crazy. The 200 pills that Yaoyang Chen launched this time were quickly snapped up by people. Your Majesty, Blue Silver Douluo, when will the next pill auction be held? The soul masters and ladies who did not bid for the pills asked curiously. The specific time depends on when our pavilion master refines the pills. We will notify everyone at that time. Thank you all for coming. Yaoyang hosted such a large auction for the first time, and she felt very accomplished. In addition to the elixir, many people from the big sects also bought Ghost Shadow Step, Crane Control, and Dragon Capture, Mysterious Jade Hand and several boxing and kicking skills at Duobao building. Young Master Ye is really extraordinary. He actually sold such magical skills. It's a pity that young Master Ye didn't sell some of the skills he used in the Soul Master competition. Everyone left happily, discussing Yaoyang Chen, especially these martial arts, which made everyone more knowledgeable. On the first day of opening, Duobao building directly brought more than 50 million gold soul coins to our Tenglong pavilion. It feels that in a few years, our wealth may catch up with the 7 treasures glazed sect. Cheers. The evening celebration banquet was held in the main building of Tenglong Pavilion. Everyone was extremely excited and toasted. In the Kai Bao Liulai sect, when Ning Fengzi learned that Yaoyang Chen sold the skills in Xiantian Baila for 1 million gold soul coins each, he regretted it. If he bought it now, he could save at least half the price. 10 days after Tenglong Pavilion opened, Shui Langzhen also chose an auspicious day to announce the official establishment of Tianshui sect. When Tianshui sect comes into being, it will definitely become the #1 sect in the world. Is there any need to say this? Tianshui sect has so many titled Douluo, and those top 3 sects can't compare to it now. Let's go. Tianshui sect is coming into being, we have to go and witness it. The emergence of a super sect directly made the whole continent boil. For a time, all the major sects rushed to Tianshui city. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, Tenglong Pavilion, and Tianshui sect have emerged one after another. The future situation of the continent will be unpredictable. 7 treasure glazed sect in the meeting hall, Ning Fengzi expressed his concerns to Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo with a worried look on his face. Those women in Tianshui College are really capable. They actually set up a section. Gu Douluo said indignantly. He had suffered losses from those female Douluos in Tianshui College before, which made him very depressed. Now that Tianshui College has set up a sect again, he is even more unhappy. Fengzi, why do you worry so much? Do you still want to be an enemy of Tianshui sect? Jian Douluo said calmly. When Gu Douluo and Ning Fengzi planned Yaoyang Chen's fortune, Jian Douluo opposed it, but the two did not listen. They were overwhelmed by the interests and offended each other. Now the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is a little embarrassed. Dad, Tianshui sect has come into being. We have to go there no matter what. At this time, Ning Rongrong reminded her father that although she was unhappy, she could not lose the face of the 2nd largest sect in the world. Ning Rongrong also knew that the 7 treasures glazed sect had already offended the Tianshui sect, and she was confused about the future. Rongrong, if you go to befriend Yaoyang Chen, you will be in trouble. Ning Fengzi wanted his daughter to marry, so that the future of the 7 treasures glazed sect would be promising. After Oscar joined the 7 treasures glazed sect, he learned that he and Ning Rongrong could not be together, and then he left directly, saying that he would go out to make a living and come back after becoming stronger. Ning Fengzi was not optimistic about that boy. A supporting spirit master could not be that strong. Dad, Shui Binger and the others are all better than me. Do you think I can compare with them? Ning Rongrong said self-deprecatingly. To be honest, if she were to make friends with Yaoyang Chen, she would be willing to do so. Maybe he could help her spirit evolve. Unfortunately, he didn't even look at her. At the Soul Master competition, Ning Rongrong was hit by the proud girls of the Tianshui team and lost all confidence. Because of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, the Shrek team became a joke, and even her own reputation was affected. Ning Rongrong also regretted it at this moment. Why did she join the Shrek Academy in the first place? If she had been with the evil Yaoyang Chen, she might have taken off now. Fengzi, you are not allowed to trade Rongrong's happiness. Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo scolded Ning Fengzi from the side. In their hearts, Ning Rongrong was their favorite, and they couldn't let the little girl suffer any grievances. In the Pope's Hall of Wuhan City, BBDong was very excited when she received the news of the Tianshui sect's emergence. Let's go. Let's go and see. BBDong even personally brought Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo and a group of cardinals to support Tianshui sect. The thing that Tiandu Empire and Zingluo Empire were most worried about finally came. The emergence of a super sect made the two empires feel very uneasy, especially since this super sect was the power behind Yaoyang Chen, the evildoer. Tiandu Empire immediately prepared a heavy gift and sent Prince Xueqing He to lead a group of people to Tianshui sect to show goodwill to this super sect. The Zingluo Empire did the same. It sent Prince Davis and Zhu Xuking to Tianshui sect with their troops to express the goodwill of the Zingluo Empire. To show its sincerity, the Zingluo Emperor also directly cancelled the engagement between Zhu Xuking and Dai Mubai. However, it felt a bit redundant for the Zingluo royal family to cancel the engagement, because Zhu Xuking, that little girl, didn't take the engagement seriously at all. After the Soul Master competition, she didn't return to the Zhu family, which made the Zhu and Dai family's top leaders extremely embarrassed. The Haoshan sect didn't dare to show up, but Tang Yuehua still went to Tianshui sect with Prince Xueqing He to see the sect. His Tianshui sect is amazing. On this day, people from all major forces came to Tianshui sect, and they exclaimed at the luxurious sect built on the mountain. His Holiness is here too. When everyone saw that the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BBDong, personally led his troops to Tianshui sect, it made people feel that Tianshui sect had enough face. Thank you, everyone. Your arrival brings glory to our small Tianshui sect. Everyone, let's drink first. The arrival of all the major sects, the Tianshui sect naturally treated them with courtesy, so they set up a luxurious banquet to entertain these people. Congratulations, Sect Master Shui. Everyone also raised their glasses to congratulate Shui Langzhen and her group. Sect Master Shui, everyone says that you are now titled Douluo, can you show us your strength? When the banquet was almost over, the people from the major sects still didn't trademark to know the true strength of the title Douluo of Tianshui sect, so they asked Shui Langzhen and the others to show it. Ibuzz. Shui Lingfeng, Shui Langzhen, Shui Lanyu, Solin, Mu Qingxu and other title Douluo released their martial souls and soul rings. Except for Shui Lingfeng, everyone else had a 100,000 year soul ring. I would like to introduce you to Senior Shui Lingfeng, who is now level 94. Shui Langzhen is at the peak of level 97. Shui Lanyu is at level 94. Solin is at level 94. Mu Qingxu is at level 94. In addition, Anqi and Li Suyin are also high-level soul Douluo, and both have the opportunity to become title Douluo. BBDong stood up and introduced the high-end combat power of Tianshui sect to everyone, so that people would understand that women can also hold up the sky. Shui sect master is actually at the peak of level 97. When everyone learned that Shui Lan when they saw the true strength of Xin, they all took a breath of cold air, and even Jian Douluo felt incredible. Everyone, I think that the world's #1 sect should belong to Tianshui sect now. BBDong directly recommended Tianshui sect as the world's #1 sect in public. As for the Haoshan sect, it will perish sooner or later. As soon as BBDong said this, Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen looked very embarrassed. In the past, Haoshan sect suppressed them. Now that Haoshan sect has gone into seclusion, Tianshui sect suppresses them again. Tang Yuehua's face was also very bad, thinking, our Haoshan sect has not yet perished. Tianshui sect dares to claim to be the world's #1 sect. Your Holiness, you are too flattering us. Tianshui sect is not interested in the title of the world's #1 section. As Xiao Chen said, fame and fortune are like the clouds in the sky, they are all floating clouds and will be blown away by the wind. Since everyone is here, we have also made it clear that Tianshui sect will not participate in any disputes in the world. I hope everyone will restrain their children and not have any conflicts with our people. Shui Langzhen saw that Ning Fengzi, Yu Yuanzhen and others looked a little unhappy, so she directly expressed her attitude to everyone, letting the major sects understand that although Tianshui sect does not like fighting, it is not easy to mess with. Master Shui is right. I also hate fighting and killing. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for Tianshui sect will bear the consequences. BBDong also expressed her attitude to the major sects and stood up for Tianshui sect. BBDong's attitude immediately shocked the people of the major sects. If this woman formed an alliance with Tianshui sect, it would be terrible. The resources of the entire continent are so limited. If the two superpowers form an alliance, where will other forces have room to survive? Your Holiness, aren't you afraid that the Tianshui sect will threaten the status of the Spirit Hall in the future? At this time, several middle-aged men were instructed to ask BBDong questions, deliberately sowing discord, and it would be best if the Tianshui sect and the Spirit Hall were at odds. As a female Douluo, I appreciate the female Douluos of the Tianshui sect. This is called friendship between women. The stronger the Tianshui sect becomes, the more it means that the sect master Shui Langzhen is more capable than me. As a woman, I am also happy for her. This is the pride of us women, and there is no conflict with surpassing the Spirit Hall. BBDong knew what these people meant, so she just talked nonsense in a serious manner. As for whether everyone believed it or not, she didn't care. Guiju Douluo and the cardinals almost laughed to their hearts, thinking, Your Holiness, do you think everyone is a fool? What is this woman going to do? At this moment, people from all the major sects had something to say in their hearts, but they didn't know whether to say it or not. For BBDong's open friendship with Tianshui sect, all the major forces could do nothing about it. After the banquet, people from all the major forces left Tianshui sect with their own thoughts. BBDong asked Dija Douluo to take people back to Wuhan city first, while she stayed and prepared to go to Binghuo Lianjianai with Shui Langzhen and others to train their bodies and master the power of ice and fire elements. Prince Xueqing, played by Qian Renxue, came to a pavilion before leaving Tianshui sect, found Yaoyang Chen, and told him that the Tiandu royal family wanted to marry some female members of the Tianshui team. Your Highness, who is the marriage partner? It won't be you, right? Yaoyang Chen pretended to tease, and then asked Shui Binger and her sisters to call Xiaowu and her group of beauties. Brother Yat, of course there is me, and my useless brother. Xuking, he said calmly, but he was laughing in his heart. Your Highness, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. At this moment, Shui Bing'er came to the pavilion with a group of sisters. Your Highness, we have no interest in any royal marriage. Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Chu Ruo Shui, Gu Qingbo, Shen Liu, Dogayan, Zhu Xuking, Ye Lingling came to the pavilion and directly rejected the marriage of the Tiandu royal family. Everyone is a proud daughter of heaven, and in the future they will become gods with a little guy, so how can they look down on any royal marriage? Your Highness, look, none of my senior sisters are willing, so you, the Tiandu prince, can only continue to be a single dog. Without a woman in your heart, you will naturally become a god when you draw your sword. Yaoyang Chen spread his hands and teased the Prince Xuking he. This little guy actually dared to say that my sister is a single dog. Next time, I must bring him to the secret room and let him learn a lesson. Qian Renxue almost couldn't help laughing when she heard the little guy say that he was a single dog. Well, if you don't want to, the royal family can't force you, so we'll leave first. Qian Renxue's character Xuking he could only leave Tianshui sect with a disappointed look on his face. After the emergence of Tianshui sect and Tenglong Pavilion, the future situation of the continent is unpredictable. Although Shui Langzhen expressed the attitude of Tianshui sect to the world, everyone knew that it was just a polite remark. However, Yaoyang Chen, Shui Langzhen and others don't care what the world thinks. As long as others dare to cause trouble, they will just fight. Rakshasa God has found a new successor, that Tang San. One day, Yaoyang Chen was practicing on the balcony on the top floor of Tenglong Pavilion, and suddenly the voice of the goddess of life sounded in his mind. Yaoyang Chen was stunned. As expected, Rakshasa God had found Tang San. It was perfect. Goddess sister, can you find out where Tang San is now? Yaoyang Chen asked the goddess of life to check on Tang San. If he was causing trouble in the human world, then we must act now. We can't let that guy kill innocent people everywhere. Tang San is in the slaughter city, but his divine test is a little special. He practices with those fallen people every day. His teacher Yu Xiaogang and that fat guy are also together. I don't know if Luosha God did it on purpose. Or did he do it on purpose? Puchi. The goddess of life used her authority to check Tang San's situation, and then she couldn't help laughing while talking. Goddess sister, Tang San has changed so much? Ha ha ha. Yaoyang Chen was so surprised to hear the goddess of life talking about Tang San and his group becoming like that. Tang San is now completely fallen. In addition to his extreme hatred for you and the spirit hall, he also has extreme hatred for the Haoshan sect. You should be careful in the future. The goddess of life told Yaoyang Chen the information she had found out about Tang San through her divine thoughts. Rakshasa God actually gave Tang San such a weird test. Goddess sister, Rakshasa God just wants to find someone to replace her position, so that she can leave the god realm. She has a conflict with Shura God. The reason why she asked Tang San to go to the slaughter city to take the weird test is to deliberately disgust Shura God. After hearing the goddess of life say that Tang San had received the weird test, Yaoyang Chen immediately knew the prank of Rakshasa God. It is indeed as you said, Rakshasa God's character is like this. The inheritor of Shura God in the slaughter city was disturbed by her and could not pass the Shura 9 tests. The goddess of life also knows something about Rakshasa God. That guy just likes to make trouble and is not a quiet master. Chapter 229 The Unlucky King of Slaughter. After Yaoyang Chen learned that Rakshasa God gave Tang San a weird test, he suddenly felt that the character of the woman of Rakshasa God was similar to that of Queen Morgana in the super god world. They are both demon queens. The idiots in Haoshan sect are really weird. They actually forced the genius of the sect to become their enemy. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. However, Tang San is now in the slaughter city and may also participate in the hell slaughter field. If that guy is lucky enough to pass the hell road and obtain the killing god domain, thus attracting the attention of the Shura god, something unexpected may happen. In order to prevent accidents, Yaoyang Chen decided to let BBDong solve the King of Slaughter in advance, get the Shura sword, and completely cut off Tang San's biggest cheat. As for whether BBDong can get the Shura god test, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Shura sword can't fall into Tang San's hands. So Yaoyang Chen took advantage of BBDong still in Tianshui sect and immediately asked Yaoyang to call BBDong and Shui Langzhen to his residence. Xiao Chen, is there something important? BBDong and Shui Langzhen came to Yaoyang Chen's residence and asked curiously. The goddess of life sent a message that Tang San has now become the most evil person, so it is natural for the Rakshasa God to find Tang San and give him the Rakshasa God 9 tests. Tang San is now full of extreme resentment towards this world, including the Haoshan sect. Yaoyang Chen slowly told the two women about Tang San's changes. Puff. The Haoshan sect has shot itself in the foot. BBDong felt extremely refreshed after hearing this. No wonder Tang Yuehua was so worried before. It turns out that the Haoshan sect created the biggest enemy for itself. Now they have killed themselves. Shui Langzhen can foresee that when Tang San kills the Haoshan sect in the future, the scene will be absolutely shocking. Isn't Tang San a member of the Haoshan sect? Why does he hate the Haoshan sect so much? Yaoyang couldn't figure it out. Did the Haoshan sect kill Tang Hao? And thus arouse Tang San's hatred? Except Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua, who else in Haoshan sect doesn't hate Tang Hao? Some people even hate Tang Hao more than the spirit hall. Tang Hao is a sect slave. He is willing to die for the sect. Tang San must be crazy when he sees those people from Haoshan sect torturing his father. Yaoyang Chen knew that Tang San had no feelings for Haoshan sect at all. Coupled with the series of psychological blows in the Soul Master competition, it was normal for that guy to turn evil. Hehe. Xiao Chen, it seems that your plan has succeeded. BBDong was in a good mood. This little guy used Tang San to divert the attention of the Rakshasa god, so he would not be targeted by the evil god anymore. Xiao Chen, Tang San has passed the Rakshasa god test, so we have to act too. Yaoyang reminded. Auntie Lan, let's do this. You go to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to train your body first. After your body is immune to ice and fire, we will go to kill the king of slaughter and complete the last soul ring for Godmother's second martial soul. Yaoyang Chen told the three women about his plan. Okay. Let's act immediately. Shui Langzhen immediately walked out of Tenglong Pavilion and rushed to the mountain gate of Tianshui sect. After a while, she called Shui Langzhen and Solin. Xiao Chen, come with us, and then we can go directly to the northeast. The slaughter city is there. BBDong felt that with this little guy around, everything she did could be guaranteed to be foolproof. Okay. Then we have to act quickly. Yaoyang Chen told Dugubo, Shui Binger and others to manage the business of Duobao Tower, and then took some outdoor survival supplies and set off with the women to Sunset Forest. A few days later, Yaoyang Chen and his party arrived at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. This place is really amazing. These two extreme elemental powers, even if we are now titled Douluo, we can't get close. BBDong, Shui Langzhen's sister Lan, Solin and other girls came here for the first time and were immediately attracted by the magical phenomenon of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Aunt Lan, after you take the yin-yang pill of ice and fire, Sister Lan will take you to the filter of sisters. She will teach you how to absorb the two elemental powers. Shua Shua. After Yaoyang Chen picked some top-quality herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire valley, he arranged for Yaoyang to stay, and then flew out of the valley and guarded the periphery. Why did this little guy run away? Solin was a little confused. Solin, when you go into the water later, your clothes will be instantly destroyed by the two forces of ice and fire. Xiao Chen will of course have to leave. I suggest you all take off your clothes. Yaoyang explained the power of the ice and fire spring water to the girls so that they could be mentally prepared. Sisters Shui Langzhen smiled at each other and thought, the little guy has grown up now and knows how to avoid being alone. Then let's take off our clothes now, lest they get damaged, which would be a pity. BBDong was the first to remove her equipment. Anyway, they were all women, so it didn't matter. Pope, you have a great figure. Shui Langzhen and her two sisters looked at BBDong's proud figure and couldn't help but praise her. My dear sisters, we are all about the same. BBDong was very happy to be praised by Shui Langzhen and her friends. Pope, let's compare. Shui Langzhen and her two sisters came over with a smile and showed off their figures to BBDong. The picture was very beautiful. A group of women in their teens were like a few young girls at the moment, having a lot of fun. Okay. Stop showing off, take the ice and fire yin and yang pills quickly, and do your business. Yaoyang had already changed into a bikini and reminded the women to hurry up. Okay. Kaylin is anxious. BBDong said with a smile. Ah. Xiao Chen said before that it was painful to take the ice and fire yin yang pill, but I didn't expect it to be so painful. It's worthy of being called the ice and fire yin yang. After the girls took the ice and fire yin yang pill, their bodies instantly turned half red and half frozen. The feeling of ice and fire made them scream. Really? You can't even bear this little pain? Xiao Chen didn't even scream when he took the ice and fire yin yang pill. Shua Shua. Yaoyang shook her head helplessly, then released the blue silver emperor martial spirit, directly entangled BBDong, Shui Langzhen sisters, Solin and others, and led everyone to jump into the ice and fire yin yang eye. Ah. I feel like I'm going to die. Sister, when I gave birth to you I didn't feel this much pain. I really don't know how Xiao Chen survived. As soon as the girls got into the water, they were tortured to death by the two extreme forces in the spring water, and their screams like slaughtering pigs echoed throughout the valley. Don't scream, relax your body and mind, and quickly practice the Hunyuan Ju to polish your body with the help of the two forces in the spring water. Yaoyang immediately reminded the girls to practice as soon as possible. Buzz. At this moment, BBDong, Shui Langzhen, Shui Lanyu, Solin and other girls turned into obedient students in front of Yaoyang, practicing their skills and starting to practice with the power of ice and fire elements. I thought the titled Douluo could hold back from screaming. It seems I overestimated them. Outside the valley, Yaoyang Chen heard the pig-like screams of several women, shook his head helplessly, and then flew out of the poisonous fog circle directly, ready to kill a few pheasants for dinner and find some herbs by the way. In the evening, Yaoyang Chen received a message from Yaoyang, and then carried a few roasted pheasants down to the valley of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. How are you doing today? I heard your screams from hundreds of meters away, and they were screaming miserably. Yaoyang Chen distributed the roasted pheasants to everyone, and couldn't help laughing when he saw BBDong and the others looking hopeless. That's right. You are still titled Douluo. You can't compare to Xiao Chen. Yaoyang also teased beside him. You're still laughing. Don't you know how painful our life is today? Eat your chicken leg. You don't feel sorry for us at all. Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu grabbed Yaoyang Chen's ears, then tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into the little guy's mouth. Xiao Chen, how long will it take us to master the power of ice and fire? The girls asked while eating roasted pheasant meat. To be honest, it was quite painful to endure the impact of two extreme elemental forces in the water every day. It was probably the same for you. But don't worry, the pain will gradually decrease. When you go into the water tomorrow, you will definitely feel more comfortable than today. Yaoyang Chen told the girls not to worry, the pain was temporary. Don't worry, even Binger and the others can bear it, so we can do it too. After eating roasted pheasant meat, the girls started to set up tents. After all, they had to camp here for 10 days. Buzz. Yaoyang Chen took out the alchemy cauldron, came to the blazing yang chuan, and began to refine the elixir. 10 days later, BBDong and Shui Langzhen finally mastered the power of ice and fire elements. Finally reached level 98. With the improvement of physical fitness, Shui Langzhen's soul power directly broke through from the peak of level 97 to level 98, making BBDong, Shui Lanyu, and others envious. Auntie Yu, Lan Langzhen, please help me. Sister, Teacher Solin, you guys go back to the sect. Don't go to the slaughter city. Yaoyang Chen asked the three girls to return to Tianshui city. It was enough to have BBDong and Shui Langzhen, two level 98 strong men, together. Xiao Chen, tell us honestly, who is the king of slaughter? The girls asked curiously. In fact, the king of slaughter is Tang Chen, one of the three peerless Douluo. He entered the slaughter city and passed the first 8 tests of the Shura god. When he was taking the last test, he was disturbed by the Rakshasa god, and a 100,000-year-old bat occupied his consciousness and body. Now Tang Chen's consciousness is completely controlled by the 100,000-year-old soul beast, and even his body has been almost corroded by the 100,000-year-old dark gold blood red bat. Yaoyang Chen told the girls about the identity of the king of slaughter. Anyway, there was nothing to hide. The king of slaughter is actually Senior Tang Chen? It's incredible. When the girls heard the news, they were all shocked. I should have thought of it earlier. The king of slaughter is not a human. BBDong recalled the appearance of the king of slaughter, who looked like a ghost, with red horns on his head and shoulders, and a pair of red bones like wings on his back. It was indeed strange. Xiao Chen, the opponent is level 99, how can you beat him? Yaoyang, Shui Lanyu and Solin were very worried about Yaoyang Chen's safety. After all, the little guy is only a soul emperor now. Don't worry. I still have the artifact given by the goddess of life. It's no problem to kill a demigod quietly. Yaoyang Chen has already figured out how to kill the old bat. The opponent can't withstand the attack of the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. Cai Lan, you go back first, we are here. Nothing will go wrong. BBDong and Shui Langzhen are both level 98 now. They can fight against a level 99 warrior together without being powerless. Well then. Be careful. Yaoyang and the other two knew that they couldn't help if they went, so they returned to Tianshui city directly. After leaving the Sunset Forest, BBDong led Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen to the northeast of the Tiandu Empire. Along the way, BBDong also described the real function of the slaughter city to the two. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is a prison. The heinous soul masters and villains captured by the Wuhan Hall law enforcement group on the mainland will be imprisoned in the slaughter city, and they often provide food to the slaughter city on a regular basis. A few days later, BBDong brought the two to a desolate town. The people here were all dressed in black, with gloomy faces and a hint of hostility. They were not good people at first glance. He 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 he. A handsome boy and two super beauties. When they saw Yaoyang Chen and the two women, those people showed evil smiles on their faces. Xiao Chen, do you want a cup of Huang Chuan Du? BBDong ignored those degenerates and took the two to a tavern to test Yaoyang Chen's courage. No, I don't drink that Huang Chuan Du. Yaoyang Chen stopped BBDong. Xiao Chen, what is Huang Chuan Du? Shui Langzhen asked curiously. Poisonous human blood. Yaoyang Chen said lightly. Ah. This. Shui Langzhen was stunned. Okay. I'm just kidding you. I'm here. You don't have to drink that stuff. BBDong smiled and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head, thinking, this little guy knows a lot. He he he. You don't dare to drink Huang Chuan Du when you come here. Go back to where you came from. Some other black-clothed people in the tavern laughed arrogantly. What are you laughing at? BBDong glared at those people, and pressed them down on the table with powerful soul power. Waiter, open the entrance to the city of slaughter. BBDong didn't want the little guy Huang Chuan to expose such disgusting things, so she ordered the waiter to open the entrance. No, if you want to enter the city of slaughter, you must abide by the rules. The waiter refused. Rules? I tell you, my rules are the rules. Shua Shua. BBDong directly released the killing god domain, and the cold murderous aura scared the people in the tavern to pee, and they all fell to the ground. I don't want to do it. After all, it's not easy for you to guard here. BBDong retracted the killing god domain, and then looked at the waiter coldly. Yes, Lord Killing God. The waiter immediately opened the entrance to the slaughter city respectfully. At this moment, he had something to say in his heart. He didn't know whether to say it or not. He was obviously a killing god, but he pretended to be an ordinary person. Is it interesting? Let's go down. BBDong held Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen with both hands, and then jumped into the dark cave. After descending about 20 meters, the three finally landed, and a parallel passage appeared in front of them. Follow me. BBDong led the two people and walked into the passage. After walking about 100 meters, the front suddenly opened up, and a world of red and purple intertwined came into view. Goddess sister, I am now entering the slaughter city. This is the trial place of the Shura god inheritance. Please help me keep an eye on it. Yaoyang Chen used his soul to awaken the goddess of life in the sea of souls to add an insurance for himself. Oh. What are you doing in the slaughter city? The goddess of life was awakened by Yaoyang Chen and asked curiously. Kill the king of slaughter and help Pope BBDong get the Shura sword. Doesn't the old bachelor Shura want to leave the god realm? Then I will let BBDong inherit his throne. Yaoyang Chen told the goddess of life his idea. God. Well, this is a good idea. I'll ask Xiao Ziyai to say hello to Shura, the old bachelor. The goddess of life felt very funny when she heard Yaoyang Chen directly call Shura the old bachelor. Thank you, goddess sister. With the protection of the goddess of life, Yaoyang Chen can be as wild as he wants. You're welcome. The goddess of life likes her inheritor very much. This little guy calls her goddess sister all the time, which is so sweet. Even her husband is a handsome guy in the little guy's mouth, and Shura and Poseidon are two old bachelors in the little guy's mouth. It's so funny. You broke the rules. The arrival of Yaoyang Chen and the other two naturally attracted the attention of the horror knight, so a soul Douluo rushed over with a team of people and stopped Yaoyang Chen and his group. Oh. So what? BBDong released the killing god domain and pressed towards the other party. Are you the lord of killing from the spirit hall? BBDong and Tang Hao are both killing gods who have passed through the hell road in the past 2 or 3 decades. The terror knights are very afraid of these two people. Yes. BBDong nodded. I wonder what the killing god has come to do. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded, and then a beautiful woman in a black short skirt appeared in front of Yaoyang Chen and the other two, waving her hand to let the terror knights retreat. Yaoyang Chen looked at the messenger of the king of killing. She was very beautiful, with a gothic dark makeup on her face, and even her lips were black. She was really unique. And her cultivation seemed to be a titled Douluo, not simple. Take us to see the king of killing. BBDong said coldly. Who is this? The messenger walked to Yaoyang Chen and was immediately attracted by the handsomeness of this guy. He thought, is such a handsome guy going to pass through the hell road? If he dies, it will be a pity. His scent is more fragrant than the yellow spring dew. I can't let the old pervert king of killing take notice of him. I have to bring this little guy to me. Stay away from him. Shui Langzhen and BBDong saw the hungry look in the eyes of the black-veiled woman when she looked at Yaoyang Chen, so they immediately protected the little guy behind them to prevent this coquettish bitch from having wild thoughts. Puff. Okay. Please follow me, all three. The messenger couldn't help but laugh at the two women's protective look, and then walked towards the distant capital with their long and beautiful legs. He. There's a newcomer. They are all top-notch, especially that handsome boy, who is the best of the best. Yaoyang Chen and the other two followed the black-veiled woman to the inner city of the killing city, and were all targeted by other fallen ones. However, when they saw the killing messenger, the fallen ones immediately ran away in fear. He. At this moment, a series of crazy voices came from a corner in front, attracting Yaoyang Chen's attention. Oh my god! This is too. Yaoyang Chen was stunned by the eye-catching scene in the distance, and the people in the picture seemed to be Fatima and one of the fallen ones. Don't look. Shui Langzhen and BBDong stretched out their jade hands to cover Yaoyang Chen's eyes, and then pulled the little guy forward. That fat guy came in half a year ago. Now he seems crazy. He often seeks out those fallen ones to practice, and he specifically seeks out male fallen ones. Oh, and there are two other men who are the same. They are even crazier than the fat guy, and one of them seems to be a eunuch. The black-veiled woman explained to Yaoyang Chen and the other two what the fallen ones did, which has now become a wonder in the city of slaughter. Ha. Yaoyang Chen couldn't help laughing when he heard the black-veiled woman say that. Puchi. I didn't expect Yu Xiaogang and Tang San to have such a hobby. BBDong and Shui Langzhen couldn't help laughing at this moment, and they all laughed violently. Chapter 230 Tang Chen, who is unlucky. Seeing Yaoyang Chen laughing so exaggeratedly, the slaughter messenger was very curious about what kind of blows those three people had experienced outside to have such a hobby. Do you know those three fallen ones? The slaughter messenger asked Yaoyang Chen. Of course we know them, and we are very familiar with them. The three of them were caught in a door outside and their brains were damaged, so they became so perverted. Now they find those fallen ones to practice, which is a good thing. It brings you a lot of fun every day. Yaoyang Chen talked nonsense seriously and perfunctorily to the killing envoy. After all, this is the content of Tang San's god test, and he can't tell others casually. Yes. Since the three of them came, they have often found those fallen ones to practice in the past 6 months. It's really unbelievable. The killing envoy smiled and was speechless about what the handsome boy said. What brain was caught in a door? This is obviously a lie, but it's not easy to ask anything. Respected god of killing, please wait here. I will go and inform the king of killing. When they arrived at the center of the inner city, the killing envoy said something to BBDong, and then walked towards a palace in the distance. After all, the king of killing now has a special hobby and often calls Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to the palace. He has not favored her for half a year. Now she is not dare to disturb them at will. As soon as the killing messenger left, the fallen ones began to stir, and when they looked at Yaoyang Chen and the other two, their faces showed bloodthirsty expressions. Ah! When the messenger came to the outside of the palace of the king of killing, he was immediately frightened away by the sound coming from the palace. Lord King of Killing is practicing with the two fallen ones again. He only practiced once a month before, but now it is more and more frequent. He calls the two to practice almost every day. What kind of hobby is this? The messenger complained in her heart, shook her head helplessly, and then left quickly. She didn't dare to disturb the special hobby of the King of Killing. Bang bang! At this time, a life and death melee between 10 people was taking place on the arena of the Hell Killing Field in the center of the inner city. After more than 10 minutes, there were only 2 men left on the arena, and the others fell in a pool of blood. Soon after the fallen ones died, they emitted soul power and drifted towards the groove in the center of the ring, and the blood did the same. Bang bang! The last 2 men alive, one was a 2-meter tall strong man, and the other was a short strong man. Both sides used maces to fight, and the scene was very bloody. He. Big Demon Bear, kill the wild boar. Wow! In the audience seats beside the ring, many fallen ones were excited and shouted wildly. Bang bang! With the Big Demon Bear's move, the wild boar was smashed to death. Big Demon Bear, Big Demon Bear! Seeing the Big Demon Bear's victory, countless fallen ones screamed wildly, with bloodthirsty expressions on their faces. Congratulations to Big Demon Bear for winning. This is his 21st victory. Big Demon Bear, Big Demon Bear! As the host's excited voice sounded, the audience cheered wildly. Isn't this the prison life and death fight? Yaoyang Chen looked at the hell life and death competition and felt that it was similar to the scene in the movie in his previous life. Godmother, it was not easy for you to come here for a killing god domain. Yaoyang Chen found it hard to imagine that it was not easy for BBDong, a woman, to fight her way out of the siege. Xiao Chen. At that time, I also turned hatred into motivation to grit my teeth and hold on. Now when I think about it, I don't know how I got through. To use your words before, you can't live without madness. BBDong felt that with her current mentality and the strength at that time, she could not get through the hell road at all. It's really hard for you. Shui Langzhen reached out and held BBDong's hands. While she felt sorry for this woman, she admired her very much. The past has vanished into thin air. Thank you for saving me from hell and filling my life with sunshine. When Shui Langzhen held BBDong's hand, she was very moved, so she excitedly opened her arms and hugged Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen tightly in her arms. BBDong's action attracted the attention of other fallen people, and they all showed wolf-like eyes, and gradually walked over here. Without the killing messenger, the fallen people began to grow bolder. There are new people, 2 beauties and a handsome boy. These 3 people belong to me. Don't fight with me. He. The man nicknamed the Big Demon Bear just walked out of the ring. When he saw Yaoyang Chen and the other 2, he immediately showed a bloodthirsty and greedy look, laughed, and immediately walked towards the 3 people. Don't make a move, let me try. Yaoyang Chen asked the 2 women not to make a move, and prepared to try his own skills to see how effective they were. Buzz. Ice Palm. Yaoyang Chen mobilized the power of ice element and quickly slapped the demon bear, freezing him into a human-shaped popsicle. Frozen by the extreme ice, the blood in the demon bear's body stopped flowing immediately, making him look like a living dead. 10,000 leaves flying flowers. Shua shua bang bang. Yaoyang Chen made a gesture with both hands, turning into green leaves, and rushed towards the human-shaped popsicle, turning the opponent into ice chips in a few strokes. Sure enough, the field of the killing city only restricted the skills of the spirit rings, and could not affect the self-created skills at all, not even the spirit bone skills. What are his skills? The demon bear's strength is also at the level of the soul king, but he was killed instantly. No spirit ring, not even the martial soul appeared? Could it be a spirit bone skill? Yaoyang Chen destroyed the man of the demon bear with a crushing force, instantly dumbfounding the other fallen. How can he be so strong? Originally, everyone thought that this guy was just a handsome guy with weak strength, but he turned out to be a super tough guy. Come here. What? Are you scared? What about the Hell Warriors? In my opinion, you are just a bunch of stinky rats and garbage. Yaoyang Chen waved to the other fallen and mocked them. I can't help it. The 2 fallen waved their long swords and slashed at Yaoyang Chen. Flame palm. Whoosh. Just when the 2 men were within 3 meters, Yaoyang Chen's flame palm started again, and the raging fire wrapped the 2 men. The scorching heat directly made the 2 men start to burn, and soon they turned into a pile of ashes. Ashes. The city of slaughter only limits the skills of the spirit rings. For Xiao Chen, it is like there is no limit. Pope, it seems that we have to learn the two skills of ice and flame as soon as possible. Shui Langzhen and BBDong were very pleased to see Yaoyang Chen easily deal with these fallen ones. How come he has fire attribute skills? Ice and flame again, what kind of monster is this guy? The three fallen ones were easily killed by Yaoyang Chen, which directly made the other fallen ones give up the idea and leave quickly. The slaughter messenger, who was watching all this from a distance, almost dropped her jaw in shock. She didn't expect this handsome boy to be so powerful. I'm really sorry, Lord Slaughter King is not free now and it's inconvenient to see you three. The slaughter messenger came to Yaoyang Chen and the other two and expressed his apologies. What is the Slaughter King doing? Yaoyang Chen asked curiously. This. The messenger was embarrassed to say that the King of Slaughter was undergoing special training, and he hesitated, looking very embarrassed. Buzz. Seeing that the other party didn't want to say anything, Yaoyang Chen closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to probe into the palace in the distance, wanting to see what the King of Slaughter was doing. BBDong and Shui Langzhen saw Yaoyang Chen close his eyes, and knew that the little guy was going to use his spiritual power to spy on the King of Slaughter. The two women immediately protected the little guy in the middle to prevent the killing messenger from disturbing him. Fuck. So exciting. As soon as Yaoyang Chen's spiritual sense probed into the palace, he was immediately stunned by the scene inside. No wonder the killing messenger hesitated and was embarrassed to say anything. It turned out that the old bat was exchanging skills with Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. The King of Slaughter had such a hobby, which must be the means of the Rakshasa god. It seems that she deliberately disgusted the Shura god. Puff. Haha, Yaoyang Chen couldn't help laughing after retracting his consciousness. Xiao Chen, what is the ninth soul skill of Chrysanthemum Douluo? Yaoyang Chen asked curiously. Godmother, what is the ninth soul skill of Chrysanthemum Douluo? Yaoyang Chen pretended to ask BBDong. The chrysanthemums are withered, the ground is full of wounds, and the flowers fall and people are heartbroken. BBDong explained the ninth soul skill of Chrysanthemum Douluo. She didn't understand why the little guy asked this question. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang are practicing in the palace of the King of Slaughter at this moment. The scene must be described by the ninth soul skill of Chrysanthemum Douluo, haha. Yaoyang Chen described the scene seen by his consciousness to the two women. Oh my god. This. Haha. BBDong and Shui Langzhen laughed so hard when they heard the little guy's description that they didn't care about their image. You can see the King of Slaughter practicing with the two fallen ones? The slaughter messenger's head was buzzing at this moment. What kind of monster is this handsome boy? Beauty. Do you want to lead the entire slaughter city? Yaoyang Chen asked the messenger. Ah. What did you say? The messenger was confused. She wanted to lead the entire slaughter city even in her dreams. Beauty, in fact, the current King of Slaughter is not a human, but a 100,000-year-old blood-red 9-headed bat. We will help you get rid of the old bat and let you become the leader of the slaughter city. How about it? Are you interested? Yaoyang Chen showed his cards to the slaughter messenger. With such a big pie thrown down, the other party would definitely be tempted. The King of Slaughter is not a human? Are you serious? The messenger's head was buzzing again. The news brought by this handsome boy was too shocking. It's true. I am the inheritor of God and I know these things well. Beauty, you are so submissive in front of a 100,000-year-old bat. From now on, you are the real ruler of the slaughter city. Yaoyang Chen estimated that after BBDong got the Shura sword, she might become the real King of Slaughter, so let her appoint the slaughter messenger to manage the slaughter city, and there would be no problem. In the future, the Rakshasa power that polluted the slaughter city will be purified, and this place will become a real prison, not the chaotic state it is now. Trust him, you will live a more comfortable life than now. BBDong patted the messenger's shoulder and gave the woman a reassurance. Let's go. Let's go see the King of Slaughter. After Yaoyang Chen finished speaking, he called several women to walk towards the palace in the distance, intending to give the King of Slaughter a surprise. The messenger came to his senses and followed immediately. She was naturally happy to kill the King of Slaughter. After all, she had been living under the tyranny of the King of Slaughter for a long time, which was really a very frustrating life. Xiao Chen, do you want to take action now? BBDong understood that the little guy was going to take action directly while the old bat was having fun. Thinking of this, BBDong laughed in her heart, this little guy is so bad. But I like it. Shui Langzhen also agreed with the little guy's method. There is no need to talk about morality when dealing with a 100,000-year-old ferocious soul beast. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Facing a ferocious and evil 100,000-year-old soul beast, do you still want to fight openly? That means you are sick in the brain. Yaoyang Chen sent a message to BBDong and Shui Langzhen, asking them to get ready. He. Inside the palace, the King of Slaughter was concentrating on his training, laughing continuously. A 100,000-year-old evil soul beast, during this period, experienced different evil cultivation with two fallen people, which made it uncontrollable. It was addicted to cultivation all day long, unable to extricate itself, and even didn't bother to care about the city of Slaughter. Buzz. Yaoyang Chen's mind moved, and the Barrett sniper rifle appeared in his hand. Then he jumped onto a high platform, turned on the infrared scanner, and checked the situation in the palace. Shua. Shui Langzhen immediately jumped up and stayed beside Yaoyang Chen. Bang! Yaoyang Chen fired directly at the right leg of the King of Slaughter, and the armor-piercing explosive bullet shot in from the gap of the window and hit the opponent. Bang! Ah! When the armor-piercing explosive bullet hit the King of Slaughter, it directly blew off his right leg, and instantly made his soul power drop by 10 levels. Bang! Ah! Taking advantage of his weakness, Yaoyang Chen quickly fired another shot at the opponent's left leg, which blew off the opponent's left leg again. Ah! Who is it? The King of Slaughter exploded, and the powerful soul power directly shook Tang San and Yu Xiaogang away. He. Tang San, Yaoyang Chen and BBDong are here, leave quickly. Luosha Shennian immediately notified Tang San, otherwise the kid might die. Teacher, let's go. Tang San immediately grabbed Yu Xiaogang and fled from a door behind the palace, not even bothering to put on clothes, for fear that Yaoyang Chen would attack him. Now he understood that the person who broke his father's hands and feet was Yaoyang Chen, who used a magical weapon. Buzz. BBDong quickly released the first martial soul and 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red 9 soul rings, and then killed in. The killing messenger also rushed in. This was the best opportunity to kill the King of Slaughter. 9th soul skill, Abyss Tearing Slash. BBDong rushed into the palace and used her ultimate move directly on the King of Slaughter. Damn it, Rakshasa. The King of Slaughter had his legs broken by Yaoyang Chen's sniper rifle, and his strength dropped by 20 levels. He couldn't resist BBDong's powerful attack at all, and now he has become meat on the chopping board. King of Slaughter, no. You should be called Blood Red 9-headed bat. Today, I will take your life. 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. BBDong didn't wait for the other party to reply, and immediately launched the 6th soul skill again, slashing at the other party. Hiss. The Blood Red 9-headed bat let out a final scream and then died. Tang Chen's consciousness also recovered, but only his last breath was left. Did you kill the Blood Red 9-headed bat? Tang Chen asked weakly. Senior Tang Chen, you have been parasitized by the Blood Red 9-headed bat for decades. You have suffered a lot and it is time to be free. Yaoyang Chen rushed into the palace at this time, looked at the dying old man on the ground, and directly revealed his identity. Young man, you actually know my name. Tang Chen was stunned. Tang Chen, one of the 3 peerless Douluo, was once the leader of Haoshan sect. He created the chaotic cloak hammer method, the Haoshan 9 absolute skills, and the Great Void Hammer, a ring blasting skill that hurts 1,000 enemies and destroys 800 of himself, making Haoshan sect the #1 sect in the world. You are the most powerful leader in the history of Haoshan sect. When you and Qian Renxue stepped on the sea god island, you were attracted by the beauty of Poseidon Douluo Poseidon. You both fell in love with Poseidon at the same time. This is called love at first sight. In fact, you just covet her body. But it is normal for heroes to love beautiful women. It's a pity that the other party is the high priest of Sea God Island. He needs to protect the Sea God Temple and cannot leave Sea God Island for life. Qian Renxue, who is also the high priest of the Angel Temple, cannot be with Poseidon. Only you have a chance. I made a promise to Senior Poseidon that I would go find her after I became a god. When you broke into the City of Slaughter, you accidentally passed the Shura God test, but at the last moment, you were tricked by the Rakshasa god, who parasitized you with a 100,000-year-old blood red 9-headed bat, turning you into a killing king who was neither human nor ghost, and you would never pass the Shura God test. Senior Tang Chen, your life is also a legend, but you are unlucky and were tricked by the Rakshasa god. Becoming a god is like a flower in the water or a moon in the mirror. It is something you can only encounter but not seek. The world is impermanent, the past is like smoke, and when you wake up from a dream, everything will disappear. Senior, you should rest in peace. Yaoyang Chen slowly told Tang Chen's life story, in order to prevent the other party from using the Shura sword to sneak attack in the end. Young man, how do you know my life story? Tang Chen was frightened by Yaoyang Chen's words, and felt that this young man was like a god. The killing messenger was petrified. He didn't expect that the king of killing was Tang Chen, one of the 3 peerless Douluo. I am also the inheritor of God. The god behind me told me a lot about Douluo Star, including your affairs. Yaoyang Chen was talking nonsense seriously. As for whether to believe it or not, that was other people's business. Young man, you are right. I am unlucky. Becoming a god is like a flower in the water or a moon in the mirror for me. You killed this 100,000-year-old blood red 9-headed bat, which can be regarded as a relief for me. I don't blame you. My little hammer is the Haoshan order. Please send it to the Haoshan sect. This is my last request before I die. Tang Chen sighed, then took out a golden little hammer with difficulty and asked Yaoyang Chen. Don't worry, senior. We will help you hand it over to the Haoshan sect. BBDong said to Tang Chen, so that the other party would not die with regrets. Thank you. After Tang Chen finished speaking, he died. Buzz. At this moment, Tang Chen, the red light on his body condensed into a blood red soul ring, and then a blood red long sword floated out. Shua Shua. Yaoyang Chen dodged and grabbed the Shura demon sword directly, put it into the game backpack, and blocked the Shura god's induction first. After BBDong received Tang Chen's golden hammer and 7 soul bones, she began to summon her second martial soul and began to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 231 BBDong obtains the Shura God test. The killing envoy was stunned when she saw the 6 black and 2 red soul rings flashing from BBDong's second martial soul. After the king of killing died, he dropped several soul bones, which made the killing envoy very jealous, especially the 100,000-year soul bone of the blood-red 9-headed bat, which made her eyes almost pop out. At this moment, BBDong was concentrating on absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. The slaughter messenger had an impulse to launch a sneak attack, but when she saw Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen standing by, she immediately gave up the idea. At the same time, in the Azura temple of the god realm, Azura god, who was drinking with the sea god, suddenly could not sense his Azura magic sword. Bang! The wine glass in Azura god's hand fell directly to the ground, which immediately stunned the sea god who was drinking. Brother Azura, what's wrong? The sea god asked curiously. My Azura magic sword disappeared. A strong murderous aura burst out from Azura god. Someone actually dared to snatch his artifact. It was really bold. Hey! Brother, calm down, drink a glass of wine to calm down. The sea god smiled and poured a glass of wine for Azura god. My heart of the sea god was also hidden by that little guy, so there's no need to make a fuss. The sea god comforted the Shura god and told him not to be surprised, but he felt very funny when he saw this old friend being defeated. The inheritor of the goddess of life is really lawless. When the Shura god heard what the sea god said, he knew that it was the evil boy Yaoyang Chen who did it, and he was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Shura, are you drinking? Hey! The sea god is here too. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, and then the god of destruction came to the residence of the Shura god. Destruction, the inheritor of the goddess of life, is too bold. He actually hid my Shura demon sword now. Shura looked at the god of destruction angrily, wanting to fight with him. It's just a kid playing around, why bother? I'll let Zingluo tell the little guy through divine thoughts. Your previous successor failed, which proves that he is not good enough. Now there is a soul master who has also passed the Hell Road test, and he has twin martial souls. His qualifications are much better than the ones you chose before, and he is very suitable for your position. What do you think? Consider it. The King of Destruction directly stated his intention and advised Shura God to pass the position to BBDong. The woman in the spirit hall? Isn't she the successor found by that bitch of Rakshasa God? Besides, her martial soul is of dark attribute, which is not suitable for my position. Shura said arrogantly. The Rakshasa divine consciousness on the woman has been dispelled by the little guy, and even the martial soul has been evolved by the little guy. Now there is no dark attribute, and Zingluo sent a message that the woman has long become normal, like a different person. Ashura, if you can't even look down on such a genius, it proves that you are blind. The god of destruction told the god of Shura about BBDong's changes and let the old bachelor figure it out for himself. Are you serious? After hearing what the god of destruction said, the god of Shura's eyes suddenly lit up. After that, you can see it yourself through the divine consciousness, won't you know? The king of destruction spread his hands and thought, old bachelor, don't be too surprised later. He said no, but he was anxious in his heart. Brother Shura, this is absolutely true. It's not easy to meet a good inheritor. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop anymore. The god of the sea also persuaded him at the side at this time, asking this good friend not to be too stubborn. Okay. Destruction, you ask life to inform that boy and ask him to take out the Shura demon sword. I will let the Shura demon sword recognize that woman. Seeing that the king of destruction said so, Shura god had no choice but to agree. Besides, there was no suitable person now. Destruction, in fact, the boy that you two like has a sword martial spirit, which is very suitable for my position as a god. Shura god learned from the sea god that Yaoyang Chen, that evildoer, was very rebellious, and he wanted to pass the position of god to that boy. Shura, don't do it, or I will be angry with you. With such a talented person as your successor, what else do you want? Yaoyang Chen is the successor that destruction in life like, how can Shura, an old bachelor, get involved? The little guy also called himself a handsome guy and called Zingluo a goddess sister. Just for this handsome guy, he had to protect him. Zingluo said that the little guy has now comprehended the power of the 3 elements of water, fire, and wind, including Zingluo's life force, and has created a lot of skills. With such talent, his future achievements will definitely surpass his own. Thinking of this, the god of destruction will not allow others to interfere. Destruction, I won't argue with you. So you in life are so optimistic about that kid? There's nothing special about him except that he has a bit of talent. Said Shura god in a sarcastic tone, feeling a little sour in his heart. Shura, the little guy once told me that the greatest heroes serve the country and the people. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He wants to lead the whole world to become a better place. When he said this, he was not even 12 years old. Who of you can have such a big ideal when you are 12 years old? The king of destruction looked at Shura and the god of the sea, thinking, the pattern of you two old bachelors is not even comparable to that of a child. You have lived for so many years, and you are simply living like a dog. Destruction, even a child's bragging, you believe it. Shura curled his lips, feeling that destruction and life were fooled by that kid. Shura, it is because he is a child that his words are reliable. Don't you know what it means to be innocent? Children will not lie, unlike us gods who have lived for countless thousands of years, who know how to cheat and lie all day long. When the god of destruction said this, he also looked at the sea god who was silent beside him. God of destruction, I have never done anything to cheat. The sea god was a little embarrassed when the god of destruction saw it, so he immediately said that he was a good person. Hee. Destruction thought to himself, the person who cheated the most is the old bachelor Yu, the sea god. God of destruction, you ask the goddess of life to tell that little guy to take out the heart of the sea god as soon as possible, so that I can pass on the throne. The sea god said to destruction with a smile. Now that the little guy has hidden the heart of the sea god, he can't sense it at all, which is really anxious. And my Shura demon sword. The god of Shura also shouted beside him. Don't worry, I will arrange it. Huo saw that the two old bachelors were anxious, and felt very happy. Then he left the Shura temple and rushed to the residence of the goddess of life. After several hours of absorption, BBDong finally successfully absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring of the blood-red 9-headed bat, and her soul power reached level 99. Now her second martial soul ring is 6 black and 3 red. Pope, congratulations. Shui Langzhen congratulated BBDong. Godmother, once the soul ring of your second martial soul is revealed, it will definitely blind the eyes of the world. Yaoyang Chen looked at BBDong's 6 black and 3 red soul rings and felt very cool. Without your help, how can I be here today? BBDong smiled, then reached out and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head, feeling very happy. Quickly take out the Shura demon sword and give it to BBDong. Xiao Ziyai has already talked to Shura. At this moment, the gentle voice of the goddess of life rang in Yaoyang Chen's mind. Okay. Goddess sister. Yaoyang Chen moved his mind, and the Shura demon sword appeared in his hand. Godmother, please take this Shura demon sword. Yaoyang Chen handed the Shura sword to BBDong. Buzz. At this moment, the Shura demon sword glowed red, and then a man wearing red armor and a blue-purple afro on his head appeared. Wow! Handsome guy, your afro hairstyle is quite cool. Yaoyang Chen knew that this was the shadow condensed by Shura's thoughts. Shui Langzhen looked at the little guy's audacity and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Young man, you. Shura didn't expect Yaoyang Chen to call him a handsome guy. He couldn't keep up with the little guy's imagination. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and no one had ever called him a handsome guy. At this moment, Shura felt like he was a teenager. Shura, this kid calls you a handsome guy and finds an excellent successor for you. Don't scare him. Before Shura finished speaking, the goddess of life immediately appeared on the little guy's forehead and advised him to quickly open the inheritance for BBDong. Goddess of life, I didn't scare him. I just wanted him to purify the Rakshasa power of the slaughter city and let it return to normal. Seeing the goddess of life appear, Shura God said nothing more, and that boy called him a handsome guy, what else could he do? Shura God, even if you don't say it, I will purify the foul air of the killing city and restore it to normal. Yaoyang Chen said calmly. That would be the best. Shura God was very surprised that the little guy could have such a pattern. No wonder he was favored by life and destruction. Your name is BBDong. Your changes surprised me. Now you are qualified to inherit my throne. I hope you don't disappoint me. This is my artifact, Shura Magic Sword. The Azura God sensed the breath of BBDong, and as destruction said, there was no trace of evil and darkness, as if she was reborn, so she decisively chose BBDong as the successor, and then turned into a red light and poured into her forehead, allowing her to control the Azura demon sword. In an instant, a red magic sword mark appeared on BBDong's forehead, and bursts of red light burst out of her body. She successfully passed the Azura God test, and the Killing God domain was upgraded to the Killing domain. The rules of the Killing City were also under control. Well, the Azura God test has been opened, and now she is the real master of the Killing City. The goddess of life looked at the red mark on BBDong's forehead and knew that the Azura God had chosen this woman. Sister goddess, the old bachelor of the Azura God urgently needs to leave the God realm. Now he has met such a good successor, he will definitely not miss it. Yaoyang Chen communicated with the goddess of life with his soul. Indeed, you should work hard. I'll go back first, and call me if you have anything. The goddess of life smiled. After smiling, the divine consciousness returned to Yaoyang Chen's soul sea and sat in the corner, becoming a statue. Godmother, congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Shura God. Seeing that BBDong finally succeeded, Yaoyang Chen finally let go of his worries. Xiao Chen, thank you for your help, so that I can get such an opportunity. BBDong also understood at this moment that this little guy had been planning the inheritance of Shura God for her from the beginning. Shui Langzhen's head was buzzing at this moment. The inheritance that BBDong got was actually Shura God. Wasn't that the murderer who killed the little guy's parents? However, as Yaoyang Chen's elder, Shui Langzhen now understood that the little guy was weak now and could not make enemies with those gods. As for other things, let's talk about it later. Godmother, you're welcome. You once obtained the domain of the God of Killing, which is a prerequisite for opening the Azura God exam. It is normal to obtain the inheritance of the Azura God now. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand indifferently. Tang Chen was dead, Tang Hao was useless, and Tang San was not qualified. He was now corrupted, and his character and personality were even worse. He was also found by the Rakshasa god. If the Asura god did not have a suitable candidate in other worlds, he could only choose BBDong now. Chapter 232 The inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake was obtained. BBDong felt the ability she had now, and then looked at the killing envoy next to her, and decided to let this woman manage the killing city for her. What's your name? BBDong asked the envoy. Reporting to Lord Killing God, my name is Mou. The envoy replied respectfully. BBDong is now the inheritor of God, and she dare not neglect it. Mou, from today on, you will lead the slaughter city for me. Everything here is under your control. You can also enter and leave the slaughter city freely in the future. BBDong stretched out her finger and tapped Mou's forehead, giving her some abilities to facilitate her management of the slaughter city. Beautiful Mou, don't drink the yellow spring dew in the future. There are toxins in it. Over time, it will make people lose their minds. This is the detoxification pill I made. You should detoxify your body as soon as possible. Yaoyang Chen explained the toxicity of the yellow spring dew to Mou, and then took out some detoxification pills from the soul guide and gave them to her. To make the other party willing to work for BBDong, you must also show some sincerity. Thank you, both adults. I will do my best to manage the slaughter city. Mou put away the detoxification pill and immediately knelt down to pay tribute to BBDong and Yaoyang Chen. These two gifts were too great for Mou. She used to be submissive and lived a very depressed life in front of the king of slaughter. Now she can finally be proud of herself. Mou, we are leaving first. Please clean up here. After BBDong finished speaking, she called Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen to leave the palace. Farewell, my lords. Mou saluted Yaoyang Chen and the other two respectfully from behind, and then sat on the throne. She was very happy. From now on, she was the real queen of the slaughter city. Yaoyang Chen walked along the way, thinking about the opportunities in the slaughter city. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a 10-headed scorching sun snake on the road to hell. Its inner elixir was a good treasure. It could not only restrain all snake soul beasts on this continent, but also be used as a soul ring for fire attribute soul masters, which was almost the same as a god-given soul ring. Such a good treasure should not be missed. Although you can't use it yourself, you can give it to others. For example, Hua Wushuan and Qian Renxue can absorb it. Godmother, let's go out from the hell road. Yaoyang Chen ordered BBDong to open the hell road. With her current ability, it was easy to open the hell road. Xiao Chen, the hell road is very dangerous. Not only are there various soul beasts attacking it, but also the extremely hot blood river is also dangerous. In addition, there is a strong murderous aura, which makes people lose their minds. BBDong didn't understand why the little guy wanted to go to the hell road, so she explained the various dangers on the hell road. I used my mental power to find out before that there is a 10-headed scorching sun snake on the hell road. It is not a soul beast, but its inner elixir is a good treasure, we can't miss it. Yaoyang Chen explained the magic of the 10-headed scorching sun snake's inner elixir to Shui Langzhen and BBDong, increasing their knowledge. Oh! There is such a magical treasure, it really can't be missed. BBDong immediately became interested when she heard that the snake's inner elixir could be used as a 100,000-year soul ring, so she took the two to the center of the inner city. He. You can actually kill the king of slaughter. You know, he is a demigod. BBDong, you actually passed the Shura god test. How is that possible? At this moment, Tang San, who was controlled by the Rakshasa god, came to Yaoyang Chen and the other two. When he saw the changes in BBDong, he was shocked. Now there is a black mark on Tang San's forehead, and even his lips have turned black. In addition, he has lived in the slaughter city for more than half a year. He practices too much with the king of slaughter every day. His skin has no blood color and looks a bit ugly. Shua. BBDong and Shui Langzhen saw that Tang San was strange, so they immediately stood in front of Yaoyang Chen and prepared to take action. No need to do it. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand to stop the two women from taking action. If Tang San was killed now, there would be no way to know who the next target of the Rakshasa god would be. Now Tang San is controlled by the Rakshasa god, otherwise Tang San himself would not have the courage to come to see him. Rakshasa god, I will give you a chance to be with you. You just want to break free from the shackles of the god realm, there is no need to commit suicide. Now that the Pope has inherited the Shura god test, you can't interfere secretly anymore, otherwise I will notify the god of destruction and directly chop off your god realm body, making you completely destroyed. Yaoyang Chen warned the Rakshasa god to prevent her from doing anything in BBDong's god test. Rakshasa god, I don't care about your previous bewitching me, how about we not interfering with each other? BBDong also expressed her attitude to the Rakshasa god at this time. He. It's better to do so. The Rakshasa god laughed evilly for a few times, and then returned to Tang San's soul sea. Ah! Yaoyang Chen. After Tang San's body came to his senses, he saw Yaoyang Chen and the other two appear in front of him, and was immediately startled, so he turned around and ran away. Tang San, wait a minute, tell you a secret. Yaoyang Chen stopped the fleeing Tang San. What secret? Tang San raised his arm slightly, ready to launch a hidden arrow to attack Yaoyang Chen. Don't try to sneak attack with the hidden arrow in your hand, you won't have a chance to do it. Yaoyang Chen looked at Tang San's little movements and knew what this guy was thinking. He. Tang San, don't be impulsive, wait until you inherit the throne of this god, then you can get back at me. Rakshas's divine thoughts also fooled Tang San in his mind not to be impulsive, otherwise this kid would kill himself. Where can he find such an evil inheritor? The king of slaughter who practiced with you every day before was actually your great-grandfather, named Tang Chen. He was parasitized by a 100,000-year-old blood-red 9-headed bat, and then he became a ghost. Tang San, you have been practicing with that 100,000-year-old bat every day during this period, your taste is too strong. Yaoyang Chen told Tang San to let him know the true identity of the king of slaughter to hit the other party's mentality. What? The king of slaughter is actually my great-grandfather? He is also parasitized by a 100,000-year soul beast. You come to kill him to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. When Tang San learned the true identity of the king of slaughter, he was stunned for a moment, and then felt a strong sense of humiliation. You are right, we are just for that 100,000-year soul ring. Yaoyang Chen laughed. He. So what? That old monster should have died long ago. Haoshan sect, what a Haoshan sect, he. At this time, Tang San showed a ferocious smile on his face, and then ran all the way with laughter. The death of the ancestor of Haoshan sect gave him a sense of pleasure of revenge. This man is crazy. BBDong and Shui Langzhen smiled at each other. The three of them walked towards the hell-killing field, ignoring Tang San, who was already crazy anyway. With the arrival of the three, the fallen ones in the hell-killing field fled immediately like mice seeing a cat. Shua. BBDong flew directly above the hell-killing field, unfolded the killing field, and then mobilized the powerful soul power to open the entrance to the hell road. Now BBDong is the real controller of the killing city. It is easy to open the entrance to the hell road, and there is no need for the fallen to sacrifice blood. Boom. At this time, the patterns on the big stone in the center of the arena lit up red light, forming a huge bat, and then the big stone directly separated to the surroundings, and a big red hole appeared. Several adults are going to take the hell road? It's really strange. Mou stood on a rooftop in the distance. Seeing Yaoyang Chen and his group going to the hell road, he was also confused. Xiao Chen, Shui Langzhen, let's go down. BBDong called the two and then jumped down first. Shua. Shui Langzhen took Yaoyang Chen's hand and jumped down. She had no idea about the unknown danger below. Boom. When the three jumped onto a huge circular step below, the big stone of the hell-killing field began to move slowly again, closing the entrance. It's all blood below. Shui Langzhen looked down and found that the bottom of the disc was full of red liquid, still steaming, and waves of murderous aura constantly invaded people's minds, but this murderous aura had little effect on the three. There was only a 30-centimeter path on the circular step, leading to the steps in the distance. Below was several hundred meters high in the air, which looked a bit dangerous. Let's go, don't look down. BBDong called the two of them, stepped onto the narrow path, and ran towards the steps in the distance. Shua. The three of them all had flying skills, so they didn't worry about anything and quickly rushed to the other side. Shua. Just at this moment, a large group of bats flew towards the three of them in the air. Each one was as big as a cat, with ferocious teeth bared and a hissing sound from its mouth, which made people's scalps numb. Extremely cold field. Shui Langzhen directly released the field and froze the surrounding air. Ice palm. Yaoyang Chen also mobilized the power of ice elements and instantly froze those bats. 10,000 leaves flying flowers. Yaoyang Chen's hands turned into thousands of green leaves and killed those ice blocks. Bang bang. In an instant, those bat ice blocks shattered one after another, and the bat corpses fell into the blood river below like dumplings. Shui Langzhen, Xiao Chen, with you here, I don't have to do anything. BBDong looked at the two people with a smile. Back then, she was after a narrow escape from death, they finally made it through the hell road, but the danger of the hell road was nothing compared to Yaoyang Chen. Let's go. BBDong happily led the two to continue walking forward. Roar. When the three came to a large disc staircase, suddenly a huge three-headed bat swooped down to kill the three. Sky-splitting cross slash. Ice sword. Purple light wing slash. Yaoyang Chen, Shui Langzhen, and BBDong simultaneously activated their soul bone skills, hitting the three heads of the big bat respectively. Bang bang bang. The three heads of the big bat exploded directly, and the corpse immediately fell into the blood river below, without even having time to scream. These bats are unique creatures of the slaughter city. Shui Langzhen asked BBDong. Yes. BBDong nodded. In her impression, the creatures of the slaughter city were almost all bats. As for the 10-headed scorching sun snake mentioned by Yaoyang Chen, she had never heard of it. After dealing with the three-headed bats, they did not encounter any big bat attacks for a long time. As for the murderous aura and heat on the road to hell, they had limited effect on the three people. Hiss. When the three people walked to the bridge built by several large pillars, a big snake with 10 heads circled up along the pillars, spit out its tongue, and stopped the three people. Is this the 10-headed fiery sun snake? It really has 10 heads. BBDong and Shui Langzhen looked at the hideous snake with great curiosity. Bang bang bang. Roar roar. At this time, Yaoyang Chen directly took out the king of chicken eating and shot at the 10 heads of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Before the 10-headed fiery sun snake had time to launch an attack, Yaoyang Chen blew up 10 heads. If the 10-headed fiery sun snake could speak, it would definitely shout, "Young man has no martial ethics and actually came to sneak attack this snake. If you have the guts, come and fight alone." Shua shua. As soon as the big snake died, the inner elixir floated out directly. Yaoyang Chen activated the external soul bone and flew over directly, grabbing the inner elixir in his hand. Xiao Chen, what kind of weapon is this? Is it given by the goddess of life again? Before BBDong and Shui Langzhen could react, the 10-headed scorching sun snake was solved by the little guy with a strange weapon. Yes, this weapon was given to me by the goddess of life for self-defense. It has been kept in the soul guide and is almost covered in dust. Yaoyang Chen followed the words of the two women and talked nonsense seriously. Anyway, they didn't know whether it was true or false. The goddess of life is really good to you. The two women smiled and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head, feeling that this little guy was like the biological son of the goddess of life. How to use this inner elixir? BBDong and Shui Langzhen looked at the fiery red beads in Yaoyang Chen's hand and asked curiously. Just eat it directly. The inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake is a supreme yang treasure. It is very good for fire-attributed soul masters and may even help evolve their martial souls. Yaoyang Chen knew that in the original plot, Fatima directly ate the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, and then his phoenix martial soul evolved into a 7-headed fire phoenix, and finally it seemed to become a 10-headed phoenix. Xiao Chen, can you give it to me? I plan to give it to Zioxu later to see how it works. When BBDong heard that it could evolve martial souls, she wanted to give this treasure to Qian Renxue. Of course, no problem. Yaoyang Chen originally planned to give it to Qian Renxue, so he took out a jade box, put the inner elixir in it, and gave it to BBDong. Xiao Chen, thank you. BBDong put away the inner elixir and continued to set off with the two of them. Chapter 233 Desperate Tang Yuehua. After killing the 10-headed scorching sun snakes, Yaoyang Chen and his two companions did not encounter any ferocious animal attacks. There were only a few sporadic blood bats, but they could not pose any threat to the three. The three continued to walk forward. After walking for several thousand meters, the road surface was getting lower and lower from the blood river, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. The red liquid in the blood river kept boiling, making gurgling sounds, which looked like magma. The smell of blood and sulfur kept wafting out, making people feel very sick. The high temperature of the Hell Road is also caused by the volcano under the blood river. Yaoyang Chen felt that the temperature of the space was at least 50 degrees, just like a sauna. If the volcano below erupted, the entire killing city would be completely destroyed. However, I always felt that the volcanoes in the Douluo world were different from the volcanoes on the Blue Star in the previous life. It seemed that there was no such energy to destroy the world, and it seemed that it would not erupt. Xiao Chen, you are right. There is underground fire under the blood river, just like the underground fire in Blazing City. Shui Langzhen has seen the underground fire in Blazing City, which has been immortal for thousands of years. Hold on a little longer, we will soon reach the exit. BBDong stopped, looked at the terrain, and then took out a silk scarf to wipe the sweat on Yaoyang Chen's forehead. In fact, I feel that this Hell Road is not that dangerous, but the bloody smell is a little unpleasant. Yaoyang Chen thought that the Hell Road was very dangerous, but after entering the Hell Road, he felt that it was just so-so. In the original plot, Tang San and Hu Lina had to survive 9 deaths before passing through the Hell Road. It can only be said that they were too weak. That's because we are strong and have the ability to fly, so it's so easy. BBDong reached out and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head. With this little guy around, everything seemed to become easy. Fortunately, I didn't let Nana come to the killing city alone before, otherwise, with her strength, she would meet if they kill the 3-headed Bat King and the 10-headed scorching sun snake, they will surely die. BBDong thought of Hu Lina's wild idea at the beginning, and now it seems ridiculous. The three of them took a rest and continued to walk forward. Gurgle. After walking for about 1,000 meters, they suddenly found that there was no road ahead. The rolling blood river had submerged the road. There was a hole a few hundred meters in the distance. A beam of light shone from the hole. The stone walls below the hole were bare and there was no foothold. It was difficult for soul masters without flying skills to go up. We have arrived at the exit. We have to fly directly up. Shua shua. Shui Langzhen, follow me. BBDong activated the 6-winged purple light wings of the external soul bone, then directly held Yaoyang Chen in her arms, flapped the 6-winged purple light wings, and flew towards the hole in the sky. This woman is really, can't Xiao Chen fly by himself? Chirp. Shui Langzhen looked at BBDong holding the little guy and flew, she smiled helplessly, then she was possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, flapped her wings and flew up to the cave. Shua shua. After the three flew out of the cave, a forest came into view. At this moment, the three of them were bathed in the warm sunshine and smelled the fresh air in the forest, and they felt refreshed. Since Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen did not participate in the Hell Killing competition, they did not obtain the Killing God domain after coming out of the Hell Road. Before, Shura God said that Xiao Chen should purify the Rakshasa power of the Killing City. What's going on? Shui Langzhen asked curiously. The killing city was originally just a prison for various criminals. There were no chaotic scenes. It was only polluted by the Rakshasa god with divine power that made the killing city a paradise of sin. The Rakshasa power is cultivated by the power of negative emotions. After the people in the killing city are disturbed by negative emotions, they become fallen. From the information given by Shura God, BBDong already understood the reason why the slaughter city became a paradise of sin. Godmother, Senior Tang Chen encountered the blood-red 9-headed bat in the last test. Now you have killed the 100,000-year-old soul beast in advance. What changes have occurred in your Shura God test? Yaoyang Chen asked BBDong about the content of the Shura God test. Xiao Chen, I have to enter the Shura secret realm of the slaughter city to participate in the challenge. In addition, I have to get familiar with the Shura God's power, completely control the Shura demon sword, and eliminate the Rakshasa God's power in the slaughter city. I need your help with this. BBDong is now level 99. It should not be a problem for the challenge arranged by Shura God, but it is a bit difficult to eliminate the Rakshasa God's power in the slaughter city. No problem, I have promised Shura God before that I will purify the Rakshasa God's power in the slaughter city. Yaoyang Chen felt that purifying the city of slaughter was probably one of his divine tests. Where there is Shura, there is Rakshasa. Moreover, Rakshasa is a god under Shura. Both divine powers are cultivated with the power of killing, but Rakshasa divine power has an additional negative emotional power. The future war will be a duel between gods. Tang San has already obtained the Rakshasa divine test. Although his divine test is a bit unorthodox, it is still a divine test. Thinking of this, Yaoyang Chen felt that Qian Renxue did not need to carry out any plan to steal the country now. It was important to let her become a god. Angel god and Rakshasa god are originally opposites. There must be a duel between them. Don't let Tang San become Rakshasa god, and the silly and innocent Qian Renxue is still carrying out that stupid undercover plan. Xiao Chen, do you think the Clear Sky Order should be returned to the Clear Sky sect? BBDong took out the golden hammer and asked Yaoyang Chen. Return it. Words said to the dead should count. Isn't Tang Yuehua in Yuexuan, Tiandu city? Just give it to her directly. Yaoyang Chen suggested that BBDong return the Haoshan order. It was useless to hold it in his hand anyway. You are right. Words said to the dead should count. You all come back to Tiandu city with me and meet Zioxia by the way. BBDong disguised herself, called Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen, and rushed towards Tiandu city. At the same time, in a corner of the slaughter city, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Ma Hongjun gathered together to discuss some things. When Yaoyang Chen came to the slaughter city, the three were scared and thought that the monster would kill them. Fortunately, they left. Now that they knew that Yaoyang Chen and his party had left the slaughter city through the information from the Rakshasa god, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rakshasa god, are you afraid of the god behind Yaoyang Chen? Tang San himself was afraid of Yaoyang Chen, and he felt that the Rakshasa god was also afraid, which made him feel very aggrieved. What a joke, I am a dignified Rakshasa god, how could I be afraid? Rakshasa god arrogantly retorted, although he was indeed afraid of the goddess of life and the god of destruction, he couldn't let Tang San know. He. Tang San, there is something I have to tell you, now BBDong killed the king of slaughter and became the real controller of the slaughter city, and she also got the Shura god test, and now there is another big enemy, hurry up and continue the god test. Rakshasa god told Tang San that BBDong had received the Shura god test, so that he could be mentally prepared. BBDong actually got the Ashura god test? Tang San screamed, and there was something in his mind, he didn't know whether to say it or not, his enemies all got the god test, how could he take revenge in the future? Xiao San, what's going on? How did BBDong get the inheritance of God? Yu Xiaogang was stunned when he heard Tang San's scream, BBDong got the inheritance of God, how could he take revenge in the future? Third brother, is Ashura god powerful? Ma Hongjun asked curiously. Rakshasa god, who is more powerful between you and Ashura god? Tang San also asked Rakshasa god. Of course this god is more powerful. Tang San, why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and pass the first god test. Next time I will open the Rakshasa secret realm, and you can enter it to practice and make you stronger, he. Rakshasa god was a little embarrassed, and could only talk nonsense seriously to deceive Tang San and others to continue the weird god test. Practice every day. I often go to the king of slaughter in the past few months. I feel that the back is about to leak. Fortunately, he has been killed by Yaoyang Chen and others. Otherwise, I don't trademark to know how long the pain will last. When Ma Hongjun thought of being dominated by the perverted king of slaughter, he felt his legs weak. It was like a chrysanthemum withered, wounded all over the ground, and the flowers fell and people were heartbroken. During this period of devilish practice, he lost dozens of pounds. Xiao San, you said before that the king of slaughter was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. What's going on? Yu Xiaogang recalled the days when he was dominated by the king of slaughter, and he was miserable. Yaoyang Chen told me that the king of slaughter is Tang Chen, one of the three peerless Douluo. The one who captured us before was actually a 100,000-year-old blood-red 9-headed bat, which parasitized Tang Chen. Tang San didn't want to say it, but he was dominated by the Rakshasa divine mind and told the truth. Damn it. Now that he thought of how the king of slaughter Tang Chen treated him so cruelly, Tang San's hatred for the Haoshan sect became even stronger. He roared in his heart, the elders of the Haoshan sect killed my father, and that perverted great-grandfather came to hurt me again, you all have a way to die. What? The king of slaughter is actually Tang Chen, one of the 3 legendary peerless Douluo, no wonder the aura is so terrifying. Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun were so shocked that they couldn't help but tremble every time the king of slaughter asked them to leave. He. Yu Xiaogang was very excited at the moment, and laughed evilly. He could brag about being able to practice with an extreme Douluo for the rest of his life. Moreover, this extreme Douluo was the grandfather of his idol Tang Dachui, which made him feel even more honored. Xiao San, Hongjun, let's complete the test sent by the Rakshasa god first. Yu Xiaogang took the hands of the 2 and walked towards the residence of the 3 people, continuing the content of the god test. In order to become stronger, he could endure any pain. Okay, teacher. Tang San didn't know why the Rakshasa god would give the 3 of them such a strange test, but after experiencing the test for more than half a year, he was used to it, so he started to practice with Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun and completed the first test. After a few days of travel, Yaoyang Chen and the other 2 finally arrived in Tiandu city. Because the 3 of them were disguised, they did not attract people's attention. After staying in a rose hotel in Tiandu city, BBDong called a carriage and headed directly towards Yuexuan. At this moment, BBDong set out alone, without Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen, otherwise Tang Yuehua would be scared to death if she saw the 3 of them together. After arriving at Yuexuan, BBDong looked at the elegant 5-story building in front of him, and sighed that Tang Yuehua, this woman, still had some tricks. Tang Yuehua, come out. BBDong did not walk into Yuexuan directly, but locked Tang Yuehua with her mental power, and then used her soul power to force the sound into a line and pass it to the other party. Who? Tang Yuehua, who was resting in the room on the top floor, was stunned when she heard a woman calling her. I, BBDong, was asked by someone to find you for something. BBDong directly reported her identity. BBDong came to see me. Tang Yuehua was shocked when she heard BBDong was looking for her, so she immediately put on her dress and ran downstairs in a hurry. Tap tap tap. When Tang Yuehua came downstairs, she saw a masked beauty standing quietly more than 10 meters in front of Yuexuan's door. Many young nobles passing by were attracted by BBDong's beautiful figure and temperament, and stopped to watch. Although everyone could not see BBDong's face, everyone knew that this woman must be a super beauty. Tap tap. Tang Yuehua walked in front of BBDong in high heels and elegant steps. Excuse me, what do you want to see me for? Tang Yuehua smiled professionally and asked BBDong. Although she hated BBDong, she was just an ordinary person and did not dare to express her dissatisfaction in front of the female pope. I am entrusted by someone to give you something. BBDong took out a small golden hammer from the soul guide and handed it to Tang Yuehua. This is. Tang Yuehua saw the golden hammer and almost shouted out the 3 words Haoshan order, so she immediately covered her cherry mouth with her hand. Can you come in and talk with me? Tang Yuehua put away the Haoshan order, calmed down, and invited BBDong into the house. This woman was able to get her grandfather's Haoshan order, which proved that she must have seen her grandfather, so she wanted to understand the situation. No, I didn't ask. BBDong said lightly, then stepped out her long and beautiful legs and followed Tang Yuehua into Yuexuan. No one is allowed to come up and disturb me without my permission. After Tang Yuehua instructed the 2 female teachers, she took BBDong to the top floor. Who is that masked beauty? She actually went upstairs with the owner of the pavilion. The noble children in Yuexuan were very curious about this masked beauty. Where did His Holiness meet my grandfather? How is he? When they arrived at the top floor, Tang Yuehua poured BBDong a cup of fragrant tea, and then excitedly asked about Tang Chen. Senior Tang Chen is dead. Before he died, he asked me to return the Haoshan order to the Haoshan sect. I was too lazy to find the Haoshan sect, so I could only come to you. BBDong said calmly, not caring about how Tang Yuehua felt. Bang crack. When Tang Yuehua heard the news, her head exploded like thunder, and the teacup in her hand fell directly to the ground. Grandfather is dead. Tang Yuehua felt like the sky was falling at this moment. Tang Chen is the spiritual pillar of Haoshan sect. Qian Renxue did not attack Haoshan sect because of Tang Chen. Tang Yuehua, please accept my condolences. Senior Tang Chen's death may be a relief for him. Do you want to know what Senior Tang Chen has been like in the past few decades? BBDong looked at Tang Yuehua's collapsed appearance, and must be worried that the spirit hall would attack Haoshan sect. BBDong smiled in her heart, you Haoshan sect forced Tang San into an enemy, so why do we need our spirit hall to take action? Your Highness, please tell me, how did my grandfather die? Tang Yuehua wiped her tears and asked BBDong to tell her the truth. I accidentally learned that the king of slaughter in the slaughter city is not a human, but a 100,000-year-old blood-red 9-headed bat. This time I went to the slaughter city to hunt the blood-red 9-headed bat. After killing the soul beast, I found that the king of slaughter was actually Senior Tang Chen, who was parasitized by the 100,000-year-old soul beast. After his consciousness awakened, he told me everything about his disappearance for decades. Back then, before he died, he asked me to return the Haoshan order. Senior Tang Chen is a respectable strong man. In order to pursue godhood, he went through hardships, but in the end he ended up like this. Before he died, he said that becoming a god for him was like the moon in the mirror in the water, which could only be encountered by chance. Tang Yuehua, I also killed Senior Tang Chen by mistake. If you Haoshan sect want revenge, just come and get it. However, Senior Tang Chen has been parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed bat for decades, and has been drinking blood containing toxins for a long time. His body has long been corroded. Even if I don't take action, he will not live for more than a few years, and will eventually be completely occupied by the 100,000-year-old blood-red nine-headed bat. After BBDong told Tang Yuehua about Tang Chen's experience, she got up and left. BBDong felt that Yuexuan, opened by Tang Yuehua, was a bit hypocritical. She taught a bunch of noble children to learn etiquette all day long, and those nobles didn't have any good qualities. They were still arrogant and domineering, bullying men and women. Your Holiness, will the Spirit Hall go to war with the Haoshan sect? Tang Yuehua asked weakly. Tang Chen was dead, and the Spirit Hall could attack the Haoshan sect without any scruples. Tang Yuehua, you should understand that the Haoshan sect and the Spirit Hall are enemies. Considering that you are also a woman, I advise you to stay out of the Haoshan sect's affairs. BBDong laughed and thought, is it necessary to fight the Spirit Hall now? You, the Haoshan sect, are almost killing yourselves. When Tang San, the fallen one, kills the Haoshan sect, it will be the time of your destruction. However, BBDong did not tell Tang Yuehua that Tang San was in the slaughter city, and did not even tell her that Tang San was practicing with the King of Slaughter, which was considered to give the Haoshan sect some face. Shua Shua. After BBDong finished speaking, she jumped directly from the balcony and disappeared in a few seconds. Woo woo. As soon as BBDong left, Tang Yuehua burst into tears, feeling desperate for the fate of the Haoshan sect. With the Spirit Hall in front and the unfilial Tang San in the back, plus the death of Tang Chen, the spiritual pillar of the Haoshan sect is doomed. After crying for a while, Tang Yuehua gathered her feelings, disguised herself, quietly left Yuexuan, and had to return the Haoshan order to the Haoshan sect. Tang Yuehua knew that BBDong had killed her grandfather and must have taken away all his soul bones. In addition, the 2 soul bones inherited from her second brother were also snatched away by BBDong in the finals. Now the Haoshan sect can be said to have lost everything. Oh! What a sin! At this moment, Tang Yuehua was full of resentment towards her second brother Tang Hao. That guy had dragged the Haoshan sect into the abyss of death by his own strength. Chapter 234 Qian Renxue's Martial Soul Evolution. After BBDong left Yuexuan, she went to the Martial Soul Hall of Tiandu City again and sent someone to secretly inform Qian Renxue. Then she returned to the Rose Hotel and took Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen to a private manor to wait for Qian Renxue. About 3 hours later, Shui Qinghe, played by Qian Renxue, finally came to the manor and met with Yaoyang Chen and the other 2. As for Zhang Mo, Jianjun, Shilan, and Thorny Pig, they were dressed as ordinary people, hiding outside the manor and doing their job as bodyguards. Brother Yet, Master Shui, we meet again. At this moment, Qian Renxue was still dressed in men's clothes. After seeing Yaoyang Chen, she greeted him as a man. Your Highness, we waited until the flowers withered, and you come. Yaoyang Chen looked at Qian Renxue who was still acting and shook his head helplessly. Zioxue, stop pretending, we are all family here. BBDong quickly asked Qian Renxue to return to her female body. Aunt Lan, I'm sorry, it's been so long since I met you officially. Qian Renxue apologized to Shui Langzhen, then walked into the room and started to dress up. It's okay. Shui Langzhen smiled. BBDong had told her before that this prince was her daughter Qian Renxue dressed as a man. After a while, Qian Renxue changed into women's clothes, dressed herself up beautifully, and then walked out. Aunt Lan, my name is Qian Renxue, and the matter between me and my brother Ziogan you don't mind, right? Qian Renxue came to Shui Langzhen, took her hand, and confessed her relationship with Yaoyang Chen. After all, she had forced the little guy into the secret room before, without the consent of the elders, and she felt guilty. Don't mind. It's his blessing that you like our little boy. Shui Langzhen smiled. Shui Binger had told her some time ago that the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, liked her little boy. Although this girl is a little older, she is so beautiful and has a good figure. She is a top beauty and can be easily raised. The little guy is not at a disadvantage. Thank you, Auntie Lan. Seeing Shui Langzhen welcome her so much, Qian Renxue hugged her excitedly. Zioxue, this is the first time we meet. Auntie doesn't have any good gifts, so I'll give you a soul bone. Shui Langzhen took out a piece of 10,000-year soul bone from the soul guide and gave it to Qian Renxue. Yaoyang Chen is equivalent to his son, and Qian Renxue is equivalent to his daughter-in-law. When he first met his daughter-in-law, he had to give her a gift. Auntie Lan, no need. Brother Xiao Chen has given me 2 soul bones before. Qian Renxue waved her hands quickly, embarrassed to accept it. After all, she had received too many benefits from Yaoyang Chen. Shui Langzhen, don't give it to me. The Qian family has a set of ancestral angel divine armor soul bones. Each piece is 99,999 years old. After absorbing 6 pieces, it will become a 100,000-year soul bone. This girl doesn't lack soul bones. BBDong persuaded from the side. Anyway, if she gave it to Qian Renxue, she wouldn't be able to use it. How can that be? This is a little gift from me to Zhu. Zhu, accept it. Shui Langzhen said with a smile that her own brat had kidnapped a beautiful woman and it would be a shame for an elder not to give her some gifts. Okay. Thank you, Auntie Lan. Boji. Qian Renxue put away the soul bone and kissed Shui Langzhen on the face. Zhu, you are so beautiful. Shui Langzhen originally thought that Qian Renxue, as the young master of the spirit hall, would be very arrogant and put on airs, but this girl was so soft and cute in front of her, and she deliberately tried to please her, which was really wonderful. Auntie Lan, you are too kind. Qian Renxue smiled sweetly, like a blooming flower. She felt so sweet to be recognized and praised by Shui Langzhen. Brother Xiao Chen, I haven't seen you for so long, do you miss me? Qian Renxue came to Yaoyang Chen and asked with a smile. She was in a very good mood now that she had been recognized by Shui Langzhen. She wanted to take this little guy into the secret room and practice well. Didn't we just meet some time ago? It's only been less than 20 days, not too long. Yaoyang Chen was speechless. This woman actually showed her affection to him in front of BBDong and Shui Langzhen, which made him a little embarrassed. Puff. Shui Langzhen looked at Qian Renxue and knew that this girl took the initiative to pursue Xiao Chen. However, the little guy didn't seem to take the initiative to pursue anyone. It was the girls who took the initiative, and her daughter and Yu were the most ruthless. Shui Langzhen felt a little distressed at this moment. The little guy was like a piece of delicious meat, and these girls were wolves, and everyone wanted to have a bite. Zhu, what level of soul power are you now? BBDong couldn't stand Qian Renxue's show of affection, so she asked about her soul power and changed the subject. In the past 6 months, my soul power has reached the peak of level 59, and will soon break through level 60. What's wrong? Qian Renxue didn't understand why BBDong asked about her soul power level. Was she going to take her to hunt soul beasts? But now she had 2 divine soul rings given by her brother Xiao Chen, so she didn't need to hunt soul beasts at all. Eat this treasure, try to absorb and refine it, and use it as your 6th soul ring. It may also help your martial soul evolve. BBDong took out the jade box containing the inner elixir of the 10-headed scorching sun snake and handed it to Qian Renxue. What is this? Did Xiao Chen refine another treasure elixir? Can it be used as a soul ring? Qian Renxue was holding the jade box, and was very shocked to hear that there was a treasure that could make her martial soul evolve. However, Qian Renxue was a little confused about the fact that this treasure could be used as a soul ring. This is a strange snake we killed when we passed the Hell Road. It was called the 10-headed fiery sun snake. After the snake died, this inner elixir appeared. Xiao Chen said that this inner elixir is a very yang treasure. It is a great fortune for a fire-attributed soul master. In addition to the sacred and light attributes, your 6-winged angel martial soul also has fire attributes, which should have miraculous effects. I one half do your best to bear it and see if you can. How many years can the 6 soul rings last? Xiao Chen said that the inner elixir of the 10-headed scorching sun snake has the same effect as the divine soul ring. BBDong told Qian Renxue about her trip, and then urged Qian Renxue to take the inner elixir of the 10-headed scorching sun snake. Kaka. Such a precious treasure must have been discovered by Xiao Chen. Qian Renxue opened the jade box and felt the hot energy emitted by the bead, which made her martial soul tremble. She knew it was a peerless treasure at a glance. Zhu, do you think anyone else has such great ability besides Xiao Chen? BBDong said with a smile. If it weren't for Yaoyang Chen's reminder, she would have missed this treasure this time, because she didn't know that there was a 10-headed scorching sun snake on the Hell Road of the Killing City. She didn't encounter it when she broke into the Hell Road. Even if she encountered it, she didn't recognize this kind of snake, let alone the inner elixir. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Qian Renxue was very touched at this moment. This little guy didn't forget her even though he had a good baby. It was worth bringing him to the secret room at that time. Qian Renxue was excited and prepared to swallow the inner pill in one gulp. Hey! Sister Shuet, don't take it here. Yaoyang Chen stopped Qian Renxue from taking the inner pill, otherwise she would make a fool of herself in public. Why is that? The 3 women asked curiously. The inner pill of the 10-headed fiery sun snake is a very yang treasure. After you take it, the high temperature on your body will burn your clothes instantly. Sister Shuet, are you going to be naked here? Yaoyang Chen explained to Qian Renxue the effect of taking the inner pill of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. You are the one who is naked. How dare you tease me like this? Qian Renxue said coquettishly, and gave Yaoyang Chen a charming look. Find a secret room and take it, then Godmother and Aunt Lan will help Sister Shui refine the energy in the inner pill. You are now immune to ice and fire, so it's not a big problem. Yaoyang Chen arranged BBDong and Shui Langzhen to help Qian Renxue, otherwise it would be difficult to rely on their soul power. Okay, let's act quickly. BBDong led Qian Renxue and Shui Langzhen into the house, and then entered a secret room. Zhu, take off your clothes before taking the inner pill, so as not to burn it. It's a pity. BBDong urged Qian Renxue to act quickly. Yes. After Qian Renxue took off her clothes, she took the inner pill directly. Anyway, there were only BBDong and Shui Langzhen in the secret room, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She could also show off her figure. After swallowing the inner pill, it immediately burst out with hot energy, causing Qian Renxue to scream in pain. Zhu, summon your martial soul, calm your mind, practice your skills, and refine that energy. Seeing that the energy of the 10-headed fiery sun snake was so powerful, BBDong immediately reminded Qian Renxue to hold on. Buzz. Qian Renxue summoned the 6-winged angel martial soul, and immediately practiced the Hunyuan Ju to begin refining the energy in the inner pill. It is indeed a treasure of the most yang. BBDong and Shui Langzhen also took off their clothes and sat cross-legged behind Qian Renxue, practicing the Hunyuan Ju, inputting huge soul power into each other's bodies to help the girl refine the energy in the inner elixir. Pope, Zhu has a really good figure. Shui Langzhen, she has inherited my beauty perfectly, so she must have good figure. Pope, are you praising yourself for being beautiful? Shui Langzhen, I'm just telling the truth. Even Xiao Chen said that I'm one of the most beautiful women in the world, but I feel that I'm just about the same as you. Haha. Pope, the little guy is right. You are indeed the most beautiful woman in the entire continent. Shui Langzhen, stop praising me. If you praise me again, I feel like I'll float up. Looking at Qian Renxue's proud figure, BBDong and Shui Langzhen couldn't help but smile, and used their soul power to force the sound into a line, and started chatting, while inputting soul power into Qian Renxue's body, without delaying either. With the current strength of the two women, providing soul power for Qian Renxue is completely child's play. At this moment, Qian Renxue is like a little sun, emitting a blazing light, making the temperature in the entire secret room very high. Even BBDong and Shui Langzhen feel a little hot. Fortunately the two women are immune to ice and fire, and can completely withstand the high temperature. Well, this energy is quite large. Yaoyang Chen was outside the manor and felt a hot energy coming from the house in the distance. He knew that Qian Renxue was already absorbing the inner elixir. With nothing to do, Yaoyang Chen used his spiritual sense to probe into the soul ring of the sword martial soul to check the soul of the little rabbit. After the little rabbit was sacrificed, its soul had been hidden in the soul ring, which was equivalent to a soul spirit. It could also chat, which felt quite interesting. However, in order to prevent the other party's soul from being too weak, Yaoyang Chen did not let the little rabbit's soul float out of the soul ring. Little rabbit. Yaoyang Chen called Xiaowu with his soul. Yaoyang Chen, you took so long to chat with me, I'm almost suffocated. Also, can't you call me by my name? I've been a human for more than 10 years, and now I'm sacrificed to you. Calling me Xiaowu won't make you lose a piece of meat. Xiaowu said angrily. She felt a little unhappy that Yaoyang Chen called her a little rabbit. Xiaowu, don't care about these. Yaoyang Chen laughed and thought, you girl, once you are a rabbit, you will be a rabbit forever. Yaoyang Chen, are my spirit ring skills useful? Xiaowu was a little dissatisfied with Yaoyang Chen's comment that her spirit ring was rubbish. I don't know. Yaoyang Chen hadn't used his sword spirit to fight since the Soul Master competition, so he didn't know the effects of those two spirit skills. Yaoyang Chen, I sacrificed myself to you as a spirit ring, but you didn't use it. Are you pitying me? Hearing that Yaoyang Chen had never used the spirit skills she had given him, Xiaowu felt that this guy despised her. Xiaowu, do you want to know about your San Gege's current situation? Yaoyang Chen planned to talk about Tang San's situation to see how Xiaowu would react. I'm already dead, so don't talk to me about Tang San. Whether he's dead or alive is none of my business. After sacrificing myself to you, I figured it out. From the beginning, I was targeted by Tang Dachui. He has been keeping watch in the dark for my spirit rings and spirit bones. His son Tang San is not a good person either. When I was a child, I saw his strange techniques of launching hidden weapons and wanted him to teach me. As a result, Tang San told me that if I wanted to learn his skills, I had to destroy my spirit power and start practicing again. Yaoyang Chen, tell me, is this still what a human being says? As a spirit master, if I destroy my spirit power, I will become a useless person, and there is nothing I can learn. He clearly doesn't want to teach me and deliberately makes excuses. I have never seen such a selfish person. I was so good to him before, and my sincerity was all wasted. Xiaowu told Yaoyang Chen these things like pouring candy beans. After dying once, her mind became clear and she saw the true face of Tang San and his son. Tang San has become a fallen one now. He even hates the Haoshan sect. During this period, we went to the slaughter city and found Tang San's Xiaowu. How is it? Did it make you feel better? Yaoyang Chen told Xiaowu about Tang San's fall, including the cultivation of Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Ma Heng-jun, to make the rogue rabbit happy. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. He even hates the Haoshan sect. This is too good. This is called retribution. Yaoyang Chen, let me tell you, when I was in Notting College, I hated Yu Xiaogang. That guy always had a dead face, as if someone owed him money. When I first entered Shrek College, that fat guy also flirted with me. That wretched look was even more annoying. Later, Yu Xiaogang came to Shrek College, and it was even more annoying. When the little rabbit heard that Yu Xiaogang and his apprentice and Fatima were actually doing that kind of thing, he laughed out loud and felt very happy. Little rabbit, when I become a god, I can revive you. Yaoyang Chen made a big promise to Xiaowu to make her happy. Really? Xiaowu was very surprised to hear that Yaoyang Chen could revive her. Of course it's true. My first martial soul is the goddess of life in the divine world. That goddess has already given me a divine test. Now my soul ring age has been upgraded. If you don't believe me, come out and have a look. Buzz. Yaoyang Chen summoned the goddess martial soul, and the 6 purple, black, and black soul rings slowly lit up. At the same time, he also showed the sword martial soul to let the little rabbit feel it. Wow! 2 purple and 4 black, the soul ring combination of your goddess martial soul is too powerful, right? But why is there no soul beast breath in your 3rd, 5th, and 6th black soul rings? The little rabbit's soul floated out of the red soul ring and felt Yaoyang Chen's soul ring, and was very surprised. I have absorbed several God-given soul rings, which were made directly by God-level masters with divine power, so there is no soul beast aura. Yaoyang Chen explained the magic of the God-given soul rings to let the little rabbit have a broad view. Ming said it well back then. You are indeed the one who will change the fate of the soul beast clan in the future. Unfortunately, I was stupid and couldn't listen to him. I kept following Tang San to death. If I had listened to Ming that time and followed him back to the lake of life, how good it would be. The little rabbit was also regretting his stupid behavior at this moment. Now thinking about it, that time when he returned to the Star Do Forest, it was the only time he could escape Tang Dachui's surveillance. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. No wonder Yaoyang Chen said that he was brainless, and it was really as he said. Don't sigh, you should go back to the soul ring space. I will let you revive in the future. Yaoyang Chen looked at the little rabbit's annoyed look, shook his head helplessly, and then let the little rabbit go back to the soul ring. Yaoyang Chen, you will become a god in the future. How about I talk to Deming and Ming and ask them to sacrifice to you, so that they can avoid dying in the heavenly tribulation in the future. Xiaowu also wanted to bring her 2 younger brothers with her at this moment, so that they can also become gods with her in the future. Xiaowu, you are so cruel. The bullhead and the big monkey are your younger brothers, and you actually asked them to die. Hearing that the little rabbit actually asked the 200,000-year soul beasts to sacrifice to him, Yaoyang Chen didn't know how to describe it. Yaoyang Chen, sacrifice to you, we can become gods in the future. For us soul beasts, this is the only chance of immortality. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiaowu knew the horror of the heavenly tribulation, and didn't think that her 2 younger brothers could withstand it. Let's talk about it later. Yaoyang Chen interrupted the chat with Xiaowu. Now that he had the Silver Dragon King Guyuina to help him, why would he need to sacrifice a 100,000-year soul beast? In the secret room, after a night, Qian Renxue finally successfully absorbed the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Shua Shua. Qian Renxue burst out with a breath, and a black soul ring lit up, officially becoming a soul emperor, and the 6-winged angel martial soul gained another pair of wings, from the original 6 wings to 8 wings, even more powerful. Zioxiu, it worked. BBDong and Shui Langzhen were very pleased to see a black soul ring flashing on Qian Renxue's body, and a pair of wings. I succeeded, the angel martial soul has a pair of wings, and it has become 8 wings. Qian Renxue was very excited at this moment, and directly opened her arms and hugged the 2 women, enjoying the beauty of this moment. We saw it. BBDong and Shui Langzhen smiled at each other, and were hugged tightly by this girl, and their hearts were also sweet. Zioxiu, put on your clothes quickly, your figure is too hot. Shui Langzhen reminded Qian Renxue that this girl was naked at the moment, and so passionate, it was really a bit unbearable. Auntie Lan, stop talking. Qian Renxue laughed and her face flushed instantly, but she was very proud to be praised by Shui Langzhen. Zioxiu, let's go out. Xiao Chen has been guarding outside all night, he must be hungry. BBDong quickly put on her clothes, then left the secret room and prepared to make breakfast for everyone. Chapter 235 The Founding Plan of the Spirit Hall. After BBDong, Shui Langzhen, and Qian Renxue left the secret room, they hurried to the room where Yaoyang Chen used to live, and found that the little guy was not there. Caw. At this moment, the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. This little guy is quite capable. BBDong and Shui Langzhen smiled at each other. The 3 of them rushed over immediately, and then saw the little guy busy making breakfast. Wow! You guys are done so quickly, I thought it would take Sister Shui 2 or 3 days to absorb the inner pill. Yaoyang Chen was very surprised to see that Qian Renxue only took 1 night to successfully absorb the energy in the inner pill of the 10-headed sun snake. In the original plot, Fatima took 3 days to succeed. It seems that there are differences between different levels of spirits. With the help of our 2 masters, Zioxiu will absorb the energy of the inner elixir faster. BBDong and Shui Langzhen came over with a smile, and then helped to wash the vegetables. Thank you, brother Xiao Chen. Qian Renxue was very touched, and walked over directly, hugged Yaoyang Chen and kissed him. Hey! Zioxiu, what are you doing in broad daylight? Shui Langzhen and BBDong smiled like ants, looking at the girl's affectionate eyes, they were almost dripping with tears. If there were no one else, she would definitely drag the little guy to do bad things. Just pretend you didn't see it. I'm doing this to thank brother Xiao Chen. Qian Renxue looked at the ant smiles on BBDong and Shui Langzhen's faces and was speechless. Sister Shui, Why are you being so polite to me? By the way, what effect did that 10-headed scorching sun snake inner pill have on your martial soul? Yaoyang Chen asked Qian Renxue. After all, her angel martial soul was a god-level martial soul. The effect of relying on only a 10-headed scorching sun snake inner pill should not be very amazing. Shua shua. That inner pill brought me a 40,000-year soul ring, and also made my 6-winged angel evolve into an 8-winged angel. Qian Renxue directly released the evolved martial soul, and 6 soul rings of yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black slowly flashed. It can evolve into an 8-winged angel? It seems that the effect of the inner elixir of the 10-headed scorching sun snake has exceeded my expectations. But Sister Shuet, your 6th soul ring is only 40,000 years old, which is a bit low. My 5th soul ring has reached 45,000 years, and my 6th soul ring has reached 65,000 years. Now my soul power is 66 levels. Buzz. Yaoyang Chen released the goddess martial spirit and 2 purple and 4 black 6-way soul rings, blinding Qian Renxue's eyes. Xiao Chen, your first soul ring has already been upgraded to 1,000 years. Qian Renxue looked at Yaoyang Chen's 2 purple and 4 black soul rings, and then looked at her own soul ring combination, feeling embarrassed for the god-level martial spirit. Zioxue, Ziokin's first divine test is to lead the Tianshui team to win the Soul Master competition. His divine test reward is that all soul rings will be aged 1,000 years and soul power will be upgraded by 1 level. Shui Langzhen explained Yaoyang Chen's divine test reward to Qian Renxue, and felt that the little guy was the biological son of the goddess of life. Xiao Chen, stop showing off your soul rings. If you continue to show off, Zioxue will become autistic. Have breakfast first. At this time, BBDong had already prepared breakfast and asked everyone to start eating. Zioxue, I went to the slaughter city this time, and I made up the last soul ring and got the Shura divine test. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Shura divine test? So good? Then your current strength has reached level 99. Qian Renxue was extremely shocked to hear that BBDong had actually obtained the inheritance of the divine position. Yes, I am also level 99 now, so it shouldn't be a problem to beat your grandfather. BBDong felt that with her current strength, plus her immunity to ice and fire, Qian Dauluo was no match for her. Please don't bully my grandfather, okay? He is already so old. Qian Renxue immediately begged BBDong not to be impulsive when she heard BBDong say this. Puff Shui Langzhen and Yaoyang Chen couldn't help laughing when they saw Qian Renxue's frightened look. Zioxue, I'm not a violent person, why would I bully grandpa? BBDong laughed, but thought to herself, after we go back, must find Qian Daoluo and beat him up. After all, that old guy used to treat me as a tool, so he has to let out a sigh of relief. Sister Shuet, has your undercover plan made any progress? Yaoyang Chen asked Qian Renxue. No progress yet. Shuye still has a long life. I am planning to give him a chronic poison once he is dead, the throne will be in my hands. Qian Renxue told Yaoyang Chen about her plan. After listening to Qian Renxue's plan, Yaoyang Chen found that it was indeed the routine in the original plot, but this routine was difficult to succeed. Sister Shuet, your plan is probably difficult to succeed. After listening to Qian Renxue's plan, Yaoyang Chen hurriedly shook his head. Why? I think this plan is very good. As long as Shuye is chronically poisoned, outsiders will not see any problems. Qian Renxue felt that her plan was feasible. Sister Shuet, this is just your imaginary plan. It won't be so smooth when it is actually implemented. There is one thing I need to tell you. Rakshasa God has already given Tang San a divine test. He will inherit Rakshasa God in the future. Rakshasa God and Angel God are in opposition. The successor of Rakshasa God has appeared. Your Angel God test should also be put on the agenda. The future war will be a duel between gods. If you want to participate, then give up your unreliable undercover mission. If you don't want to participate in the war between gods, then just ignore what I said and continue to endure. Yaoyang Chen told Qian Renxue seriously, asking her to weigh it herself. Ah. Are you really giving up like this? Qian Renxue was very unwilling to listen to Yaoyang Chen's words. Sister Shuet, let me tell you the truth. You are the reincarnation of the soul of the previous generation of Angel God. It is certain that the previous generation of Angel God was killed by Rakshasa God. Don't you want revenge? Yaoyang Chen decided to release this heavy news and let Qian Renxue decide for herself. Zioxue is the reincarnation of the previous generation of Angel God? Xiao Chen, is this true? Then why does she have no memory of her past life? BBDong and Shui Langzhen were very surprised to hear this news. Ah! How is this possible? Qian Renxue was petrified. She didn't expect that she was the reincarnation of an angel god. The goddess of life told me this, otherwise how do you think Sister Shui could have an innate level 20 soul power? The reason why Sister Shui has no memory of her previous life is that the previous generation of angel gods was probably only a level 1 god and not strong enough. The previous generation of angel gods was arrogant and talked about angel justice every day, making herself look like a savior. She didn't have a strong backer, so other gods must not be able to stand it, so they killed her. In the final analysis, it was all for the belief struggle of Douluo Star. Yaoyang Chen felt that the death of the previous generation of angel gods was also the reason why the spirit hall was too powerful. Some other gods were also absorbing the power of faith in Douluo continent. If the spirit hall was allowed to dominate alone, how could others play? Xiao Chen, how do you think our spirit hall should develop now? BBDong asked Yaoyang Chen. Now the principalities and kingdoms of the two empires are all independent and autonomous. The spirit hall can win them over, infiltrate the ruling class, and then reduce the taxes on the common people, so that their lives are better than those of the common people in the two empires. After the high-level officials of the spirit hall enter the ruling class of the major kingdoms and principalities, they must not be corrupt and abuse the law, and they must not bully the common people like those nobles. They must know how to care for the common people and safeguard their interests. In this way, they can win the hearts of the people. The principle that the common people generally follow is that whoever feeds them is their mother. They don't care who is the ruler. They support whoever can make their lives better. The spirit hall must now recruit soldiers, store food, build high walls, and put the 100,000 troops I mentioned before into the army. Once the power is sufficient, the spirit halls in the two empires will be closed, and then those principalities and kingdoms will be integrated to directly establish a country. As long as the spirit hall is established, the two empires will definitely not be able to sit still and will take the lead in launching a war. When the time comes, the spirit hall will fight back, and it will have a legitimate reason. Once the two empires launch a war, the stable lives of the civilians under the jurisdiction of the spirit hall will be broken. They will definitely hate the two empires and rise up to resist the invaders. In this way, the spirit hall will not lack troops, and with a large number of spirit masters, the two empires will undoubtedly be defeated. This is called winning the hearts of the people and winning the world. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world? This sentence is really wonderful. BBDong slapped her thigh, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Zhu, did you see it? The plan to steal the country that you have been insisting on will not work. BBDong looked at Qian Renxue with a smug look on her face. I feel like my undercover plan for so many years is meaningless. Qian Renxue laughed self-deprecatingly. It's meaningless in the first place. I've said before that your grandfather and his people are all a bunch of brain-dead people. They put you, a genius with an innate level 20 soul power, in the enemy's camp to go undercover, and only sent 2 weak-titled Douluo, Snake Spear, and Thorny Pig, to protect you. If it weren't for my suggestion last time, it would probably be those 2 weak-titled Douluo who would protect you, Sister Shuet. Yaoyang Chen shook his head helplessly. He was too lazy to complain about Qian Renxue's plan to steal the country. Puff. Xiao Chen, don't say that. The Pope was also one of the promoters of this plan back then. Shui Langzhen heard that the little guy even scolded BBDong, and she was immediately in tears. Shui Langzhen, Xiao Chen is right, I was mentally retarded back then. To be exact, I was a mentally retarded person before I met Xiao Chen. BBDong smiled, recalling the past days, it was simply a joke. Xiao Chen, don't say that about my grandfather. He is not mentally retarded now. Qian Renxue rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head angrily, feeling helpless. Sister Shuet, when I proposed to let the 2 seniors Zhang Emo and Qian Jun come out of the mountain, the purpose was to protect your safety, and I didn't expect your plan to steal the country to succeed at all. Shuebeng is not acting now. He and Shui Xing are hiding in the dark, maybe thinking about how to deal with you. It's too difficult for you to take over the imperial power of the Tiandu Empire peacefully. You'd better get out as soon as possible. Let me know when the time comes, I'll talk to the goddess of life, and she will help you open the angel god test. Yaoyang Chen persuaded Qian Renxue to give up the task, and the current task is still to become a god. Okay. I'll consider it. Qian Renxue naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity of the god war. Everyone chatted for a while. Shui Langzhen and Yaoyang Chen returned to Tianshui city to continue to develop their own strength. BBDong returned to the Wuhan hall to formulate a plan for establishing a country. Qian Renxue sat alone in the manor, thinking about the escape plan. Young master, the Pope, and Mr. Ye are gone, we should return to the palace. Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise came to the manor and reminded Qian Renxue. 2 elders, we probably have to give up the undercover plan. Qian Renxue said to the 2. What? Young master, you want to give up? Snake Spear Douluo was confused. It's better to give up. Mr. Ye said that the young master has wasted too much time on cultivation. Thorny Porpoise Douluo thought this was a good idea. Shua Shua. Zhu, we also heard what Mr. Ye said before. He was right. This plan itself has problems. And because we 2 brothers appeared in the palace, it seems that our aura has been detected some time ago. Zhu is in a very bad situation now. At this time, Jiangmo and Qianjun also came to the manor and suggested to Qian Renxue to give up. Grandpas, when did you leak your aura? Qian Renxue was extremely surprised when she heard the 2 elders of the worship hall say this. Just a few days ago, when you talked with Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo was also there. He is a 96 level titled Douluo with strong mental power. It is very likely that he noticed it. Qianjun Douluo said slowly to Qian Renxue. To be honest, the 2 are also super Douluos. It is too difficult to completely hide the aura under the eyes of a super Douluo. If you are not careful, the aura will be leaked. Even if we want to leave, we must take our people with us. Qian Renxue immediately returned to the royal family and prepared a plan to escape. Although she was unwilling, the situation did not wait for anyone. King He, I asked you to discuss the marriage with Tianshui sect some time ago. How is it going? That day, Shui Ye remembered that Shui King He had not mentioned the marriage since he came back from Tianshui sect, so he summoned him to his palace and asked him about it. Reporting to the emperor, the girls of the Tianshui team do not agree, and the son cannot force them with the imperial power. Shui King He said calmly, thinking, the girls of the Tianshui team are all Xiaokin's people, how could they look down on any royal children? A small Tianshui academy actually despises the imperial power. King He, in the final analysis, you are not strong enough. At this time, Shui Xing walked in from outside and expressed his dissatisfaction with Shui King He, accompanied by Shui Beng. Royal brother, don't you have a very good relationship with Yaoyang Chen? Those girls from the Tianshui team don't even like you? You are too proud. Shui Beng also sneered at Shui King He at this time. He had coveted those girls from the Tianshui team for a long time. Royal brother, you think you were beaten too lightly? If you have the ability, go and provoke brother Ye and see if you can save your life. He dared to beat even the emperor's uncle, let alone you. Shui King He said lightly, hoping that this guy would die. If this guy died, maybe he could really take down the Tiandu Empire. King He, you. Shui Xing heard the other party mention that he was beaten, and immediately felt a sense of sadness and was very angry. Royal brother, you are encouraging others and destroying your own prestige. Shui Beng thought of being beaten by Yaoyang Chen and felt very aggrieved. If it weren't for the death of the emperor's uncle and brother, the relationship between our Tiandu royal family and Tianshui college wouldn't be so awkward. Shui King He threw the pot to Shui Xing and Shui Beng again. Anyway, they couldn't let them have an easy time. Okay, don't stir up trouble. Tianshui sect is now extremely powerful, and the royal family can't be hostile to it. Shui Ye stopped the quarrel between several people. Father, there's nothing else. I'll leave first. Shui King He didn't want to fight with these people, so he left directly. Hey! The Tiandu Empire is in turmoil. Watching Shui King He leave, Emperor Shui Ye shook his head helplessly. Chapter 236 Haoshan sect is leaving the mountain. Tang Yuehua hurried back to the outpost of Haoshan sect and immediately asked the disciples of Haoshan sect to return to the sect to inform them. A few hours later, Tang Xiao came to the small village and saw the sad-looking Tang Yuehua. He immediately knew what happened to his sister. Bad things happened. Yuehua, you came back so anxiously, is there something wrong? Tang Xiao asked curiously. Big brother. Seeing Tang Xiao's arrival, Tang Yuehua burst into tears, and then took out the Haoshan order and handed it to Tang Xiao. This is my grandfather's Haoshan order? He appeared in the world. Tang Xiao was shocked to see that Tang Yuehua actually got the Haoshan order of his grandfather Tang Chen. Did Aunt Yuehua see the great-grandfather? That's great. The young third-generation disciples saw the Haoshan order and thought that the ancestor Tang Chen was still alive. They were extremely excited. After all, the ancestor Tang Chen was a godlike existence for the people of the entire Haoshan sect. Big brother, my grandfather was killed by BBDong, and this Haoshan order was given to me by her. Tang Yuehua tearfully told Tang Xiao how she got the Haoshan order. What? Pope BBDong killed grandpa. Tang Xiao didn't believe his sister's words. With BBDong's strength, how could she kill his grandfather? Brother, it's true. BBDong did kill grandpa. It's hard to explain in a few words. Let's go back to the sect to discuss countermeasures. Tang Yuehua reminded Tang Xiao that the matter was of great importance and he should go back to the sect first. You all have to guard here well. Tang Xiao ordered the disciples on guard to do their work well, and then took Tang Yuehua and rushed towards the sect. What did Aunt Yuehua say just now? It seems that Pope BBDong killed Patriarch Tang Chen. Oh my god! How is this possible? The disciples of Haoshan sect in the small village were dumbfounded. They were full of hope just now, thinking that Patriarch Tang Chen would appear in the world and lead Haoshan sect to rule the world again. They didn't expect the reality to be so cruel. After Tang Xiao brought Tang Yuehua back to Haoshan sect, he immediately summoned Tang Hao and the elders to the hall to discuss important matters. Master, what's the matter with calling us here? Asked the second elder. Yuehua brought back my grandfather's Haoshan order. Tang Xiao took out the golden hammer and held it in his hand. This is my uncle's Haoshan order. The second elder and several other elders were shocked, and then they all knelt down in front of the Haoshan order. Tang Hao, who was leaning on a cane, also knelt down. The Haoshan order is a spiritual symbol for Haoshan sect, and its authority is greater than that of the master. Brother, is my grandfather still alive? Tang Hao asked Tang Xiao curiously, with excitement in his words. My uncle is back, so we should ask for revenge from the spirit hall for the anger we have suffered over the years. The other elders also showed excited smiles on their faces, thinking, after so many years, we have finally made it. In the eyes of everyone in Haoshan sect, Tang Chen was a godlike existence. Even if Jian Daoliu came, he would still beat him. Elders, Yuehua brought back my grandfather's Haoshan order. She said that BBDong killed my grandfather and then personally sent the Haoshan order to Yuexuan. Tang Xiao told everyone that Tang Chen was killed by BBDong, which directly extinguished everyone's fantasy. To be honest, he himself didn't know how BBDong could kill Tang Chen. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Tang Hao heard that BBDong had killed his grandfather Tang Chen, he was shocked, so he shook his head and shouted frantically, not believing it was true. In his impression, his grandfather Tang Chen was a godlike existence, and even Qian Renxue was not his opponent. How could he die at the hands of BBDong, a woman? Pope BBDong killed my uncle. So, BBDong has also reached my uncle's level, which is too scary. The other elders' brains seemed to explode. Tang Xiao's words pulled everyone back to reality from fantasy. At the same time, they also felt desperate. If Tang Chen died, the spirit hall could destroy the Haoshan sect without any scruples. Brother, second brother, uncles, BBDong told me that the king of slaughter is my grandfather. At this time, Tang Yuehua walked in from outside and revealed Tang Chen's other identity to everyone. The king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. Tang Hao was stunned. I had also gone through the city of slaughter that year and had seen the man with red light all over his body, 2 long red horns on his head, a pair of red wings on his back, and strange magic patterns on his face. He turned out to be my grandfather. Yuehua, what is going on? Everyone asked Tang Yuehua anxiously. BBDong told me that she found out that the king of slaughter in the slaughter city was a strong man who was parasitized by a 100,000-year-old blood red 9-headed bat, so she went to the slaughter city to hunt the soul beast. After killing the soul beast, my grandfather regained consciousness and told BBDong his true identity before his death. My grandfather asked BBDong to return the Haoshan order to the Haoshan sect, so BBDong came to me. Tang Yuehua slowly told everyone what happened, letting everyone know what Tang Chen had experienced in the past few decades. Grandfather is a level 99 strong man, but he was parasitized by a 100,000-year-old soul beast? How is this possible? Tang Xiao and Tang Hao doubted their lives and couldn't figure out what was going on. Big brother, second brother, BBDong said that grandpa was probably manipulated by a god, so he was parasitized by a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tang Yuehua only heard BBDong say that her grandfather ended up like this in order to become a god, and as for what god it was, she didn't know. Yuehua, what is BBDong's attitude towards our Haoshan sect? The second elder thought that Pope BBDong could return the Haoshan order to the Haoshan sect, and he thought that Wuhan the spirit hall no longer hates the Haoshan sect. She returned the Haoshan order only out of respect for grandpa, and had no intention of reconciliation. She also said that the spirit hall and the Haoshan sect were enemies. Tang Yuehua worriedly told everyone BBDong's attitude towards the Haoshan sect. BBDong killed my grandfather, took his soul bone, and didn't let us go. You are so cruel. Buzz. When Tang Hao heard that BBDong was still not going to let the Haoshan sect go, he immediately exploded, and the killing god domain was released instantly, making the entire meeting hall extremely cold. Although Tang Hao only had more than 70 levels of soul power now, the cold breath released by the killing god domain still made everyone feel terrified, especially Tang Yuehua, who was so scared that she fell to the ground. Enough, what's the point of getting angry here? Tang Xiao saw Tang Yuehua fall to the ground, and immediately roared at Tang Hao. All the disasters of Haoshan sect were caused by his brother. He knew how to avoid and get angry when something happened, which was very disappointing. Spirit Hall, what a Spirit Hall! The elders were also very angry at this moment. The Spirit Hall was not giving Haoshan sect a way to survive. Yuehua, what's the situation of Tianshui sect founded by those women from Tianshui College? The second elder wanted to know how those women from Tianshui College rose. I attended the Tianshui sect celebration meeting. The scene was very grand. Pope BBDong personally brought a group of people to support Tianshui sect. I feel that Shui Langzhen and the others have a special relationship with BBDong. In addition, I also learned that Shui Langzhen is already a level 97 titled Douluo, Shui Lanyu is level 94, and the 2 teachers of Tianshui College, Solin and Mu Qingxiu, are also level 94. What's even more incredible is that Shui Lingfeng, the mother of the Shui sisters, is also a level 94 titled Douluo. Except for Shui Lingfeng, the 9th soul rings of the other titled Douluos are all 100,000 years old. It can be said that the current strength of Tianshui sect is very strong. Although Shui Langzhen publicly stated that she would not participate in the disputes between the secular world, this is just a superficial courtesy. Don't take it seriously. When Tang Yuehua introduced the strength of several titled Douluos of Tianshui sect to everyone, she was also very envious. As a woman, she also wanted to have a strong strength, but fate made her unable to become a strong person for life. Level 97 titled Douluo. How did those women from Tianshui Academy rise to prominence? It's simply a miracle. The elders of Haoshan sect were amazed to learn that Tianshui sect was so powerful. By the way, there is also that evil boy Yaoyang Chen, who also founded a force called Tenglong Pavilion. He has 3 titled Douluos under him, including Dugubo, Yakalan, and Yasuling, the patriarch of the 9-star Begonia family. In total, Tianshui sect has a total of 8 titled Douluos, and its overall strength is second only to the Spirit Hall. Tang Yuehua mentioned Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion again, letting the people of Haoshan sect understand that the world has changed. Tang Yuehua admired the godlike boy very much, but it was a pity that he was offended by Tang Hao and Tang San, which was really heartbreaking. At such a young age, he has already created a force that can even subdue Dugubo and the 9-star Begonia family. It's incredible. Tang San, the evil beast of Tang Hao's family, and Yaoyang Chen, the boy, are geniuses of the same era. One has become the leader, while the other has become a fallen person and a traitor to the sect. Alas! They both have twin martial spirits, but why is there such a big gap between people? Several elders admired the evil boy, but also hated Tang San immensely. Brother, the rise of Tianshui sect is all because of the boy named Yaoyang Chen. He is more terrifying than the spirit hall. During this period of time, Tang Hao recalled the experiences of himself, his son Tang San, and Yu Xiaogang. He always felt that there was a black hand behind the scenes setting a trap and deliberately targeting the three of them, and that person was very likely the mysterious boy. Tang Hao, seeing that other people's children are so outstanding, while your son is not doing well, you must be unbalanced, right? The seventh elder ruthlessly mocked Tang Hao. The other elders looked grim when they saw Tang Hao talking about that evil boy. It must be because Tang San was beaten to a pulp by that evil boy in the Soul Master competition, which made Tang Hao lose face. Second brother, tell me the truth, how did you and Xiao San offend Yaoyang Chen? Tang Yuehua asked curiously. The last time she returned to the sect, she saw that Tang Hao and his son had offended that evil boy. Tang Hao, you offended that boy again? Do you think we don't have enough enemies in the Haoshan sect? Tang Hao, you are a sect disciple, you gave birth to a beast with that evil soul beast, and now you have become a fallen one, and you hate the sect. Hey! How could the sect produce a thing worse than pigs and dogs like you? You are really incompetent at everything, and you are the #1 troublemaker. If you weren't used to hang Tang San, the beast, you would have been cut into pieces long ago. And %and. When the elders heard that Tang Hao had offended that boy again, they immediately cursed at this guy, even cursing his ancestors. These elders of the Haoshan sect are really awesome, and they even curse themselves when they are ruthless. Hey! Second brother! Papa! Tang Xiao's head was exploded at this moment, and he didn't know what to say to Tang Hao, so he went up and slapped Tang Hao twice. It is natural for an elder brother to beat his younger brother. No matter how arrogant Tang Hao is, he can only pretend to be a docile little lamb in front of his elder brother Tang Xiao. After being slapped twice by his elder brother, Tang Hao felt very wronged, but he did not dare to say that he had killed Yaoyang Chen's parents, otherwise the people of Haoshan sect will be more desperate, so they had to grit their teeth and kneel on the ground, saying nothing and bearing the accusations of everyone. Stop scolding, things have already happened, let's think about whether the sect can be passed on in the future. Now the sect has enemies everywhere, there is the Wuhan hall in front, and the mistress is hostile in the back. Now the second brother has offended Yaoyang Chen again. Every force is devastating to the section. Tang Yuehua saw that the elders even scolded the second brother's ancestors for 18 generations. Isn't that scolding herself and the eldest brother? She got angry immediately, so she shouted a few words loudly to stop everyone from cursing. Yuehua, do you have any suggestions? Tang Xiao has no tricks now, and can't think of any way to ensure the inheritance of the sect. Brother, I suggest that Haoshan sect cooperate with Tiandu Empire. Only in this way can the inheritance of the sect be guaranteed. Tang Yuehua had already thought about it on the way back. Haoshan sect can only rely on the empire to survive. Humph. Yuehua, are you planning to make us grovel and beg for mercy to those corrupt nobles of the empire? How can that be? Several elders were immediately dissatisfied when they heard Tang Yuehua's suggestion. The Haoshan sect is the #1 sect in the world. How could they possibly do such a thing of begging for mercy? Uncles, it's already this time. You still care about the face of the #1 sect in the world. If you have the ability, why don't you fight the spirit hall? You only know how to put on airs in the sect every day. What's the point? Tang Yuehua looked at the arrogant looks of the elders and was very speechless. Stop arguing. Yuehua makes sense. The sect is now at the moment of life and death. We should also find a way to pass on the sect. Otherwise, we will not be able to see our ancestors after we die. The second elder was very calm and agreed with Tang Yuehua's method. We should cooperate with the two empires at the same time, and even let the sect disciples work for the two empires. Relying on the power of the empires can guarantee the inheritance of the section. Instead of staying here and waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative to go out. After Tang Yuehua's reminder, Tang Xiao made a decision to take the initiative to cooperate with the two empires. As for the face of the world's #1 sect, it had long been beaten by the Spirit Hall. The royal families of the two empires did not have a titled Douluo sitting in the palace. The Haoshan sect took the initiative to propose cooperation, and the two empires would definitely welcome it. We agree with the decision of the sect master. The elders were a little more sober at this moment, and finally understood that being alive was more important than face. Then let's take action. Let's contact the royal families of the two empires first to see what their attitude is. Tang Yuehua has been operating in Tiandu City for so many years and has a certain network of contacts, so she asked Tang Xiao to go back to Tiandu City with her. As for the Zingluo Empire, other elders will negotiate. Brother, if we cooperate with the Tiandu Empire, then we can just use the power of the empire to destroy Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect, otherwise there will be endless troubles. At this time, Tang Hao reminded Tang Xiao that since he had surrendered to the empire, he should take the initiative to destroy the evildoers' forces. Pa. Tang Hao, don't you think you've caused enough trouble? As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, he was immediately slapped by Tang Xiao, and his old face swelled like a pig's head. Tang Hao, now you are just a waste, don't get involved in the affairs of the Haoshan sect, we let you live, which is the greatest tolerance for you. Pa pa pa. Several elders also came over and attacked Tang Hao crazily again, beating and cursing at the same time. The scene was very tragic. Hey! Tang Yuehua was very tired at the moment, and walked into her room helplessly, not wanting to see Tang Hao again, lest she couldn't help but want to curse a few words and kick him twice. Chapter 237 Haoshan sect and Tiandu Empire form an alliance. Tang Xiao disguised himself and followed Tang Yuehua to leave Haoshan sect and head to Tiandu city. Hey! Tang Xiao sighed and felt free at this moment. He had been staying in Haoshan sect for these years, just like being in prison, especially since Haoshan sect was built on the top of a snowy mountain, a bitter and cold place, and his life was too hard. Brother, you haven't left the sect for many years, right? Looking at his brother, who was still tall but had grey hair on his temples, Tang Yuehua felt a little sad. To be precise, I haven't walked around the continent for nearly 10 years. Things have changed and people have changed. This world has almost become unrecognizable to me. Yuehua, why does Hao brother hate that boy named Yaoyang Chen so much when he mentions him? Tang Xiao was very curious about Tang Hao's suggestion that he should use the power of the empire to destroy Yaoyang Chen and Tianshui sect. I don't know the details either. I heard that Yu Xiaogang once brought Tang San to contact Yaoyang Chen. He probably wanted to get the method of martial soul evolution from that boy. As a result, he offended the other party. Tang Yuehua analyzed the general situation. To be honest, she was also jealous of the method of martial soul evolution, but he was protected by a group of titled Douluo around him, and outsiders couldn't get it at all. Hey! The waste of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has now become a fart master. The reason why Tang San became corrupt is probably because he was led astray by that waste since he was a child. It's simply misleading young people. It's too hateful. Tang Xiao heard that the cause of everything was also because of Yu Xiaogong Estrash, suddenly extremely angry. Brother, some time ago, my second brother brought Xiao San to me and said that this Soul Master Finals was a trap set by BBDong specifically for my second brother. Xiao San's Shrek team only played one game in the finals, and had a bye in other games. They made it to the finals and were finally defeated by the Tianshui team led by Yaoyang Chen. Xiao San likes a girl named Xiaowu, who is a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, but her soul beast identity was exposed in the finals and she was captured by BBDong when my second brother came on stage to rescue her. His right hand and left leg were broken by a mysterious strong man, and the sex-inherited soul bone was also snatched away by BBDong. He could only flee with Xiao San in a hurry. In the end, Yaoyang Chen said a lot of things to Xiaowu, and the little girl was willing to sacrifice herself to the other party. Xiao San said that the mastermind of all this might be the young man Yaoyang Chen. I don't know if it's true or not. Tang Yuehua told Tang Xiao what happened in the Soul Master Finals more than half a year ago. Tang San has now fallen into an evil demon, and even the sect hates him. How credible can his words be? The father and son have the same hobby, liking 100,000-year-old soul beasts. It's really unfortunate for the family. Since Brother Hao knew that Xiaowu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, why did he let her and Xiao San go to the spirit hall to take risks? Tang Xiao couldn't figure it out. Tang Hao knew that Xiaowu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but he still let her go to the spirit hall. Isn't that sending her to death? I heard that Yaoyang Chen seemed to have known that Xiaowu was a 100,000-year soul beast, and he scolded that little girl for being brainless and following Tang San to Wuhan city to die. He also said that the second brother had been eyeing Xiaowu since Xiaowu entered Notting College. The reason why he let Xiaowu follow Tang San to Wuhan city was to take advantage of Xiaowu's feelings for Tang San and then let the soul beast be sacrificed to Tang San. After listening to Yaoyang Chen's words, Xiaowu was willing to sacrifice herself. Maybe she felt deceived and was desperate. Tang Yuehua told Tang Xiao what happened in the finals. As for whether it was true or not, she didn't know herself, but she thought it should be true, otherwise why would the 100,000-year shape-shifting soul beast be willing to sacrifice to Yaoyang Chen? Hey! This brother Hao, he has already suffered a tragic incident, but he wants to let the tragedy happen to his child. Tang Xiao was getting more and more disappointed with Tang Hao's tricks. This series of events was probably the reason for Tang San's fall. My second brother has been called Hammer Douluo on the mainland for the past 2 years. I heard that it was Yaoyang Chen who gave him the title, saying that he was not worthy of the title of Haoshan Douluo at all. This title only belonged to his grandfather. And my second brother also accepted it. Now many people in the Tiandu Empire are secretly calling my second brother Hammer Douluo. Tang Yuehua was very disappointed with what Tang Hao had done in the past few years. It also made her feel very strange. He was not like the second brother she remembered at all. Thinking of the second brother taking the pregnant Ayan to Wuhan city, Tang Yuehua had a bold guess in her heart, that is, the second brother did it deliberately, in order to plan the 100,000-year soul ring of the Blue Silver Emperor. Tang Yuehua used to admire her second brother very much and would never think about it, but now that she was disappointed with Tang Hao, her mind was clear and she would always find some unusual doubts. Tang Yuehua did not dare to tell her eldest brother about her guess, for fear that he would not be able to accept it for a while. He really liked Ayan back then, but as the eldest brother, he didn't want to compete with his younger brother. If he knew that his younger brother was plotting against Ayan's spirit ring, he would probably doubt his life. My second brother is indeed not worthy of the title of Haoshan Douluo. To be precise, we, the younger generation, are not qualified to inherit our grandfather's name. Tang Xiao also agreed with Yaoyang Chen's words. His younger brother could only be a hammer Douluo, like a club. He didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. He often committed suicide and caused big troubles for the sect. Now he finally made himself disabled. He no longer had the strength of a titled Douluo and could no longer jump around. After listening to Tang Yuehua's talk about these things, Tang Xiao also understood why Tang Hao had locked himself in the room and drank alcohol every day for more than half a year. It turned out that he had done so many shameful things. Ah! What a sin! Tang Xiao didn't want to ask about what else Tang Hao had done, so as not to add to his troubles. 2 days later, Tang Yuehua and her elder brother Tang Xiao came to Tiandu city. They rested in Yuexuan for a day, and then planned to find the Crown Prince Xueking He to ask for an audience with Emperor Shuiyat. Young master, Tang Yuehua brought a titled Douluo to the Crown Prince's mansion. That day, Qian Renxue stayed in the Crown Prince's mansion thinking about a problem. Suddenly, Snake Spear Douluo quietly sent a message. Titled Douluo. Qian Renxue was stunned. Tang Yuehua brought a titled Douluo to the Tiandu palace. Could it be that the other party was from the Haoshan sect? Be careful, judging from the other party's breath, it is a super Douluo, possibly Tang Xiao, one of the Haoshan twin stars. Shilong, Saitun, if a fight breaks out, we will hold the other party back, and you will take Zioxu away from the palace as soon as possible. At this time, Qianjun Douluo explained to Snake Spear and Saitun, and then the two brothers hid in the dark, ready to fight at any time. Your Highness, Tang Yuehua has come to the mansion and asked to see you. After a while, a maid ran in anxiously and told Xueking He. I know. Xueking He said lightly, then stood up and walked towards the reception room of the prince's mansion, wanting to see Tang Yuehua with the titled Douluo. What are you doing here? Snake Spear and Thorn Porpoise restrained their breath, dressed up as Xueking He's guards, and followed behind. After all, the person who came was a titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect, and the two of them could not be careless. If they were exposed, they would take the opportunity to take the young master away. Anyway, Mr. Ye had said before that the Wuhan Hall's plan to steal the country was a stupid task and there was no need to continue. Aunt Yuehua. Xueking He greeted Tang Yuehua when he came to the reception room. Your Highness, let me introduce you. This is my elder brother Tang Xiao, a 96-level titled Douluo. This time I came to see His Majesty to discuss the issue of cooperation between the Haoshan sect and the Tiandu Empire. Tang Yuehua directly told Xueking He the purpose of her visit. She knew that the most lacking thing in the Tiandu Empire was the titled Douluo. If the Haoshan sect sent a titled Douluo to serve as the Tiandu royal family, I believe that Emperor Shuiya would welcome it with both hands and feet. It's His Majesty Xiao Tian. Qian Renxue was possessed by the spirit of drama, and immediately showed a look of surprise, and bowed to Tang Xiao. Your Highness, please stand up. Tang Xiao did not put on airs. Your Highness Xiao Tian, isn't the Haoshan sect suppressed by the spirit hall? Now that you come out, isn't it too risky? Xueking He pretended to be very worried and asked, but in his heart he was thinking, when did the Haoshan sect become so bold? The Haoshan sect is hiding in the mountain gate, and the spirit hall is still suppressing it. It's not easy anyway. It's better to take the initiative. If the spirit hall really wants to fight, then fight. Even if we die, we will hurt the spirit hall. Tang Xiao is no longer afraid now. Anyway, the Haoshan sect already has enough enemies. Tang San alone has already given the sect a headache. Now no one knows where the traitor is hiding to practice, and no one knows what he will become in the future. Tang Xiao felt that Tang San's hatred for the Haoshan sect now even exceeded that for the spirit hall, which was really frustrating. So that's the case. Aunt Yuehua, His Majesty Xiao Tian, I'll take you to see father. When Xueking He heard what Tang Xiao said, he knew that the Haoshan sect had no way out, so he came out of the mountain, and took the two of them to the residence of Emperor Shuiyat. Thank you, Your Highness. Tang Yuehua was very surprised, as expected. Tang Xiao glanced at the two guards beside Xueking He, thinking, these two people seem to be very powerful. These two auras? Could it be? Just as they left the prince's mansion, Tang Xiao vaguely sensed two auras that were not weaker than his own, which surprised him. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this prince's mansion. But Tang Xiao couldn't ask anything at the moment. He thought it was a titled Douluo from other forces who came to visit the prince's mansion. Inform father that Xiao Tian Douluo of Haoshan sect wants to see you. Several people came to Emperor Shuiyi's palace, and Xueking He asked the eunuch to inform Emperor Shuiyi who was playing games with the concubines. Yes. Your Highness the Crown Prince. When the eunuch heard that Xiao Tian Douluo was coming, he ran in immediately, regardless of whether Emperor Shuiyi would blame him. Your Majesty, this old servant has something important to report. The eunuch came to the outside of Emperor Shuiyi's palace and reported to Emperor Shuiyi. Xiao Gaizi, don't you see that I am busy now? Shuiyi was having fun at the moment, and he was very unhappy when he heard the eunuch came to disturb him. Your Majesty, Xiao Tian Douluo of Haoshan sect wants to see you, and your highness the crown prince is entertaining him in the reception hall. The eunuch reported the identity of the visitor again. Xiaotian Douluo of Haoshan sect. When Emperor Shuiyi heard that the famous Xiaotian Douluo was coming, he was so excited that he trembled all over. He was immediately bored and lost interest in playing. So he immediately got up, packed up, left the palace, and came to the guest hall. Your Majesty is not doing well again. Isn't this a common thing? You can't even have fun playing a game. Sisters, let's continue playing games by ourselves, hee. After Emperor Shuiyi left, several concubines remembered how he hurriedly finished his work, shook their heads helplessly, and then the women started to play around. Father, you are here, Aunt Yuehua and Xiaotian Douluo are looking for you. Xueking he looked at Emperor Shuiyi's old and frail appearance and thought, this old guy is really able to endure. He plays games with those concubines every day. How come he hasn't died yet? Tang Yuehua pays respect to his majesty. Tang Xiao pays respect to his majesty. Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao immediately saluted Emperor Shuiyi. You two. Please stand up quickly. Emperor Shuiyi smiled and asked the two to stand up. Looking at Tang Yuehua's beautiful face, a surge of passion suddenly surged in his heart. This is what a beauty is. His concubines are far inferior to Tang Yuehua. However, Tang Yuehua is the princess of Haoshan sect. No matter how passionate Emperor Shuiyi is, he dare not do anything rash. Otherwise, if the other party is unhappy, the next moment the other person's titled Douluo brother will come with a sledgehammer. Your Majesty, we came here this time to cooperate with the Empire. I wonder what your Majesty thinks. Tang Xiao directly expressed his position to Emperor Shuiyi. As a titled Douluo, there is no need to go around in circles. Welcome Xiaotian Douluo. When Emperor Shuiyi heard the other party's words, his old face was full of smiles. Xiaotian Douluo, let's talk about this in detail. Emperor Shuiyi immediately took Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua to the meeting hall to discuss cooperation. Father, I have something else to do at home, I'll go back first. Xueking he saw that Haoshan sect had intervened, so it was time for him to retreat. Go. Emperor Shuiyi was in a good mood and didn't care about Xueking he's abnormality. Tang Yuehua was very curious about Xueking he's departure. Logically, the prince should be very happy to see the Haoshan sect actively showing goodwill to the Tiandu Empire, but the prince acted calm and indifferent, which was very confusing. Tang Xiao and Emperor Shuiyi finally reached an alliance. The Haoshan sect would send 2 titled Douluo to serve as royal sacrifices, and also sent 20 Haoshan sect disciples to join the royal family. Thank you Xiaotian Douluo. Emperor Shuiyi thanked Tang Xiao with gratitude. Now the empire finally has a titled Douluo in charge. At the same time, the Zingluo Empire was the same. Emperor Zingluo also welcomed the Haoshan sect very much. The Haoshan sect would not put all its eggs in one basket, so it bet on both sides at the same time, relying on the power of the empire to overcome the difficulties first, and then reappear in the world when the disciples of the sect have grown up and the overall strength is strong. Chapter 238 Qian Renxue gives up the plan to steal the country. Your Majesty, I felt before that there seemed to be 2 titled Douluo in the prince's mansion, and that aura seemed to be super Douluo. Did His Royal Highness the Prince recruit titled Douluo from other forces? At this time, Tang Xiao told Emperor Shuiyi about the aura he had felt in the prince's mansion before. If there were really other forces involved, the benefits obtained by the Haoshan sect would be much less. Xiaotian Douluo, are you serious? When Emperor Shuiyi heard that there was a super Douluo in Xueking he's mansion, he was immediately shocked. Absolutely true. Tang Xiao nodded. Come here. Emperor Shuiyi immediately felt that the situation was serious, so he quickly called the guards. See your Majesty. A guard with a knife came to the meeting hall and knelt down waiting for Emperor Shuiyi's instructions. Commander Audis, gather the imperial guards immediately and surround the prince's mansion. Emperor Shuiyi asked his men to gather the imperial guards and prepare to see what Prince Xueking he was doing. Xuexing had reminded him before that there was something wrong with Prince Xueking he. Now even a super Douluo has appeared, which means there is a big problem. Yes. Your Majesty. Commander Audis left quickly and gathered the imperial guards in the palace. Xiaotian Douluo, I will have to trouble you later. Emperor Shuiyi asked Tang Xiao, hoping that Xiaotian Douluo could show his power. Your Majesty, please rest assured. From Emperor Shuiyi's expression, Tang Xiao knew that the titled Douluo in the prince's mansion was an enemy, not a friend. Tang Yuehua felt very complicated at the moment. Over the years, Prince Xueking he had been very good to her, but now she watched Emperor Shuiyi take care of the prince. However, she was just a weak woman and it was not easy for her to get involved in these things. The gathering of the imperial guards in the palace naturally could not be hidden from the 2 titled Douluo Qianjun and Jiangmo. Before that, their auras were likely to be detected by Tang Xiao. However, since they were discovered by the other party, Qian Renxue should be allowed to escape as soon as possible, so as to prevent the little girl from dragging her feet and making up her mind. Young master, the imperial guards are heading towards the prince's mansion. We should withdraw. Snake Spear and Thorn Porpoise came in from outside and saw Qian Renxue still thinking about the problem, and reminded her anxiously. Finally here, it's time to leave. Qian Renxue said lightly, feeling very bad that all her years of hard work had come to nothing. Tap 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 tap. The imperial guards moved quickly, gathering 2,000 soldiers in a few moments and surrounding the entire prince's mansion. King He, ask your friend to come out and let father see who it is. Emperor Shuye and Xue Xing also came to the prince's mansion at this time and shouted to Xue King He. They were accompanied by Xue Beng, Tang Xiao, and Tang Yuehua. Buzz buzz. Sixth soul skill, sweeping thousands of troops with a stick. Bang bang. At this time, Zhang Emo and Qian Jun, two titled Douluo, appeared on the roof, both used soul skills to attack Emperor Shuye. Quick! Protect your majesty! Seeing the two titled Douluo, Xue Xing screamed in fear. Haoshan possessed! Your majesty, you retreat quickly! At the critical moment, Tang Xiao immediately summoned the Haoshan Hammer martial spirit to protect Emperor Shuye and others. His sister was also present, so Tang Xiao did not dare to be careless. Outstanding battle soul hammer, mighty Haoshan sect. I didn't expect that Xiao and Douluo of Haoshan twins would come out of the mountain, quite interesting. Demon subduing Douluo looked at Tang Xiao's huge hammer, and directly waved the Panlong stick and rushed forward. Panlong stick martial soul? Are you titled Douluo of the martial soul hall? As the leader of Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao naturally knew the titled Douluo of the Panlong stick martial soul family. Xiao Yan Douluo, let's fight. Demon subduing Douluo did not answer Tang Xiao, but directly challenged him. When meeting an opponent of the same level, he had to fight anyway, and Qianjun Douluo stood on the roof, watching the fight between the two. The hammer shakes the world. One throw of the universe. Bang bang bang. The battle between the two 96 level titled Douluos was extremely fierce. Many imperial guards were injured by the powerful aftermath of the battle between the two, and some died directly. Damn it. He's actually from the Spirit Hall. Emperor Shuye was shocked to see Xue King He actually interacting with the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Bang bang. At this moment, Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise rushed out of the prince's mansion with Xue King He. Two more titled Douluo. King He, what are you doing? Emperor Shuye looked at the four titled Douluo and was immediately overwhelmed. Of course I'm going to join the Spirit Hall, father, you're too pedantic. Qian Renxue hadn't recovered her daughter's body yet, and was still using Xue King He's identity to fool Emperor Shuye, with the purpose of preventing old man Shuye from attacking the people of the Spirit Hall of Tiandu City. King He, you want to join the Spirit Hall? When Emperor Shuye heard Xue King He's words, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he was stunned. Your Majesty, he is probably not the real Xue King He. Xue Xing spoke to wake up Emperor Shuye. You guys go quickly. Qianjun Douluo shouted to Qian Renxue and the other two, then flew down and killed Emperor Shuye. Those weak imperial guards were like paper in front of the attack of the super Douluo. Hundreds of them were killed in a few strokes. The scene was like killing chickens. Quick! Protect His Majesty and retreat. Several commanders of the imperial guards protected Emperor Shuye and his men and quickly fled from the prince's mansion. Snake Spear and Thorn Porpoise took Qian Renxue and easily broke out of the encirclement of the imperial guards and left the palace. Qianjun Douluo continued to stay and joined forces with Zhang Emodo to deal with Tang Xiao. Haoshan Chuchu. Ho. Tang Xiao was overwhelmed at the moment. The two 96 level titled Douluos worked together to deal with him. They thought too highly of him, so he quickly performed Haoshan Chuchu. Panlong joint attack technique. The brothers Zhang Emo and Qian Jun also quickly used the combined attack technique to deal with Hao Tian Juju. Shua. At this moment, a sword light from a distance slashed towards Qian Jun and Zhang Emo. Qian Jun's one throw. Qian Jun Douluo directly used his soul skill to block the sword light. Bang bang. The two soul skills of the 96 level titled Douluo collided, making a loud explosion, and also interrupted the fight between Zhang Emo and Tang Xiao. Shua. At this time, a white-haired old man appeared in front of several people, holding the 7 killing sword and surrounded by 9 soul rings. It was the sword Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. On the roof in the distance, Ning Fengzi was dragging the 7 treasures glazed tile tower, watching the 4 people, ready to assist sword Douluo and Tang Xiao at any time. Sword Dao Chen Xin. Zhang Emo and Qian Jun greeted Jian Douluo. Panlong stick martial soul? I am so jealous of you. Jian Douluo recognized Panlong stick martial soul at a glance. These were 2 titled Douluos from the Qianggu family of Wuhan Hall. Clear Sky Hammer martial soul, are you Tang Xiao from Clear Sky sect? Jian Douluo looked at Tang Xiao with grey hair on his temples and lamented that time was unforgiving. Tang Xiao, one of the once high-spirited Clear Sky twin stars, was already old. Thank you, Senior Chen Xin. Tang Xiao was younger than Jian Douluo, so he naturally had to call him senior. Besides, the other party had helped him out, but he owed him a favor. You two, we will meet again in the future. Qianjun and Jiangmo saw that Jian Douluo had also come, so there was no need to fight anymore. Besides, the other side had Ning Fengzi's 7 treasures glazed tower to assist them. Once the battle started, their side would still be at a disadvantage. So the two of them jumped onto the roof and ran out of the palace. Shua. Uncle Jian, I didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince actually had contact with the titled Douluo of the Wuhan Hall's worship hall. Ning Fengzi saw Jiangmo and Qianjun leave, and immediately jumped down from the roof, and his heart was finally put down. Fengzi, I have said it a long time ago, you don't have a good eye for people. Douluo remembered that Ning Fengzi used to be optimistic about Zhu Xuking, and now he was slapped in the face again. Ning Fengzi and Douluo also discovered the abnormality of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince some time ago, so they wanted to confirm it again today, but they didn't expect to bump into each other. Brother Ning, Senior Chinexin, let's go see His Majesty and the others first. Tang Xiao was very worried about his sister Tang Yuehua, whether she was injured during the retreat. At this moment, in the palace hall, Emperor Shui sighed and sat at the table drinking alone. He couldn't understand why Zhu Xuking, whom he valued the most in these years, actually defected. He didn't know whether Zhu Xuking was still his son Zhu Xuking. It was really upsetting. Father, don't be sad. Xue Beng comforted Emperor Shui beside him. Now he was the only one left among the four princes. Finally, no one competed with him for the throne. It was so cool. He. Yaoyang Chen, you insulted me once, I will make you pay 100 times back. At this moment, Xue Beng was laughing wildly in his heart, imagining the scene of himself leading 1,000,000 troops to kill Yaoyang Chen. At that time, all the beauties around that guy would succumb to his tyranny. When Tang Xiao came to the palace, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his sister was unharmed. Xiao Tian Douluo, Jian Douluo, how is the other party? Emperor Shui asked anxiously. They all left. Qianjun and Jiangmo are both super Douluo with the same strength as us. If they want to leave, we can't stop them at all. Tang Xiao said helplessly. If it weren't for Jian Douluo's support, he would have been injured at least. Spirit Hall, I will get back this blood debt sooner or later. Emperor Shui thought of his 3 sons who were killed by the Spirit Hall, and he wanted to summon the army to attack the Spirit Hall immediately. Brother, don't be impulsive. Xue Xing hurriedly calmed Emperor Shui's emotions. Attacking the Spirit Hall now is undoubtedly self-destruction. Your Majesty, if you want to deal with the Spirit Hall, you must unite with other forces. Ning Fengzi suggested to Emperor Shui. Brother Xiaotian, what do you think of the Haoshan sect? Ning Fengzi asked Tang Xiao, if the 3 sects and the empire work together, it should not be a problem to deal with the Spirit Hall. Of course we are willing, and I am here to discuss cooperation with your Majesty this time. Tang Xiao dreams of destroying the Spirit Hall, the biggest enemy. As long as the Spirit Hall is not eliminated, the Haoshan sect will never be able to make a breakthrough. But the Tianshui sect has an ambiguous relationship with Pope BBDong, which may become a variable. Ning Fengzi remembered the previous attitude of Tianshui sect master Shui Langzhen, who did not participate in the disputes between the secular world, but had an ambiguous relationship with BBDong, which was very puzzling. Father, I suggest that we gather the army and directly attack Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect. While they are just starting to develop, we should directly destroy them and eliminate the trouble forever. Beng Shui is most afraid of Yaoyang Chen. The other party is like his nightmare, especially that guy's words. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers? Directly make the empire's army in chaos. If the guy is not eliminated, the empire will not be at peace. Humph. Stupid, ignorant. Jian Douluo snorted coldly, looking at Xue Beng, a jumping clown who doesn't know the height of the world, and actually likes to die so much. He is really idle. Brother Hao told me before that the boy named Yaoyang Chen is more dangerous than the Spirit Hall. I suggest that the empire should not provoke him for the time being, so as not to create a more terrifying enemy for the empire. When they unite with the Spirit Hall, the empire will surely perish. Tang Xiao looked at this idiot Prince Xue Beng and was also worried about the future of the Tiandu Empire. Alas! The empire is in a precarious situation now. Emperor Shui sighed helplessly, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. On the other side, after Qian Renxue and his party escaped from the palace, they found a hiding place, disguised themselves, and then rushed to the Tiandu Wuhan Hall. No. The next moment, Qian Renxue thought of what Yaoyang Chen had said before, so she immediately changed her mind and had to go to Tianshui city to meet the little guy first. 2 elders, you go back to Wuhan city first, I'm going to Tianshui city to meet up with my brother Xiao Chen. Qian Renxue ordered Snake Spear and Thorny Pig to return to Wuhan city, and she took Qianjun and Jiangmo to Tianshui city, intending to stay with the little guy for a while. Old Dragon, the young master is going on a date with Mr. Yet. The thornfish looked at Qian Renxue's eyes when she mentioned Yaoyang Chen, which made people speechless. Isn't Mr. Yet a little more handsome and talented? Is it necessary to be so anxious? His Holiness the Pope has long acquiesced to the young master's relationship with Mr. Yet. Let's not worry about these things. Let's return to Wuhan city and report the matter to His Holiness the Pope. Shi Long shook his head helplessly and quickly left Tiandu city. Old Dragon, now we are finally relieved. We don't have to hide every day. That's right. I have been undercover with the young master in the Tiandu palace for many years. I have been on edge every day, afraid of accidents. I am too tired. Now we finally understand what Mr. Ye said. The high-level people in the Wuhan Hall are all sick in the head. Only they can come up with such a stupid plan to steal the country. Old Dragon, although Mr. Yi's words make us feel uncomfortable, he is telling the truth. We are a bunch of idiots. You are the idiot. Ha ha ha. After completing the undercover mission for so many years, the two titled Douluo, Snake Spear, and Thorny Pig, seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. They were in a very refreshing mood and walked with the wind. Chapter 239 Qian Renxue was defeated by BBDong. After Qian Renxue left the Tiandu imperial city with the two titled Douluo, Qianjun, and Jiangmo, they rushed towards Tianshui city at lightning speed. I didn't expect that Tang Xiao and Jian Douluo from Haoshan sect would recognize our identities. It's bad. We left in a hurry and forgot to remind Saras and the others. If old man Shuya attacks the spirit hall of Tiandu city, it will be bad. Qianjun and Zhang Mo only remembered at this time that they had killed hundreds of soldiers of the Tiandu royal family in order to break out of the siege. If old man Shuya retaliated against the spirit hall, the garrison personnel of the spirit hall of Tiandu city would be in danger. Grandpas, don't worry. Before, I used the identity of Zhu Xuking to deliberately tell old man Shuya that I wanted to join the spirit hall. Now he doesn't know whether I am true or not, so he should not dare to attack Saras and the others. If he does, we will have a legitimate reason to go to war. Qian Renxue knew very well that now the Tiandu Empire, in addition to having 1,000,000 troops, has very few high-end combat forces. Emperor Shuya does not have the courage to take the initiative to start a war with the spirit hall. Zioxu, Master Ye had reminded you to get out as soon as possible, so there wouldn't be such a big commotion. Qianjun Douluo shook his head helplessly. The brothers had exposed their identities this time, which was a bit of a miscalculation. Grandfathers, it doesn't matter if you have exposed your identities. Anyway, you are all level 96 titled Douluo, and the Heaven Do Empire can't do anything to you. Xiao Tian Douluo Tang Xiao suddenly came to the Heaven Do Palace. None of us expected it. Qian Renxue was very happy. Qianjun and Jiangmo didn't take the exposure of the two titled Douluo seriously. Instead, they were curious about the Haoshan sects coming out of the mountain. They thought something big must have happened in their sect. That's right. Even if we are exposed, the only one who can threaten the lives of our brothers on the continent, besides the great priest, is Mr. Yat. Qianjun and Jiangmo smiled. Although the two brothers were only level 96, they still had a martial soul fusion skill that could resist the attack of a level 99 strong man. Puchi. Grandpas, you are level 96 titled Douluo, are you still afraid of little brother Xiao Chen? He is just a little soul emperor now. Qian Renxue couldn't help laughing when she heard that Jiangmo and Qianjun, the two old men, were actually afraid of her little brother Xiao Chen. Hey! Zioxu, you know that among all the titled Douluo in our spirit hall, who has not been bullied by master yet? Even the great priest is the same. Qianjun Douluo remembered that when Yaoyang Chen helped BBDong solve the internal conflicts in the spirit hall, he directly asked the goddess to release her divine power and pressed everyone to the ground. That scene was unforgettable for a lifetime. Later, Yaoyang Chen directly abolished Tang Hao, and everyone was completely convinced by that little guy. Who told you to take advantage of your age? If you put on airs in front of Xiao Chen, he will definitely play a trick on you. We brothers didn't do anything to Mr. Yet. We just got caught in the crossfire with my second brother. Fortunately, Mr. Yet is one of us. If he was an enemy, we would be in trouble. Grandfathers, Xiao Chen didn't kill you. He just said a few words to you. At this moment, Qian Renxue was walking and chatting with the two old men, enjoying the scenery along the way. She felt very comfortable. This feeling was really good. On the other side, Snake Spear and Thorn Porpoise spent a few days rushing back to the Pope's Hall in Wuhan City to report to BBDong that Qian Renxue had given up the undercover plan. This girl is quite smart. Before leaving, she actually set up this drama for the Tiandu imperial family. It's really interesting. After listening to the reports of Snake Spear and Thorn Porpoise, BBDong was quite satisfied, especially Qian Renxue's operation, which made her feel very happy. She didn't care about the exposure of Zhang Mo and Qian Jun's identities. Your Highness, Tang Xiao of Haoshan sect has come out and plans to cooperate with Tiandu Empire. Should we take action? Snake Spear Douluo asked BBDong. Don't pay attention to Haoshan sect. Haoshan sect now has a bigger enemy, that is Tang San, who has fallen into the evil demon. That kid has now obtained the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Now he hates Haoshan sect as much as he hates our Wuhan Hall. In the future, when he kills Haoshan sect, the scene will definitely be exciting. BBDong didn't take the current Haoshan sect seriously at all. A blackened Tang San was enough to destroy Haoshan sect. No wonder Tang Xiao went to the Tiandu imperial family. It turned out that such a big thing happened inside the Haoshan sect. What did those old stubborn people in the Haoshan sect do? They actually forced a genius with twin martial spirits to become a demon. Snake Spear and Thorny Pig were surprised to hear that Tang San had become a demon. Two elders, why didn't Shuer and the two priests return to the Wuhan city with you? At this time, Qian Renxue walked into the Pope's Hall from outside and asked Snake Spear and Thorny Pig. Great priest, the young master took the two priests to Tianshui city to find Mr. Yat. Snake Spear replied respectfully to Qian Renxue, but he was laughing in his heart. The young master is already in his 20s, of course, it's important to fall in love. What's the point of returning to the temple of priests and seeing a bunch of old men every day? This girl gave up her undercover mission and now she doesn't even go home. When Qian Renxue heard that his granddaughter went to find the little guy, he felt a sour feeling in his heart. In the little girl's heart, he was not as good as that boy. Great priest, you know the relationship between Xiaoxiu and Xiao Chen. They are siblings. Isn't it normal for the elder sister to go to see the younger brother? Why are you jealous? BBDong saw Qian Renxue's lost expression and felt very funny. This old man was jealous of his granddaughter. It was really interesting. BBDong was very happy that Qian Renxue went to find the little guy. After all, the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh, which is called keeping the fat water in the fields. Puchi. Great priest, we really can't help it, please don't mind. Shi Yu and Ci2 heard BBDong teasing Qian Renxue and couldn't help laughing. Nonsense, how could I be jealous? Qian Renxue immediately retorted, and glared at Shi Mao and Cai-tun, thinking, are these two guys a little bit arrogant? They even dared to laugh at me. Your Highness, High Priest, we will take our leave first. After being glared at by Qian Renxue, Shi Mao and Cai-tun immediately forced themselves to hold back their laughter and then left the Pope's palace. Ha ha ha. However, after leaving the Pope's palace, the two immediately laughed out loud. High Priest, I have good news for you. Xiaoxiu has been promoted to Soul Emperor and obtained a 40,000-year soul ring. The most important thing is that Xiaoxiu's 6-winged angel martial spirit has evolved into an 8-winged angel. BBDong found it funny that Qian Renxue was jealous of the little guy, so she told Qian Renxue about Qian Renxue's martial spirit evolution to make the old guy happy. 8-winged angel? How did Shuer do it? Could it be that the little guy made a pill for martial soul evolution? After hearing what BBDong said, Qian Renxue's sense of loss disappeared, and he danced with excitement. He almost jumped up on the spot like a child. Some time ago, Xiao Chen and Shui Langzhen accompanied me to the Slaughter City to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast to add the last soul ring to my second martial soul. Xiao Chen used his mental power to detect the inner pill of a 10-headed scorching sun snake on the road to hell, so we took the road to hell, and we really ran into the big snake later. After killing the snake, we also got an inner pill. Xiao Chen said that the inner pill was a very yang treasure and could be used as a soul ring. For a soul master with fire attributes, it was a great opportunity. After Xiaoxiu absorbed the inner pill, the energy in the inner pill really turned into her 6th soul ring, and even her martial soul evolved into an 8-winged angel. Now Xiaoxiu's martial soul is more powerful than the 6-winged angel inherited from the Qian family. BBDong talked about the magic of the inner pill of the 10-headed scorching sun snake, which made Qian Renxue see it for a long time. I never thought there would be such a rare treasure in the world. It really broadened my horizons. I feel like I have lived in vain for more than 100 years. Qian Renxue admired Yaoyang Chen's profound knowledge. He had never heard of a snake like the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Your Highness, thank you for thinking about Shuer. Over the years, our Qian family has let you down. Qian Renxue felt that he had gone too far before, so he took the initiative to apologize to BBDong. Great priest, why do you mention those things? If you really want to apologize, then fight me. I have just been promoted to level 99 and want to try the power of the extreme Douluo. BBDong didn't care much about the past, but since the old guy apologized, he would fight with him and fulfill his wish. Great priest, go to the valley over there to fight. BBDong challenged Qian Renxue, then walked out of the Pope's palace and flew to the distant mountain. Level 99? Then I will fight with you. Qian Renxue was immediately interested when he heard that BBDong had also reached level 99, so he flew out as well. Buzz. Arriving in the valley, BBDong stood on the top of a big tree and directly released her second martial soul. 9 black, 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 red, red, red soul rings slowly rose up, extremely gorgeous. BBDong, you are really amazing. This soul ring combination is too amazing. I am inferior to you. Qian Renxue was blinded by BBDong's exaggerated soul rings. It was the first time he saw BBDong's second martial soul after evolution. The ugly green spider disappeared, and now it has become a charming woman with 8 spider spears behind her. She looks very powerful. I have gone through hardships to reach this level. Unlike you, the great worshipper, you have the help of angels. BBDong laughed. BBDong, you are right. I did rely on the divine test to reach level 99. Compared with you, I am far behind. Buzz. Qian Renxue released the 6-winged angel martial spirit and the 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red. First soul skill, Angel Assault. First soul skill, Half Moon Slash. Bang bang. Qian Renxue and BBDong used their soul skills and began to attack each other. The attack of the two peerless Douluo made a huge explosion, which attracted the attention of other titled Douluo in the Elder Hall, so they rushed to the valley. Oh my god! The great priest actually fought with His Holiness the Pope. When everyone rushed to the valley where BBDong and Qian Renxue fought, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. 9th soul skill, Angel Light. 9th soul skill, Floating Light Blood Shadow Kill. Bang bang bang. At this moment, BBDong and Qian Renxue both released their 100,000-year soul skills. The powerful collision of skills caused rocks and dust to fly in the valley. Blood Blade 1000 soul kill. Bang ah. BBDong, the sun's true fire can't hurt you. Qian Renxue thought that the blazing light contained in his 9th soul skill could hurt BBDong, but he didn't expect that the other party was unscathed and directly used another 100,000 year soul skill to repel him. Haha. Great priest, I'm sorry, I won. My body is immune to both ice and fire. Your son's true fire has no effect on me. After BBDong defeated Qian Renxue, she felt extremely refreshed. Her wish for many years was finally realized. The great priest actually lost to His Holiness the Pope. A group of titled Douluo watching the battle from a distance were extremely shocked to see Qian Renxue fail. Immune to both ice and fire? BBDong, you are amazing. But I seem to feel the power of God from your last soul skill. Qian Renxue was also extremely shocked at this moment. He used his power to defeat BBDong in the last move of Angel Light, but he still couldn't defeat BBDong. It seems that the other party may have also obtained the inheritance of God. Yes, this time when I went to the Slaughter City, in addition to obtaining a 100,000 year soul ring, I also got the inheritance of Shura God. BBDong said calmly, thinking, I have my godson to help me, it's too easy to get a god's inheritance. Inheritance of Shura God. Qian Renxue had a stupid thought in his heart at this moment, not knowing whether to say it or not. How can young people nowadays be so powerful? BBDong obtained Rakshasa God before, but she didn't expect that after Yaoyang Chen dispelled Rakshasa God's thoughts, she now obtained the inheritance of Shura God. Qian Renxue felt sour now. He could only how can there be such a big gap between people when being a servant of God? Don't look at it, go back to work. BBDong saw that the group of titled Douluo in the Elder Hall came to watch, so she told everyone to leave. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. BBDong gave the order, and the group of titled Douluo immediately scattered. Shua Shua. Qian Renxue also flew directly back to the worship hall. He was a little depressed because he lost to BBDong this time. Chapter 240 Full of gunpowder. The noise Qian Renxue made in the Tiandu Palace soon spread, especially the drama of Zhu Xuking publicly announcing his joining the Wuhan Hall, which made countless people in the Tiandu Empire feel incredible. The Crown Prince of Tiandu Empire actually joined the Spirit Hall. Does the Tiandu Empire have to submit to the Spirit Hall? When the Zingluo Emperor Dai Tianfeng received the news from the spy, he was extremely worried. He was worried that the Spirit Hall and the Tiandu Empire would unite and launch a war against the Zingluo Empire. Then the Zingluo Empire would be finished. Even the two elders of the Haoshan sect who had just served as the royal family of the Zingluo Empire were confused. You know, Tang Hao went to the Tiandu Empire in person to discuss cooperation. Now the other side's crown prince has joined the Spirit Hall. What can they do? Qian Renxue used the crown prince Zhu Xuking to make such a scene, and also made some other kingdoms and principalities in the Tiandu Empire that had ambiguous relations with the Spirit Hall stand on the side of the Spirit Hall, such as the Barak Kingdom, the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, etc. And the Spirit Hall also took the opportunity to infiltrate the ruling class of these kingdoms and principalities to facilitate future actions. Father, we have to announce that Zhu Xuking is a fake, not the real prince. The original prince has been killed by the people of the Spirit Hall. In the palace of the Tiandu Empire, Xuebeng proposed to Emperor Shuye that in this way, he would completely become the prince of the Tiandu Empire. In the past few days, Emperor Shuye has been fantasizing about Zhu Xuking and has been reluctant to make him the prince, which makes Xuebeng very anxious. Brother, don't have any illusions about Zhu Xuking anymore. Now the whole Tiandu city is talking about it. We have to announce that Zhu Xuking is a fake, so that we can appease the people. Prince Xuexing also persuaded Emperor Shuye that the most urgent thing is to make Prince Xuebeng the prince. Okay. Benger, you go and deal with this matter. I only have you as my only son now. After listening to the two, Emperor Shuye finally made up his mind to let Xuebeng deal with the rumors, which was also a test for his youngest son. Father, don't worry. I will take care of everything. Xuebeng was very excited when he saw his father finally speak. Xuebeng returned to the prince's mansion and immediately issued a notice as the prince, saying that Prince Zhu Xuking was pretending to be someone from the Spirit Hall, and that all this was a conspiracy of the Spirit Hall, describing the Spirit Hall as an unforgivable evil organization. Qian Renxue gave up the undercover plan, and Xuebeng couldn't wait to take over everything in the prince's mansion, regardless of whether old man Shuye agreed or not. Anyway, now there is only one heir left in the Tiandu royal family, and the position of the prince can only be his. Wow. So that's how it is. It feels like the competition between the royal families of the Tiandu Empire is more exciting than that of the Zingluo Empire. When Xuebeng announced this as the prince, the onlookers thought it was just a competition between the two princes of the Tiandu Empire. I didn't expect that Xuebeng, that playboy, would win in the end. The Tiandu Empire is finished. Xuebeng, that evil pervert, has become the emperor. Who knows what kind of harm he will cause to the empire. Emperor Shuye may be too old to see the truth. He actually let Xuebeng, a playboy, be his heir. No wonder His Royal Highness the Crown Prince joined the Spirit Hall. In people's impression, Crown Prince Zhu Xuking is a gentleman with elegant manners and gentleness. He is not comparable to Xuebeng, that evil playboy. Now that Xuebeng has become the Crown Prince, many people in the Tiandu Empire are very unhappy and are cursing Xuebeng behind his back. Damn it, Zhu Xuking, you are so cruel. Xuebeng didn't expect that he didn't receive any praise for calming rumors as the Crown Prince, but was cursed instead. Xuebeng, keep calm. What's the use of rumors? What's the use of people being dissatisfied? In the end, they still have to accept your rule. Don't pay attention to the words of those ants. Prince Xuexing looked at the exasperated Xuebeng and comforted him not to panic. Uncle, I understand. Xuebeng said calmly, but he was very anxious. If he couldn't take power, he couldn't mobilize the army and couldn't seek revenge on Yaoyang Chen. It was too infuriating. Although his father was old, he was also a soul master. If he had to endure for another 20 or 30 years, Yaoyang Chen would definitely grow into a peerless strongman. Even if he became the emperor, he would not be able to repay him. Thinking of this, Xuebeng suddenly felt very aggrieved. Hey! Got it. At this time, Xuebeng suddenly had an idea. Now that his father would not abdicate, he had to use some means to unite with several concubines to make the old guy die faster, wouldn't it? Xuebeng secretly had affairs with several concubines of Emperor Xueye. Those concubines were also dissatisfied with Emperor Xueye who was unable to do anything. They wanted to secretly attack Xueye, which should not be a problem. He. I am so talented. Xuebeng thought of this and laughed wildly in his heart. The throne was not far away from him. Emperor Xueye was also having a headache now. What evil things did his youngest son do in the past that made the people hate him so much? Compared with King He, Benger is far behind and can't handle the big responsibility. Alas! Emperor Xueye sighed. It seems that he has to drive the big ship of Tiandu Empire himself. He can only let go of his youngest son Xuebeng when he satisfies him. Emperor Xueye is also a power fanatic. He will never have enough fun with 3,000 beauties in the harem. He will never let Xuebeng inherit the throne easily. Father, why did my elder brother join the spirit hall? At this time, the little princess Xueke ran to Emperor Xueyi's residence and asked about Xueking He. Although Qian Renxue killed the 3 princes of Tiandu Empire, she was very good to the little princess Xueke and treated her as her own sister. Xueking He's rebellion against the empire made the little princess Xueke sad. These days, she often cried in the house and missed her elder brother. Kaer, your father doesn't know. Your uncle told your 4th brother that King He is a fake. I am confused now. Looking at Xueke's tearful face, Emperor Xueye knew that the little girl must be very sad during this period. Why did Big Brother do this? Are we not good to him? The future throne is his. What else is he dissatisfied with? Xueke cried with tears in her eyes. Big Brother ran away from home, which made her very sad. Princess Xueke is a brother control. She is very attached to Xueking He. She is not used to the days without Big Brother's love. No, I have to find out. Emperor Xueye immediately returned to the palace, summoned thousands of soldiers, and rushed to Tiandu City Wuhan Hall to question Saras. Tap tap tap. When Emperor Xueye led thousands of soldiers to Tiandu City Wuhan Hall, Platinum Bishop Saras and his party were shocked. I wonder what your majesty is doing here at our spirit hall. Salas walked out of the spirit hall and calmly asked Emperor Xueye. As the highest officer of the spirit hall of Tiandu City, he couldn't be timid at this time. These days, because of the commotion caused by Qian Renxue, Saras was also very nervous, worried that Emperor Xueye would destroy the garrison personnel of the spirit hall of Tiandu City. Salas, I want to know why the crown prince of my Tiandu Empire colluded with the spirit hall. Emperor Xueye sat in the carriage and asked Saras condescendingly. Your Majesty, I don't know about this. Salas spread his hands and said he didn't know. I thought Emperor Xueye brought troops to attack the spirit hall, but I didn't expect that the other party was just here to ask about Xueking He, so Saras immediately argued with Emperor Xueye and refused to admit it. Salas, don't play dumb with me. Emperor Xueye was extremely angry when he saw Saras arguing with him. Your Majesty, the crown prince has joined the spirit hall, this is a confidential matter. I am just a small platinum bishop. Do you think I am qualified to know such confidential matters? Salas continued to act like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, and refused to admit it. Salas, do you really think I dare not destroy you? Everyone listen to my order, today we will destroy the spirit hall of Tiandu City. Emperor Xueye was furious with Saras and directly ordered to attack the spirit hall. Everyone open your spirit and prepare for battle. Seeing that Emperor Xueye was anxious, Saras immediately ordered all the dozens of golden knights stationed in the spirit hall of Tiandu City to prepare for battle. Yes, Bishop. Buzz. A group of spirit masters in the spirit hall showed their spirits and prepared to fight. The golden knights stationed in the spirit hall of Tiandu City have 60 people, all of whom are at the Soul King level, and there are 3 soul saints of more than 70 levels. Saras is even more powerful than 89 levels. If they really fight, they may not be completely destroyed. Tap tap tap. Your Majesty, calm down. Don't be impulsive. At this moment, Prince Xuexing and Xuebeng rode their war horses and rushed to the scene quickly to stop the conflict between the two sides. Your Majesty, I heard that the titled Douluo of the worship hall was involved in the matter of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I really don't know about such confidential matters. If you want to know, you might as well go directly to Spirit City and ask the Pope. At this time, Saras threw the blame on the high level of the Spirit Hall, and specifically mentioned the titled Douluo of the worship hall. Your Majesty, calm down. Once we take action, the Spirit Hall will definitely retaliate, and we can't bear the consequences. Xuexing advised from the side. Salas, the Tiandu Empire has millions of soldiers, don't think I'm afraid. We'll withdraw. After saying a harsh word to Saras, Emperor Shuya led the army to withdraw. Prince Xuexing, fortunately you came in time, avoided a war, and saved the people of Tiandu city. Saras was possessed by the spirit of drama, and smiled and praised Prince Xuexing. Salas, don't think that the spirit hall has a large number of titled Douluo, so you can cover the sky with one hand. Prince Xuexing said to Saras coldly, full of gunpowder. Prince Xuexing, this is too serious. Although our spirit hall has a large number of titled Douluo, we don't cover the sky with one hand. I'm just a small platinum bishop. It doesn't mean that you are angry with me. The Tiandu Empire and the Zingluo Empire often go to war. If our Wuhan Hall didn't mediate, do you think the Tiandu Empire can stop the iron cavalry of the Zingluo Empire? Your Highness, our Wuhan Hall has always been a peacekeeper. You shouldn't have such a big grudge against our Wuhan Hall. Resentment. Salas didn't take the threat of Prince Xuexing seriously at all, and instead brought up the Spirit Hall's mediation of the conflict between the two empires. Salas, your Spirit Hall's titled Douluo killed hundreds of our imperial guards this time. We will get back this blood debt. Your Highness, when there is a titled Douluo, you still let those soldiers go forward to besiege, isn't that sending them to die? Salas, you are making specious arguments. Your Highness, I am telling the truth. In fact, it is not a bad thing for His Highness the Crown Prince to join the Spirit Hall. It is you who have to make a fuss and send troops to besiege the titled Douluo. It can be said that the people who killed those soldiers are actually you. This king does not want to argue with you, you can do what you want. Prince Xuexing was furious with Saras and left directly. My Lord Bishop, what should we do in the future? Should we ask the Pope to withdraw from Tiandu city? Seeing that the Tiandu royal family had withdrawn, a soul saint asked Saras for instructions. Thors, you return to Wuhan city as soon as possible and report to the Pope. Salas also realized the seriousness of the situation. If a fight really broke out today, he would not be able to protect his men, so he immediately asked the soul saint with flying ability to return to Wuhan city. Yes, Bishop. Thors received the order and rushed to Wuhan city. Chapter 241, Creating a Special Forces Soldier in Another World. From now on, your training programs must be increased, with a forced march of 30 kilometers a day, 100 wall squats, 150 push UPS, all items must be loaded with no less than 50 kilograms. Tenglong City, a military training base, Yaoyang Chen is giving a speech to hundreds of soldiers. This military training base was built by Yaoyang Chen according to the scenes in the movies in his previous life. This is training us to death. When the soldiers heard that the weight was increased from 30 kilograms to 50 kilograms, they felt a lot of pressure. There is motivation only when there is pressure. If you don't push yourself, you don't know how much potential you have. You are the elites I specially selected from the city defense army. You are said to be 10 people. If you can't even complete this project, then what kind of soldiers are you? Go home and dig sweet potatoes as soon as possible. I tell you, you are not soul masters. Only through high-intensity training can you survive in future wars. Yaoyang Chen looked at the bitter faces of these young soldiers and felt very funny. Please rest assured, Pavilion Master, I will complete the task. After Yaoyang Chen's encouragement, hundreds of soldiers immediately shouted in unison. Number 1, let's start. I will have people prepare delicious food for everyone in the canteen of the training base. Seeing that the group of people were motivated, Yaoyang Chen immediately ordered everyone to start training. Yes. Pavilion Master. Captain number 1 saluted Yaoyang Chen, and then began to lead the team to train. Stand at attention, turn right, and run. All carry 50 kilograms of weight, 12 people in a group, target, Cat Eagle Mountains, forced march 30 kilometers. The 120 soldiers, after Yaoyang Chen's ideological transformation, really look a bit like the army on the blue planet in the previous life. Pavilion Master, is it too cruel? They are just ordinary people, without soul power. Can they hold up such high-intensity training? Yaoyang, Yamo, and others had never seen such a training mode for ordinary soldiers, which was simply eye-opening. As long as you don't die from training, you can train to death. Yaoyang, Yamo, you follow them. After all, they are going into the mountains now. If anyone is injured, just treat them and don't let them die. Yaoyang Chen ordered his men to do a good job of logistics support. Yes. Pavilion Master. Yaoyang and Yamo took the order and immediately followed the soldiers with medical kits. After arranging those soldiers, Yaoyang Chen asked several cooks in the kitchen to go to Tianshui city to buy 2 pigs to kill and prepare delicious food for those soldiers. After arranging all these tasks, Yaoyang Chen came to a pavilion, boiled a pot of tea, and then lay on a rocking chair and began to rest. This little guy is sleeping again. Just at this time, Shui Langzhen came to the training base and saw the little guy lying on the rocking chair to rest, and smiled helplessly. Some time ago, Yaoyang Chen built a sergeant training base with a variety of equipment, such as 400-meter obstacle race, horizontal bar, barbell, climbing rope, etc., which made everyone dazzled. Xiao Chen, there is important news. Shui Langzhen walked to Yaoyang Chen, stretched out her hand to rub the little guy's head and wake him up. Auntie Lan, what's the important thing? Yaoyang Chen got up and poured Shui Langzhen a cup of tea. Xiao Chen, Haoshan sect has reached a cooperation with Tiandu Empire. Your sister Shui has been exposed and has given up the undercover plan. Zhu Xuking also received the information sent secretly by her eldest sister, saying that Haoshan sect has two titled Douluo serving as the worshippers of Zingluo Empire, and also sent some Haoshan sect disciples to join the royal family of Zingluo Empire. Shui Langzhen told Yaoyang Chen the news she had received. It seems that the Haoshan sect has now reached the end of its rope and has no choice but to lower its proud head and take the initiative to come out of seclusion and attach itself to the two empires in order to seek its own. Haoshan sect is betting on both sides, and wants to use the power of the two empires to develop itself. This operation is unparalleled. After listening to the news brought back by Shui Langzhen, Yaoyang Chen knew that Haoshan sect was forced to do nothing, so it would come out regardless of everything. Xiao Chen, what should we do now? Shui Langzhen asked Yaoyang Chen about the future development direction. Auntie Lan, we must continue to work hard to strengthen our own strength so that we can take the initiative in future wars. I investigated and found that the civilians under the jurisdiction of Tianshui city have heavy taxes and levies that have reached 60% of their income, and even 70%. Such a tax burden puts too much pressure on the people. Auntie Lan. Grandpa Xing will reduce taxes for the people. Specifically, for each household, farmers will only be charged 15%, and vendors in the city will only be charged 30%. That's it. Yaoyang Chen first proposed to reduce and exempt taxes for the common people. To be honest, when I investigated, I learned that the ordinary common people were subject to extremely high taxes and levies, and I couldn't help but take a breath. The noble rulers of the Tiandu Empire, in order to live a carefree life, squeezed the common people hard, and didn't care about the lives of the common people at all. In addition, they fought with the Zingluo Empire every year, and could only extort the people's fat from the people to maintain the war. Xiao Chen, reducing so many taxes at once will have a huge impact on the fiscal revenue of Tianshui city. Shui Langzhen felt that Yaoyang Chen's method was too risky. Auntie Lan, you are wrong. If the city lord's mansion wants to increase fiscal revenue, it must make the people of Tianshui city rich. Once the people have spare money, they will buy more things. At that time, the economy of Tianshui city will be better, and we will receive more taxes instead. Only when the people live a prosperous life can we win the hearts of the people. The real ruler is to serve the people. Yaoyang Chen corrected Shui Langzhen's aristocratic class rigid thinking and gave her some insights. Douluo world is a feudal society with rigid classes. The aristocracy is the ruler, and the sole master is at the top of the aristocracy, dominating the lower class civilians, wantonly oppressing them, and making the civilians miserable. Yaoyang Chen is a good student who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Naturally, he doesn't like such a class society. Xiao Chen, you are so right. After listening to Yaoyang Chen's words, Shui Langzhen seemed to have opened up a new world. Xiao Chen, I always feel that your ideas are too advanced and beyond this era. Shui Langzhen reached out and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head. She was very pleased that the child she raised was really like a god. Auntie Lan, you are too kind. Yaoyang Chen smiled embarrassedly, and was a little embarrassed by the other party's praise. Xiao Chen, how will you arrange this special forces you trained? Shui Langzhen couldn't understand why Yaoyang Chen only trained 120 soldiers. How could they fight in the future with such a small number of soldiers? I will train the first special forces, and then these people will become instructors. Then let them train other soldiers. If this continues, the combat effectiveness of the entire army will be improved, and it will definitely crush the Empire's army. If I have to train tens of thousands of special forces, the workload is too large and I don't have time at all. Yaoyang Chen used the training methods of those special forces in the movies of his previous life to prepare to create a super army in this alien world. You still have a way. Shui Langzhen was very happy after listening to Yaoyang Chen's plan. Well, someone is coming. Why is she here? Just after Yaoyang Chen and Shui Langzhen finished discussing the plan, Yakelin, Shui Bing'er, and Shui Yu'er brought Qian Renxue to the training base, talking and laughing. Also accompanying them were Swu, Yu Hero, Chu Ruo Shui, Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu, Ye Lingling, Du Guiyan, and Zhu Xuking, a bunch of spectators. They had seen Qian Renxue's appearance in the Pope's palace, and were very curious about the true identity of this beautiful woman. Xiao Chen, look, who's here? Yakelin, Shui Bing'er, and Shui Yu'er knew Qian Renxue's true identity, and they also knew that this woman liked Yaoyang Chen. Sister Shui, welcome, your arrival makes my small training base shine. Yaoyang Chen greeted Qian Renxue. It was a surprise that this woman came to him. Brother Xiao Chen, you have a really sweet mouth. Qian Renxue laughed, and felt very sweet when she saw the little guy. Auntie Lan. Qian Renxue saw Shui Langzhen and immediately gave her a warm hug. Sister Shui, you are really passionate. Shui Yu'er looked at Qian Renxue's operation and couldn't help but smile. My dear sisters, come and hug me. Qian Renxue walked over and hugged Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Shui Wu, and others. Sister Shui, I'm moved, what should I do? I can't leave you. Shui Yu'er said something shocking when Qian Renxue hugged her. If you're moved, then let's be together. Anyway, everyone will become gods in the future, and we will never be apart. That's right. This is called sisterly love, ha ha ha. Swu, Yu Hero, Dogayan, Chu Ruo Shui, Gu Qingbo and other female hooligans were making a noise nearby, all laughing like rotten girls. For a moment, it was like a turbulent sea, with people swaying back and forth. Puff. Shui Bing'er, Zhu Xuking, Ye Lingling, Shen Liu and other girls were relatively quiet, and did not laugh as exaggeratedly as Swu and the others. Xiao Chen, I took Sister Shui away, you have no objection, right? Shui Yuer winked at Yaoyang Chen playfully. No objection, I agree with both hands and feet. Yaoyang Chen waved his hands indifferently, such a scene was simply too beautiful. Sister Shui, don't be surprised. Yuer is like this, she likes to be weird. Shui Bing'er supported her forehead, and couldn't bear to look at the eccentric Shui Yuer. Sister Bing'er, don't say that, Sister Yuer is so beautiful and cute, I love her to death. Qian Renxue hugged the soft and cute Shui Yuer, feeling very wonderful, just like her own sister, and couldn't help kissing her face a few times, making Shui Yuer giggle, and the scene was very cheerful. Sister Shui, I didn't expect you to be a female hooligan, I like it, ha ha ha. Sister Shui, Yu Hero and others looked at Qian Renxue's operation and felt that the other party's personality was similar to theirs, that is, they were kindred spirits. What do you know? Sister Shui and I have a deep sisterly love. Shui Yu rolled her eyes at the girls. Let me introduce Zioxu's true identity to you. Her name is Qian Renxue. She is the daughter of Qian Sunji, the last pope of the Spirit Hall. Her grandfather is Senior Qian Daoliu, one of the three peerless Douluo. Zioxu has a god-level spirit, the six-winged angel spirit, and a genius with an innate 20-level spirit power. Shui Langzhen pushed Shui Yu away, and then introduced Qian Renxue's identity to Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu, and others. Buzz. Now my six-winged angel has evolved into an eight-winged angel. Qian Renxue released her spirit, and in an instant, a humanoid woman appeared behind her, with 4 pairs of golden wings, shining with golden light, making her extremely dazzling. It's just that my spirit ring combination is a bit bad. Qian Renxue looked at her 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black, and laughed at herself. She is really an 8-winged angel. Sister Shui is glowing. She is so beautiful. Innate level 20 soul power. This is too amazing. Sister Shui is the daughter of the previous pope? So, she is the true successor of the Spirit Hall. Sister Shui, your status is too great. Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu, Zhu Xuking, Yu Hero and others looked at Qian Renxue's beautiful appearance. They didn't expect that her background was so big. They were all shocked. Sister Shui, you are a super rich woman. Please support me. Shui Yuer hugged Qian Renxue with a smile and made a joke again. Okay. Sister Yuer, from now on, you are my sister's person. Qian Renxue smiled and made a joke with Shui Yuer. Ha ha ha. Do you two want to be intimate in public? Shui Wu, Dogayan and others made a noise next to them. These two girls are really endless. Ye Kailan and Shui Langzhen smiled helplessly at each other. Zioxu, are you here alone? Shui Langzhen asked Qian Renxue. It was interesting that this girl gave up the mission and didn't return to the Spirit Hall. After I gave up the mission, and then I brought the 2 grandfathers Qianjun and Jiangmo to find you. The 2 grandfathers are drinking and bragging with Senior Dogu at the moment. Qian Renxue told everyone about the changes in the Tiandu Palace. Sister Shui, so the identities of the 2 seniors Jiangmo and Qianjun were exposed. After listening to Qian Renxue's description, Yaoyang Chen felt that they were a little careless. Xiaotian Douluo and Jian Douluo recognized the Panlong stick spirit of the 2 grandfathers Jiangmo and Qianjun, otherwise they would not have exposed their identities. Qian Renxue also knew that she was careless. Fortunately, she used the identity of the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe to fool Emperor Shui Yat, making the other party confused. As for what will happen in the future, we will take it one step at a time. Will the Tiandu Empire go to war with the Spirit Hall? Shui Wu, Yu Hero and others only now know that the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire was actually pretended by this beautiful woman. It shouldn't be. Without sufficient power, old man Shui Ye dare not go to war. Qian Renxue is very clear about the strength of the Tiandu Empire. Even with the support of Haoshan sect and Kai Bao Liulai sect, the gap is still huge. After a conversation, Qian Renxue and Shui Bing'er and the others also became friends. This kind of life without intrigue is really great. Xiao Chen, what do you do with this place? Qian Renxue looked at this place, and there were all kinds of strange equipment, which looked a bit like a military camp. Special Forces Training Base. Yaoyang Chen said. Special Forces? Qian Renxue had never heard of the term Special Forces. She thought it was a soldier with special courage. Special Forces are. Yaoyang Chen babbled and introduced the difference between special forces and ordinary soldiers to Qian Renxue. Xiao Chen, if the soldiers are trained according to your requirements, I feel that the so-called millions of soldiers of the Tiandu Empire are just children playing house. Qian Renxue knew that the ordinary soldiers of the Tiandu Empire were just some civilians and had not received any military training at all. When the war with the Zingluo Empire began, the empire only issued some armor and spears, and then those soldiers raised their spears and rushed forward. In every war, the most deaths were those ordinary soldiers. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are a group of cannon fodder. Ziokin's training method, let alone ordinary people, even our soul masters do not have such intensive training. If we also use this training method to refine our bodies since childhood, the first soul ring can definitely exceed the standard age. Although if it can't reach 1,000 years, it must reach at least 500 or 600 years. Shui Bing'er, Xiaowu, and others thought of their training life in school. Apart from fighting spirits and cultivating soul power, they had never done any physical training. Indeed, it seems that we have to let the young students of the academy use this method to train their bodies in the future. Shui Langzhen decided to build a small military training base in Tianshui College to train the students who were enrolled. Chapter 242 3 Single attribute clans come to join. Qian Renxue was very interested in Yaoyang Chen's special forces training plan. If the ordinary army of the Spirit Hall can also receive such training, then they can face the millions of troops of the two empires with ease in the future. Xiao Chen, our Spirit Hall is also forming an ordinary army now. When will you go to train those soldiers? Qian Renxue has now given up the undercover mission, so she has to work hard for the cause of the Spirit Hall, so she wants the little guy to help. No hurry, wait until I finish training the first batch of soldiers and meet my requirements, then I will let this batch of soldiers become instructors and let them train those soldiers. Yaoyang Chen will have to go to the Sea God Island to upgrade in another year or two, but he doesn't have so much time to train the army. Yaoyang Chen's training is very effective. After more than a month of devil training, hundreds of soldiers are all brand new. In addition to improving their physical fitness and tactical literacy, these soldiers have also learned some exquisite boxing and kicking skills in the Xiantian treasure record. The combat capability of individual soldiers has improved at least several times compared to before. Each person is also equipped with a Zhuge God crossbow, a set of sleeve arrows, a flying claw, a tang sword, a short sword, a bow, an arrow and other combat items products. Yaoyang Chen felt that the equipment of these soldiers was also considered as special forces for the world of Douluo. After watching these soldiers become stronger, Yaoyang Chen decided to test them to see how they were able to fight against ordinary soldiers. That day, Yaoyang Chen asked the Lord of Mercury City to transfer 600 city defense troops to prepare to test these special forces. Shui Langzhen, Yakalan, Dugubo, Shui Binger, the Lord of Mercury City, Qian Renxue, and others also gathered at the military training base to see how effective it was. Stand at attention, look to the right, and look forward. Report to the pavilion master, the team has been assembled, please give instructions. Captain number 1 gathered the team, walked up, and saluted Yaoyang Chen for instructions. Return to the team. Yaoyang Chen signaled number 1 to return to the team. Yes. Pavilion master. Captain number 1 immediately returned to the team, and his momentum was really like that of the soldiers on Blue Star in his previous life. Everyone, congratulations on passing the 1-month devil training. Now we will assess you and conduct actual combat exercises with 600 city defense troops. The mission is to enter the Cat Owl Valley and capture 600 city defense troops alive. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Yaoyang Chen looked at this group of high-spirited soldiers and felt like a military commander. Report to the pavilion master, I guarantee to complete the mission. 120 soldiers shouted loudly in unison, with an extremely magnificent momentum. This time you are facing an army that is more than 5 times your number. After entering the battlefield, you must not underestimate the enemy. All the methods you can use must be used, such as hitting with clubs, kidnapping, setting traps, etc. In short, use all means to capture the other side's 600 soldiers alive. 6 people form a combat team, set off. Yaoyang Chen looked at the soldiers and felt a little proud, so he reminded everyone not to underestimate the enemy. Master, please rest assured that we will complete the mission. Tap tap tap. Captain number 1 immediately led the team and quickly set off towards the Cat Eagle Valley, disappearing in front of everyone in a few seconds. Looking at the momentum of these soldiers, it feels that soul masters below level may 20th not be their opponents. Yes. If the Spirit Hall has such an army, it can sweep across the two empires. Looking at the different army, Zhang Mo and Qian Jun, the two titled Douluo, could not help but nod their heads in amazement. Yaoyang Chen could actually train ordinary people so well. He was really an incredible guy. Xiao Chen, this training method must be kept secret. If the two empires learn it, it will be troublesome. Shui Langzhen, Dugubo, and others felt that Yaoyang Chen's advanced military training must be kept secret and must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Don't worry, we just need to close our military training base and send strong men to guard it to prevent people from watching it casually. Besides, there are some things that others can't learn. Yaoyang Chen was not worried about anything. Even those rigid-minded people in the empire couldn't learn much. More than 10 minutes later, the special forces entered the Cat Eagle Valley a few kilometers away, and the two armies officially fought. Ah! You are too shameless. How can you fight like this? We don't accept it. Haha. You lost. Our special forces won this battle exercise. After more than an hour of fighting, the special forces captured 600 city defense soldiers alive at the cost of 20 minor injuries. Tap tap tap. The special forces tied up 600 city defense soldiers with ropes, and marched back to the training base with their opponents. Report to the pavilion master, the other side has been captured, and 20 special forces have been injured. Captain number 1 stepped forward and excitedly reported the results of the battle to Yaoyang Chen. Very good. Buzz. Life revived. Yaoyang Chen summoned the goddess martial spirit to heal the injured soldiers, and then let the team disband. After only 1 month of devil training, we can achieve such results. That's great. Now we can fight 1 against 5. If we train for a few more months, we should be able to fight 1 against 10 as Xiao Chen said before. It was incredible for Shui Langzhen and her group to see that ordinary soldiers could have such strong combat power after Yaoyang Chen's devil training. Grandpas, you should go back to the Spirit Hall immediately and ask the Pope to select hundreds of ordinary soldiers with excellent physical fitness and let them come here to participate in the devil training. In addition, let the 3 people of the Golden Generation come to learn from the experience. Qian Renxue immediately ordered Qianjun and Jiangmo, the 2 titled Douluo, to return to the Spirit City. Zioxiu, aren't you going back with us? Qianjun Douluo looked at Qian Renxue like this and planned to stay in Tenglong Pavilion forever. I'll go back next time. Qian Renxue didn't want to leave yet. She planned to train a special forces instructor herself, and then bring it back to the Spirit Hall to give her mother a big gift, so that she would be more proud. Okay then. After Qianjun and Jiangmo finished talking, they immediately returned to the Spirit City. Half a month later, Hulina, Xiaowu, Yan and others brought a team to Yaoyang Chen's military base. Yaoyang Chen simply notified Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan and asked them to bring people to learn from experience. For a while, Yaoyang Chen's small military training base was extremely busy. 3 months later, Qian Renxue, Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wushuan and others each returned with a special forces instructor and began to build an elite army to prepare for future wars. Half a year has passed. After the Tiandu Empire's crown prince Zhu Xuking defected from the palace, he disappeared forever. The imperial spies undercover in Wuhan city did not find any trace of Zhu Xuking in Wuhan city. Emperor Shuya thought that the Spirit Hall had killed Zhu Xuking. He was extremely angry and directly issued a notice to accuse the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall killed the crown prince Zhu Xuking. Their heart is worthy of death and they are doing evil things. Emperor Shuya wanted to use this method of verbal criticism to describe the Spirit Hall as an unforgivable organization. The purpose was also to win over the Free Spirit Masters on the mainland. Now with the support of Haoshan sect and Kai Bao Liulai sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect also expressed its intention to unite, Emperor Shui's back became a little stronger. Facing the accusation of Emperor Shui, Pope BBDong also issued a notice. Although Tiandu Empire Crown Prince Zhu Xuking knew some titled Douluo of Spirit Hall, his disappearance had nothing to do with Spirit Hall. Don't involve the competition between the heirs of the Tiandu royal family into Spirit Hall. For a time, Spirit Hall and Tiandu royal family quarreled fiercely, each saying that he was right, and people didn't know whether it was true or not. Because Shuibeng had done many things that hurt the world when he played the role of a playboy, his impression in the hearts of the people was extremely bad. After BBDong issued the notice, many people who didn't know the truth of the matter really thought that Zhu Xuking was killed by Shuibeng. Damn it. Bang crack. After hearing these rumors, Shuibeng was extremely angry and smashed more than a dozen cups in a row. Although Shuibeng has taken the throne of the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, he has not been able to win the hearts of the people and has a very bad reputation. Countless people think that he is just a useless prince and is not worthy of the crown prince. Shuibeng, keep calm. Now you have to help the royal family win over talents. Don't care what others say. Zhu Xuking advised Shuibeng to stay calm and not panic. Yes. Uncle. Although Shuibeng was very annoyed, he had to hold back first, so he visited some soul master academies in Tiandu city as a crown prince to help the royal family win over soul masters. The Tiandu royal family is winning over talents everywhere, and the Haoshan sect is also not idle, preparing to subdue the 4 single attribute families again. This time, the Haoshan sect has been out for half a year, and the Wuhan Hall has not made any statement, which makes the Haoshan sect bolder, so Tang Xiao wants to take back the affiliated sect that he once abandoned. Tang Xiao remembered that the Power clan had been subdued by Tang Hao, so he planned to contact them first and meet Titan as Tang Hao's elder brother. Old slave Titan, bring your children and grandchildren to see the master. The Power clan was born to be slaves. When Tang Xiao came to the door and mentioned Tang Hao, old Titan knelt down with his son and grandson without saying a word. After all, the other party was his master's elder brother, and the other party was also a 96 level titled Douluo. Being loyal to Tang Xiao was almost the same as being loyal to Tang Hao. However, Titan did not call Tang Xiao his master, but only called him the master. After all, his master was only Tang Hao. Old Titan, the sect has let you down for these years. Seeing that old Titan was so sensible, Tang Xiao immediately said a lot of sensational words, which moved old Titan very much. Master, don't say any more. This old slave understands the difficulties of the section. Old Titan did not blame the sect for abandoning him back then. Instead, he understood that Haoshan sect had its own difficulties. The main reason was that the Power clan was in Tiandu city and they were blacksmiths. The Spirit Hall did not take them seriously, so they lived a good life. Titan, what is the attitude of the other 3 clans towards Haoshan sect? Tang Xiao easily subdued the Li clan, so he immediately wanted to subdue the other 3 clans. Master, the old rhino and the old goat have great resentment towards the sect, and I am not sure. How about this, I will take you to meet them first and discuss it. Old Titan once went with Tang Hao to subdue the other 3 clans, but the Yu clan and the Po clan refused on the spot. The Min clan also sided with the two major clans, so he had no choice. Well then, let's go meet them first. When Tang Xiao heard what Titan said, he immediately felt something was wrong, but he still hoped that the three major clans could return to the Haoshan sect again. With a nervous heart, Tang Xiao followed Titan to Longxing City. He first found Bai He of the Min clan, apologized to him first, and then persuaded the old man as a relative. I still have the same attitude. As long as the Po clan and the Yu clan are willing to return to the sect, the Min clan is also willing. Although Bai He is Tang Xiao's uncle, he still remembers that the Haoshan sect abandoned the Min clan. Now the Wuhan Hall has not suppressed them too much, and with the support of the Yu clan, they can live a good life and are unwilling to take risks with the Haoshan sect. Old Bai He, the sect master has come to invite you personally, which shows your sincerity. What are you still hesitating about? Titan was very dissatisfied with old Bai He's attitude. Old gorilla, this matter concerns the future of all the people of the Min clan. I can't be careless. Bai He looked at Titan's dog servant look, but he sneered in his heart, Haoshan sect even abandoned my uncle and made us suffer. Who would want to get involved with such a force? Only you, old gorilla, worship Tang Hao as an ancestor. Tang Xiao was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, old man Bai He was his uncle. He had to follow the two to meet Niu Gao and Yang Wudi. Master Tang Xiao, congratulations on the Haoshan sect's coming out. But I'm sorry, the Yu clan is unwilling to return to the Haoshan sect. Please forgive me, Master Tang. When several people approached Niu Gao, the old man Niu immediately refused to return to the Haoshan sect. The Yu clan has taken on major projects from Tianshui sect and Tenglong city in recent years, earning millions of gold soul coins. Now they live a very comfortable life. Who would follow the Haoshan sect to attack the Wuhan Hall? Isn't that a brain-dead person? Niu Gao, don't forget that you were able to develop under the protection of the section. Tang Xiao saw that Niu Gao's attitude was very firm and his face was very ugly. The other party did not give him any face at all. In this way, it would be very difficult to subdue the three major clans. Master Tang Xiao, we did rely on Haoshan sect in the past, but we also made great contributions to the section. Back then, you ruthlessly abandoned us. The suppression of the Spirit Hall made us miserable and almost exterminated our clan. We dare not follow such a Haoshan sect that abandons its subordinates at will. You may abandon us again one day. At this time, Yang Wudi of the Po Yi clan walked in from outside and directly stated his position. Old goat, it's too much. Titan advised Yang Wudi not to be too presumptuous. Yang Wudi, the one who suppressed you was the Spirit Hall, not our Haoshan sect. We should unite and eradicate the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao was very upset when he saw Yang Wudi describing the Haoshan sect as a treacherous person, so he pushed all the blame on the Spirit Hall. It was indeed the Spirit Hall that suppressed us, but the ruthless abandonment of the Haoshan sect made us even more heartbroken. Sect Master Tang Xiao, please go back. My Poi clan has no interest in returning to the Haoshan sect. As for revenge on the Spirit Hall, I, Yang Wudi, do not have such great ability and will not take my clan members to die. Although Yang Wudi hated the Spirit Hall, he hated the Haoshan sect even more, especially the troublemaking Tang Hao. It is said that he has a broken leg and a hand now and is completely disabled. It is really retribution. How can this be, Yang Wudi, you? Buzz buzz. Tang Xiao was very angry with Yang Wudi at this moment, and directly released the hammer martial spirit and 9 soul rings, trying to oppress the other party with force. What? Is Sect Master Tang Xiao planning to kill us all? Sect Master Tang Xiao, you are a title Douluo, it is easy to kill a few of us soul Douluos. Even if we die today, we can't return to Haoshan sect. Old gorilla, you brought Sect Master Tang Xiao here, are you planning to wipe out our 3 major sects? Yang Wudi, Niu Gao and Bai He stood together, resisting Tang Xiao's pressure. Sect Master, don't be impulsive. Old goat, old rhino, old white crane, why are you doing this? Titan immediately advised from the side that if Tang Xiao really killed the other 3, it would be troublesome. Old gorilla, everyone has their own ambitions. Our 3 clans just want to live in peace and quiet and don't want to get involved in other things. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Niu Gao and Yang Wudi were determined and would not yield to Tang Xiao. If you don't want to return to Haoshan sect, then live well. But I don't want you to join other forces, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Titan, let's go. Seeing that he couldn't subdue the 3 major clans, Tang Xiao said something harsh and then called Titan to leave. Tang Xiao saw that the Po Yi clan and the Yu Yi clan were so resentful of Haoshan sect, and was very worried that they would join the hostile forces, especially the Wuhan Hall, so he said harsh words to warn them. Hey! Why are you doing this? Titan looked at the 3 people helplessly, and then followed Tang Xiao out of Longxing City. Old Rhino, this Tang Xiao is still angry with us, and wants to use force to make us surrender, what the hell is this? It's, old Bai He is still his uncle. People from Haoshan sect are really not good people. Old gorilla is addicted to being a slave. When Tang Hao came out, he immediately ran up to kneel and lick. Now Tang Xiao came out, he went up to kneel and lick again. He was born to be a slave. Alas! Old gorilla is loyal to Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao is Tang Hao's elder brother. Old gorilla should be doing this for Tang Hao's face. Niu Gao and Yang Wudi witnessed the shamelessness of Haoshan sect again today, and felt that Titan's choice was not worth it. Bei He did not make any comments on Tang Xiao, but he was also very unhappy. Old goat, old Bei He, now the situation on the mainland is unpredictable, our three major clans must also find a strong backer, otherwise Haoshan sect may come to our door again one day. Niu Gao felt that this was not a solution. Old Rhino, first of all, it is impossible for us to join the Wuhan Hall. Yang Wudi reminded. Who said we are going to join the Spirit Hall? Have you forgotten that peerless monster Mr. Yet? Our Yu clan has made so much money in the past few years, all by taking on the big projects of that young master. Now Mr. Ye has established the Tenglong Pavilion, and he has 3 titled Douluo under him, and the Tianshui sect is behind him. I heard that the leader of Shui Langzhen is as strong as level 97, and she is also Mr. Yi's adoptive mother. Pope BBDong seems to have a close relationship with Mr. Yet. It can be said that he is the most handsome guy in the entire continent and has a bright future. We take the initiative to go to Mr. Yet, and the future is bright. Niu Gao analyzed Yaoyang Chen's advantages to the 2 old friends, and felt that it would be worthwhile to go to that monster. Hey! Old Rhino, when you mention Mr. Yet, I think of his mysterious alchemy skills, and I also want to ask him for advice. Let's go. We will visit Mr. Ye right away. At this time, Yang Wudi also became interested and planned to take a gamble. He heard that Mr. Ye was not afraid of power and was very good to the people around him. It would be a good thing to join him. If Haoshan sect knew that we joined other forces, would they retaliate against us? Bei He reminded beside him. Old Bei He, you are not still thinking about returning to Haoshan sect, are you? Don't be stupid. Don't bet your people on Haoshan sect. That's courting death. Believe in my old cow's vision of people. Join Mr. Ye and you will have a future. I don't have any illusions about Haoshan sect. Since you have decided to join Mr. Ye, then our Minzi clan will join us. The 3 of them reached a consensus and set off immediately to Tianshui city. A few days later, the 3 of them came to Tenglong Pavilion and met Yaoyang Chen, Dugubo and others. When guests came, Yaoyang Chen naturally had to entertain them. I don't know what the 3 seniors want to see me for. After drinking 30 cups of wine and eating 5 dishes, Yaoyang Chen asked the 3 people. Mr. Yat, our 3 clans have decided to surrender to Tenglong Pavilion and wait for your orders. What do you think? Niu Gao directly told Yaoyang Chen his purpose with a very sincere attitude. I am Yang Wudi, and I have studied medicine refining. If you don't mind, my Po clan is willing to serve you. I am Bai He, the patriarch of the Min clan. The sole masters of our clan are not good at other things, but they are good at flying and gathering intelligence. If you are willing to take them in, the Min clan is willing to serve you. Yang Wudi and Bai He also expressed their opinions to Yaoyang Chen and talked about their own advantages. Senior Niu Gao, your 3 clans are going to surrender to me? Are you serious? Yaoyang Chen thought that these 3 people came to him just to buy some elixirs and skills, but he didn't expect that they wanted to join Tenglong Pavilion directly. He didn't even try to subdue them, but they took the initiative to come to the door. It was too unexpected. Xiao Chen, the 3 seniors are sincere, so let them join. Ye Kailan, Dugubo, Ye Suling, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and others reminded him that these 3 clans are also a great force and cannot be missed. The 3 of us are willing to swear by our martial spirits and swear allegiance to the young master until death. Niu Gao, Yang Wudi and Bai He saw the overall strength of Tenglong Pavilion and Yaoyang Chen's attitude towards people, and swore by their martial spirits to be loyal to Yaoyang Chen. Welcome the 3 seniors to join us. Your arrival makes my small Tenglong Pavilion shine. After the 3 seniors, there are the 3rd, 4th and 5th elders of Tenglong Pavilion. My goal is to make a lot of money and let everyone live a good life. Of course, Yaoyang Chen welcomed the joining of the 3 single attribute clans. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Niu Gao, Yang Wudi and Bai He excitedly saluted Yaoyang Chen. In front of this peerless demon, the 3 of them were very sincere. Welcome to join us. We are all family members in the future. We will support each other. 3 seniors, join our forces, Xiao Chen will not let you suffer. Dugubo, Ye Suling, Shui Binger and others also welcomed the 3 major clans to join. There are at least hundreds of soul masters in the 3 major clans. In this way, Tenglong Pavilion has become a super sect all of a sudden. 3 elders, now my Tenglong city has just been built and is short of people. I suggest that you all move here together. Everyone together can take care of each other. Longxing city is located in the territory of Zingluo Empire, too far away from our Tianshui city. If you join my forces, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction with Haoshan sect. They may cause trouble for you. If you move here, safety issues can be guaranteed. Yaoyang Chen suggested that the 3 major clans move to Tenglong city, and Haoshan sect must have looked for the 3. The old guys were unwilling to do so, and they were worried that the Haoshan sect would settle accounts with them later, so they looked for another backer. As a superior, Yaoyang Chen had to consider the safety of his subordinates. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for thinking about us. I am grateful. Pavilion Master, you are very observant. Tang Hao came to us 2 or 3 years ago, and now Tang Xiao has also come to us, but we have been abandoned by the Haoshan sect, and it is impossible for us to submit to them again. The 3 old men were very excited at the moment. Yaoyang Chen also considered their safety issues, making them feel that they followed the right person this time. 3 elders, let me reveal a secret. Tang San was forced into a demon by the Haoshan sect a year ago, and he also inherited the god of evil thoughts. Now his hatred for the Haoshan sect even exceeds that of the spirit hall and me. Once he becomes stronger, he will definitely come to kill and destroy the Haoshan sect. 3 elders, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yaoyang Chen directly revealed the true situation of the Haoshan sect, so that the 3 people could dispel their concerns. Ha ha ha. This is the best news we 3 old guys have heard in these years. Haoshan sect's betrayal in the past made us suffer tremendous pain, and now they finally got their retribution. Haoshan sect's arrogant old stubborn people can actually force the sect's twin martial spirit geniuses to become evil demons. It's really ridiculous, retribution. Ha ha ha. When the 3 old men heard that there was a big problem inside Haoshan sect, they laughed heartily and vented their years of resentment. Chapter 243 White Crane gives spiritual medicine. Sisters Shui Lingfeng and Shui Langzhen were extremely surprised when they learned that the 3 single attribute families took the initiative to surrender to Yaoyang Chen. Inadvertently, Tenglong Pavilion has become a superpower. This brat always brings us big surprises. The 3 major clans took the initiative to come to join them because they saw the power behind Xiao Chen and sought self-protection. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Beihe are all powerful soul Douluo, and their clansmen, just soul masters, have 700 or 800 people, which is also a very powerful force. Shui Lingfeng, Shui Langzhen, and Shui Lanyu, mother and daughter, were very pleased to see Yaoyang Chen's power grow stronger. The 3 single attribute clans moving to Tenglong City will definitely attract the attention of the 2 empires, so Dugubo, Shui Lingfeng, Yakalan, Mu Qingxiu, and other titled Douluo personally accompanied Yang Wudi and the other 2 to Longxing City to ensure the safe relocation of the 3 major clans. It took almost a month for thousands of people from the 3 single attribute families to dress up as caravans and move to Tenglong City in batches. Senior Niu Gao, this is 5 million settlement fee, take it first and help build a building for the 3 major families. Looking at the thousands of people from the 3 major families, Yaoyang Chen directly threw 5 million gold soul coins to Niu Gao and asked him to personally settle the 3 major families. Pavilion Master, we have just joined now, how can we use your money? The 3 old men felt a little embarrassed when they saw Yaoyang Chen being so generous. 3 seniors, money is something outside of the body. If you earn gold soul coins but don't spend them, they are just a pile of broken copper and iron. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand indifferently. He is now a rich man, and it is very cost-effective to use 5 million to subdue the 3 single attribute clans. Pavilion Master, this is too much. Old Rhino has made millions from you in the past few years, and he is not short of money now. Yang Wudi and Baihe saw that Yaoyang Chen was so generous when he spent 5 million gold soul coins. 3 elders, take it. Since you have joined Tenglong Pavilion, we can't let you suffer any loss. 3 elders have joined Tenglong Pavilion, so we are our own people. Don't be so polite. Shui Langzhen, Dugubo, Yasuling, Shui Binger and others also persuaded him. 5 million gold soul coins are just a drop in the bucket for Yaoyang Chen. This little guy can earn tens of millions of dollars from auctioning pills. Thank you very much, Pavilion Master. If there is anything in the future, please try to let us do it. Seeing this, Niu Gao had no choice but to accept the 5 million settlement fee. All members of the Yu clan listened to the order. From now on, we will swear allegiance to Pavilion Master Yet. If we disobey, we will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. All members of the Min clan listened to the order. From now on, we will swear allegiance to Pavilion Master Yet. If we disobey, we will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. All members of the Po clan listened to the order. From now on, we will swear allegiance to Pavilion Master Yet. If we disobey, we will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Niu Gao, Baihe, and Yang Wudi saw that Yaoyang Chen was so generous, so they led their clansmen to half kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to Yaoyang Chen. Since the 3 major families took the initiative to surrender, they all took a humble attitude and swore allegiance to Yaoyang Chen, and did not dare to put forward any conditions. Swear allegiance to Pavilion Master Yet until death. Yaoyang Chen took out a huge sum of 5 million yuan to settle down for the 3 major families, which moved these people very much, so they shouted louder than one. Everyone, get up. No one needs to kneel down from now on. It is my honor that you look up to me. From now on, we are all family. Let's support each other, share happiness and difficulties together. Yaoyang Chen looked at thousands of people kneeling down to him, which was too shocking. It was like kneeling to the emperor. He felt a little embarrassed, so he immediately asked everyone to stand up. Thank you, Pavilion Master. The people of the 3 major families thanked him in unison. Yaoyang Chen's words of sharing happiness and difficulties together made everyone feel warm. When the 3 major families were loyal to the Haoshan sect in the past, the direct descendants of the Haoshan sect were very arrogant and looked down on people from other races. As for the children of the affiliated sects, they are not qualified to enter the inner gate of Haoshan sect, and the hierarchy is very strict. Now the people of the 3 major families see Yaoyang Chen treat people like friends, which makes everyone feel respected. This feeling is great. It's so easy for the little guy to win the hearts of the 3 major families. Shui Langzhen, Dugubo, Yasuling, and others looked at Yaoyang Chen's means of winning people's hearts, which is to throw money directly, which is simple and effective. Shui Langzhen remembered that the tax reduction plan proposed by the little guy half a year ago has already had a butterfly effect. Now the people of Tianshui city are living a prosperous life, and the tax revenue received by the city lord's mansion is more than before. This little guy's means are really magical. If he wants to rule the entire continent, he will definitely be supported by the common people. In order to settle the three major families, Yaoyang Chen directly selected 3 plots of land behind Tenglong Pavilion and 2 kilometers away to the left and right, allowing the 3 major families to settle down, and the finished product shape guarded Tenglong Pavilion. Elder Niu Gao, build the building better. If you don't have enough money, just ask. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Yaoyang Chen told Niu Gao not to worry about money. Pavilion Master, that's enough. These 5 million gold soul coins are more than enough to accommodate the people of our 3 major families. Niu Gao said with a smile. It was the first time in his life that he had met such a generous master. In the following time, everyone in Tenglong Pavilion began to work on their own work. Now Tenglong Pavilion has 2 main businesses, the beauty private kitchen restaurant and Duobao building, all of which are managed by Shui Binger and Swu. Fortunately, many graduates of Tianshui College have come to work in Tenglong Pavilion, and Shui Binger and others have plenty of time to practice soul power. Niu Gao led his clansmen to build the mansions of the 3 major families and was very busy. Yang Wudi and Dugubo studied some pill recipes and herbal knowledge given by Yaoyang Chen together. As for the Min clan, Bai He took the initiative to send some clansmen to the mainland to collect intelligence. The 3 old guys didn't ask anything about the relationship between Yaoyang Chen and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BBDong. Anyway, everyone was loyal to Tenglong Pavilion, not the Spirit Hall. Among the 3 major families, there were no outstanding geniuses. Only Bai Chenxiang of the Min clan was a little more outstanding. She was half a year younger than Yaoyang Chen and was now a level 33 soul master. In the original plot, when this girl went to the Sea God Island with Tang San and others, her strength seemed to have reached the soul sect. The 3 major families joined their forces. Yaoyang Chen directly took out some of the skills in Xian Tiangong and Xian Tianbeilu and gave them to the 3 old men, asking them to arrange their clansmen to practice. Anyway, these skills were also obtained from Tang San's memory, so it didn't matter. After seeing the magical skills of Xian Tiangong, the 3 old men seemed to have opened up a new world, so they immediately passed on Xian Tiangong as a family heirloom and passed it down in secret without leaking it. After learning the skills and techniques in Xian Tianbeilu, the people of the 3 major families have greatly increased their strength, and they are completely submissive to Yaoyang Chen. On this day, Yaoyang Chen was on the top balcony of Tenglong Pavilion drinking tea and chatting with Yakelin, and thinking about the question of the divine test. Edip tap. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and Bai He brought his granddaughter Bai Chenxiang to Yaoyang Chen. Elder Bai, Miss Bai. Yaoyang Chen didn't trademark T understand why the grandfather and grandson were looking for him, so he had to greet them. Pavilion Master, His Majesty Lan Yin. Bai Chenxiang called Yaoyang Chen and Yakelin sweetly, then stood by, quietly looking at this super handsome guy, her face slightly red, her heart thumping. However, Bai Chenxiang knew that the beauties around Yaoyang Chen were all great beauties, and they were also powerful, especially Yakelin in front of her, who was a 96 level titled Douluo, like a fairy, and she couldn't trademark T compare at all. Miss Bai, is it very hot? Yakelin looked at Bai Chenxiang wearing a short skirt with a waist-bearing skirt, with a pair of beautiful legs exposed. She actually blushed. It was really strange, so she couldn't help but tease her. Your Majesty Lan Yin, I'm not blushing. Bai Chenxiang's face turned red instantly after being teased by Yakelin. She lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes. Haha. Your Majesty Lan Yin, Xiang was shy because the pavilion master was too handsome. Bai He couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Elder Bai, you are too kind. Being handsome can't make a living. Yaoyang Chen laughed. This old man actually praised himself for being handsome. It was really speechless. Puchi. Xiao Chen, don't you rely on this face to make a living. Yakelin teased Yaoyang Chen, thinking of the reason why the most beautiful women like Silver Dragon King, BBDong and Qian Renxue were so nice to the little guy. A big reason was that this guy was too handsome, and they were all fascinated by him. Haha. His Majesty Lan Yin is right, the pavilion master can make a living anywhere with this face. Bai He and Bai Chenxiang also let go at this time and laughed heartily. Hey. It's not my fault that I'm handsome. Yaoyang Chen spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Xiao Chen, stop pretending. Elder Bai, come to Xiao Chen, is there something wrong? Yakelin reached out and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head to stop this guy from pretending, then he asked about the old man Bai. Oh. That's right. I have a magical medicine here, which is a family heirloom of our Min clan. I will present it to the pavilion master to repay your kindness in taking in our 3 major clans. Bai He took out a jade box directly from the soul guide and handed it to Yaoyang Chen. Since it is a family heirloom, Elder Bai should keep it for himself and pass it to Miss Bai in the future. You don't have to give it to me. Yaoyang Chen knew that what Bai He had in his hand was a crystal blood dragon ginseng that was thousands of years old. Although it was also very precious, it was not a fairy grass. It could be used to refine a top-grade Xian Sheng pill. Pavilion Master, your alchemy skills are amazing. This magical medicine is of no great use to me. It is better to give it to you to refine the pill. Bai he was very surprised that Yaoyang Chen did not accept his family heirloom, so he stuffed the jade box into Yaoyang Chen's hand. Xiao Chen, Elder Bai gave it to you, so take it. Let me see what kind of spiritual medicine it is. Yes. Crystal blood dragon ginseng. Judging from the age, it should have reached the level of 5,000 years. Yaoyang took the jade box, opened it, and was immediately stunned by the blood-red and transparent ginseng inside. Elder Bai, if there is such a spiritual medicine, you should have taken it a long time ago, or given it to your granddaughter Miss Bai Chen Xiang, so that you can improve your strength. I really don't understand what's the point of you keeping this spiritual medicine as an heirloom? It won't give birth to cubs, so isn't it good to use it to improve your own strength? Yaoyang Chen shook his head helplessly, feeling that the old man was sick in the brain and had to give the spiritual medicine away. In the original plot, the old man gave the spiritual medicine to Tang San, and it was eaten by the little rabbit in the end. His granddaughter Bai Chen Xiang did not get the blessing of the spiritual medicine, resulting in low strength. When she accepted the divine test on the Sea God Island, she only got the purple test, and finally could not become a god, and died in the mortal world. Ah this! Bai He and Bai Chen Xiang were so confused by Yaoyang Chen's words that they didn't know how to answer. Let's do this. I'll use this crystal blood dragon ginseng, plus some other herbs, to help Miss Bai refine the Xian Sheng pill. If she takes it, it should improve her aptitude. In addition, she can practice Xian Tian Gong easily and reach Super Douluo easily. If she works harder, it won't be a problem to reach limit Douluo. Seeing that old man Bai gave him all the heirlooms, Yaoyang Chen decided to help this girl improve her aptitude. Xian Sheng pill? Limit Douluo. After hearing what Yaoyang Chen said, Bai He and Bai Chen Xiang's heads were buzzing. It was said that this evildoer had all kinds of magical abilities, and today they finally saw it. In this guy's eyes, limit Douluo seemed very common. Pavilion Master, can Xian Sheng pill make Xiang's martial soul evolve? Bai He asked curiously. No, the elixir for martial soul evolution is called the Good Fortune pill, which requires the use of 10,000-year-old fairy grass spirit medicine. But finding fairy grass spirit medicine on our Douluo star is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is almost impossible. Yaoyang rushed to tell Bai He and his grandson the preciousness of fairy grass before Yaoyang Chen, in order to let them not have any illusions and not trouble the little guy for martial soul evolution. As Yaoyang Chen's personal secretary, Yaoyang didn't want the little guy to be entangled by those trivial things. Your Majesty Lan Yin is right, fairy grass is not an ordinary thing, it can't be encountered, and it can't be sought. Bai He also knew that if Yaoyang Chen had fairy grass, he would definitely give priority to his relatives around him. This is human nature. If it were him, he would do the same. Pavilion Master, this crystal blood dragon ginseng is given to you by me. You don't have to refine any elixir for Xiang. It's embarrassing that it's back in our hands after all these twists and turns. Although Bai He also wanted Bai Chen Xiang to get a great opportunity, he was embarrassed to force Yaoyang Chen to ask for it, lest the other party think he was too greedy. Don't worry, it's just a Xian Sheng pill. I will help Miss Bai get it. But you have to keep it secret. After all, there are too few spiritual medicines to refine more high-level elixirs. If others know about it, they will feel unfair. Since Yaoyang Chen has already told Bai He and his grandson, he must do it. Pavilion Master, don't worry. I know my limits. Bai He will not say anything when it comes to the future of his granddaughter. People are selfish. Although Bai He has a close relationship with the other two clans, this great opportunity is still given priority to his granddaughter. As for other people, he can't take care of it. What level is the Pavilion Master's soul power now? Can you show it to me? Bai Chen Xiang looked at Yaoyang Chen, who was about the same age as her, but whose strength was unfathomable. Buzz. I'm about level 68 now. Yaoyang Chen directly released the goddess's martial soul, and the purple, black, and black 6 soul rings slowly rose, extremely gorgeous. The Pavilion Master's soul ring combination is too amazing, worthy of being the most enchanting genius in history. The Pavilion Master's martial soul is so beautiful, so amazing. Bai He and Bai Chen Xiang looked at Yaoyang Chen's beautiful martial soul and exaggerated soul ring combination, and they were all shocked. Doesn't the Pavilion Master have another martial soul? Let me see it. Bai Chen Xiang heard that Yaoyang Chen accepted the sacrifice of the 100,000-year soul beast in the Soul Master Finals, and wanted to see what the 100,000-year soul ring looked like. Shua. This 100,000-year soul ring was sacrificed to me by that little rabbit. In order to satisfy Bai Chen Xiang's curiosity, Yaoyang Chen also released the Chunjun sword martial soul to let the girl have a look. It is indeed a 100,000-year soul ring. Bai He looked at Yaoyang Chen's second martial soul. The soul starts at 100,000 years. Such an achievement is unmatched. Wow! This is a 100,000-year soul ring. Bai Chen Xiang felt like she was dreaming at the moment. A 100,000-year soul ring was an unattainable dream for her. Pavilion Master, His Majesty Lan Yin, we will take our leave first. Bai He and Bai Chen Xiang were completely impressed by Yaoyang Chen's strength. With such a talent, he will definitely stand at the top of the world one day. Then the grandfather and grandson said goodbye to Yaoyang Chen. Well, Elder Bai, you guys go ahead. Yaoyang Chen waved to the two of them and told them not to be polite. Bai he was in a very good mood now. Although he gave away the heirloom, he gave his granddaughter a great opportunity. It felt like a pie in the sky that hit him. Chapter 244 The Self-Righteous Haoshan Sect. The news that the three single attribute families joined Tenglong Pavilion soon spread across the continent. Wow! With the joining of the three single attribute families, Tenglong Pavilion is now incredible. Its overall strength is estimated to be stronger than any of the top 3 sections. Yes, yes. Mr. Yi's Tenglong Pavilion has only been established for about a year, and it has become a super sect. It is worthy of being a peerless monster. Countless people on the mainland were shocked to learn that the three single attribute families joined Tenglong Pavilion. Brother, why don't we work with Feng Xiaotian to directly announce that the two element cities have joined Tenglong Pavilion? In this way, Tenglong Pavilion can become a super force second only to Wuhan Hall. Wu, who was far away in Shiwo City, saw her boss Yaoyang Chen making trouble, and she also wanted to make things bigger. Sister, the pavilion master has not given us instructions. We should not announce it to the public for the time being. Our roots are in these two elemental cities. It is impossible for us to move collectively like the three single attribute families. We should follow the pavilion master's plan and work hard to develop our own strength. Don't be impatient. Huo Wushuan stopped Huo Wu's impulse. If Shiwo City publicly announced that it would join Tenglong Pavilion at this time, it would definitely be targeted by the empire. This little guy is good. He quietly conquered the Yu clan, the Po clan, and the Min clan. Not bad, really good. In Wuhan City, in the Pope's palace, BBDong received the details of Yaoyang Chen's conquest of the three single attribute clans and felt very relieved. How did this little guy do it? When we were training special forces with Master Ye some time ago, we didn't see him trying to subdue other forces. Not long after we returned to the Spirit Hall, he subdued nearly 1,000 spirit masters. This method is too powerful. Qian Renxue and Hulina were training the army at the sergeant training base. When they heard that Yaoyang Chen had quietly subdued the three single attribute families, they were also extremely surprised, so they ran back to the Pope's palace to ask BBDong about it. You can't believe it. The three single attribute families in Longxing City took the initiative to join Xiao Chen. They felt that following Xiao Chen would bring them a future. I think a big reason is because of Niu Gao from the Yu clan. Their clan has taken over major projects from Tianshui sect and Tenglong City in recent years and earned millions of gold soul coins. It's reasonable that the old man knew Xiaokin's evildoer and chose to follow him. BBDong explained to the two women and admired the little guy. No one on the entire continent could make others take the initiative to surrender. So that's how it is. The three big families are smart enough to choose to follow brother Yu Xiao Chen. Now they are on the rise. But in this case, the Haoshan sect will definitely have a problem with Xiao Chen. After all, the three big families were once affiliated with the Haoshan sect. I heard that the Minzi clan and Tang Hao are still relatives. If the three big clans join Xiaokin's forces, it will be a slap in the face of the Haoshan sect. Will they take revenge? Qian Renxue was a little worried that the strong men of the Haoshan sect would secretly kill the members of Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion. After all, there are not many good people among these big forces. Don't worry. Don't worry about these problems. BBDong was not worried about Yaoyang Chen's safety at all. The little guy was the inheritor of God and had a lot of trump cards. BBDong let the Haoshan sect come out to watch the show, which did not mean that they could do whatever they wanted. If the Haoshan sect dared to touch that little guy, she would directly wipe out the Haoshan sect completely. Someone is here, call Yang Wushuan, the chief alchemist of the Spirit Hall. BBDong saw that Yang Wudi of the Po Yi clan had joined Yaoyang Chen's camp, so she prepared to let Yang Wushuan join as well. Teacher, are you planning to let senior Yang Wushuan join Tenglong Pavilion as well? Hulina asked curiously. As far as I know, Yang Wudi has determined that Yang Wushuan betrayed the Po Yi clan. If you let Yang Wushuan join Tenglong Pavilion, with Yang Wudi's hot temper, the two brothers may fight. Qian Renxue told BBDong her analysis. Back then, some things in the Spirit Hall were a bit too radical. Now that the three major clans have become Xiaokin's subordinates, let's try to remedy it. As for the grudge between Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuan, don't worry about this issue. With Xiao Chen here, it's okay even if the two brothers fight. BBDong recalled that she had suppressed the four major single attributes in the past to weaken the power of the Haoshan sect. Now she thought it was a bit bullying. However, this is also due to interests. According to Yaoyang Chen, there is no right or wrong in this world, only conflicts of interests, not to mention that what they were dealing with was the enemy camp. At that time, I was overwhelmed by hatred and bewitched by the Rakshasa god's thoughts. How could I think about right or wrong? When BBDong thought of this, she didn't care about anything. Anyway, there were so many strong people in this world who had done shameful things. Who was she? Greetings to His Holiness the Pope, I don't know if you have any advice for me. Yang Wushuan quickly came to the Pope's palace and asked BBDong about the mission. Yang Wushuan, because of our suppression, you chose to join the Spirit Hall. After so many years, do you have any complaints? BBDong asked calmly. I joined the Spirit Hall voluntarily and have no complaints. Yang Wushuan didn't dare to say anything. The Spirit Hall wanted him to join because he was interested in his alchemy skills. At the same time, he could also use the resources of the spirit hall to become stronger. This can be regarded as mutual use. However, after joining the spirit hall, I have a good life. After a long time, I have gotten used to it and have no complaints about the spirit hall. Instead, my elder brother Yang Wudi has a grudge against him. Once he meets him, he will definitely be chased by him with a gun. I admit that the spirit hall's methods were a bit excessive, but it was also because everyone had different positions and was in the enemy camp. It is normal for you to have complaints. Now your elder brother Yang Wudi has led the Po Yi clan to join Xiaokin's Tenglong Pavilion. I hope you will join to resolve the grievances between you and Yang Wudi. You brothers can also reunite and concentrate on studying alchemy. BBDong directly gave an order to Yang Washuan to join Tenglong Pavilion. Yes. Your Holiness. When Yang Washuan heard that Pope BBDong actually asked him to join Tenglong Pavilion, he was immediately in a good mood. In this way, he could ask the evil young man for advice on alchemy. As for the grievances between him and his elder brother Yang Wudi, after so many years, it is time to face it. Yang Washuan could imagine that when the two brothers met, they would definitely have a fight. He was indeed wrong in the past. At most, he would let his elder brother stab him and let him vent his anger. With that master yet present, he would definitely not let himself die. Yaoyang Chen conquered the 3 single attribute families, but the upper 3 sects and the Tiandu Empire could not sit still. The situation on the continent may really have to be reshuffled now. In the Kaibao Liulai sect, Ning Fengzi muttered to himself. The Tianshui sect alone had already given the major forces a headache. Now the fearless Yaoyang Chen had quietly conquered the 3 single attribute families. It was really not simple. A young boy who was still wet behind the ears actually conquered the 3 single attribute clans. What did he want to do? In the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Yuanzhen was very upset when he learned about Yaoyang Chen's operation. He was very worried that his sect's position in the upper 3 sects would be lost. These 3 old guys are so brave. In the Haoshan sect, a group of high-ranking officials were furious when they learned that Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Bai He had joined Tenglong Pavilion with their entire clans. Kaka. Damn it. Tang Xiao was so angry that he smashed the cup directly. He had warned Yang Wudi and the others before that they were not allowed to join other forces, but as soon as he left, the 3 old guys turned around and joined Tenglong Pavilion. It was said that they joined on their own initiative. This was a slap in his face. He was a level 96 titled Douluo, but his words didn't work. At this moment, Tang Xiao felt that his titled Douluo was fake. Master, what should we do? Tang Hao said that the monster might be a great enemy of the Haoshan sect in the future. Several elders asked worriedly. The Haoshan sect could not subdue the 3 major families, but it didn't want other forces to subdue the 3 major families. Now a young boy easily subdued the 3 major families, which clearly showed that he didn't take the Haoshan sect seriously. Yang Wudi and Niu Gao are deliberately trying to disgust me. I warned them before not to join other forces, but this is the result. I'll go and see why these 2 old guys ignored my warning. Tang Xiao stood up and left Haoshan sect directly, going to Tenglong Pavilion to hold the 3 major families accountable. I'll go and see who the young man named Yaoyang Chen is. 7th Elder Tang Lai also followed Tang Xiao down the mountain. Haoshan sect has gained a lot of benefits since it came out of the mountains to cooperate with the 2 empires. It has a good life. The spirit hall has not suppressed them, which once made them feel like they have regained the feeling of being the world's #1 sect. The 3 major families used to be affiliated sects of Haoshan sect, but now they have joined the hostile forces, which is a slap in the face of Haoshan sect. The arrogant Haoshan sect cannot tolerate such a thing. Tang Xiao and Tang Lai came to Tiandu city and met with the 4th Elder Tang Lin and Yuexuan. The old man is now a worshipper of the Tiandu royal family and lives a very chic life. Master, that young man is too ignorant to dare to conquer the 3 major families. The 4th Elder, Tang Lin, is also an old man with a bad temper. He was also very angry when he heard that Yaoyang Chen conquered the 3 major families. Brother, 2 elders, now that Yaoyang Chen has accepted the joining of Yang Wudi and Niu Gao, maybe we can convince Tenglong Pavilion to unite with us. After all, the 3 major families also have a grudge against the Spirit Hall, and Bai He is still the uncle of our brothers and sisters. Emperor Shuiya has always wanted to win over Yaoyang Chen and Tianshui sect. I think now is an opportunity. At this time, Tang Yuehua reminded Tang Xiao and the other 2 that there was no need for Haoshan sect to hold a grudge, but instead it could use the 3 major families to fight against the Spirit Hall's hatred to make a fuss. Yuehua makes sense. Tang Xiao originally wanted to go to Tenglong Pavilion to find Yang Wudi and Niu Gao to ask for punishment, but when he heard what Tang Yuehua said, he immediately changed his mind. As long as the 3 major clans can unite with everyone to fight against the Spirit Hall, Yaoyang Chen will definitely not sit idly by. As for Yang Wudi and others joining Tenglong Pavilion, it is not important. In order to convince Yang Wudi and others, Tang Xiao also plans to call Titan and use the brotherhood between Titan and Niu Gao, so that the control is greater. It must be said that as a woman, Tang Yuehua's brain is smarter than Tang Xiao and other reckless men, which is why she has been able to gain a foothold in Tiandu city over the years. Titan of the Power clan has also been depressed during this period. The 3 major clans joined Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion, and his good brother Niu Gao didn't even tell him. It was too unkind. In fact, Tai Tan overestimated the brotherhood. When he took Tang Hao to Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, their so-called brotherhood had already cracked. Among the 4 single attribute families, the people who hated Tang Hao the most were Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. After the incident of Haoshan sect, Tang Hao knew how to escape. When the 4 major families were suppressed by the Spirit Hall, he did not come out to take responsibility, which made the people of the 4 major families look down on him. 2 or 3 years ago, when Tang Hao came out, Tai Tan immediately came forward to lick his knees. Niu Gao had already looked down on Tai Tan in his heart and thought that Tai Tan was very cheap. Therefore, Niu Gao later joined Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion and did not intend to inform Tai Tan at all. What brotherhood is not worth mentioning compared to the future of the clan members? When Tang Xiao found Tai Tan and asked him to help persuade the 3 single attribute families to fight against the Spirit Hall together, Tai Tan was immediately overwhelmed. Master, I don't know if I can succeed. Tai Tan is also helpless now. Titan, try your best. After all, the price of the 8-year-old is too high. Tang Xiao doesn't care whether he can succeed or not, he has to give it a try. Chapter 245 The Frustrated Avalanche and Liang Douluo. The Tiandu Empire and Haoshan sect both want to use the hatred between the 3 single attribute families and the Spirit Hall to win over Yaoyang Chen. Banger, this time you represent the Tiandu Imperial family, together with Xiaotian Douluo and others, to invite Tenglong Pavilion to form an alliance with us. Emperor Shuiye asked Prince Shuibeng and Tang Xiao to go out and try their best to win over Yaoyang Chen. In order to ensure success, Emperor Shuiye also asked Ning Fengzi to go with him. When Ning Fengzi went out, Jian Douluo had to follow him. Although Ning Fengzi had learned the Ghost Shadow Step and a few boxing and kicking skills in the Xiantian treasure record in the past year, and had some self-defense ability, he was still not good enough to fight against high-level soul masters, so he had to bring bodyguards with him when he went out. Haoshan sect had Tang Xiao, Tang Lai, Tang Yuehua and Titan. The reason why Tang Yuehua followed them was that she wanted to convince the other party with her own intelligence. After all, no matter how evil Yaoyang Chen was, he was just a 10-level soul master. A teenager in his teens. A few days later, Tang Xiao and his party finally entered Tianshui city, and another person also arrived. He was Yang Wuxuan, but their whereabouts were discovered by the spies of the Min clan. Shua. Pavilion Master, there is information. Tang Xiao from Haoshan sect and Ning Fengzi from Kaibao Liulai sect are here. In addition, another person was found, who seemed to be the traitor Yang Wuxuan of Paji clan. The spy was named Bai Feng, a middle-aged man with the cultivation of Soul King. He was an intelligence expert of the Min clan. After he found out the situation, he immediately returned to Tenglong Pavilion and reported to Yaoyang Chen. Understood, Uncle Bai, you go down first. After listening to Bai Feng's report, Yaoyang Chen asked the other party to withdraw. Yes. Pavilion Master. Bai Feng left Tenglong Pavilion and immediately went to inform Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi. Shua. Yaoyang Chen left Tenglong Pavilion and quickly flew to Tianshui sect, calling Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu to help. Xiao Chen, what are the people from Haoshan sect doing here? Do they want to punish the 3 major families? Shui Langzhen, Dugubo and others gathered in Tenglong Pavilion and asked curiously. I guess they heard that Yang Wudi, Niu Gao and Bai He joined us, and wanted to use the hatred between the 3 major families and Wuhan Hall to win us over. As for Yang Wuxuan, he must have been sent by the godmother. Yaoyang Chen told Shui Langzhen and his group his guess. Hehe. What a pity, their idea failed. Shui Langzhen laughed, and found the operation of Haoshan sect funny. Half an hour later, Yang Wuxuan rushed to Tenglong Pavilion first. Sir, His Holiness the Pope asked his subordinates to surrender to you. After seeing Yaoyang Chen, Yang Wuxuan told him what BBDong had told him. Yang Wuxuan, you traitor, come out and die. At this time, Yang Wudi shouted outside Tenglong Pavilion. After learning that his brother showed up on his own initiative, Yang Wudi didn't say a word and killed him with a gun. Old goat, don't be impulsive. Niu Gao and Bai He persuaded him from the side. Senior Yang Wudi, is there a conflict between you? Yaoyang Chen walked out and asked with pretended curiosity. Pavilion Master, Yang Wuxuan is my brother. He betrayed the Po Yi clan back then. Yang Wudi explained the whole story to Yaoyang Chen. Brother, that was just a temporary measure. If I hadn't joined the Spirit Hall, the Po Yi clan might have been exterminated long ago. It's better to die in glory than to live in disgrace. Brother, I know it's useless to say anything now. It's normal for you to hate me. I didn't obey you when I was young. Let's fight. Okay. I want to see, what progress have you made in these years? Shua. Yang Wudi and Yang Wuxuan met, and after a big quarrel, they started fighting directly in the square in front of Tenglong Pavilion. Shock. Break. Bang bang bang. Yang Wudi and Yang Wuxuan are both soul Douluo, and their martial souls are all soul-breaking spears. When the 2 of them fought, the scene was very intense. Yang Wuxuan, why did you do this back then? Brother, our situation back then was very clear. We were in the hostile camp with the Spirit Hall. There would definitely be casualties in the fight between the 2 sides. So what? Even if I die, I will not bow to the Spirit Hall. Brother, you are so tough, can you protect your clansmen? There are a lot of titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall, what can you use to fight? When our Po Yi clan attached to the Haoshan sect, it was no different from attaching to the spirit hall. Yang Wudi and Yang Wuxuan were fighting and arguing. Yang Wudi called Yang Wuxuan a traitor, while Yang Wuxuan said that Yang Wudi didn't know how to adapt. Old goat, we are all brothers. Is there any grudge that can't be resolved? You have to fight to the death. Niu Gao and Bai he persuaded on the side. They also knew that Yang Wuxuan came to Tenglong Pavilion, and he must have followed the arrangement of Pope BBDong, and the purpose was to let the two brothers resolve their grudges. Now the two old men also know that Pope BBDong is Yaoyang Chen's godmother. In this way, there is no need for everyone to continue to hate the spirit hall. People must learn to adapt, otherwise they can't survive in this world, and now everyone can't find a better boss than Yaoyang Chen. Patriarch, stop fighting. Several middle-aged men of the Poi clan also persuaded Yang Wudi. Let them fight, and a battle will end the grudges, and both sides can vent their grievances. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand, telling everyone not to stop this brotherly fight. Anyway, Yang Wudi's hot temper could not be stopped. With Yesuling, the titled Douluo of the healing department, present, neither of them would die. The pavilion master is right, one battle to end all grudges. Okay. That's it. Yang Wudi and Yang Wuxuan also agreed with Yaoyang Chen's words. Bang bang. The two continued to fight, both sides had red eyes, waving their soul-breaking guns, and fighting back and forth. Ah! After dozens of rounds, Yang Wudi stabbed Yang Wuxuan in the chest with a gun, piercing the opponent directly through the heart, and immediately made the opponent bleed. Brother, all the sins will be borne by me. Yang Wuxuan didn't let his elder brother stab him on purpose, but he really couldn't do it. At this moment, he was stabbed by the other party and felt that he was really going to die. He could only pray that Yaoyang Chen would take action, otherwise he would really die. Brother. Yang Wudi was confused. Seeing his brother lying in a pool of blood, all the hatred in his heart disappeared, and there was only heartache. Old goat, why do you do this? Bai He and Niu Gao sighed. Pavilion master, please save him. Several men from the Po Yi clan immediately called out to Yaoyang Chen, begging him to help treat Yang Wuxuan. Shua Shua. At this moment, Yesuling summoned the Holy Heart Sea Hall and activated the healing soul skills to heal Yang Wuxuan. Buzz buzz. Under the treatment of Yesuling, a healing tidal Douluo, Yang Wuxuan's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a dozen breaths, he was immediately revived with full blood. Thank you, Your Majesty Haitang Douluo. Yang Wudi, Yang Wuxuan, Bai He, Niu Gao and others all thanked Yesuling in unison. We are all family, no need to be polite. Yesuling smiled. With her around, of course she couldn't watch Yang Wuxuan die. Just after the battle between Yang Wudi and Yang Wuxuan ended, Tang Xiao and his party also came to Tenglong Pavilion 100 meters away. Hey! Aren't those Yang Wudi and Yang Wuxuan from the Po Yi clan? Why did they fight? Didn't they say Yang Wuxuan has disappeared for many years? Tang Xiao, Tang Yuehua and Tang Lai were stunned when they saw Yang Wuxuan. It's worthy of being the 9-star begonia. The healing effect is amazing. I didn't expect that Patriarch Ye could get a 100,000-year spirit ring. It's really not easy. Tang Xiao and his party were shocked when they saw Yesuling's powerful healing effect and 9 spirit rings. Let's go. Let's go and see. Tang Xiao and his party strode towards Tenglong Pavilion. This kid is worthy of being a demon. He built his own territory so well. Tang Lai looked at Yaoyang Chen's Tenglong Pavilion. It was so luxurious, much better than the cold Haoshan sect mountain gate. They are here. On the balcony of Tenglong Pavilion, everyone also saw Tang Xiao and his party. Master Ning, Senior Sword Douluo, Master Tang Xian. Welcome everyone. Yaoyang Chen greeted the three of them, and then invited everyone to the reception room, serving tea and snacks to entertain everyone. As for Tang Xiao and Tang Lai, although he knew they were titled Douluo, he had never met them, so he just regarded them as guards. As for Xuebeng, the drama queen, he simply didn't want to pay attention to him, so he didn't bother to say hello to them. Old Rhino, Old White Crane, Old Goat, you joined Tenglong Pavilion quietly without even saying hello to your brothers. It's too rude to just say a word. The titan of the Power Clan was very angry when he saw his 3 old friends. Yang Wuxuan, didn't you join the spirit hall? Why are you here? Titan looked at Yang Wuxuan again, his mind full of question marks. Old gorilla, since you are here, let's get together. We need to talk about some things. Niu Gao took everyone to his residence to discuss whether he could dig the Power Clan over. Friend Yat, Sect Master Shui, please forgive me for disturbing you. In the reception room of Tenglong Pavilion, Ning Fengzi and Tang Yuehua said politely. You are polite. I wonder what brings you to Tenglong Pavilion. Yaoyang Chen asked curiously, but he had already guessed the purpose of these people coming to him. Damn it. Tang Xiao, Tang Lai, and Xuebeng were ignored, and they had something to say in their hearts, but they didn't know whether to say it or not. Boy, I'm very curious, how did you conquer the 3 single attribute clans? At this time, Liang Douluo Tang Lai spoke. He was ignored the whole time, and his temper broke out all of a sudden, feeling insulted. Maybe everyone sees that I'm handsome. Senior Niu Gao and others think that they have a future with me. By the way, who are you, Senior? Yaoyang Chen talked nonsense seriously, and then asked Liang Douluo curiously. I'm Tang Li, the 7th elder of Haoshan sect, and I'm named Liang. This is Tang Xiao, the leader of Haoshan sect. Young man, don't you know to salute when you see a titled Douluo? Didn't your elders teach you? And this is the prince of Shuebing. You don't even bow to the prince when you see him. Do you still have the law in your heart? Tang Li revealed his identity and used his elder's identity to educate Yaoyang Chen. Tang Xiao's face was also very ugly at this moment. This kid didn't give face to Haoshan sect at all. It is said that Yaoyang Chen is a man who is not afraid of heaven or earth. Today, he finally saw it. Liang Douluo, you came here to make trouble? This is not Haoshan sect, it is not your turn to teach. Shui Lang's sisters, Yakalin, Dugubo and others looked at Liang Douluo coldly. 7th uncle, don't be like this. Tang Yuehua saw her 7th uncle getting angry and immediately felt bad. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand to stop the anger of Shui Langzhen and others and calm everyone down. Oh, Liang Douluo of Haoshan sect? Never heard of it. Yaoyang Chen shook his head, indicating that he really didn't know. Liang Douluo was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. 7th uncle, calm down. Tang Xiao reminded from the side. Liang Douluo, first of all, I am just a teenager. I have never seen you and I don't know you and Xiao Tian Douluo. This is normal. And you didn't write the words I am a title Douluo on your forehead. Who knows you are title Douluo? Why should I salute you? Then I will treat you as the guards of Ningzongju and this stupid prince. If I have to salute every old man I see, I will be exhausted. Seeing that Liang Douluo was angry, Yaoyang Chen immediately started to fight. When it comes to talking, who has he been afraid of? How can Shuebing, this stupid prince, be qualified for me to pay my respects? I don't beat him up, it's his good luck. Shuebing, you have done many things that hurt the world. Now that you are the prince, do you think you are a person? No matter how gorgeous you dress or how noble your status is, you can't cover up your dirty and ugly soul. Yaoyang Chen's verbal attack petrified Ning Fengzi, Tang Yuehua and others. This kid doesn't play by the rules. At this moment, everyone had something in their mind, but they didn't know whether to say it or not. Mr. Yat, you dare to insult this prince? Aren't you afraid of the millions of troops in the empire? Shuebing was so angry at Yaoyang Chen that he stopped pretending. Don't be afraid. I can kill you at any time. In this way, your Tiandu empire will have no prince, and there will be chaos. The royal family will fall apart. Where is the million-strong army? Shuebing, do you think you can rest easy just because you became the prince? In my eyes, you are just an ant. Yaoyang Chen looked at Shuebing who looked like a clown and made a murderous mockery. Shuebing was so angry that he retreated again and again, and couldn't speak clearly, worried that the other party would really kill him. Friend Yat, it's too much. Shuebing is still the prince of Tiandu Empire after all. Ning Fengzi felt that Emperor Shui sent Shuebing, which was a bad move. Master Ning, there is no way. I saw the stupid prince's face that looked like he deserved a beating, and I had the urge to beat him up. Yaoyang Chen spread his hands, indicating that the other party looked too much like he deserved a beating. Not to mention, when Yaoyang Chen saw Shuebing, he really had the urge to beat him up. This guy was just like his uncle Shui Xing, very annoying. Maybe this guy gave him a bad first impression. Puff. Xiao Chen, don't say that. No matter how unbearable others are, they are still princes. Yakalin, Shui Langzhen and others couldn't help laughing when they saw the arrogant look of the little guy. So what if he's a prince? I'm hitting the prince. Yaoyang Chen rolled up his sleeves and pretended to beat Shuebing. You don't come over here. Shuebing was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Shuebing, I just rolled up my sleeves, and you're scared? You look so cowardly, and you still want to be the emperor, it's ridiculous. Yaoyang Chen looked at the other party's frightened look and felt very funny. I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Liang Douluo said indignantly. He was already arrogant enough, but he didn't expect that this young man was more arrogant than him. Hey! Senior, you saw it today. Yaoyang Chen heard Liang Douluo's words and remembered the famous scene in the movie he had seen before, so he opened his mouth and said that classic line. Chapter 246 Conflict of Interests and Right and Wrong. Okay. Stop talking nonsense, there is still Qian Douluo here. Senior Chen Xin, I'm sorry to make you laugh. The child likes to make trouble. Sometimes we can't keep up with his brain circuit. Shui Langzhen reached out and rubbed Yaoyang Chen's head, asking the little guy not to make too much noise. Master Shui, don't say that. Xiaowu has a free and easy personality and is straightforward. I like him too. Qian Douluo didn't care about Yaoyang Chen scolding Liang Douluo and Shuebing. Instead, he felt very happy. After all, these two people were not good people. Although Yaoyang Chen is bold and daring, he is very upright and fearless. He stopped the slave auction at Tiandu auction house and won the respect of countless civilians. Just for this one thing, Qian Douluo felt that the little guy was better than 90% of the people on the continent, and even stronger than the nobles of the empire. As a swordsman, Senior Qian Douluo is like the pine tree standing proudly on the top of the snow-capped mountains. He is a lone and proud senior who would rather break than bend. He is a respected senior. He will not care about a young man like me. Unlike some titled Douluo, who only know how to put on airs and take advantage of their age. While praising Qian Douluo, Yaoyang Chen did not forget to belittle some titled Douluo. Haha. Young friend yet is too flattering to me. I am not as good as you say. Sword Douluo felt embarrassed after being praised by Yaoyang Chen. He thought, this little guy scolds people, every word is heart-piercing, and when he praises people, it makes people feel very comfortable. He is really a talent. Boy, I feel like you are saying that I am taking advantage of my age. As soon as Yaoyang Chen said this, Liang Douluo beside him twitched his lips. He thought, you praise Sword Douluo, why do you belittle me? If you didn't have the support of the title Douluo behind you, I would have killed you long ago. Senior Liang Douluo, I didn't say who it was, don't take it personally. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand to show that he was not targeting anyone. He thought, I am just talking about you, old guy, what can you do? I dare to scold Qian Daoliu and the others, so who is a mere Liang Douluo? In the original plot, when Tang San first went to the Haoshan sect, he was scolded by this Liang Douluo, who also said that Tang San was a beast. In short, this old man is not a good person. Now due to his own interference, Tang San is weak and ugly. After returning to the Haoshan sect, he must be targeted by Liang Douluo, and his mentality collapsed, which eventually led to his blackening. Okay. Okay. I can't argue with you, a young man. Liang Douluo almost laughed out of anger. He felt that if he continued to argue with this kid, he would probably vomit blood. He simply closed his eyes and rested, and ignored Yaoyang Chen. Ning Fengzi and Tang Yuehua looked at Yaoyang Chen's arrogant appearance, and their lips twitched. Now the two couldn't keep up with Yaoyang Chen's brain circuit, and they didn't know how to talk about the alliance. Xuebeng hung his head beside him, not daring to say anything or ask anything, thinking, why did my father send me here this time? This monster dared to scold even the titled Douluo, I can't afford to offend him at all. Puff. Ye Kailan, Ye Suling and Dugubo couldn't help laughing at the weird scene. Okay. Stop being naughty, you are a guest, you are the boss of Tenglong Pavilion after all, you can't treat guests like this. Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu stopped Yaoyang Chen from making a fuss, lest some people get mad. Ahem. Master Shui, Uncle 7 is old and has a weird temper, don't mind it. Tang Xiao coughed and apologized to Shui Langzhen. Although he was very upset with Yaoyang Chen, he had someone behind him, so he didn't dare to do anything to him. Xiao Tian Douluo, don't say that, these are all trivial matters, we don't care about anything. Shui Langzhen waved her hand indifferently, thinking, the little guy scolded you bloody, what should we care about? Master Shui, now the spirit hall is in its heyday, and it is suffocating everyone. Before, it even killed the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. Such behavior is simply crazy and perverse, attempting to destroy peace. In order to maintain peace on the continent, we all decided to unite and fight against the spirit hall together. This time we came here to invite you to form an alliance with us. At this time, Tang Yuehua saw that the time was ripe, so she took the initiative to speak and directly expressed her intention to Shui Langzhen. Fight against the spirit hall. Shui Langzhen, Ye Kailan, Dugubo and others looked at each other and laughed in their hearts. Pope BBDong is the godmother of the little guy. These people really dare to think. Master Tang Xian, is the spirit hall as bad as you say? I don't think so. Watching Tang Yuehua put all kinds of evil hats on the spirit hall, Yaoyang Chen felt speechless. Master yet, the spirit hall is too powerful. Because it is so powerful, it has now threatened the safety of the entire continent, so we should unite and form an alliance to fight against the spirit hall together. Tang Yuehua complained to Yaoyang Chen about the faults of the spirit hall, as if the spirit hall was an extremely evil organization. Miss Tang Yuehua, the spirit hall did many shameful things in the past, but which major force on the continent has not done it? For example, your three sects have also done many shameful things, even more excessive than the spirit hall. There is no right or wrong in this world, there are only conflicts of interests. You say that the spirit hall is so unbearable, but think about it, you are actually the same kind of stuff. Don't you feel embarrassed to say bad things about others so shamelessly? The spirit hall didn't eat my rice, nor did it rob my money. Why should I go with you to fight against the spirit hall? I'm not sick in my brain. So for your invitation, we Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect refuse. Yaoyang Chen directly rejected the so-called alliance. If these people knew about his relationship with BBDong, they would probably doubt their lives. Tang Yuehua was speechless after Yaoyang Chen's words. She looked extremely embarrassed. She thought that she could convince this guy with her intelligence, but the little guy saw the world's pattern more clearly than she did. Friend yet, you haven't joined the spirit hall yet, have you? Ning Fengzi asked curiously. Before, at the Soul Master Finals, BBDong invited Yaoyang Chen to join the spirit hall and said that she would let this guy be the son of God. Master Ning, do you think a genius like me would join other forces casually? The spirit hall is too small to accommodate a great god like me. It's better to let them join my Tenglong Pavilion. Yaoyang Chen talked nonsense seriously, which made Ning Fengzi, Tang Yuehua, Tang Xiao and others stunned. Haha. Ye Xiaowu, you are quite arrogant. I like you. Qian Douluo and Liang Douluo were amused. They didn't expect this little guy to be so arrogant. Senior Jian Douluo, if you are not arrogant, you are not a good boy. You should be arrogant when you should be arrogant. Yaoyang Chen said proudly. Young master Yat, it is good to be young and energetic. Tang Yuehua was also amused by Yaoyang Chen's words. Master Tang Xian, if you are not energetic, can you still be called a young man? I tell you, even if the Pope of the Spirit Hall comes, I dare to say this to her face. Yaoyang Chen deliberately put on an arrogant look to make them unpredictable. You brag, you are almost blowing your own trumpet to the sky. You only know how to brag all day long. Can you be more serious? Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu saw that Yaoyang Chen was getting more and more outrageous, and they were immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry, so they grabbed the little guy's ears on the left and right to stop him from talking nonsense. Xiao Chen, if the Pope hears this, it will be troublesome. Dugubo, Yakelin, and Yesuling forced themselves to hold back their laughter, pretending to be very worried, and acted with the little guy. Little friend Yat, you have ambition. Tang Xiao laughed and admired Yaoyang Chen's courage. This kid actually said such arrogant words, and now I can make a big fuss about this sentence. Shuebeng, Tang Yuehua, Ning Fengzi, and others were secretly delighted, and then decided to spread Yaoyang Chen's big talk to the Spirit Hall, so that there would be a good show. Mr. Yat, you are unwilling to form an alliance with us, but the 3 single attribute clans you just conquered all have a great hatred with the Spirit Hall. As their leader, shouldn't you help your subordinates to avenge their hatred? Tang Yuehua saw that she could not win over Yaoyang Chen and Tianshui sect, so she started with the hatred between the 3 single attribute clans and the Spirit Hall. Master Tang Xian, I have to say that you are smart enough. Sister Lan, go and call the 3 elders to see if they are willing to take revenge on the Spirit Hall. Yaoyang Chen felt very ridiculous when he saw that Tang Yuehua actually used this method to stimulate him, so he ordered Yakelin to call someone to let Tang Yuehua know what it means to be slapped in the face. Shua Shua. Yakelin left Tenglong Pavilion and rushed directly to where Niu Gao, Yang Wudi and other old men were. At the same time, on the other side, Titan and Niu Gao also quarreled. Old Rhino, although the master has broken a leg and a foot now, he is still my master, and I can't betray him. Besides, Sect Master Tang Xiao invited me to join the Haoshan sect as the master's elder brother, and I can't be that treacherous person. Titan directly refused Niu Gao's invitation to join Tenglong Pavilion. First, Yaoyang Chen was the enemy of his young master, and second, he was afraid that Tang Xiao would punish him. After all, the other party was a 96-level titled Douluo. With these 2 factors, it was impossible for Titan to join. Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuan, and Bei He watched from the side and did not say anything. Titan's loyal and pedantic character made them speechless. Okay. Old gorilla, everyone has their own ambitions, and we will not force you. You just continue to be loyal to Tang Hao. But even if you want to join Tenglong Pavilion, the pavilion master may not accept you. Niu Gao saw that the old gorilla was so stubborn and did not appreciate it, so he stopped persuading him. Shua Shua. 3 elders, Xiao Chen asked you to go. At this time, Yakelin came here and informed several people to rush to Tenglong Pavilion. Your Majesty Lanyan, Tang Xiao and Ning Fengzi came to see the pavilion master, what's the matter? Several people followed Yakelin to Tenglong Pavilion, and asked curiously as they walked. What else can it be? Tiandu Empire they may feel unsure of their alliance with the 3 upper sects, so they want to win us over. Hehe. That may disappoint them. After hearing what Yakelin said, the 3 old men couldn't help laughing. Old Rhino, Old Goat, Old White Crane, our 4 single attribute clans also have grudges against the Spirit Hall, don't you want revenge? Titan brought up the old account again, trying to use this method to evoke the 3 old guys' resentment towards the Spirit Hall. Old Orangutan, we know how much we are worth. The Spirit Hall is so powerful, and going against them is undoubtedly self-destruction. We are not stupid enough to let the whole tribe die in vain. Times have changed. People should learn to look forward and not always hold on to past hatreds. That will make life very tiring and bring disaster to the tribe members. Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Bai He all shook their heads and sighed. Now Yaoyang Chen is BBDong's godson. If he wants to be an enemy of the Spirit Hall at this time, isn't that a mental disorder? Old gorilla, the Spirit Hall is not as bad as you think. Yang Wushuan reminded him that since the change of Pope BBDong, the Spirit Hall has become better and better. In the past 2 or 3 years, the Spirit Hall has not done anything shameful, but has done many good things for the common people. I think you have all forgotten the humiliation you once suffered. Titan said indignantly. Old gorilla, this is the reality, we have to bow to reality. Niu Gao spread his hands, indicating that he was limited in ability and could not do those big things. Titan also followed Niu Gao and his group to see Yaoyang Chen, the monster. At the Soul Master competition, Yaoyang Chen made young Master Tang San lose face, and the Master Tang Hao became disabled, which was probably related to that young man. Thinking of this, a trace of viciousness flashed in Titan's eyes, but here, he didn't dare to have any ideas. Pavilion Master, you called us here, what do you want to teach us? When Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and others came to the living room of Tenglong Pavilion, they immediately asked Yaoyang Chen for instructions. Xiao Tian Douluo and others said that your 3 major families had been suppressed by the Spirit Hall, and asked if you wanted to unite with them to avenge the Spirit Hall. First of all, let me make it clear that if your three major families are mentally ill and want to take the initiative to seek revenge on the Spirit Hall, I will not stop you, nor will I help you. After all, I will not do such a thing of hitting a stone with an egg, but if you die in the battle, I will collect your bodies for you. Yaoyang Chen directly raised the issue and let Niu Gao and the others make their own choice. Pavilion Master, I am not mentally ill, how could I do such a stupid thing? If I were to lead hundreds of people from the Yu clan to die without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, I, old Niu, would not be able to face my ancestors when I die. Niu Gao expressed his position on the spot. We don't want to be exterminated yet. Now that we have joined the Tenglong Pavilion, we should act according to the will of the Pavilion Master. Yang Wudi and Bai He also expressed their opinions. They finally followed a good boss, had no worries about food and clothing, and had a bright future. Only fools would commit suicide. Master Tang Xian, you see, the three elders are unwilling to take revenge on the Spirit Hall, so you should not have any illusions. Yaoyang Chen looked at Tang Yuehua, letting her know what reality is. Chapter 247 Hao Shenzong admits defeat. After learning that Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Bai He were unwilling to take revenge on the Spirit Hall, the fantasies of Tang Xiao, Tang Yuehua, Ning Fengzi, and Shui Beng were also shattered. Friend Yet, as the leader of the three single attribute families, you are unwilling to avenge your subordinates. Aren't you afraid that they will leave? Liang Douluo spoke at this time, trying to use the method of alienation to provoke the relationship between the three major families and Yaoyang Chen. Senior Niu Gao and his friends joined my Tenglong Pavilion, which means they think highly of me. I feel very honored. If they are not satisfied, they can leave at any time. I will not force them. After all, everyone has the right to choose. Life is precious, but love is more precious. If it is for freedom, both can be abandoned. In life, being able to live freely is the happiest thing. I will not restrict the freedom of everyone in Tenglong Pavilion, because we are all human beings, struggling to survive in this world, and no one is superior to anyone else. Yaoyang Chen felt that Liang Douluo's divisive plan was ridiculous, so he said a profound word directly, which made everyone stunned. The old gorilla titan sat in the distance, staring at Yaoyang Chen with a pair of big copper bell eyes, not daring to say anything, not daring to ask anything. At this moment, he also understood why the young master Tang San would lose to this monster. This is not at the same level at all. Papa. Everyone is struggling to survive in this world, and no one is superior to anyone else. Xiao Chen, you said it very well. Dugubo, Yakalin, Yasuling and others applauded after listening to Yaoyang Chen's words. This stinky boy is really good at talking. Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu smiled at each other, feeling very relieved. Master, we are willing to follow you and swear to be loyal to you. If we violate it, we will not die well. We don't want to be treacherous people. Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Bai He, the three old men, immediately expressed their loyalty to Yaoyang Chen. It was not easy to find such a good boss, and the future was bright. Only a fool would leave. Master, I, Yang Washuan, swear to follow you forever. If I violate it, I will be struck by lightning. Yang Washuan was also convinced by Yaoyang Chen's words at this time, so he immediately expressed his loyalty and asked to join entering Tenglong Pavilion, and besides, he was originally sent by BBDong to join. If he doesn't express his position now, then when will he wait? It's my honor that Senior Yang Washuan thinks highly of me. Welcome to join Tenglong Pavilion. When a Contra showed his loyalty in public, Yaoyang Chen had to clap his hands to welcome him. Tang Lai, just using your tactics to try to drive a wedge between us and the Pavilion Master? It's really ridiculous. We know exactly what kind of people you Haoshan sect are. Bai He, Niu Gao, and Yang Wudi looked at Liang Douluo coldly, wanting to slap him. Presumptuous. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, don't forget that you relied on the Haoshan sect to develop back then. Liang Douluo was a man with a bad temper, and when he was told this, he suddenly exploded. Fierce son Douluo, why are you shouting so loudly? Why don't you go to Rishan if you are capable? You have such a big temper, why don't you just rely on imitation and forgiveness? Yaoyang Chen also yelled at Liang Douluo at this time, saying that if he dared to yell at his Earth Emperor, he could not be spoiled. Pfft. Sun and Sky Douluo. When Dugubo, Yakalin, Ning Fengzi and others heard the word Sun and Sky Douluo, they couldn't help laughing. You brat, stop talking and treat your seniors with respect. Shui Langzhen covered Yaoyang Chen's mouth to prevent the little guy from talking anymore, otherwise he would be angry to death. Boy, you Liang Douluo was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. Uncle Chi, please be careful. Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao were almost laughed out of anger, but due to their status, they did not dare to laugh, so they reminded Liang Douluo not to get angry here. Uncle, when we went to war with Wuhan Palace, we were all maimed. We have too much time to take care of ourselves. We didn't really abandon you. Tang Yuehua used his status as a relative to regain old man Bai's support. All the disasters back then were caused by Tang Hao. After the accident, he only knew how to escape and hide everywhere. When Wuhan Palace couldn't find him, he took his anger out on us. In those few years, we actually all at trademark as his fault. As long as Tang Hao has any conscience, he should come out and bear all the blame, but what about him? He just knows how to avoid it. The same is true for your Haoshan sect. Seeing us being suppressed by Wuhan Palace, no one came out to speak out for us. Tang Yuehua, no matter how miserable you say the Haoshan sect, it can't change the fact that the Haoshan sect has abandoned us. What's the use of calling old white bird uncle now? A sect that can even abandon its own uncle, no matter how miserable it is. Worth following. When Niu Gao and Yang Wudi heard Tang Yuehua's words, they immediately became angry and directly told them all the crimes they had suffered over the years. To put it bluntly, our 4 major single attribute clans only work for your Haoshan sect. It is normal for them to be abandoned by you. Even if old white bird is your uncle, the same is true. Niu Gao and Yang Wudi knew that the sect rules of the Haoshan sect were very strict. Those who were not direct disciples were not qualified to enter the inner sect of the sect, let alone their subordinate sect disciples. In this case, there is nothing more to say. I hope that your 3 major families will not become our enemies in the future. If you are our enemy, don't blame our hammer for being ruthless. When Tang Xiao and Tang Lai saw this, they stopped forcing themselves. After saying harsh words, they stood up and left Tenglong Pavilion. Xiao Tian Douluo, whether we in Tenglong Pavilion are friends or enemies with you is not decided by us, but by you. Another reminder, I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will eradicate them. Seeing that Tang Xiao and Tang Lai dared to say harsh words before leaving, Yaoyang Chen directly responded domineeringly. Hiss. As soon as Yaoyang Chen said these words, Ning Fengzi, Shuebeng, Tang Xiao and others took a breath of cold air. This was too damn cruel. Buzzing. Tweet Ang. Howling Sky Douluo, Lai Yang Douluo, are you threatening Tenglong Pavilion? If you want to start a war, just come over. Several titled Douluo, Shui Langzhen, Shui Lanyu, Ye Kailan, Dugubo, and Ye Suling, also cooperated with Yaoyang Chen, releasing their martial souls and soul rings, and pressing towards the opponent with powerful auras. The 4 red 100,000-year-old soul rings were flashing and blinking, blinding people's eyes. Buzzing. Tang Xiao and Tang Lai were immediately shocked and released their martial spirits to resist the pressure. Bang bang. This is. Shui Langzhen used her level 98 soul power aura to directly shock Tang Xiao and Tang Lai back, leaving them extremely shocked. Shuebeng was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe out. He could only hide behind Ning Fengzi, Sword Douluo and Tai Tan and tremble. Tang Xiao, Tang Lai, now that we have joined Tenglong Pavilion, we should act according to the will of the Pavilion Master. How can it be your turn to point fingers? Yang Wudi, Yang Washuan, Niu Gao and Bai He stood in front of Yaoyang Chen, looking at Tang Xiao and Tang Lai coldly. Howling Sky Douluo, Lai Yang Douluo, do you know how Tang Dachui was disabled? If you want to cause trouble, I will let you become the second Tang Dachui. It will not be pleasant to have your hands and feet cut off. Yaoyang Chen stopped pretending and showed his cards directly. The purpose was also to warn them not to make any small moves. Athis Tang Yuehua, Tai Tan, Ning Fengzi and others were dumbfounded. Tang Hao was actually crippled by this little guy. How could this be possible? Did you really cripple Brother Hao? What method did you use? Why did you do this? Tang Xiao asked 3 questions in a row. If this kid could cripple Tang Hao, it meant that he could also kill himself. How did this kid do it? Tang Dachui has been bothering me time and again for his son, and he also wants to take my fortune. I had no choice but to cripple his hands and feet, so that he can experience the torture of pain. As for the method to cripple him, it's my secret, so I won't tell you. To tell you the truth. The people in Haoshan sect who have a grudge against me are Tang Dachui and Tang San. As for how they became enemies, it's that Tang San lost to me in the Soul Master competition, and then he held a grudge and tried every means to kill me. Tang Dachui also wanted to kill me for his son, but I had a bunch of titled Douluo around me, so he had no chance to do it. For this kind of threat, I naturally had to get rid of it, so when Tang Dachui made his grand appearance, I directly crippled him so that he couldn't pretend in front of everyone. Hao Shenzong already had a grudge against the Spirit Hall, and Tang Dachui and Tang San came to provoke me again. To be honest, I have never seen such a suicidal person. I guess they want to destroy Hao Shenzong as soon as possible. If Senior Tang Chen knew that his descendants could do such a suicidal thing, he would probably be so angry that he would crawl out of the coffin and curse you prodigals. Your Haoshanzong reached its peak during Senior Tang Chen's time and became the world's #1 sect, which could challenge the Spirit Hall. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless they are 1 male and 1 female. The strength of Haoshanzong also made the Spirit Hall feel threatened. Tang Dachui took his wife, a 100,000-year-old blue-silver Emperor Soul Beast, to the Spirit City to play, which directly made the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall discover the breath of the Soul Beast, leading to a series of major events later. Tang Hao is really a weirdo. He brought his pregnant Soul Beast wife to Wuhan City, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he has a Soul Beast wife. I even suspect that he did it on purpose, for the purpose of getting the 100,000-year soul ring, because the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor cannot be killed, and in order to get the 100,000-year soul ring, the blue-silver emperor must sacrifice himself. So Tang Hao created a situation where he was doomed to die. For the sake of his son, the blue-silver emperor would definitely sacrifice himself, and Qian Renxue would not kill Tang Hao for a 100,000-year soul beast, because at that time, the Haoshan sect had the reputation of senior Tang Chen, and the Wuhan palace did not dare to act recklessly. By getting a 100,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao could show off, and the price was just losing a soul beast wife. To put it bluntly, the Blue Silver Emperor is just a moving 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Hao looks at a 100,000-year soul ring every day. It is impossible for him not to be tempted by the 10,000-year soul ring. If he really loves Blue Silver Emperor, he will find a place to live in seclusion until Blue Silver Emperor gives birth to a child and can restrain the soul beast's breath. But Tang Hao underestimated the power of love. After Blue Silver Emperor sacrificed, he regretted it and finally found his conscience. He felt guilty for the true love of Blue Silver Emperor, so he went crazy and used the ring explosion secret technique to injure Qian Renxue and then escaped. What he didn't expect was that Qian Renxue died not long after returning to the Spirit Hall, which immediately triggered a war between the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect, directly crippling the Haoshan sect, and Tang Hao also became a sinner of the Haoshan sect. In addition, he felt guilty for the true love of Blue Silver Emperor, so he couldn't face people. He could only hide in a remote village like a mouse, numb himself with wine all day long, and didn't take a bath all year round, living like a beggar. Until Tang San awakened his twin spirits, Tang Hao felt that the opportunity to take revenge on the Spirit Hall had come, but he himself did not know how to cultivate twin spirits, so he handed Tang San to the fart master Xiaogang. That guy did nothing but fart. In order to test his bullshit theory, he used Tang San as a guinea pig and frantically added poison attribute spirit rings to the blue silver grass spirit. However, he did not know that every time Tang San absorbed a poison attribute spirit ring, he would consume a part of the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. Tang San absorbed 4 poisonous spirit beast spirit rings, almost exhausting his Blue Silver Emperor bloodline, making it impossible for the Blue Silver Grass spirit to awaken into the Blue Silver Emperor spirit, and it became a real useless spirit. Tang Hao and Xiaogang targeted my spirit evolution method for Tang San's Blue Silver Grass spirit, and repeatedly troubled me, and kept running back and forth on the road to death. As a result, you can see that Tang Hao was disabled and Xiaogang became a eunuch. He should be called Yu Gonggong now. During the time of Senior Tang Chen, you lived comfortably in the Haoshan sect, and the disciples of the sect could walk around everywhere. But as soon as he left, the overall strength of your Haoshan sect declined rapidly. In the final analysis, you have no sense of crisis, and you only know how to live off your old capital and rely on the prestige of your ancestors to show off your power everywhere, which has brought you enemies. When an organization reaches its peak, if it does not make progress, it will decline rapidly, and your Haoshan sect is in this state. This is called prosperity and decline. Yaoyang Chen told Tang Xiao the reason why Tang Hao and his son had a feud with him, and analyzed the current situation of the Haoshan sect to him. His words were like a knife stabbing into his chest. Hiss. This is simply a murder. Jian Douluo, Ning Fengzi, Shuebeng, and Tai Tan looked at each other, and their scalps tingled. Only then did they realize how terrifying this peerless evildoer was. Tang Xiao, Tang Lai, and Tang Yuehua were already stunned. Tang San's blue silver grass martial spirit was actually destroyed by Yu Xiaogang, and the current state of the Haoshan sect was just as Yaoyang Chen said. What was even more terrifying was that the one who had fallen into evil, the devil Tang San, now no one knows where he is. What's the wind blowing in the north? The snowflakes are floating. Tang Xiao is now in a panic, remembering that Tang Hao once said to him that Yaoyang Chen is a more terrible enemy than the Spirit Hall, and this time it's confirmed. Xiao Tian Douluo, if you want to avenge Tang Hao, just come. We will take it all. Sisters Shui Langzhen, Dugubo, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and others also cooperated with Yaoyang Chen and told Tang Xiao. Master Yat, can you let our Haoshan sect go? We will agree to whatever you want. Tang Yuehua collapsed at this moment, and immediately begged Yaoyang Chen for mercy, asking him to let the Haoshan sect go. Master Tang Xian, my enemies are only Tang Dachui and Tang San, especially Tang San. He will definitely not let me go, and of course I will not let him go either. I will not involve innocent people. If you want to avenge Tang Dachui, you are always here to accompany me, but the Haoshan sect will disappear from this world forever. The choice is in your hands, not in my hands. Yaoyang Chen spread his hands and thought, you Haoshan sect has an enemy like Tang San, which is enough for you to bear, why do you need me to do anything? Friend Yat, please rest assured that the Haoshan sect will not avenge Tang Hao. We can't wait to kill him. Tang San, that evil beast, was expelled from the sect by us a year ago. He jumped off a 2,000-meter high cliff and his body is gone. Tang Xiao and Tang Lai immediately stated that they would not be enemies with Yaoyang Chen. As for Tang San's transformation into an evil demon, the two did not say anything, but just said that the guy jumped off the cliff and died. Tang San was forced to jump off a cliff by you? I have to say, you guys are really good at playing. After hearing about Tang San jumping off a cliff, Yaoyang Chen pretended to be shocked and did not expose their lies. Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Shuebeng, and Tai Tan were also extremely surprised. Tang San was forced to jump off a cliff by Haoshan sect. This was too incredible. As expected of Haoshan sect, they are cruel to others and even more cruel to their own people. Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuan, Bai He and others also mocked on the side. Master Shui, Master Yat, we will leave first. After failing to win over Yaoyang Chen and Tianshui sect, Ning Fengzi, Tang Yuehua and their group had no choice but to leave. Old Gorilla Titan also left with Tang Xiao and the others with a complicated look. After listening to Yaoyang Chen's words, he also knew how stupid his previous choice was, but it was too late to regret it now. If he left Haoshan sect now, Tang Xiao and those old guys would definitely not let him go. Alas! The road you choose must be walked through with tears. Chapter 248 The Trick of Borrowing a Knife to Kill. After watching Tang Xiao, Ning Fengzi and others leave Tenglong City, Shui Binger and his group walked into the reception hall of Tenglong Pavilion from outside. Just now, there was such a big soul power fluctuation. I thought you were fighting. We were looking after the business in Duobao building 100 meters away. We all felt the soul power fluctuation. Who did you have a conflict with? Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu and others asked curiously. It's okay. Xiao Tian Douluo and Liang Douluo threatened us before, so we released our martial spirits and showed our strength, so that others would not think we were easy to bully. Those strong men from the top 3 sects always like to act high and mighty. It's really speechless. Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu smiled helplessly. They felt good after scaring Xiao Tian Douluo and Luo Liang Douluo away before. Tang Xiao is now a level 96 titled Douluo. His clear sky hammer martial spirit possesses extremely powerful strength, and his combat power is still very strong. I just don't know if he has practiced the Ring Blast secret technique. If he has practiced the Ring Blast secret technique, he can fight against opponents of higher levels. Yaoyang Chen reminded everyone not to underestimate the titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect. The Ring Blast secret technique is so powerful, which means that if Xiao Tian Douluo practices that secret technique, my mother won't be able to take advantage even if she is level 98. I wonder if that Tang San has practiced the Ring Blast secret technique? During the Soul Master competition, he learned the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique and Clear Sky 9 absolutes. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer thought of the mysterious missing Tang San at this time. If they meet him in the future, they must be careful. In our impression, the Great Zimmer Hammer Ring Blast secret technique is a secret technique that is not passed down by the Haoshan sect. Very few people can meet the conditions for cultivation. Only those with the best physical conditions and talents can practice it. Each time this secret technique is used, one will be weak for 3 days. By he, Yang Wudi and others slowly talked about the advantages and disadvantages of the Haoshan sect's Ring Blast secret technique to let everyone know. The secret technique of exploding rings is a desperate fighting method. It can be described as hurting 1,000 enemies and hurting 800 of oneself, but the power is very great. Senior Tang Chen is worthy of being the most powerful person in the history of Haoshan sect. Unfortunately, his descendants are not competitive and soon ruined the foundation he laid. So we must have a sense of crisis. No matter how powerful our power will be in the future, we must always maintain a sense of crisis to ensure that our power will last for a long time and avoid the situation of prosperity and decline. There is a saying that goes, born in worry, die in comfort, worry about the worries of the world first, and enjoy the happiness of the world later. So, everyone must remember it. Yaoyang Chen used the decline of Haoshan sect to remind everyone. Born in worry, die in comfort, worry about the worries of the world first, and enjoy the happiness of the world later. Stinky boy, your brain is really flexible. You can even think of such a profound truth. Sister Shui Langzhen was very pleased after hearing what Yaoyang Chen said. With the great wisdom of the Pavilion Master, our power will surely flourish for thousands of years. I think if the Pavilion Master can unify the continent, it will be a blessing for all people. Niu Gao, Yang Wudi and others praised Yaoyang Chen. Elders, Xiao Chen said that he wants 99 of the entire Douluo continent. Dugubo and Yasuling reminded Niu Gao and others at the side to let them understand Yaoyang Chen's ambition. Haha. The Pavilion Master has this idea, which is great. Then we old guys will accompany the Pavilion Master to conquer the world. Niu Gao laughed heartily, as if he had seen Yaoyang Chen's dominance over the world. Elder Niu Gao, the pattern is small. What does a small Douluo continent count for? My goal is the universe, the sky, and the sea of stars. Yaoyang Chen waved his hand, indicating that unifying the Douluo continent was too easy. Okay. Stop bragging in front of the elders. You are just a little soul emperor now. Those things are far away from you. Seeing Yaoyang Chen bragging again, Shui Langzhen reached out and rubbed the little guy's head. Now we have a grudge with the Haoshan sect. Everyone should keep a low profile when going out in the future, especially the clansmen of the 3 elders, who should be more careful. Although Xiao Tian Douluo and Liang Douluo were frightened before, the other party would definitely not swallow this breath, so Shui Langzhen reminded everyone to be careful of the other party's revenge. Please rest assured, Master Shui, we will be careful. Niu Gao and the others knew very well that the proud guys of the Haoshan sect would definitely not be able to stand such anger. I didn't expect Tang Hao to use that method to obtain a 100,000 year soul ring. Now it seems that his character is not that good. It was not that good in the first place, otherwise why would Xiao Chen call him Hammer Douluo? Shui Langzhen, Yasuling, Dugubo and others recalled what Yaoyang Chen said, and once again refreshed their understanding of Tang Hao. In fact, the reason why Tang Hao planned to obtain a 100,000 year soul ring was because Senior Tang Chen disappeared. The Haoshan sect did not have a super strong person in charge, and the pressure was very high. As the successor, if Tang Hao could get a 100,000-year soul ring, he could bring glory to the family and show off. In that era, a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring was very powerful. Tang Hao is a sect slave. He needs strong strength to maintain the glory of the world's #1 sect. Under this pressure, he set his sights on the 100,000-year soul of his soul beast wife. Ring. Tang Hao once killed thousands of people in the hell arena of the killing city, successfully passed the hell road, and obtained the killing god domain. He is one of the 2 great killing gods in the world. This person is decisive and ruthless. To achieve his goals, he can do whatever it takes. It is reasonable that he can kill his soul beast wife. For the glory of the sect, he can sacrifice everything, including his wife. Of course, these are just my guesses. As for whether it is true or not, I don't trademark T no. Yaoyang Chen said his analysis and let everyone judge for themselves. Pavilion Master, we believe that your analysis is correct, otherwise why has Tang Hao been so ashamed to see people all these years, especially when we heard that he allowed Tang San's soul beast girlfriend to go to the spirit hall to participate in the soul master competition. His purpose is also very obvious, and he also wants the soul beast to willingly sacrifice to his son. Old white bird, this nephew you watched grow up is so cruel. Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Yang Washuan believe that Tang Hao is that kind of person, otherwise it is impossible to explain why he took his pregnant soul beast wife to the spirit city. Hey! Among the 3 siblings, Tang Hao likes to compete and win. Perhaps it is because of this character that he did these things. By his side, things have changed, and the world has changed. His sister died for many years, and the relationship between relatives has long been alienated. After the retreat of the Haoshan sect, everyone has long become strangers, and they are too lazy to pay attention to those things. That hammer Douluo's wife is actually a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul beast? It's incredible. Yes, yes. It's simply a strange story. Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu, Zhu Xuking and other girls were very surprised to hear about this, so they chattered about it. Xiao Chen, you said before that 100,000 blue-silver emperors can't be killed, why is that? Sister Shui Langzhen asked curiously. It was the first time they heard that there was an immortal soul beast. It was really magical. The 100,000 years blue-silver emperor has the blue-silver domain, which is the immortal profound sense. It is impossible for a soul master to forcibly kill the 100,000 years blue-silver emperor to obtain a soul ring. Only the blue-silver emperor can sacrifice itself. Even if it is sacrificed, the blue-silver emperor's body will turn into a seed, like a grass, and then grow again, and cultivate to 100,000 years again, but this is equivalent to rebirth. Yaoyang was once 100,000 years blue-silver emperor's soul beast, and she knew the ability of this soul beast very well, so she explained the magic of the 100,000 years blue-silver emperor to everyone. Sister Lan, the so-called immortal profound sense of the 100,000 years blue-silver emperor is only relative. Ordinary soul masters can't kill it. If they encounter a strong person with the ability to devour, they will directly devour the life source of the blue-silver emperor, and then they will die, right? Yaoyang Chen felt that this immortal profound sense was actually a bit too exaggerated. Xiao Chen, let's take a bath. Yaoyang suddenly realized at this moment I think I have overestimated the immortality. It seems that I still know too little. On the other side, Tang Xiao and Tang Lai lost face in Tenglong Pavilion. They were embarrassed to be with Ning Fengzi and others. So after leaving Tenglong City, they took Tang Yuehua and parted ways with Ning Fengzi and others. Master, I'll go first. If you have any questions, please come to the Power Clan to find me. The old titan said goodbye to Tang Xiao, then rushed away and disappeared in front of the 3 people in a few seconds. Too much bullying. Bang. Liang Douluo smashed a stone on the roadside with a punch. Thinking of being scolded by Yaoyang Chen in Tenglong Pavilion, he was furious. 7th uncle, what are you doing? Tang Yuehua shook her head helplessly. Her 7th uncle usually bullied others in the sect, but today he was slapped in the face. Uncle Qi, you have to change your temper. Tang Xiao regretted letting Liang Douluo come with him. Not only did he fail to form an alliance with Yaoyang Chen, but he also offended Tianshui sect and Tenglong Pavilion. Our dignified Haoshan sect was actually ridiculed by a young boy today. It is a great shame. If it weren't for the protection of the people behind him, I would have sent him to the west with a hammer. Liang Douluo said fiercely, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Uncle Qi, calm down. With Shui Langzhen's current strength, I'm afraid she can't even beat me. We'd better not provoke them now. Tang Xiao calmly recalled what Yaoyang Chen said before. He always felt that there was a stronger force behind that kid, and it was not as simple as it seemed. How come all those women have 100,000 year soul rings? Where can they find so many 100,000 year soul beasts? Back then, Tang Hao had to go through a lot of hardships to get a 100,000 year soul ring, but now, 100,000 year soul rings are just like commonplace for those women in Tianshui sect. Liang Douluo felt incredible when he thought of the strength of Shui Langzhen and her group. 7th uncle, do you think what Yaoyang Chen said about brother Hao and Ayan is true? Tang Xiao could hardly imagine why Tang Hao became like that. Don't you have an opinion in your mind? It's just that you don't dare to believe it. What Yaoyang Chen said is right, If Tang Hao really loved that soul beast, he wouldn't have taken her to Wuhan city to play when she was pregnant. Liang Douluo's opinion on this matter was the same as Yaoyang Chen's. A moving 100,000-year soul ring was swaying in front of him every day. No one could bear it. Damn it. Tang Xiao was very angry. His brother was too cruel. Brother, it has already happened. What's the point of complaining? Let's think about what we should do now. The current situation of Haoshan sect is just as Yaoyang Chen said, it is prosperous and declining. Brother, what should we do in the future? Tang Yuehua sighed. The current situation of Haoshan sect is really precarious. It is very likely that they will not be able to escape this disaster. Compared with the fate of the sect, Tang Hao's plan for the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul ring is not worth mentioning. Let's go back to Tiandu city first and spread the arrogant words of that kid to see how the spirit hall reacts. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, he took Tang Yuehua and rushed quickly towards Tiandu city. On the other side, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and Shui Beng were discussing the previous events together, especially Tang San was forced to jump off the cliff by Haoshan sect, which was even more surprising. Fengzi, that kid is right. Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is also in a state of prosperity and decline. There are no outstanding young people in the sect. The future is worrying. Uncle Jian, what you said is true. Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi thought of the current situation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. In fact, it is similar to the Haoshan sect. Once the two titled Douluos die of old age, the sect may fall out of the top 3 sects. Master Ning, why don't we unite our empire with the top 3 sects and attack Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect together? We will definitely be able to destroy them. At this time, Shui Beng proposed to Ning Fengzi the idea of destroying Yaoyang Chen. Shui Beng is now very afraid of Yaoyang Chen. He will feel uneasy if he doesn't get rid of him. He is worried that he may be killed by that monster one day. Avalanche, have you ever thought about this? This way, Yaoyang Chen will be completely offended. If he joins forces with the Spirit Hall, the Empire, and the 3 upper sects will perish. Ning Fengzi did not agree with Avalanche's radical plan. He knew that this guy must be holding a grudge after being scolded by Yaoyang Chen. That's right. Now we can only take advantage of Yaoyang Chen's audacity and spread the news to let the Spirit Hall deal with him. Avalanche was reminded by Ning Fengzi and felt it was too risky, so he thought of another way. The Spirit Hall is too small to accommodate a great god like me. It's better to let them join my forces. Hehe. I don't know what confidence Yaoyang Chen has to say such arrogant words. Ning Fengzi thought of Yaoyang Chen's arrogant words and felt very funny. Fengzi, I think this trick of borrowing a knife to kill someone may not have any effect. Jian Douluo remembered that BBDong's attitude towards Yaoyang Chen in the Soul Master Finals was very intriguing. Uncle Jian, no matter what, we have to give it a try. Ning Fengzi felt that even if Yaoyang Chen did it on purpose, he had to spread the news and let the Spirit Hall hear it to see what the effect was. A few days later, after everyone returned to Tiandu city, Tang Xiao, Shui Beng, Ning Fengzi and his party immediately had people spread Yaoyang Chen's arrogant words everywhere, and decided to make things bigger. Wow! Mr. Ye is here. How dare you be so bold and want to conquer the Spirit Hall? I, Lao Niu, am convinced. Young Master Ye will be my idol in the future. I, Zhi, am also convinced. No matter whether young Master Ye can succeed or not, at least he dares to say it. He is indeed a peerless evildoer. After a period of spreading, the news quickly spread across the continent, and countless people were shocked and wanted to see how the Spirit Hall would deal with Yaoyang Chen. Haha. Xiaokin's boasting words were taken seriously by Ning Fengzi and his gang. They even wanted to use our Spirit Hall to deal with Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect. It's ridiculous. In Wuhan city, Pope BBDong and Qian Renxue also received the letter sent back by Shui Langzhen and understood the cause and effect of the matter. Tang Xiao and the others actually went to trouble Xiaokin's brother. Aren't we going to do something? Qian Renxue asked BBDong. If the Haoshan sect dared to bully her adopted brother, as a sister, she had to support him. Xiaoxiu, don't worry. Have you ever seen the little guy suffer a loss? It's good enough that he doesn't bully others. BBDong laughed. The little guy even dared to scold Qian Daoliu. It was reasonable that Tang Xiao and that Liang Douluo took the initiative to come to the door to make trouble and were scolded. Chapter 249 Shrek Brothers Reunited. Qian Renxue saw that Ning Fengzi and others wanted to use the Spirit Hall to deal with Yaoyang Chen, so she twisted her mouth and decided to scare the Tiandu Empire and the 2 major sects. Or we can just take advantage of the situation and directly announce to the public that we will join Xiaokin's Tenglong Pavilion. Qian Renxue smiled and proposed to BBDong. In this way, those big forces will be guaranteed to tremble. Don't make trouble. In this way, maybe the 2 empires and those big sects will unite to form a big alliance and start a war. Now our military strength is still developing, and we are not ready for a full-scale war. The most important thing is that Xiao Chen and Shui Binger still need time to grow up. BBDong stopped Qian Renxue. This girl likes to do things recklessly. It's really out of tune. Then what do you think we should do? Or should I let Grandpa go out and scare them? Qian Renxue was very unhappy anyway. Those people went to cause trouble for her brother, and as a sister, she had to support him. We have to warn them to prevent them from jumping up and down all the time. BBDong thought about it, then wrote a notice and ordered people to issue it directly. The three major forces of Tiandu royal family, Kaibao Liulai sect, and Haoshan sect deliberately made trouble and tried to stir up conflicts between Wuhan Hall and Tenglong Pavilion in order to reap the benefits. Such behavior is despicable and shameless, and their hearts are worthy of death. In order to achieve their goals, they don't care about their face. Old man Shuiyat, Tang Xiao, Ning Fengzi, are you doing this to destroy the peace of the continent? You are so shameless, do you still have any shame? I hope you will learn from your mistakes and reflect on yourself. Don't do these shameless behaviors again, or you will be punished. BBDong directly named the three major forces of Tiandu royal family, Haoshan sect and Kaibao Liulai sect in the notice. Wow! The Tiandu royal family and the two major sects actually did such a thing? It's disgusting. This news was like thunder, and it exploded directly on the continent. Something is wrong. His Holiness the Pope seems to be defending Master Yat, and he doesn't mean to blame him for his outrageous words. It's incredible. It seems that Master Ye has a special relationship with His Holiness the Pope. Countless people speculated about the relationship between Yaoyang Chen and BBDong, and some even speculated in their hearts that Yaoyang Chen might be BBDong's godson, otherwise the Spirit Hall would not allow Yaoyang Chen to talk nonsense. But no one dared to say anything. After all, if you talk nonsense about the Pope of the Spirit Hall, you will lose your head if you are not careful. Snap snap. Damn it, BBDong, you are really good. In the Tiandu Palace, after receiving the notice from BBDong, Emperor Shuiye was so angry that he even dropped the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Damn it. Shuibeng is getting angrier and angrier now. He failed to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and was instead blamed by BBDong. In this way, he will never be able to take revenge on Yaoyang Chen. What are the Tiandu Empire and the two major sects doing? Aren't they deliberately pushing Yaoyang Chen towards the Wuhan Hall? After hearing this, Zingluo Emperor Dai Tianfeng lamented that Shuiye and Ning Fengzi were very brainless. How could this be? This BBDong didn't even pursue Yaoyang Chen's arrogance, but instead scolded us. It's too vicious. There was an uproar in the Haoshan sect. The plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife failed, and BBDong scolded him. It was so infuriating. Tang Hao was very calm. The last Soul Master Finals was a plan conspired by BBDong and Yaoyang Chen to target him. The boy must have a very close relationship with BBDong. The plan of the two major sects and the Tiandu royal family to kill someone with a borrowed knife could not be effective at all. BBDong, you protect Yaoyang Chen so much, don't you really treat him as your godson? Or are you old acquaintances of his parents? In Yuexuan, Tiandu City, Tang Yuehua sat on the balcony, thinking about the relationship between Yaoyang Chen and BBDong. In the Kaibao Liulai sect, Ning Fengzi looked very embarrassed at the moment, and felt very sick in his heart, as if he had eaten 3 pounds of shit. It was so damn embarrassing to be scolded by BBDong. BBDong really doesn't give us any face. Douluo said in a sarcastic tone, the second largest sect in the world was scolded by the Spirit Hall and didn't even dare to fart. Let one go, now you are embarrassed. Fengzi, I have said long ago that this trick of yours doesn't work. From this incident, Douluo proved his guess that Yaoyang Chen and BBDong have a complicated relationship. Dad, don't be embarrassed, at least the relationship between you and BBDong is very good, and it is not without gain. Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengzi's embarrassed expression, so she comforted him. BBDong, you put the fart master on Xiaogong's head and made him a eunuch, probably because of that kid. Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan also understood why BBDong wanted to cripple Yu Xiaogang at this moment. Yu Xiaogang once asked Yaoyang Chen for the method of martial soul evolution at the Soul Master competition, but Yaoyang Chen refused to give it to him. Later, he conspired with Tang Hao, Ning Fengzi and others to use sneak attacks to obtain opportunities, but all failed. Later, when Yu Xiaogang went to the Wuhan city, he was kidnapped by a group of bandits. It was really horrible. Hey! Xiaogang! This is fate. You are just a waste, why are you tossing around? If you really can't do it, come back and be a waste and spend the rest of your life in peace. Yu Yuanzhen sighed and felt sad for his waste son Yu Xiaogang. BBDong's warning also made the three major forces of Tiandu royal family, Kaibao Liulai sect, and Haoshan sect silent. BBDong, you are so cruel. Because of this incident, the reputation of the three major forces has dropped a lot. Some free spirit masters who originally wanted to join the Tiandu royal family and the Kaibao Liulai sect have given up their ideas. Even many spirit masters who have joined the two major forces have run away directly, which makes Shuiye and Ning Fengzi very angry. In addition to the poor reputation of the Haoshan sect, there is no loss of talents, because they have been in a closed state for many years and have not recruited any talents from outside. Yaoyang Chen, who is far away in Tenglong City, did not express his opinion on the public opinion incident caused by Ning Fengzi and others. Anyway, BBDong has already vented her anger, so there is no need to say anything. It is said that after Tang San, Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun accepted the Rakshasa God test, they finally completed the first test after a year of test. It's been a year, a whole year. I finally left that hellhole. The air outside is still good, he he he. Xiao San, where is the Luosha secret realm that Lord Luosha God mentioned? I can't wait to practice in the Luosha secret realm, he he he. Fatty, Teacher, don't worry, let's go find Mubai and Oscar first. I want to establish the Tang sect to prepare for future revenge. Xiao San, you are right. If you want revenge, you must have your own power. Third brother, let's go find Dai Lauda and Xiaowu. I believe they will definitely join our power. As brothers, we have to practice together, he he he. That day, at a secret exit in the slaughter city, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongjun came out of the exit, breathing fresh air while discussing the establishment of power. The three have lived in the slaughter city for a year. Now they are as pale and bloodless as those fallen ones. Coupled with their ugly faces, they look a bit scary. In order to complete the god test, Tang San and his companions often sought out those male fallen ones to practice, making the slaughter city a mess, which made the new king of slaughter Mou speechless. However, it reduced the killing among the fallen ones. Many fallen ones often took the initiative to find Tang San and his companions to practice and have a lot of fun. After Tang San passed the strange test of the Rakshasa god, his mind has completely changed. Now when he sees a woman, he has an inexplicable sense of rejection, which is very strange. Yu Xiaogang, who has become a eunuch, is even more repulsive. In his eyes, women are as terrible as floods and beasts. Ma Hongjun is better, but he can't meet any female fallen ones in the slaughter city. In addition, he is fat and ugly, so those female fallen ones look down on him. In order to complete the god test, he can only do evil things with Tang San, Yu Xiaogang and some other male fallen ones. The king of slaughter, Mou, ignored the three people's special hobbies. When Tang San and his friends left the slaughter city, he asked the Terror Knight's law enforcement team to let them go. During this year, when Tang San was practicing with those fallen ones, he used the devouring ability of the magic pattern vine to devour the soul power of many fallen ones. Now his soul power has reached level 61. Fatima relied on the reward of the god test to become a level 45 soul master. The problem of the martial soul evil fire is still not solved. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San can help him solve it anytime and anywhere, so it is not a big problem. During this year in the slaughter city, due to not eating well and practicing hard, Fatima lost almost 100 pounds, which can be regarded as an unexpected gain. I have now broken through to Soul Master and am no longer a waste. BBDong, just wait. One day, I will destroy the entire spirit hall. He he he. Yu Xiaogang also relied on the rewards of the Rakshasa Divine Test to break through to level 35 in soul power. He successfully obtained a 1000-year soul ring and a 1000-year soul skill called Continuous Fart. Once used, the sound was deafening, which made him feel very happy. In order to become stronger, Yu Xiaogang often used full firepower in the year in the slaughter city to summon Wuhan, and at the same time, he practiced the divine test with Tang San and Ma Pangzi, playing out a lot of tricks. Rakshasa God, do you know where Oscar is? Tang San asked Rakshasa God in his mind about Oscar's whereabouts. He. He is training in the north. You can find him if you go to Ice and Snow City now. The voice of Rakshasa God sounded in Tang San's mind. When Tang San entered the slaughter city, his teacher told him that Oscar had left the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Through Yu Xiaogang's description, Tang San also learned the rules of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Oscar and Ning Rongrong are both auxiliary spirit masters, and it is impossible for the two to walk together. So Tang San decided to pull Oscar on his pirate ship and expand his power. Teacher, Fatty, let's go to the Ice and Snow City in the north. Rakshasa God told me that Xiaowu is training there. Tang San called Yu Xiaogang and Ma Pangzi and set off to the north. Oscar actually went to Ice and Snow City, so amazing. Yu Xiaogang heard the news and felt that the guy was quite capable. He. Third brother, Xiaowu was a toad wanting to eat swan meat before, thinking that he had a chance with Ning Rongrong, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't fancy him at all. Fatty, we have to tell Xiaowu that there is no woman in his heart, and the strong who practice natural gods don't need women, he. Third brother, you are right. Boss Dai is now alone and can't beat his eldest brother at all. He is only a few years away from 25 years old. As good brothers, we have to help him anyway. As Tang San and Ma Hongjun walked, they recalled the happy time they had studying at Shrek Academy in Soto City, and they felt very refreshed. Haha. Xiaosan, Hongjun, with the strength of Mubai and Xiaowu, I believe Lord Rakshasa will also give them a divine test. Yu Xiaogang laughed. The four Shrek monsters all received the divine test. With his invincible master of theory, there is hope for revenge. The three spent many days and finally found Oscar in a soul master mercenary group in the Arctic Ice and Snow City. After a year of training, Oscar's soul power has also increased by 3 levels, reaching level 44. Now he is weathered and has a grey beard, like an old man. In this year, Oscar experienced life and death, and his face and body were covered with scars. Fortunately, he bought ghost shadow tracking, crane control and dragon capture, and several boxing and kicking skills from Yaoyang Chen at that time, and he also had flying sausages, so he could barely protect himself. Xiao San, Master, Fatty, how did you find this place? Fatty, you have lost so much weight? Why are you so pale? Oscar did not expect that he would meet his former companions in this life, so he invited everyone to a tavern for a good meal. He. Xiaowu, I have lost weight, am I more handsome? Ma Hongzhen smiled proudly, and with his 2 whiskers, he looked very wretched. Fatty, you are not handsome at all. Oscar curled his lips and thought, even if all the handsome guys in this world died, you, Fatty, would not have a chance. We have obtained the god test, Xiaowu, do you want to join us? Tang San looked at Oscar's miserable appearance, so he used his soul power to force the sound into a line and invited him. Xiaowu, I'm already level 45 now, Master has also broken through to level 35, and third brother is even more powerful, he's already level 61 Soul Emperor. Xiaowu, you're just a food type Soul Master, maybe one day you'll die here, and none of us brothers will know, don't do this anymore, come with us. Ma Hongzhen persuaded Oscar to stop wasting time here. Buzz. Oscar, if you want to be strong, join us. Look, even I've broken through to Soul Master. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was also releasing his martial soul and soul rings to persuade Oscar to join. You've become so powerful, it's unexpected. Oscar was extremely shocked when he saw Tang San and the others' strength. After joining the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Oscar learned that he had no chance with Ning Rongrong, and Ning Rongrong also said she didn't like him, so Oscar left the 7 Treasures Glazed sect that day, and then joined a Soul Master mercenary group, came to the Ice and Snow City in the north, lived a life of blood and knives, and had no goals to pursue. Xiao San, I'll join. Oscar saw that Tang San and his team had passed the divine test, and felt that his chance had come, so he joined decisively. Xiaowu, welcome to join. Ma Hongzhen gave Oscar a big bear hug and finally pulled this good friend on board. Xiao San, we will go to the Zingluo Empire right away to find Daimyo Bai. Yu Xiaogang saw that Oscar had joined the team, so he reminded Tang San that it was time to leave. Okay. Teacher. Tang San and his team immediately bought some daily necessities, left the Ice and Snow City, and headed towards the Zingluo Empire. It took them almost a month to finally find Daimyo Bai in a small town called Moyazuo. Boss Dai, we have passed the divine test, you come with us. After Tang San finished speaking, he also showed Daimyo Bai his Soul Emperor level strength. Boss Dai, come on. Look, the master has broken the shackles and become a Soul Master. Mu Bai, this is an opportunity. Yu Xiaogang and Ma Hongzhen also showed their strength to let Daimyo Bai know how powerful the god test is. It's so powerful, I'll join. Xiao San, thank you very much. Daimyo Bai learned that Tang San had obtained the god test, so he immediately joined immediately. Anyway, he can't beat Davis alone, so he might as well give it a try. Daimyo Bai is now level 45. If he can pass the god test, maybe he can kill Yaoyang Chen and regain his dignity in the future. Xiao San, there was a rumor some time ago that you were forced to jump off a 1,000-meter cliff by the Haoshan sect a year ago. I was shocked at the time. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Daimyo Bai looked at Tang San now and felt that he was really lucky, otherwise he would definitely fall to death if he jumped off the 1,000-meter cliff. Xiao San, the Haoshan sect actually forced you to jump off the cliff? What's going on? Oscar asked curiously. Xiaowu, this matter is related to my father. Haoshan sect believes that my father has brought disaster to the sect, and they insulted us in every way and wanted to kill my father, so I could only jump off the cliff in exchange for my father's life. I just don't know if my father is still alive. Fortunately, I got the help of God at that time, otherwise I would really be dead. Tang San told what happened to him in Haoshan sect half true and half false. His face was extremely gloomy, he would never forget the faces of those people in Haoshan sect, and sooner or later, he would definitely kill the sect. Xiao San, do you still want to seek revenge on Haoshan sect in the future? Daimyo Bai asked curiously. Boss Dai, those things are too far away from me, and I can't get justice for my father now, let's talk about it later. Tang San lied calmly, and didn't tell everyone that he wanted to destroy Haoshan sect, otherwise Oscar and Daimyo Bai would think he was too cruel and might not want to follow him. Hiss. Haoshan sect is too cruel to its own people. Daimyo Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongzhen took a deep breath after hearing this. Xiao San, the rules of the big sect are so cruel and ruthless. Without strength, you can never get what you want. Yu Xiaogang comforted Tang San. He was born in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect and knew the sect's rules. It was normal to be beheaded. It was not surprising for what happened to Tang Hao and Tang San. Chapter 250 Shrek Brothers Alliance. The 4 Shrek brothers finally met, so they naturally had to get together. Daimyo Bai hosted them and invited them to stay in a luxury hotel, and then ordered a luxurious private room for a good meal. Boss Dai, how is Yaoyang Chen now? After drinking more than 30 glasses of wine and eating 5 dishes, Tang San asked Daimyo Bai about Yaoyang Chen's current situation. Xiao San, Yaoyang Chen is now amazing. He founded Tenglong Pavilion, and has Dugubo, Begonia Douluo Yasuling, and Blue Silver Douluo Yakalan under his command. During this period, he also conquered the Yu clan, the Po clan, and the Min clan. The patriarchs of the 3 single attribute clans are all Soul Douluos. In addition, there are 700 or 800 soul masters from the 3 major families, which makes Yaoyang Chen's power a super sect in an instant. Daimyo Bai told Tang San about Yaoyang Chen's achievements with envy and jealousy in his eyes. They are all geniuses of the same era. Others have already created a big force, while he is still worried about the problem of survival. No wonder Zhu Xuking followed that guy. If he were a woman, he would make such a choice. 3 single attribute clans actually joined Yaoyang Chen's forces. Can the Haoshan sect stand it? You should know that the Yu clan, the Po clan, and the Min clan were once affiliated sects of the Haoshan sect. Although the Haoshan sect has retired, its reputation is still there. Among them, the White Crane clan leader of the Min clan is the uncle of Xiao San's father. Yu Xiaogang felt very uncomfortable when he heard that the 3 single attribute clans joined Yaoyang Chen's forces. That was supposed to be the force that his apprentice Xiao San would conquer in the future. Haoshan Douluo had said before that he would let Tang San conquer the 3 clans in person in the future, but now it has become like this, which is too infuriating. Damn it. Tang San was also very angry at this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, making him look like a man-eating demon. Xiao San, I heard that the 3 major families took the initiative to surrender to Yaoyang Chen. Regarding this matter, the Haoshan sect also went to Tenglong Pavilion to question the 3 major families. After that, the Haoshan sect, the Tiandu royal family, and the Kai Bao Liulai sect were scolded by Pope BBDong. Tianshui College also established the Tianshui sect, with a total of 5 titled Douluo. Among them, the sect master Shui Langzhen showed his strength at the founding ceremony and reached the peak of level 97. In addition, there are 4 titled Douluo at level 94. At the founding ceremony of the Tianshui sect, Pope BBDong personally led a large group of people to support the Tianshui sect and told the world that the Tianshui sect would strive to become the world's #1 section. Daimyo Bai told Tang San what happened during this period of time, so that he could understand the current situation of the continent. Haha. A sect founded by a bunch of women dares to claim to be the best sect in the world? They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Yu Xiaogang said disdainfully. In his heart, the best sect in the world will always belong to Haoshan sect, just because his idol, Hammer Douluo Tang Hao, came from Haoshan sect and killed the former Pope Kyung Sunji, which no one can compare to. Master, although I don't want to admit it, Tianshui sect is indeed very strong now. Daimyo Bai looked at Yu Xiaogang's angry look and felt that his brain couldn't keep up with the changes of the times. Hearing what Dai Lao said, it seems that Yaoyang Chen has a good relationship with Pope BBDong. Yaoyang Chen is really amazing. At a young age, he has already created a superpower. There are so many beauties around him. He has reached the peak of his life. Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other, and their hearts were like lemons, sour. Yaoyang Chen once helped Pope BBDong's spirit evolved, and later BBDong let Xiaowu sacrifice to Yaoyang Chen in the finals. This proved that they have a very good relationship. Yu Xiaogang said with a gloomy face. He had asked Yaoyang Chen for the spirit evolution method, but the other party did not give it to him. Instead, he mocked him. It was really abominable. The Soul Master Finals was a conspiracy between BBDong and Yaoyang Chen against my father. It is normal that they have a good relationship. Tang San thought of his experience with his father in the finals, and he felt extremely resentful. Yaoyang Chen was like Tang San's bad news, especially the time when he practiced with the King of Slaughter before. BBDong and Yaoyang Chen suddenly appeared and killed the King of Slaughter. Tang San was almost scared to death at that time. He would never forget that scene, so much so that he was often awakened in his dreams. Boss Dai, do you know how strong Yaoyang Chen is now? Tang San asked Dai Mubai. He knew that Yaoyang Chen's soul power reached level 55 during the Soul Master competition. Now only 1 year has passed. He must not have as high a soul power as himself. I don't know the specific strength. That guy has never shown his strength to the outside world, but I estimate that he must have reached the Soul Emperor level now. Dai Mubai saw Yaoyang Chen accept Xiaowu's sacrifice in the finals. At that time, the opponent's soul power was already level 55. The sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast at least raised Yaoyang Chen's soul power by several levels. Now another year has passed, and it is not a problem for him to cultivate to the Soul Emperor. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were very angry when they heard that Yaoyang Chen had already become a Soul Emperor. They thought that Tang San became a Soul Emperor and thought he could surpass Yaoyang Chen, but they didn't expect that the other party would also become stronger. It was really abominable. Damn it. Yaoyang Chen's strength made Tang San helpless, and he could only scream in anger in his heart. Xiao San, you don't want to find Yaoyang Chen to avenge Xiaowu now, do you? With his current strength, you definitely can't beat him. Dai Mubai reminded Tang San from the side that he must not seek death. Xiao San, Mubai is right. It is undoubtedly self-destruction to seek revenge on Yaoyang Chen now. It is better to improve your strength first. Yu Xiaogang trademark S hatred for Yaoyang Chen is no less than BBDong trademark S. After experiencing so many things, he also understood that he became like this because of Yaoyang Chen. Everything BBDong did to him was to vent her anger for that kid. Teacher, I understand. Tang San learned from Luosha trademark S divine thoughts that Yaoyang Chen and BBDong were also inheritors of gods. Before he had absolute strength, he dared not take action. Xiao San, Tiandu Empire also had an accident half a year ago. Prince Xueking he defected from the empire and announced in public that he would join the Spirit Hall. Now the Prince of Tiandu Empire is Prince Xuebeng. It is said that he was also beaten by Yaoyang Chen. If you want to take revenge on Wuhan Hall and Yaoyang Chen, you can use the power of Tiandu Empire. Daimyo Bai analyzed the current situation of Tiandu Empire to Tang San. Xiao San, this is a good idea. Tiandu Empire and Yaoyang Chen have conflicts, and the three sects don't want Yaoyang Chen to become strong. In this way, everyone has a common enemy. Yu Xiaogang thinks this is a good idea. If you want revenge, you have to gather more power to succeed. Teacher, I understand. Tang San knows that if he wants to seek revenge on Yaoyang Chen with his current strength, it is undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg. Besides, the other party is also the inheritor of God. It is too difficult to kill the other party. Xiao San, what inheritance of God did you get? Can you explain it to us in detail? Daimyo Bai asked curiously. What I got is the inheritance of the Rakshasa God. Boss Dai, let me tell you, God is. Tang San babbled to Daimyo Bai and Oscar about the power of the God level strong men, as well as the God level test rewards, so that the two can broaden their horizons. It turns out that it is so good to get the God level test. Fatty only took 1 year to upgrade from level 38 to level 45. It's amazing. Master has never been able to break through the shackles of level 30 in his life, but he can break through easily. It seems that God is really omnipotent. Daimyo Bai and Oscar learned about the power of God and were full of expectations. Both of them wanted to become stronger. Daimyo Bai wanted to defeat his elder brother and seize the throne, while Oscar wanted to become stronger and then pursue Ning Rong, the white moonlight in his heart. Daimyo Bai and Oscar used to look down on Tang San's selfishness, but since they bought Tang San's skills from Yaoyang Chen, they didn't care about anything. Now that this guy has obtained the inheritance of God, he actually took the initiative to come to the door to give them opportunities, which made the two of them a little touched. At present, the two of them also plan to use the opportunities given by Tang San to improve their strength. As long as they can become stronger, everything else will be easy. Myo Bai, Oscar, don't worry. With the help of God, we will become strong. Isn't it a matter of minutes? You four Shrek brothers will definitely compete for the world, and then you can have everything you want. Yu Xiaogang painted a big pie for Daimyo Bai and Oscar. He firmly believed that with the help of God, even a pig could become a peerless strongman. Boss Dai, Xiaoao, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go find some phoenixes to have some fun. Ma Hongjun showed a sly smile. In the past year in the Slaughter City, I often practiced with Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, and I was a little tired of it. Now that I'm out, I have to change my taste. Fatty, don't you want to eat with me? Let's go, I'll treat you today. Xiao San, do you want to go and play together? Daimyo Bai was naturally happy to hear that Fatty wanted to find Feng Huang to play games, so he wanted to invite Tang San to join. Boss Dai, I don't need it. Tang San waved his hand and refused Daimyo Bai's invitation, but his face was a little embarrassed in front of his good brother. Boss Dai, you know that the third brother was kicked out of the shadow by Xiaowu's kick. The third brother has no woman in his heart now, and he practices natural gods, he. Ma Hongjun teased in a mean way. In the Slaughter City, he often practiced with Tang San and was very clear about the other party's problems. Xiao San, you are not really useless, are you? Daimyo Bai and Oscar were surprised when they heard Ma Hongjun say this. Fatty, you want to be tortured, right? Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun meaningfully. He dared to tease him. He must torture him severely next time. What's that expression? Daimyo Bai and Oscar looked at Tang San's eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. They felt something was wrong, but they couldn't tell. Hongjun, stop talking about Xiao San. Yu Xiaogang looked at his apprentice's embarrassed look, so he stopped Fatty Ma's teasing. Brother San, don't mind it. Ma Hongjun was nervous when he saw Tang San's eyes. He was afraid that Tang San would wrap him up with a magic vine. In the past, when he was in the Slaughter City, he was often tortured by Tang San until his legs became weak. Xiao San, don't mind it. Let's go play first. Daimyo Bai smiled meanly, and then walked to a brothel with Fatty Ma and Oscar. Xiao San, Hongjun didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. The four of you are a team now, don't have any conflicts. Yu Xiaogang reached out and patted Tang San's shoulder gently, advising him not to take it to heart. Teacher, I understand. Xiao San. Teacher. Yu Xiaogang's concern touched Tang San very much. Now the only one who really cares about him is the teacher. The two of them were so affectionate at the moment, which was a bit weird. If others saw it, they would definitely get goosebumps all over their bodies. Rakshasa God, help me recover my state, I want to practice, he. Tang San communicated with Rakshasa God in his mind and added state to himself. No problem, he. Tang San, you have to go to the southernmost tip of the Zingluo Empire, cross the sea for 100 miles, and then you will find an island. Enter the Rakshasa secret realm for the divine test. This god's artifact, the Rakshasa demon scythe, is also in the secret realm. You must also control the artifact as soon as possible. After the Rakshasa god used his divine power to help Tang San recover for a short time, he provided Tang San with the location of the Rakshasa island. In order to prevent Tang San from being discovered by Yaoyang Chen and BBDong, the Rakshasa god deliberately set up the Rakshasa secret realm on an island. After all, the gods behind the two were the existences that the Rakshasa god could not afford to offend. For Tang San's psychological shadow, the Rakshasa god did not use his divine power to help Tang San heal, but instead bewitched him to bravely practice in another way. He. The Rakshasa god is a demon queen. She feels very fulfilled to control everything about Tang-san. Thank you, Lord Rakshasa, he. Teacher, let's go back to the room to practice. Tang-san thanked Rakshasa, then called Yu Xiaogang and returned to the hotel room. Okay. Let's go back to the room to practice, Xiao-san, we have to hurry up to practice now to become strong. Yu Xiaogang was very pleased to see his disciple take the initiative to practice. As a teacher, it is his job to guide his disciples to practice. After a year of Rakshasa God's test, the two have become practice maniacs.